Chapter 1: The Beasts Surrounding the City. In the Great Xia Empire, Jiang City. Here, the monstrous beasts surged like relentless tide, Tensoft house and sailing gates, creating an oppressive atmosphere of stupid and despair. Jiang City teetered on thebering co-annihilation. Zhou Laoda, why hasn't the rescue arrived yet? Wetra like Anathol done much longer. The dark-skinned Lord Wang, covered in wounds, warrior facetied with fury. Justin Arago, had been assured the thelp wasn't Yathamictami had passed with, thou ta single trace? If this continued, no tonly would they fail to survive, Buteben holding the gay test would formidable challenge. A this side, Principal Zucker said identical. Ha, old Wang, I want the dite from ya. There's been a problem over the right'll take ye at least an other hour. Principal Zu exhaled deeply, veins bulging gone his forehead, and suddenly crushed this phone. He was desperately suppressing the fury boiling within him. Nu as more anxious han he. On our, doyao thing karactic band off warrior scan hold Jiang City for that long? Wheel timers fearing at death, boot what off those children? What toft heflower so for nation? Halsavetham? I am willing to stake my life, and so ere the warrior soft Jiang City, but Theosuis the Teva knife we sacrifice ourselves, it cannot alter the fate of Jiang City, nor protect those flowers. Lord Wang shouted hoarsely. If we cannot hold, then I shall not prepare to bring I through. Old Wang, I will hold off transcendent beasts and theoposites I to carve bloody path for you. Seize a thrice opportunity to lead thesitize and soft junkety to safety. Principal Zuin hold deeply, speaking calmly as if you were not the only intending to stay behind. But thighs ways in deep the last desert. Zhou Laoda. Lord Wang's hand grasped Principal Zhou, tear swelling in highs. Ha ha, old Wang, don't dally at this moment. Though I may be facing death, your task is no light matter either. Remember, your mission is to cut over thingen your power to protect thesitize and swick knows, perhaps social accompany Kother on the path to thiefter life. Principals laughed heartily. Lord Wang remained silent, merely nodding. He leaped head down from Thesity wall. Dante Odarity. In unison, they exchanged the same words, Thensherdera Salutsmeal, racing towards their respective battlefields. They understood that their chance soft survival were real most known existent, yet they were willing to fight. After all, remaining behind would meter tame death, but fighting with all their might offer an glimmer of hope. Jiang City No. 1 High School. Despair weighs it in every face. A beast idea assaulting Thesity, a scenario previous like confined, tothpitch soft books, ways unfolding before them. The teachers, clad in blood-stained fought valiant lie to protect their students. Thoth-crawling beasts were athwarted by Thesity walls, the airborne a monster posed a less challenge. This bird den fell to the teachers. Fortunately, they had not been owned the battlefield long. Their bonus no tia trusted. For martial artists, the finished training came through combat. To fight and thrive until death. Xiaofenko were red in a corner, trembling. What on earth was happening? It felt as Thoth had awakened from a slumber and Leto find himself transported to another world. This real map here read Tobionov great martial prowess. Huachet in a wheeze bizarre, enormous bird, wings spanning several meters, was torn in half by a burly figure clad in armor, blood spilling profusely. Xiaofeng gulped, astonished by the sheer ferocity. Another teacher wielded Dagaganikax, effortlessly cleaving through foes, leaving nothing but devastation in his wake. Xiaofeng had never witnessed said with that fear. Moreover, he had heard from others that there's another verge of collapse. Though incredulous, the evidence lay stark before him. While had never trained, he was not blind. The teacher's movement shad notice a blice load. Whether from exhaustion or not, they yearly had little stamina left. The student chiding in the classroom clenched her fists, yearning to join the fray. Yet they were remerly high school seniors, still in the apprentice stage, known as martial apprentices rushing into battle would be delivering themselves as food. These waste a world where a martial prowess was revered, yet also fraught with the three tough beasts. Since the awakening goff spiritual energy, humans and monster shade away toads. Countless beasts decid besieged Sidious before, yet the monsters persisted, seemingly indifferent to casualties. Humans couldn't lyrek towering whilst fend off the beast lie assaults. Yet this time, misfortune struck reinforcements from the neighboring kitty had been thwarted by transcendent beasts. This chagrined hope of assistance certainly futile. Clearly, Thistomethibist shad meticulous li planeto seized young city atwasa calculate teto talasalt. Just as Xiaofeng was grappling with confusion. Boom! A deafening sound erupted. A colossal figure crashed against Thule where Xiaofeng was hiding. Amid legerdman, blood streaming from seven orifices, staggered his feet. Pft! What ariadoing hair? Zhang Tai hustered at Xiaofeng, unable to suppress a mouth full of blood. Dasather students remained in that classroom. Would it ha habito come out and play the hero? Thank goodness she hadn't collided with Xiaofeng otherwise. The forcio impact would have sent them flying. Old class? Xiaofeng instinctive like let out, gazing at the man before him. Stop calling mold classuri back to the classroom. Weld folks aren't dead etheris, no need for usters to shieldos. Zhang Tai's expression softened. Xiaofeng, only off the Fugenius from Zhangcity no. 1 high school, had hot Xiaofeng wanted to help them. However, Zhang Tai's expression turned edge rave. As a martial artist at Meridian opening stage, he had been reduced to this sore state. What chance had died a martial apprentice like Xiaofeng stand? Sukin tensions were commendable, Buten must acknowledge the disparity in strength. The hierarchy of martial artists ranged from apprentice to body refinement, meridian opening, spirit transformation, and transcendence. Thestron Jestin's young city was principal Zhou. They got between each major realm wasements. At the pinnacle of martial apprentices, one could muster a strength of 1,000 pounds with the tip off the iceberg. At the pinnacle of body refinement, one could achieve stiggerin forcio 400,000 pounds. This merely illustrated the vast chasms appearing that why twazel ready a miracle forsted and still preserve a thyron lives, let alone a assistant. Roar! A fierce cricodni arbius a giant bird appeared at Zhang Tai's side without warning. Watch out! Xiaofeng was about to shout a warning, Butho cowl Zhang Tai's reflexes be nislower? With a swift swing of fat 1 meter long sword, Thebard was cleaved into a searing blood splattered across Zhang Tiahu. Asmala crept onto Zhang Tai's lips. Go back, you soul folks are still alive. Rest assured, as long as well timers draw breath, vontal to single student come to harm. Zhang Tai hewed his lips, disregarding his injuries, and charged forward in Marie, wielding his griat sword. Chapter 2 The Reincarnation Simulator. Is this thwirl diva being transported to? Xiaofeng said the situation here was indeed dire. Thoth martial artists possess a unimaginable strength, they bury immense burden saswell. Zhang Tiahu, despite his fearless demeanor, woe among them did not wish to survive? Everything was for the sake of their students. But cold Xiaofeng in Yuanlian do run till today send? He hoped won't become the fastest fallen triveler. In any case, Huazing Saya Slyer waiting good time a soft decence. I felt did no taravesun. The would indeed perish. Boom. Anothera sounding crashes Zhang Tai Hu collided with Thulb side Xiaofeng and Semor. Xiaofeng. Surely, old class doesn't Thavian a peculiar habits, right? Just no had barely gotten up, and diet no tevin a minute had possid before ya crashed again. Cough, of course, this was merely a jest. Zhang Taihu was about to rise again to continue a fighting, viewed upon catching Saitov Xiaofeng Gutov T Cornero Fizai, he was momentarily stunned. Why was this kid still her? Was she canto a longevity deity, weary of life? For heaven's sake, after such a long time, even an old lady could perform 100-meter dash, yether he was spectating. Withy hellerentio oliving? Zhang Tai's expression darkened. Were it not for the circumstances, he would have a like it to deliver a couple of punches to this kid. Cough, cough. Will do you believe me if I said him still in a daze? Xiaofeng blinked innocently. This left Zhang Tai utterly speechless. You little rascal, thisistrel you tragus. Fine, I fi out on twantrin, thindant. Where likely do mid anyway. Zhang Tai here retrieved a blood-soaked cigarette from his pocket and placed it between his lips. Gazing at the scene before him, a profound sense of helplessness washed over him. Had given everything for this battle 5 years 6 ribs broken, numerous internal injuries been standing was painful enough to make him cry. Moreover, an unknown beast off spirit transformation stage had somehow infiltrated Thetherynx, further complicating the already dire situation. It was no exaggeration to say that without reinforcements, they would true lipperish hair no matter how formidable their teachers were, they were merely at Meridian opening stage, and the principal had Jonato the frontliners for support. With a spirit transformation beast Miketa among them, they were simply outmatched, no matter how wona lucadate. Zhang Tai exito ka deep drag, draining gain entire cigarette and onigo. You just happen to bear, perfect. Go back and inform theathers to flay, every he counts. Zhang Taixa spoke with unerif indifference. And what about you, old classmate? Xiaofeng inquired, puzzled, realizing Thaderjingtham Talive implied Sametha grave. Of course, Ishal Bioyul Samatime. Zhang Taixu replied with Atonia as if stating an obvious fact. As if you were discussing something trivial. This. Xiaofeng was momentarily taken aback, at a loss. Could it be thought such selfless individuals truly exist? Looking at the teachers, it seemed each was fighting with such resolute determination. Beautis to Tonly natural for people to abandon each other in time as soft April? Not good. Zhang Taix's expression suddenly shifted. A tremendous force collided with him, sending him flying. Poof! Akram zonarctrasid through the air. Old Zhang. Several teachers shouted in alarm. They hadn't anticipated that desperate beast had been entangled with Wood suddenly torn its attention toward Zhang Tieshu. From the very beginning of Tibidal, Zhang Taixu had fought with his life in he line. By now, he was utterly exhausted. He was merely sustaining Isbadai and sheer willpower. The fiery greenity-leafed spirit transformation realm fixate its gaze in Xiaofeng, open in jits mazavemato devour hum. Xiaofeng stood frozen, utterly bewildered. Indeed, even if he was shed to move, evading thigh sataquas beyond his capability. Zhang Taixu's widened. His body, drained off strength, was immobile. Yet, inexplicably, Azure Jov power compelled them to act in smurry. Clang! Just as Xiaofeng was about to be consumed, Zhang Taixa brained a sheet of 2-meter-long sword, standing resolute before him. Enduring the agony of torn muscles, blood flowed continuously from his lips. Why go such lengths? Xiaofeng murmured. Didn't it say? A slung gaswelled fellow still draw breath. There is no need for you students tossed upon the battlefield. 10 years ago, me predecessored some form. Now, I am doing it for ya. Shoulder assertive, carry forth this will. Zhang Taixu turned to for a faint smile, his bodai gradually sinking. Xiaofeng lowered his shed, lost in thought. Having just traversed into this world, everything felt surreal. Yetherele a living individual, collapsing before Hyman a bit to protect them. Must, ace a newcomer, meet such a tragicent? Xiaofeng gazed at the towering silhouette, his vision beginning to blur. Ding, detecting the host's Dizzer has reached an unprecedented oval, binding the incarnation simulator. Ding, binding successful. Attribute point template loading. Reincarnation template loading. Character template loading. Talent template loading. Xiaofeng sensed that time around him had seeming like a Mato standstill, with online the text before him incessantly shifting. The system's functionality is appeared numerous, and the loading seemed to take eternity. In this realm devoid of temporal constraints, Xiaofeng need not worry about Thai's original cell perishing, oblivious to how long had passed. Ding, their incarnation simulator has completed loading. Currently unlocked functions include 1. Main world simulation, capable of projecting forthcoming events. 2. Reincarnation world simulation, enabling traversalatory incarnated world for simulation. 3. Reincarnation world passage, allowing Thesolto personal enter for simulation, acquiring attribute points based on performance node. All acquired in the reincarnation world can be exchanged for attribute points or selected or be brought back. 4. Attribute point template, utilizing attribute points to enhance own zone strength. Xiaofeng surveyed the length array of text, nodding slightly, realizing thighs washes golden fingeriving, and it appeared quite formidable. Let's commence with the main world simulation, Xiaofeng sighed. Thufhek knew the outcome. Steel wished to witness was downfold. Today, Jiangshan just besieged be countless beasts, suffering Jamin casualties. Yanero Lai escaped the jaws of T-Fi Regreenediagle, and in a criticalment, Zhang Taix expended a list blood since, utilizing Jevryunci of strength to hold the creature eat bay. Seeing Zhang Taixu fight with such desperation, the surrounding teachers followed suit, engaging the fiery might. 9 teachers burned here blood since, barely restraining the fiery 10 minutes later. They fell, and the city lord finally arrived, his wrath unleashed, shattering the fiery line to fragments. Just as Sal believed they were reserved, a tremendous roar upted from outside the Tower in a worry of what transpired, only witnessing Geshenjine the city lord's expression Ashella duel in retreat. That battlestoned Theska Crimson, the city lord safeguarding jewel to the neighboring kitty, onlatosa cumto Theber din soft battle, fouling intimidness. Udo warrants nared be the beast along thu, losing both legs and becoming disabled, unabled cultivate. At 55 you'd parted, filled with indignation. You have vanished. Evaluation thuffy u live long, your life was inconsequential, indirect like causing the demi viral, achieving nothing, a pitiful and helpless tragic existence. Upon reading the extensive text, Xiao Fenglanchetta's fists, falling silent. He pondered why Zhang Tieshu, the teachers, and the city lord Kudumba resolved. A condit martial artist Kusali Flay, Yeteko Sito shoulder Theber denove his liabilities. Fortunately, the system grants each simulation a singular opportunity to, if I can attain the level of spirit transformation in the simulation, or events or each transcendence, perhaps this battle holds agents. Xiao Feng resolutely declared, fists tightly clenched. He did not wish to witness a minaprush before him, just as Zhang Taixu vowed to protect this distance. Finally, Xiao Feng cast on last glance at the frozen figures in time, silent liar solving to return. System, initiate passage in a the incarnation world. Xiao Feng jinta calmly. Ding, selecting world. Selection successful, Honestar martial arts world. Automatically commence in reincarnation simulation. Atheagy Ofsero, Yowerborn, your mother perishing in childbirth. You emerged in a third retesect, your father the sect leader, renowned with an Aandrid mile radius. Chapter 3. Simulation of the martial arts world at the tender age of 1. While others were merely beginning to crawl, you had already mastered the art of running. People marveled at your extraordinary physique, declaring you a natural talent destined for martial arts mastery. By the age of 2, you exhibited the burgeoning signs of genius, eloquently articulating thoughts and occasionally reciting verses, much to the amusement of those within your sect. At 3, you were capable of wielding an iron sword, stealthily shadowing the disciples to hone your skills. By 4, even if you were only clandestinely learning a few techniques, your years of diligent practice coupled with your innate talent enabled you to best some of the seasoned disciples. Your father, at last, recognized your prodigious abilities and resolved to teach you the ways of martial arts. At T5, you had risen to the rank of a minor expert, officially entering the realm of martial artists. At 6, your father, having imparted all he could, encouraged you to cultivate your own path. On a chance outing, you rescued a young girl. By 17, you had triumphed over countless challengers and, on your birthday, ascended to the rank of a secondary expert, surpassing your father, a mere tertiary expert, which filled you with pride. On the day of your coming-of-age ceremony at 18, an unexpected visitor arrived, a young woman claiming to be a direct disciple of the Shushan sect. She was a once-in-a-lifetime talent, seeking to challenge all prodigies to forge an invincible spirit. Another exceptional talent. You became her final opponent. Taken aback, yet intrigued by this girl who had never tasted defeat, you eagerly accepted her challenge. You lost. With a single stroke of her sword, you were vanquished. Her strength was terrifying, her skills and techniques far surpassing yours. Although both of you were secondary experts, there was no comparison. Your sword heart shattered, the arrogance you had cultivated dissipated. Yet a fire ignited within you, and before the throngs, you proclaimed the timeless adage, 30 years in the East, 30 years in the West. Do not underestimate the youth in their poverty. The young woman, unfazed, departed, perhaps believing that only power mattered. Unbeknownst to you, this moment marked the closest your paths would ever align in terms of cultivation. At 19, you fell into a period of stagnation. At 20, you continued this decline. At 21, the cycle of stagnation persisted. By 40, as your father neared death, he could no longer bear to see your despondency, but he delivered a sound beating, rousing you from your stupor. You resumed your training, reconstructing your sword heart, and experiencing a surge in power. Ultimately becoming a first-tier expert. At 41, you had stepped into the realm of a half-step pinnacle expert, aware that further progress could no longer be achieved through mere hard work. You bowed twice at your father's grave, shaved your beard, and set out to explore the world. At 42, you arrived at the summit of Zijing, a place teeming with formidable individuals, where a powerful treasure was set to emerge. Now a half-step pinnacle expert, You were regarded as a force to be reckoned with in the martial world. You resolved to remain and seize the treasure, seeking out the girl who had once bested you. You fought valiantly and finally stood before the treasure. But as you reached for it, a terrifying surge of sword energy erupted into the sky. Astonished, you looked up to find the same girl who had defeated you 20 years prior. Still appearing as she did back then, while you had transformed into a middle-aged man, you once again issued a challenge. This time, she did not even draw her sword, merely with a flick of her sleeve. You were sent stumbling back 3 paces. Had she not held back, you might have met your demise. Yet there was something different in her gaze this time. Recognizing your inferiority, you let slip a parting remark. 30 years in the East. 30 years in the West. Do not underestimate the middle-aged in their poverty. The young woman shook her head, granting you mercy and relinquishing the treasure to you at T43. Empowered by the treasure, you successfully ascended to the level of a pinnacle expert. Joining the ranks of the world's elite, you began your search for her whereabouts. Yearning for a rematched T100, you celebrated your centennial birthday, having attained the realm of an innate master. On the surface, no one could rival you. Yet the myriad injuries from your youth foretold your impending demise. Your final wish was to engage in battle with that girl once more. On the 101st year, the sky transformed dramatically as a golden gate appeared, revealing a familiar figure. Utilizing your mastery, you swiftly approached her and learned that she had transcended to an unparalleled realm and was about to ascend. Shocked, you realized your time was short, and in your farewell, you issued a challenge. The girl's expression was complex, yet she acquiesced. You grasped the sword gifted to you by your father, emptied your mind, and burned all your remaining strength. Merging with your sword as the heavens trembled, you believed this strike could wound her, but to your astonishment, she effortlessly dismissed your attack with a mere wave of her sleeve, rendering your effort futile. You recognized the vast disparity in power, yet were unprepared for how insurmountable it truly was. Throughout the encounter, she never needed to draw a second strike. Your sword heart rippled, and once again, the memory of your father's earlier chastisement surfaced. You sat cross-legged on the ground, clutching the broken hilt of your sword, gazing at the girl in the sky without a trace of fear, uttering words once spoken in your youth. 30 years in the East. 30 years in the West. Do not underestimate the elderly in their poverty. As you uttered these words, your life reached its conclusion, and you passed away. Evaluation. Though you lived for an extensive period, it seems you accomplished little of significance. Nonetheless, your journey contains notable aspects. Even after your sword heart was shattered in youth, you managed to cultivate to the level of innate master. However, when faced with titanic forces, you remained akin to an ant. Xiao Feng raised an eyebrow. What a peculiar tale. Do not underestimate the youth, the middle-aged, or the elderly in their poverty. Truly, I am a curious character in this simulation. However, I fail to comprehend the allure of wielding a sword. Surely, the art of boxing is far more gratifying. Yet this girl appears extraordinary. I must take note and ensure I do not allow her to gain the upper hand. To think she could best me so many times, how vexing. Yet her talent is undeniably formidable. According to the system's final description, she ultimately surpassed the level of innate master and shattered the void to ascend. Thus, as a pinnacle expert within the simulator, my final strike, burning my very life, could not even compel her to retaliate. What an astonishing gap in strength. Ding. The host is about to enter the cycle of reincarnation. Please select your talents. You may choose 3 from the following talents. Upon completing the reincarnation, one may be retained permanently, with no limits on quantity. Xiao Feng nodded eagerly. This system is truly commendable. It would be a shame if it were not utilized to its fullest potential. White talent, fists and feet know no kin. Your martial prowess is exceptional. Yet in combat, you discern no friend from foe. Chapter 4. Peculiar talents. White talent, stray cats and dogs. You will actively attach yourself to powerful second-generation individuals, living as a sycophant without worry for food and shelter. White talent, crouching dragon, phoenix chicks. You are innately intelligent and destined to encounter legendary figures who will stand alongside you as equals. White talent, favor of the yang. You possess an innate masculine energy, enhancing your training efficiency, though it may attract same-sex attention. Orange talent, lifetime of celibacy. With no thoughts of women, your punches become divine. When lacking a partner, your training speed accelerates. Blue talent. My fists are rock solid when not using weapons. Your strength doubles. Golden talent, martial arts transcendence. Your martial arts talent is exceptionally high, enabling you to effortlessly break human limits. The path of cultivation has no threshold, and your fortune is boundless if you do not court death. You will not perish. Even courting death will not lead to your demise, unless your fortune drastically declines. White talent, talent blind box. There is a chance to open a higher-level blind box. Xiao Feng gazed at the orange and golden talents, gasping in astonishment. These must be drawn from my lifespan. Nonetheless, the white talents are truly bizarre. Favor of the young and stray cats and dogs. Are these truly serious selections? Shaking his head, he dismissed the absurdity of the white talents. For at least the talents of higher colors aligned well with his aspirations. Orange talent, lifetime of celibacy. Blue talent. My fists are rock solid. Golden talent, martial arts transcendence. Xiao Feng selected these three. After all, a higher color does not guarantee superiority, but a lower one certainly implies inferiority. Unless faced with no alternatives, he would never choose a white talent. Ding. The host has completed the selection and is about to be immersed in a starry martial arts world. Soon after, Xiao Feng found himself spinning in a whirlwind. When he opened his eyes again, he was cradled in the arms of a gentle woman. Perplexed, Xiao Feng wondered, who is this woman? Ah, destiny. It is destiny. A man clad in blue robes laughed heartily that my wife's strength was wavering. Yet suddenly her belly emitted a golden light, snatching Xiao Feng's mother from the clutches of the underworld. Send invitations to all nearby sects to attend Feng's full moon celebration. I, Xiao Tian, finally have a son. With a grand gesture, Xiao Tian proclaimed. This was no small expense for a third-rate sect, yet he was more than willing. How could such joyous news not be shared with others? A month later, Xiao Feng finally adapted to life here. His father, Xiao Tian, was the leader of the third-rate sect, Qinjianmen, a proficient yet modest practitioner in martial arts that in the vast realm of martial arts. He could be considered a minor expert, for otherwise he would not have the qualifications to establish a sect. His mother, Li Qingwan, was an unremarkable yet unexpectedly gentle individual, possessing a delightful disposition. At least, Xiao Feng had never witnessed her lose her temper. However, it seemed his father held a certain fear of her. In a world where martial prowess is revered, such dynamics are rather uncommon. Qinjianmen was not large, boasting approximately 100 members, due to Xiao Tian's amiable demeanor. The disciples were utterly devoted to him. Father, what day is it today? Xiao Feng feigned curiosity as he inquired. After all, it was quite unusual for a child to speak, and it would be even more peculiar if he were not curious about the world around him. Hee. Today marks Feng's full moon banquet, Xiao Tian exclaimed, lifting Xiao Feng with a hearty laugh that he had long grown accustomed to Xiao Feng's early speech. After all, the child had spoken a day after birth and climbed to the roof by the third day, nearly startling his father's heart out of his chest. Yet, as Xiao Feng continued to astonish him, Xiao Tian became desensitized. Even if Xiao Feng were to claim he could fell a cow with a single punch, it would hardly faze him. Fortunately, the child's mind remained relatively simple. Otherwise, Xiao Tian would find it challenging to manage him. Xiao Feng nodded, seemingly understanding, and scampered into the forest. Although his body had only been in existence for a month, daily training had allowed him to appear as though he were nearly a year old. He could at least walk without issue. His strength, however, still required improvement, as he could barely catch a chicken. With a serious expression, Xiao Feng assumed a fighting stance and began to punch repeatedly. This was his unique method of becoming stronger. Ding. You have punched 1,000 times. Cultivation 1. Ding. You have punched 1,000 times. Cultivation 1. Ding. You have run 1,000 meters. Cultivation 1. By evening, Xiao Feng's small face was flushed with exertion that he summoned the system panel and surveyed his attributes, nodding in satisfaction. Host. Xiao Feng age. 1 month cultivation. Mortal 50100. Evaluation. At your current state, you should be able to grasp a chicken with some effort. Your cultivation achievements in just 1 month surpass those of certain individuals after 2.5 years. The chickens in this world are notably fierce. It is perfectly reasonable if you find them challenging. However, your physique might even compare to that of teenagers who train diligently every day. This is attributed to your innate talent in martial arts and your lifelong vow of celibacy. Nevertheless, your body is still too small, and prolonged discipline may be overwhelming. Thus, you only practice lightly each day. Once you grow a bit larger, you can begin training in martial techniques. 11 months later, a plethora of items for the Zhuozhou ceremony lay before Xiaofeng. Sugar figurines, a brush, copper coins, and a martial arts manual. Under the expectant gazes of Xiao Tian and Li Qingwan, Xiaofeng promptly gathered them all into his embrace. Only children would be indecisive. As an adult, he naturally desired all of them. For reasons unknown, this body had developed an unexpected fondness for sweets, while the brush, well, it might serve well for kindling a fire. Haha, my son is truly remarkable, Xiao Tian laughed heartily, finding no fault in Xiao Feng's actions. Goodness, at his age, he lacks decorum. Li Qingwan retorted, casting a disapproving glance at Xiao Tian. He's so grown, yet still behaves like a child, endlessly celebrating trivial matters. Indeed, my dear, Xiao Tian replied with a mischievous grin, lifting Li Qingwan, leaving Xiaofeng in a state of bewilderment. Xiaofeng thought to himself, feeling as though he had been unexpectedly kicked while walking. What a strange sensation. He suddenly found the martial arts manual in his hands less appealing. Just as he contemplated discarding it, he sighed. Relying solely on physical training was indeed a slow process that it was time to seek a proper martial arts technique. Otherwise, when would he achieve invincibility? Setting a modest goal, he aimed to become a congenital master by the age of 18, ready to handle any challenger that came his way. Meanwhile, he resolved to grow stronger in this world, as warm and inviting as it might seem. Xiaofeng had not forgotten the dire circumstances of the main world. As long as he survived, he would undoubtedly gain the power needed to rescue it from disaster. Chapter 5. A bountiful harvest. A first-class expert. A year and a half had swiftly passed, and Xiaofeng was now a child who had trained for 2.5 years. His panel had become remarkably formidable. He had ascended to the ranks of third-rate experts, that a 2.5-year-old third-rate expert. While other children were still learning to run errands, Xiaofeng could effortlessly handle the leader of a third-rate sect as if it were child's play. Father, I'm utterly spent today, Xiao Tian lamented, lying on the ground like a defeated fish. Isn't this an absurdity? At first, I was thrilled to see my son cultivate and progress so swiftly, knowing he had great potential. However, it soon became apparent that something was amiss. A mere year and a half, Xiaofeng could fell a wild boar with one hand, and by age 2, he toppled an old cow with ease, leaving Xiao Tian utterly dumbfounded. That this really a 3-year-old child? No one would believe it. Xiao Tian sighed, his eyes devoid of light, at a loss for words. While it was indeed embarrassing to be outmatched by a 3-year-old, the child in question was his beloved son. As the saying goes, water from the field should not flow to outsiders, and in both sentiment and reason. This would only enhance the strength of the Xiao family. Cough, cough, father, just to clarify, I am 2.5 years old now. My cultivation time has only been 2.5 years. Xiaofeng corrected. Xiao Tian thought to himself, this son is simply too remarkable to keep. Would you care for some exquisite fried fish? Li Qingwan approached with a dish of delicately fried fish. A culinary creation of Xiaofeng given that the local cuisine was predominantly bland, practitioners of martial arts typically did not seek out rich flavors, while others might tolerate it. Xiaofeng preferred his food with a bolder taste. After 2.5 years of experimentation, he had finally perfected this dish, aptly named exquisite fried fish. Xiaofeng savored every bite, as this was the little black special. It had to be delicious. Meanwhile, Xiao Tian lay sprawled on the ground, lamenting his fate. Li Qingwan sighed, stepping forward to massage Xiao Tian's shoulders. Look at you. It's just a loss. Yet you must put on a show. It is not like it's your first defeat. She pouted, her face reflecting her disdain. Haha, though I may have lost my son, Xiaofeng possesses the demeanor of a master, Xiao Tian declared with an air of pride. Moreover, while I still have the strength to serve as a sparring partner, I should seize the opportunity to train alongside him. Once he grows stronger, will I still dare to challenge him? Xiao Tian chuckled ruefully. Li Qingwan remained silent, merely continuing her massage. Indeed, Xiaofeng was so independent that they rarely regarded him as a child. However, Xiao Tian straightened his demeanor. Regardless of whether he became a master or not, he would always be called father. With a carefree laugh, Xiao Tian embraced this reality, but he had come to terms with the situation. After all, while his son was a genius, he, as a father, bore considerable pressure. He had contemplated growing stronger, yet his potential had its limits. Although he wished to strive for greatness, he felt powerless. Nevertheless, he would do everything within his power to support his beloved son. Don't worry, father. I will protect you, Xiao Feng assured, patting his chest confidently. This elicited a hearty laugh from both parents, as the sight of such a small figure making such a promise was irresistibly amusing. In the blink of an eye, several years passed, and Xiao Feng was now 6 years old. This year, he had successfully ascended to the level of a first-class expert. The fundamental criteria for a first-class expert included immense strength, formidable internal energy, and elusive agility. Xiao Feng had met all these criteria, and everyone marveled at the rapidity of his progress, likening it to a cheat that, of course, they were unaware of the meaning of cheat. Ding, congratulations to the host for successfully breaking through to first-class expert. A brand new panel materialized before Xiao Feng's eyes. Host, Xiao Feng age, 6 years cultivation. First-class expert, 520100000. Martial arts, Tongbei fist perfect. 5 animal play perfect. Diamond body perfect. Eagle claw iron shirt great. Dragon subduing golden bell shield minor evaluation. To possess such power at the age of 6 is undoubtedly to be considered a prodigy among geniuses in this world. Due to your youth, it seems your potential has not been fully realized. Perhaps you will cultivate even more swiftly in the future. Xiao Feng slightly raised his head, traversing through realms with an extraordinary prowess. Such martial arts, some of which were inherited from his family, had been meticulously deduced by him. After all, with a natural talent for martial arts that transcended the mundane, he was bound to make full use of it. This innate gift not only accelerated his cultivation, but also enhanced his mastery and modification of martial techniques, rendering him a veritable polymath in the realm of martial arts at merely 6 years old. Being a first-rate expert still felt somewhat inadequate. Xiao Feng feigned a shake of his head, yet inwardly, he was brimming with joy that he now possessed a colossal strength of 100,000 pounds, likely comparable to the pinnacle of body refinement in the main world. After all, reaching such a pinnacle was not an achievement for the masses. Only a select few prodigies could attain the realm of body refinement, while most others merely broke through to the meridian realm with a strength of several tens of thousands of pounds. The meridian realm, as its name suggests, involves unblocking the 12 meridians of the human body and condensing the true essence of a martial artist, known simply as Qi. Once this realm is attained, one's strength undergoes a revolutionary transformation. Otherwise, Zhang Tiehu would not be renowned for his indiscriminate slaughter, even capable of unleashing explosive powers. Ultimately, despite the Meridian realm being only the 3rd major stage, it is not a realm accessible to everyone. It must be acknowledged that the power structure of the main world is indeed formidable. Achieving perfection in the Meridian realm equates to a minimum of 1 million pounds of strength, coupled with Qi, resulting in a combat prowess that can only be described as terrifying. In this martial world, such a being would be akin to a human-shaped behemoth. Yet, Xiao Feng remained unfazed from his simulations of this world. He discerned that the gap between mediocre and first-rate experts was minimal. It was the absolute pinnacle that marked a qualitative shift. Otherwise, with his innate mastery at the pinnacle level, he would not have elicited such fear in the heavens and the earth. Nor would that young girl have so effortlessly neutralized his attacks. The crux of the matter lay in the inadequacy of levels and experiences. Although Xiao Feng was not well-versed in the absolute pinnacle, he understood that even a mere half-step into that realm with a swift motion, several punches were unleashed in rapid succession, and all the kidnappers dissolved into a cloud of crimson mist, vanishing into the ether. Ding! Congratulations to the host for slaying a 3rd-rate expert. Cultivation 10,000. Ding! Congratulations to the host for slaying a 3rd-rate expert. Cultivation 10,000. Ding! Congratulations to the host for slaying a 3rd-rate expert. Cultivation 10,000. Chapter 7. Ligero's desire to learn martial arts. Xiao Feng clapped his hands, feeling pleased. The internal energy within him had grown significantly. At this rate, he might soon ascend to the ranks of the pinnacle experts. Brushing off the dust that clung to him, he prepared to depart. Indeed, after transforming so many into a sanguine mist, Xiao Feng bore not a single trace of blood upon him. This was largely thanks to the dragon-subduing golden bell. A formidable martial art that could withstand even a barrage from a multitude of first-rate masters without faltering, that it was conservatively estimated that he could now withstand a strike from a pinnacle expert. Furthermore, the dragon-subduing Golden Bell had an additional function he developed. It cast a subtle golden light around him, repelling dust that Li Zhu wiped her dirty little hands across her eyes, cautiously trailing behind Xiaofeng. He glanced back at her with a sigh, conceding that he would reluctantly take this little girl along. Leaving her on the mountain would likely lead to her demise by the next day. How ironic that he, too, was but a child. Moments later, Xiaofeng presented the little girl to his parents. Qingwan gazed at Xiaofeng with an incredulous expression. In a way, Feng'er, I knew you were precocious. But I didn't expect you to find a wife at such a young age, she exclaimed in astonishment. Xiao Tian perked up instantly. No doubt, he is my son, ambitious and already bringing home a daughter-in-law at such a tender age. It seems this eldest son has truly blossomed, he thought to himself, eager to boast to his old friends about what it meant to have a promising son. Xiaofeng rolled his eyes at them before explaining the situation. So, that is how it is. Li Qingwan nodded. Child, you have endured much. From now on, you shall reside at our Qingyan sect. Although our sect is modest, it is warm and welcoming, and no one will bully you. When you are older, I will have your husband teach you martial arts, if that is agreeable, she said gently. Li Zhu nodded earnestly. Do not fear. Consider this your home. My father is reasonably affluent. You shall not be wronged. Xiaofeng reassured her, reclining comfortably on the large sofa he had created, treating the space as his own. 3 days later, as Xiaofeng observed the harmonious trio, he fell into contemplation. Was he merely a foundling? The moment Li Zhuo stepped through the door, he felt as if he had been cast aside. His beloved sofa had been commandeered by his mother. How infuriating! His father could use it without concern. He could always deliver a playful reprimand in jest. But his mother, that was another matter entirely. The pressure of bloodline made him genuinely apprehensive. Fortunately, Xiaofeng was not overly troubled by these dynamics. This little girl was quite pitiable. Her grandfather had become deranged, and her parents were deceased, that a classic protagonist archetype, a harbinger of calamity through generations. Would he be the next victim of such fate? Xiaofeng shivered at the thought. Surely not. This was merely a world of martial arts. After dinner, as was his routine, Xiaofeng disciplined himself. Time is money. He must hasten his path to strength. Even if time outside the simulator stood still, he could not guarantee his own longevity and could only strive to maximize his efforts. His current prowess was far from sufficient. At that moment, a small girl shyly concealed herself behind a tree, peering timidly at Xiaofeng. Sigh. Xiaofeng exhaled. Dear girl, you are a first-rate expert. Grant some courtesy, would you? Hiding so blatantly, even a blind person could see you. It seems you've only managed to conceal your head. Leaving half your body exposed, he could hardly muster the energy to investigate further. Come out, he said blandly, already aware of Li Zhuo's intentions. I'm sorry. Li Zhu bowed deeply to Xiaofeng, but he was taken aback. This was not the response he had anticipated. He had assumed the little girl wished to learn martial arts. Then he scrutinized Li Zhuo's features. She was plump and fair, evoking an urge to pinch her cheeks. What was he thinking? She was merely 5 years old. Such thoughts were inappropriate. Why do you apologize to me? Xiaofeng inquired with curiosity. That I have taken the treatment you rightfully deserved. That I am truly sorry. Li Zhuo said cautiously, genuinely fearful that Xiaofeng might abandon her. She was now utterly without a home. Although being cared for by Xiao Tian and Li Qingwan felt like experiencing a love she had never known from parents. She understood that this was not truly hers. She was acutely aware of their every emotional shift, terrified of displeasing them, particularly Xiaofeng. Haha, what are you talking about? Xiaofeng laughed heartily that he had never held any grievances. Moreover, to squabble with a 5-year-old would only diminish his stature. While this newfound affection was delightful, prolonged indulgence would rust his body and dull his fists. Xiaofeng spoke softly, recalling his past as an orphan. To be honest, upon arriving in this world, he struggled to accept the sudden influx of parental love. That it was only later that he comprehended that this connection stemmed solely from blood ties. The words father, mother, and eldest son encapsulated the entirety of this sentiment, simple yet profound. However, he recognized that excessive enjoyment of this feeling could be detrimental, that he knew he would eventually return to his original world and could not afford to form too many attachments here. Doing so would yield no benefits for himself or his parents. Embrace this feeling without fear. I have experienced it, he said, gently ruffling Li Zhuo's hair. The little girl lowered her head, contemplating for a long while before ultimately resolving. Then I have decided. I shall train alongside my brother. It would be unfair otherwise. Her cheeks flushed as she declared this. Xiao Feng was momentarily taken aback, then smiled and nodded. Having someone to practice with was indeed a pleasant prospect. After all, who among them was devoid of little quirks? Nurturing this little one and watching her grow stronger was surely an intriguing endeavor. But you must understand, training in martial arts is arduous. Even with my innate talent, I have progressed step by step over the years. Mastery is not accomplished in an instant. The same applies to life. It requires gradual accumulation, Xiao Feng advised earnestly, gazing at Li Zhuo. Yes, Li Zhuo exclaimed resolutely. Chapter 8. The City of Carefree. In the ensuing days, little Zhuo trailed behind Xiao Feng. Learning martial arts, the two children toiled and sweat upon the back mountain daily. Throughout this time, Xiao Feng finally grasped the true meaning of incompetence. Yes, indeed, incompetence that he had initially believed Li Zhuo to be a budding genius, someone who would grasp everything he taught. However, her aptitude was shockingly lacking. A fundamental boxing technique took her 3 days to barely scratch the surface. At this rate, it would be an eternity before she could cultivate the strength necessary for revenge. Strangely, when he inquired about her enemies, the little girl merely stated that they were formidable, never revealing further details. Xiao Feng was unconcerned. If necessary, when he was ready to leave this world, he could easily eliminate her foes without hesitation. In any case, having a companion for training was rather enjoyable. Seasons changed, and before long, 6 years had slipped by unnoticed. Xiao Feng had ascended to the pinnacle, becoming a top-tier powerhouse. He could finally proclaim that beneath the grandmasters, he was invincible, and above them, he could trade blows one for one. After all, compared to others of the same rank, his combat prowess was overwhelmingly superior. It was no exaggeration to say that even as he had just reached the pinnacle, he could effortlessly dispatch individuals who had lingered in that echelon for decades. This was his terrifying strength, and of course, his cultivation level was not his ultimate trump card. Over the years, he had utilized his skills to refine all the martial arts within his household to their utmost limits, merging them into a singularly powerful technique. This was the very foundation of his pride. Host. Xiao Feng. Age. 12 years. Talent. Unmarried for life, divine in martial arts. My iron fists are unyielding. Cultivation. Pinnacle expert. 520. 100,000. Martial arts. Dragon elephant suppressing prison technique. Incomplete evaluation. In this world, the host is undoubtedly a genius. A 12-year-old pinnacle expert is truly unparalleled. Excellent. Xiao Feng slightly raised his head. Perhaps it was the consequence of a lifetime of remaining unmarried. Over the years, his emotions had grown increasingly subdued. Far from the fervor he felt upon entering this world, it had been a long time since he had smiled. In other words, he had become somewhat of a stoic. Returning to the main topic, this martial art was inherently flawed upon its inception. Even if the martial arts practiced at home had been honed to perfection, fusing with the dragon elephant suppression technique still left much to be desired. He could only attain this incomplete version. However, he felt content to have gained such strength before even stepping out of his home. He would wait until he could defeat that girl before venturing out. Xiao Feng. Gidge, I am coming. A melodious shout echoed from a distance. Xiao Feng nodded. For the past 6 years, Li Zhuo had never missed a day. Although her talent in martial arts was lacking, she had diligently trained and recently reached the level of an average practitioner. Compared to Xiao Feng, she might be considerably weaker, but among her peers, she could certainly be regarded as a small genius. You have arrived just in time. Today's task is slightly more demanding than usual, tailored specifically for you based on your recent progress. Xiao Feng elaborated. Li Zhuo shook her head, a flicker of something different in her eyes. Xiao Feng. Gidge, I don't want to train today. She looked at him anxiously. Xiao Feng was taken aback, momentarily lost in thought. This was the first time in all these years that the little girl had expressed such a sentiment. All right, do as you wish. If you want to go, then go. Xiao Feng said no more, picking up the weights to commence his training for the day. Today I want to visit Xiaoyao City. Xiao Feng. Gidge. Will you accompany me? Li Zhuo gazed at him with an almost pleading expression. Give me a reason. Xiao Feng replied nonchalantly. Li Zhuo lowered her head and pondered for a long time, but failed to come up with a suitable justification. Perhaps she too was startled by her boldness, becoming somewhat tongue-tied. "Forget it. Let us go. It has been 12 years since I ventured outside." Xiao Feng looked up at the sky, a hint of melancholy flashing in his eyes. Ever since arriving in this world, he had scarcely allowed himself a moment's rest from training. Recently, his pace had slowed. Perhaps it was due to being overly fatigued. Going out with this little girl was not a bad idea after all. Aye. The little girl was momentarily stunned, then erupted into joyous celebration. She had not left the mountain in 6 years. After preparing, Xiao Feng led Li Zhihua down to Xiaoyao City. Xiaoyao City was one of the several cities governed by the Qingyan sect. Each second-tier power could manage a city, reaping a handsome income annually. However, they needed to protect against occasional bandit attacks, so it could not be said that second-tier powers earned their money without effort. Xiaoyao City lay at the foot of the Qingyan sect's mountain. As they entered Xiaoyao City, 2 figures clad in azure robes stepped through the city gate. But I wonder why this little girl insists on wandering around Xiaoyao City today. Is there truly anything entertaining in this small town? Xiao Feng mused, puzzled to him. Aside from training, everything else seemed utterly meaningless. Under the subtle influence of a life devoid of romantic entanglements, Xiao Feng was becoming nearly a cold-blooded creature. Xiao Feng Gij, it's not that I'm criticizing you, but when we were on the mountain, you always wore such a stern face that you're only a year older than me. You should try experiencing the playful things children love. Li Zhihua retorted, hands on her hips. Only outside did Li Zhihua's long-suppressed childlike nature begin to flourish. Xiao Feng was momentarily stunned. Indeed, he had consistently overlooked the fact that Li Zhihua was still but a child. He had been so reckless in his training due to the pressing nature of time and tasks. Yet what of her? She was still young, merely 11 years old, and no matter the burdens of blood-soaked revenge she carried, she should not be confined to relentless training every day. Xiao Feng remained silent, quietly following behind Li Zhihua. She frequently stopped to buy candied hawthorn and various whimsical trinkets that children adored, presenting them to Xiao Feng as if offering treasures. Although Xiao Feng had little interest in such items, he accepted them, reluctant to disappoint the kind-hearted girl. Eventually, when Li Zhihua grew weary from playing, she led Xiao Feng to a restaurant. "That I don't understand why you came down from the mountain to engage in such frivolities," Xiao Feng inquired, puzzled. "Because I want to create memories, after all. If someone asks you one day what interesting things you've done in your long life, it would be a pity to say you spent it all in training. Since we are here in this world, why not live it to the fullest? Even if we leave in the future, we will at least have proof of our existence. Right?" Li Zhihua giggled, her delicate face seemingly free of worries forever. Xiao Feng lowered his gaze, lost in thought. Should he, too, venture out? Though diligent training was stable, he undeniably lacked the crucible of battle and had never experienced a life different from his own. Furthermore, without the baptism of combat, even if his combat prowess on paper was formidable, he would lack practical experience and the insights gained from dancing on the edge of life and death, making it impossible to forge a resolute heart of a true warrior. In that moment, Xiao Feng seemed to have gained enlightenment. That's so. A rare smile graced Xiao Feng's face, illuminated by the sunlight, making it particularly striking. For a moment, Li Zhihua was taken aback. Li Zhihua nodded vigorously. By the way, Xiao Feng Gij, you smile so beautifully. Why don't you like to smile? A myriad of questions danced across Li Zhihua's cherubic face. With both parents present and his martial skills remarkably high, his life seemed perfect. Yet Li Zhihua could not fathom why Xiao Feng wore a frown day in and day out, as if he were the one whose parents had been murdered and whose grandfather had fallen into madness. "Because I have an unfinished battle with someone, a formidable opponent, one so strong that even I am no match for him," Xiao Feng replied calmly. "Xiao Feng Gij, even you are no match for him?" Li Zhihua asked, astonished. To her, Xiao Feng was invincible, and no one could withstand more than 3 moves against him. Yet did even such a powerful figure face opponents he could not conquer? Perhaps. Xiao Feng exhaled deeply, gazing into the distance, lost in contemplation. Li Zhihua, discerning his mood, chose not to press further. Chapter 9. Strange events occur. Waiter, what is going on here? There's hair in my dish. A burly man at a nearby table stood up, his eyes bulging like glass marbles, exuding an imposing presence. The surrounding diners were startled into silence, afraid to make a move. The man, known as Li Tinyu, had a robust aura that clearly indicated his martial prowess. To be frank, he had come to stir trouble today. Outside the city, a man clad in red had approached him, offering 50 taels of silver if he could create a disturbance here. Li Tinyu was immediately displeased. Xiaoyao City had accompanied him throughout his life. He had long regarded it as his home. How could he possibly create chaos in his own house? Even if it meant harming his dearest friends and kin. 50 taels of silver would not suffice to tempt him. Only harming Xiaoyao City was out of the question. After expressing his stern discontent, the red-robed elder felt he had found the wrong person and attempted to leave. Li Tinyu snatched the money bag, coolly remarking, "This is a warning. I don't believe my city mother would mind if this unfilial son disturbed the family a little." Coughing, he returned to the main point. In this remote Xiaoyao City, 50 taels of silver was undoubtedly a substantial sum. Even acquiring a property wouldn't require that much. Just considering a family's sustenance, it could last for several years. As a martial artist, Li Tinyu naturally needed silver to purchase medicinal herbs for emergencies. The waiter hurried over, head bowed, daring not to say much, only repeatedly apologizing. Seeing that this man did not seem easy to provoke, he hoped that admitting fault would suffice. "Sir, how about I waive the cost of this table for you?" The waiter bowed and pleaded with Li Tinyu. "No. Do you think I, Li Tinyu, lack your meager silver? You must provide me with an explanation for today's incident." Li Tinyu was adamant, refusing to budge. And the situation began to spiral out of control. Xiao Feng Gij, who is this Li Tinyu, and why is he so arrogant? I just saw him pull a handful of his own sparse hair into his food. Yet he turns around and blames the waiter. Li Zhuo pouted, visibly irritated by Li Tinyu's behavior. "I don't know, but someone will surely explain it." Xiao Feng shook his head. Typically, during such moments, there would be onlookers eager to provide explanations. Li Zhuo, with a curious expression, wondered who would step forward to elucidate. Yet, in the next instant, one of the bystanders stood up. "That I know him. In Xianyao City, there are 4 tyrants, and he is none other than the notorious bully Li Tinyu from the southern part of the city," a bystander proclaimed excitedly, only to be quickly restrained by those nearby. "Are you seeking death?" Someone whispered urgently. "The main character is right beside us." "Ahem, I misspoke," the bystander corrected hastily. "This gentleman is the southern overlord. Li Tinyu. It is said that when he was born, he could wrestle with the old cow in the backyard, hence the name Li Tinyu. He began training martial arts under his father at the age of 3, entered the ranks of mediocre masters at 15, and by 32, he became a third-rate expert. Now, with his iron bull fist, he can split mountains and shatter stones. His strength is terrifying." The crowd gasped in awe, boasting about his prowess. The satisfied smirk crept onto Li Tinyu's face as if to say, "See how impressive I am." "Heh, there really is someone to explain." He chuckled that Li Zhuo was left in a state of shock. "Cough, cough, I generally refer to such individuals as onlookers," Xiao Feng remarked with a light cough. Indeed, the bystander seemed to know everything. Subsequently, Xiao Feng and Li Zhuo settled onto their small stools, prepared to watch the unfolding drama. "Brother Tinyu, we are running a modest business here. It's not easy that if all else fails. How about you dine in our establishment for free for the next month?" The waiter gritted his teeth, realizing that today would be costly. That Li Tinyu, who doesn't know that name? If he were a good person, it would be one thing, but alas, he is a bully. Relying on his status as a third-rate expert, he frequently dines for free, taking advantage of small businesses, only avoiding those with some influence. Do you think I, Li Tinyu, cannot afford your meals for a month?" Li Tinyu scoffed, though secretly he contemplated. Perhaps after wrecking the place, he could return for a complimentary meal next time. After all, why not take advantage of a good deal? Yes, the waiter nodded vigorously in agreement. Just as Li Tinyu prepared to act next, suddenly, the red purse hanging from his waist emitted an eerie red glow. The tightly bound red string had inexplicably come undone. The purse began to levitate, scattering crimson coins into the air. "What is this?" Xiao Feng's eyes widened, as these coins emanated a bizarre aura. His body seemed to yearn for these coins. "System, what is happening? Why was this not mentioned in previous simulations?" Xiao Feng questioned in surprise. Based on earlier simulations, this was clearly a pure martial arts world. However, these red coins were undoubtedly out of place. Ding. The simulation is based solely on the host's perspective. The host may encounter elements not previously experienced in the simulator during the cycle of reincarnation, the system explained. Xiao Feng nodded, somewhat understanding. Yet, this phenomenon was undeniably strange. However, since he had not encountered it in the reincarnation simulator, it suggested this incident was not severe. Otherwise, he would not be safe within the Qingyan sect. Each crimson coin seemed capable of dripping blood, one by one drilling into Li Tainyo's body. With every coin's entry, his aura surged, his eyes gradually turning a bright red. As he began to lose his sanity, that a torrent of blood energy erupted from Li Tainyo. He had officially stepped into the ranks of second-rate experts. Yet at this moment, Li Tainyo was no longer the true Li Tainyo. Li Tainyo let out a cry of exhilaration. The atmosphere grew tense. He then dusted himself off and began to stretch. Money must be earned with one's life. Only then can it be considered money. Otherwise, it is merely scrap metal. Life money is not something anyone can possess. A fierce gleam flashed in Li Tainyo's eyes. Brother Xiaofeng, perhaps we should flee, Li Ruo urged softly, gripping Xiaofeng's sleeve. Her eyes reflected a struggle. Indeed, had it come to this, Li Ruo cast a reluctant glance at Xiaofeng, realizing it was time to leave. Surely, she would only bring misfortune. Let her remain and depart with this monster from this world. Silly girl, why would we run from someone of his caliber? Xiaofeng ruffled Li Ruo's hair, making it resemble a bird's nest. You little rascal. Li Tainyo's keen ears caught the exchange. He swiftly approached Xiaofeng, towering over him at 9 feet tall, looking down with disdain. The diminutive figure elicited a derisive laugh from Li Tainyo. A little brat dares to speak so arrogantly? However, they are still young, a bit older, but still manageable. Li Tainyo flashed a toothy grin, reaching out to seize Xiaofeng. Step aside, Xiaofeng replied coolly. Devoid of any emotion, he was always indifferent to outsiders. Interesting, this kid has quite the stubborn temper. Li Tainyo laughed heartily, growing more excited. Boom! Xiaofeng suddenly unleashed a punch that in an instant, half of Li Tainyo's body transformed into a mist of blood. Scattering into the air, his command to move aside was never repeated. Ding! Congratulations, host, for defeating second-rate expert Li Tainyo. Reward, 20,000 cultivation points. Xiaofeng shook his head, thinking it was a meager gain. Just as he intended to leave, his peripheral vision caught sight of the crimson coins. They seemed to still harbor a trace of lingering power. If an ordinary person were to hold them, they might unwittingly become possessed like Li Tainyo. Xiaofeng casually picked one up as he was about to crush it. He suddenly noticed the coin disintegrating into dust on its own. The energy contained within transformed into a warm current, flowing into his body. Xiaofeng could feel his already formidable physique subtly strengthening. Interesting, it seems the power attached to these coins can directly enhance my strength. Glancing at the scattered remnants on the ground, Xiaofeng sighed, realizing he would have to clean up the mess once again. That he tossed a bag of coins to the waiter and led Li Ruo outside in a concealed chamber of Xianyao City. An elder clad in red suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. All my life savings, just like that, gone. The elder's face was filled with disbelief that it was one thing for the plan to fail. But how could he have lost the silver as well? Damn it. Xiaofeng, you say. Qingyan sect, just you wait. Chapter 10, The Fireworks of Xianyao City. Brother Xiaofeng, you are so amazing with just one punch. You took him down, Li Ruo exclaimed, raising her hands in cheer. That I want to become someone as formidable as you. Cough, cough. It's better for children not to follow in such footsteps. Xiaofeng lightly tapped Li Ruo's head, clearing his throat. It's nice to see you like this, lively, innocent, and kind that I wouldn't be able to handle it if you turned into a tough warrior. Ouch, that hurts. But brother Xiaofeng, aren't you only a year older than me? Li Ruo pouted, clutching her head with a look of grievance. Xiaofeng thought to himself, why does it feel like this little girl is becoming increasingly mischievous? However, he did not dislike her spirited nature. By the way, brother Xiaofeng, could you accompany me to see the fireworks in Xianyao City today? Li Ruo asked, her eyes sparkling as she gazed at the dimming sky, resembling a little kitten that was impossible to refuse. Is there a festival today? Why are there fireworks? Xiaofeng inquired, puzzled. Oh, brother Xiaofeng, you don't know. Today is the Zhongyuan Festival, a day for family reunions. Every year around this time, Xianyao City puts on a grand fireworks display, illuminating the entire city. It's truly beautiful. Li Ruo's cheeks flushed with excitement as she led Xiaofeng to a high hill, lying on the grass with her legs kicked up, her eyes crescent-shaped with joy. But how do you know about this? Xiaofeng felt a sense of unease. For the past 6 years, the little girl had never descended the mountain. How could she possibly know about the fireworks? Li Ruo's gaze faltered, her mood sinking to, "It was Uncle Xiao and Aunt Li who told me," she replied, forcing a smile once more. Xiao Feng nodded, half understanding. Standing on the hill, he gazed into the distance. Lost in thought that it was unclear what he was observing, but to Li Ruo, it felt as if Xiao Feng was enveloped in loneliness. His slender figure, swaying in the evening breeze, appeared increasingly forlorn. "Has it really been so long?" Xiao Feng murmured to himself, feeling a profound sense of disconnection, as if he were isolated from the world around him despite the fact that this body originated from it. This feeling of solitude was one that others could not fathom. Xiao Feng understood that this was an ordeal he had to endure. Over the years, he had experienced confusion, yet the thought of his circumstances compelled him to press on, even amidst uncertainty. After all, before his journey across realms, he was merely in his 20s. Having traversed more than a decade in this life, he found himself increasingly bewildered as to which version of himself was the true one. At times, he even questioned whether his youthful self was merely a fragment of memory. If it weren't for the constant reminders from a system interface, he feared he might truly lose his sense of self. This realm was said to be one of reincarnation, yet these past years had been profoundly personal experiences. Although he had numbed himself through cultivation, his motivation gradually waned. However, he was acutely aware that his current strength was insufficient. Far from adequate, TOB at the pinnacle of power in this world might merely be the starting point, that he needed to seek every possible means to become the strongest, for perhaps only then could he save those he wished to protect. He harbored no grand ambitions or lofty ideals, at least not at this moment. When others treated him well, he reciprocated in kind. Conversely, if they did not, he felt no obligation to save them. Yet, striving as he did, it was undeniably exhausting. "Wow, Brother Xiao Feng, look! Fireworks!" Li Zhuo exclaimed. Tugging at Xiao Feng's sleeve, he looked up, and the majestic scene before him left him utterly astonished. The entire city was aglow with fireworks, a spectacle unparalleled. Countless vibrant bursts illuminated the night sky, fleeting yet indispensable. For a moment, Xiao Feng stood transfixed. "Brother Xiao Feng, you seem preoccupied. But remember, you at least have me. No matter what path you choose, I will always be your staunchest support," Li Zhuo declared, patting her still-developing chest for emphasis. Such a spirited little one. Xiao Feng mused, playfully flicking her forehead, a smile involuntarily gracing his lips. "Ouch! That hurts. If you keep flicking me, I won't grow tall," she protested, though she quickly added, "But Brother Xiao Feng, you look quite handsome when you smile. Why do you always wear a serious expression?" She covered her little head, but the next moment, her tears transformed into laughter once more. Her curious eyes fixed on Xiao Feng, eager to hear his response. "Because I do not enjoy smiling," he replied with an air of indifference. "That's not fair. It's as if you said nothing at all." Li Zhuo's face fell. "Although I believe loneliness suits me better, this feeling isn't so bad," Xiao Feng remarked, gazing at the fireworks, a long-lost smile gracing his features. "Isn't it?" Li Zhuo chimed in, wrapping her small arms around his. Leaning against him, she watched the grand display, her body trembling with excitement. Though Xiao Feng found her behavior curious, he refrained from saying anything. "Brother Xiao Feng, wouldn't it be wonderful if there was no darkness in the world? Then, ordinary people wouldn't have to suffer so much," Li Zhuo said, her voice quaking slightly as she nestled against him. "Where there is light, shadows will inevitably follow. Darkness is a certainty. However, regardless of what transpires, I will always stand before you," Xiao Feng replied gently. He could sense the shifts in her emotions. On this day of family reunions, she surely missed her parents. That he understood, for he too was an orphan. "Only through personal experience can one truly comprehend that. That's so?" Li Zhu murmured, lowering her head, lost in thought. Time passed, and as the fireworks concluded, the city of Xiaoyao fell into darkness once more. Due to its remote location, the area saw little foot traffic, and the night was devoid of activities. Once the fireworks were over, families retired early to their homes. "All right, little Zhou, it's time for us to head back," Xiao Feng said, glancing at the bright moon hanging in the sky. "Wait a moment, Brother Xiao Feng. I just remembered I left something at the restaurant. Let me go fetch it," Li Zhuo exclaimed, slapping her forehead with a cheerful smile. Her face seemed perpetually lit with joy, devoid of any trace of sorrow. "Do you need me to accompany you?" Xiao Feng inquired, looking at her. "No need. It's not far from the restaurant. I'll be back quickly," she replied, blinking her eyes and setting off in the direction of the eatery. Watching her retreating figure, Xiao Feng narrowed his eyes, sensing that the little girl was concealing something from him. Meanwhile, on the back mountain, Li Zhao arrived, breathless. "Old Li, I have come as promised," she called respectfully into the shadows. Chapter 11. Mount Shu and the Demon's Young Master. "Have you made your decision?" An old man in white emerged from the darkness, his presence almost ethereal. "Since Brother Xiao Feng desires a peaceful world, I shall wield my sword to restore tranquility to this realm." Li Zhua's small face was set with determination that in truth, Old Li had sought her out 3 years prior. But at that time, she did not leave. The situation in Mount Shu was precarious, and she knew returning would mean certain death. Recently, however, her grandfather had successfully emerged from seclusion, ascending to a level beyond mastery. With his singular strength, he had quelled the nefarious forces that dared to raise their heads. That Li Zhuo also recognized that she could not remain a Qingyun sect for long. The bloodline of Mount Shu carried a sword aura that made countless demons tremble. For the demons, it was both a threat and an opportunity. Given her young age, once she turned 12, her bloodline power would fully awaken, and the demons would surely come seeking her. She did not wish to bring disaster upon Brother Xiao Feng and Qingyun sect. The disciples of Mount Shu were bound by fate. They possessed power that mere mortals could not hope to attain, yet they bore burdens that no one else could imagine. The young master must act swiftly. Your grandfather, the sect leader, is not in good condition. Though he has broken through, the after effects of his ordeal mean he cannot last much longer. He is now but a shadow of his former self. The banner of Mount Shu must be upheld by you. Old Li urged in a hushed tone as a trusted aide to the sect leader. He was privy to such information. What lay ahead for Li Zhuo was undoubtedly a treacherous path. The current tranquility of Mount Shu was largely due to the sect leader's strength. Once he passed, chaos would surely ensue. And of course, Old Li, let us depart. That my time is limited, and I must grow stronger. Perhaps one day, when the demons are vanquished, I may see Brother Xiao Feng again, Li Zhuo said, casting a reluctant glance back at Qingyun sect. Farewell to this place that had accompanied her for 6 years, as well as to Brother Xiao Feng. She felt as though she had no right to even say goodbye. She feared that saying it aloud would make it all the more difficult. But this was her destiny as the young master of Mount Shu. The lineage of the Mount Shu sect had been passed down through countless generations, and she had no choice but to accept her fate. Should she not return to Mount Shu to undergo the trial of the sword pool, she would eventually be consumed by the demons lurking outside. Rest assured, as long as Mount Shu stands strong, the day will come when we rid the world of demons. Old Li assured her, but he casually tossed his sword from his waist, and it flew towards Mount Shu, carrying Li Zhuo along with it. Old Li shook his head, feeling for the child. Yet, he was unprepared for the revelation that there was another presence hidden in the woods. Had it not been for the intense emotional fluctuations he had sensed moments earlier, he would not have noticed at all. The skill of the one lurking behind the trees was truly remarkable. "Come out," Old Li said, casting a casual glance without much concern that in this realm of mortals he dared to claim invincibility. Xiao Feng stepped forward from the dark thicket, his demeanor calm, indicating he was not particularly surprised to have been discovered. "Itsu," Old Li exclaimed in astonishment. Having followed the young master for several years, he naturally recognized the young and, to be honest, he was not surprised to see Xiao Feng. What astonished him was how the boy had managed to conceal himself so effectively. Xiao Feng was no slouch. He had recently entered the realm of mastery and would be considered invincible in the outside world. The fact that he could hide so perfectly before Old Li spoke volumes about his strength. "Let us discuss this in detail," Xiao Feng said, casting a sidelong glance at Old Li. He had chosen to reveal himself at this moment to prevent the young girl from becoming entangled in matters that could prove perilous. Although he maintained a cool demeanor due to his vow of celibacy and naturally aloof nature, it did not imply a lack of intelligence. That on the contrary, he could discern the complexities surrounding Li Zhuo's circumstances. He had long suspected that the little girl was not an ordinary child. Orphaned and pursued, her situation was akin to that of a protagonist, coupled with the events he had encountered in the simulator. It was clear she was the girl who had effortlessly defeated him 3 times. Indeed, I had my suspicions that I am not a fool, he thought. Nonetheless, one thing remained. he would protect Li Zhu. It is indeed necessary to inflict punishment. Over the years, there have been no shortages of such actions. However, one can only take matters into their own hands, for others must not intervene. After all, he is a member of the Qingyan sect. And he, Xiao Feng, is protective of his own. Haha, such a disposition. I commend you. I am grateful for your care of the young master over the years that I bow to you. Esteemed L, I bowed deeply, leaving Xiao Feng momentarily taken aback. Where did the previously tense atmosphere vanish to? Just moments ago, he had contemplated confronting a master, but whether or not he could prevail was beside the point. Yet, was not Li's demeanor a touch overly respectful? Since you wish to hear, allow me to share. Consider it a token of gratitude for your years of service to the young master. What follows is a secret known to none beyond the Shushan. Li's expression turned grave. The matter of demons was an absolute taboo. Nonetheless, he trusted his instincts and the judgment of the young master. This individual before him was worthy of trust. Xiao Feng, too, sensed that he was about to uncover something of great significance. After all, since his encounter with Li Tinyu earlier that day, Li Zhuo had transformed entirely. It was evident that the fellow was no ordinary character. In truth, the martial world of yore was not populated with countless experts. Even the second-rate masters were a rarity, while first-rate masters were nearly mythic, until the emergence of that man. As for his name, it remains unknown. We commonly refer to him as Ling Jianzi, that he appeared as if descending from the heavens. A mere 18 years of age, yet a first-rate master. Not only did he outshine the contemporary talents, but even the elder generations found themselves gasping for breath in his presence, at the tender age of 20. He ascended to the pinnacle of mastery, and in that moment, it felt as though the world had shed its shackles, with every individual soaring to new heights, as if propelled by rockets, while the martial world rejoiced in their newfound freedom. Ling Jianzi quietly reached the realm of masters, becoming invincible. In an instant, the demonic forces faded into obscurity, while the righteous were elated. Ling Jianzi single-handedly established Shushan, becoming its first-generation leader. Life continued in this unremarkable manner until one fateful day when Ling Jianzi vanished. It was as if he had disappeared from the world, never to be seen again. That Li continued his narrative, yet his expression bore the weight of gravity. What connection does this have with Shushan and the demons? Xiao Feng inquired, his brow furrowing in confusion. Here lies the crux of the tale. Li sighed deeply. 30 years after Ling Jianzi's disappearance, martial prowess in our realm reached its zenith. While I cannot claim every master was present, it could be said that masters were abundant, while first-rate fighters had become nearly obsolete, marking an era of prosperity. Each sect boasted dozens of masters, yet none had emerged above that rank. In the same year, a figure named Mosen ascended, a force of invincibility, rampaging through sects that no one understood his motives or his identity. The next year, the righteous and demonic factions were driven to desperation. Any master-level expert who ventured outside was ruthlessly slain, and high-end combat power dwindled. They convened to unite against Mosen down on the summit of Zijing. A madman clad in crimson stood resolute, proclaiming his intent to annihilate the pinnacle of martial prowess and eradicate all legacies, declaring that the sins he bore would be resolved by his own hand. No one comprehended the madness that had overtaken Mosen, yet hundreds of masters fell as easily as if they were made of paper. That battle was drenched in blood, a lamentation of heaven and earth, a moment when the world fell silent. After that clash, no masters remained, and none could stand against Mosen. All sects with first-rate fighters were obliterated, and the majority of legacies were destroyed, severing the path to mastery. Following this, Mosen vanished yet again. When he returned, a century had passed, and upon arriving at Shushan, he unmasked himself, revealing a visage identical to that of the statue of the Grandmaster Ling Jianzi. The people of Shushan could hardly believe that the slaughterer of countless lives, the reviled demon, was their revered ancestor. However, Mosen no longer possessed the arrogance of old. Instead, he bore an aura of desolation. With a heavy sigh, he summoned all disciples of Shushan, proclaiming that he had given everything yet suffered utter defeat, stained with boundless sin. Yet he expressed no regret, having uncovered the sword pool and various treasures. He ordered the sealing of the mountain. Eli shook his head, acknowledging that this was a tale passed down through generations, laden with uncertainties it is, Xiao Feng mused, resting his chin upon his hand. It seemed he had yet to grasp the true reality of this world through the simulator. But why had he attained mastery in a realm devoid of such legacies? That remained a question. Yet he recognized that his protection within the simulator was quite effective, and considering Li Zhuo's identity, it was evidently due to the contributions of that little girl, having saved her once in his past life. She now vowed to protect him for eternity. How commendable! Although she had been somewhat disrespectful during their duels, she had never harmed him, not even causing a scratch. Thus, any psychological scars were negligible. It was no wonder that the little girl had once gifted him an artifact atop Zijing. Evidently, that object was related to his breakthrough to mastery. However, it was of no use now. He set a modest goal for himself, to become the strongest in this world before the age of 18. So, what exactly was the nature of those demons? Xiao Feng continued to inquire. As for the so-called demons, to be frank, I cannot precisely define what they are. You may understand them as martial artists with peculiar behaviors. When the aura of demons attaches to humans, animals, and all things, they transform into demons. Their strength is formidable, and ordinary people stand no chance. However, the sword techniques of Shushan possess remarkable efficacy against demons, particularly those from the lineage of the sect's leader. It is rumored that consuming the bloodline of the Shushan leader can directly elevate one to a master-level fighter. Our long-standing struggle against the demons has persisted for ages. To be honest, I fail to comprehend the significance of our ancestors' actions. Nor do I understand why only those of Shushan may possess mastery. I fear I may never uncover the truth. Yet you and the young master are still young. Perhaps you could tell. I smiled warmly. Did I ask that so? Xiao Feng nodded lightly, realizing he had gleaned a wealth of information. What then is the strength of the most powerful demon? He asked. Originally, they should have been on par with our old sect leader, being top tier amongst masters. However, the father of the young master, having consumed someone, has likely surpassed mastery. Fortunately, our old sect leader has also surpassed mastery, though he cannot endure for long. This urgency to foster the young master's growth is precisely why we strive so diligently. As for their desire to harm the young master, I suspect I understand their motives, yet we cannot eliminate them. Whether insincere or diplomatic, Shushan has already distanced itself from the demons. Without them, our situation would worsen. Although the current disparity in strength is significant, having more capable individuals is always beneficial. I lamented. Our ancestors laid down a strict decree. The techniques of Shushan must never be shared with outsiders. Even at the cost of the sect's existence, I do not understand the rationale behind this. Relying solely on Shushan is exceedingly difficult. Presently, Shushan is besieged on all sides, clearly unable to endure much longer. Unless another ancestor emerges to shoulder the burden of the world alone. Such strength suggests that little Zhou might be in danger. Xiao Feng remarked, a smirk gracing his lips. What would happen if I were to eradicate all demons before Zhou ventured into the world? That thought is enticing. Indeed, the young master's journey is fraught with peril. Yet as members of Shushan, as descendants of eternal sinners, we have never possessed the luxury of choice, only the fate of being chosen. I too am bound by this fate. Under the sun, there is darkness, and beneath that darkness, shadows must clear the obstacles. Shushan has always been this kind of existence. I spoke with an air of detachment, accepting his own fate. From the moment of his birth, his destiny had been predetermined. As the wielder of the sword, dying on the battlefield would be a form of liberation. Well then, time grows short. My vital energy, imbued within the spiritual sword, is nearly depleted. I must replenish it for the young master. Although sharing our techniques contradicts ancestral teachings, I believe you to be a trustworthy individual. I bowed deeply once more, presenting Xiao Feng with a tome. On its cover were inscribed 5 grand characters. Shushan sword technique. Xiao Feng's pupils dilated in shock. Was this truly a transfer of their foundational techniques? After relaying this, Li once again produced a spiritual sword and soared away. Xiao Feng rested his chin thoughtfully. While he was not particularly fond of swords, he indeed needed to contemplate the issue of flight, for riding a sword was undeniably impressive. By the way, that restaurant where you dined today. The young lady left a gift for you there. You might want to take a look. I turned mid-flight, casually tossing this remark before vanishing into the air. his movements remarkably graceful, despite appearing to be an elderly man of 70 or 80 years. Xiao Feng conceded that he felt a twinge of envy. He would inevitably master the Shushan sword technique, sooner or later. Chapter 13. Farewell, they have all departed. Well, it seems it is time for me to venture forth as well. My dear father possesses the strength of a first-rate master, sufficient for self-preservation. Xiao Feng let out a yawn as he made his way toward the restaurant. Inside, the young waiter gazed longingly at the exquisite sword resting before him. The thought of selling it crossed his mind, and he mused that such a sale could render him free from worry for the rest of his life, sparing him the need to remain a mere waiter. Just as he was about to reach for it, an overwhelming aura enveloped him, rendering him immobile. Thank you for safeguarding it, but there is no need for you to hand it to me. Xiao Feng remarked nonchalantly, suddenly retracting his imposing presence. The waiter, feeling an immense weight lifted, collapsed to the ground, trembling in fear, and he realized he had narrowly escaped a brush with death. Had he touched the sword, the outcome would have been dire, and he had nearly lost his head. Xiao Feng examined the long sword in his hand, a faint smile gracing his lips, although he had little fondness for wielding swords. Carrying one was undeniably stylish. Moreover, it would lead others to assume he was a sword cultivator, offering him an advantage in deceiving his adversaries. Just as he was about to sheath it, his peripheral vision caught sight of two engraved characters on the hilt. Ji Feng? How intriguing. With an indifferent expression, Xiao Feng slung the sword across his back and strolled toward the exit, casting a cold glance at the waiter. The latter felt a chill run down his spine and immediately stammered an apology. Xiao Feng shook his head. While the allure of wealth was a common human desire, the waiter's mistake lay in fixating upon him. With a sudden stomp of his left foot, the entire establishment crumbled, collapsing in a cacophony of destruction. The waiter's survival now hinged solely on his luck that in this world, everyone trained their bodies to some extent, making death unlikely, though suffering was inevitable. At Qingyan Mountain, Xiao Feng took a deep breath, contemplating whether to bid farewell before departing. This farewell might very well be the last he would ever utter. In his brief 12 years, he had experienced a familial bond unlike any other, and he cherished it deeply. Yet he ultimately did not belong to this world. A day of separation would inevitably arrive. Gently, he knocked twice on the door of Xiao Tian's room. "Come in," came the reply. Xiao Tian rubbed his eyes, startled by the late-night visitor. Upon recognizing Xiao Feng, his drowsiness vanished. "What brings you here at such an hour?" "Father, I am leaving," Xiao Feng replied, lowering his gaze. Xiao Tian was momentarily taken aback. "Leaving? Well, that is splendid. You've grown up, and it's time for you to explore the world." His voice trembled with emotion. His eldest son possessed extraordinary talent, yet he could offer only meager resources. He knew this day would come, but its arrival felt far too premature. He hadn't even prepared himself. Xiao Feng answered softly, "Then aren't you going to discuss this with your mother?" Xiao Tian asked, his voice low. "No, I cannot bear to see her cry. I fear I might weaken." Xiao Feng shook his head. He was uncertain how to navigate this emotional turmoil. "Very well, I shall speak with her myself." "When do you intend to leave?" "Tomorrow." "Will you return?" "Perhaps, or perhaps not." That little girl, Li Ji Rua, going with you?" "She has already departed." They exchanged a few more words before Xiao Tian sighed heavily. Since Xiao Feng had revealed his talents, he had braced himself for this moment. Yet its arrival felt surreal, leaving him with an overwhelming sense of disbelief. The following day, at the foot of Qingyan Mountain, Xiao Feng donned a black robe and cast a lingering glance at the Qingyan sect. This may very well be his last sight of it. His father stood atop the mountain, watching him. Xiao Feng offered him a faint smile before striding away, the Ji Feng sword in tow. Even with the Shu Mountain sword technique, one could only fly for extended periods at the master level. For now, he could manage brief flights, making walking the more efficient option. With the strength of a top-tier cultivator, running several hundred kilometers in a day was no feat coupled with the dragon elephant suppression technique. He could easily cover 1,000 kilometers. 3 days later, Xiao Feng arrived, weary and travel-worn, at the capital of the mortal kingdom, Zijin City. It must be said, this world was indeed vast. Many ordinary people might never step outside their own towns. Never glimpsing the wider world on a grand map, this mortal realm occupied merely a tiny fraction, Inconsequential in the grand scheme of things that I have finally arrived, Xiao Feng brushed the dust from his clothing. His purpose for coming was simple, that he had long heard tales of peak experts residing in the capital, yet Old Li insisted that such beings could not possibly exist in a mortal kingdom. Even the heads of elite sects were merely peak masters, each managing at least one such kingdom. If not more, he was merely curious to ascertain the truth of these peak experts. If they were indeed genuine, it might prove significant. However, upon stepping through the city gates, he realized his journey had not been in vain, that a familiar scent wafted through the air, prompting a smile to grace his lips. Perhaps this was an additional effect of cultivating the dragon-elephant suppression technique. He had sensed a peculiar aura from Litenia back in Xiaoyao City, and now it was the same, that he could feel that this aura would greatly benefit his practice of the technique. Xiao Feng bared his gleaming white teeth and bit down suddenly. Bitter cultivation. Not even a dog would engage in that. At the pace of bitter cultivation, it would take him several years to reach the master level. However, with the System S power, the dragon-elephant suppression technique, and his 3 talents, breaking through to the master realm would be a mere formality. Just as he was about to set off, he sensed a familiar aura nearby, reminiscent of the silver energy enveloping Litenia. Holding his breath, he made his way toward a distant tea house. Inside the tea house, an elderly man clad in a red robe wore an expression of fury. I never imagined I would fail in Xiaoyao City. He had hoped to wreak havoc in a city, but had his puppet destroyed by a mere child, just as he sought revenge on that child. People from Shu Mountain had arrived. Their recent actions had been increasingly swift. The red-robed elder, known as Chen Yan, downed a cup of tea in a single gulp and hurled the cup away in exasperation. He was furious. How could he not be? Had he succeeded, his strength would have ascended to the master level. Come now, old Chen, stay calm, that it's probably best not to elevate your strength to the master level right now. The old geezers from Shu Mountain have been acting rabidly, killing any master they catch, but they won't last much longer. It's merely a last-ditch effort before their demise, chuckled the elder across from him. Chapter 14. Is this truly the beginning of the peak realm? Chun Yin mused. Indeed, once that old fellow from Shu Mountain named Li is gone, I shall surely take my vengeance on that child. Yet, once Shu Mountain falls, will this world not belong to us, the Holy Clan? Chen Yin laughed heartily. The demons relished referring to themselves as the Holy Clan to showcase their superiority, in their eyes. Shu Mountain's defiance against the world was the height of foolishness. Nonetheless, Shu Mountain had managed to withstand the onslaught of the massive demon clans for a millennium, which spoke to its profound heritage. Yet what did heritage matter? Eventually, every power must face its downfall. Nearly all demons were aware that the old leader of Shu Mountain was nearing death. They were merely a dying ember now, once their last top-tier combatant fell. What could Shu Mountain possibly do to turn the tide? For now, all that mattered was to ensure their own survival, indifferent to how imposing Shu Mountain seemed at present. Enough of this. Let us drink tea. Chun Yin declared, his earlier gloom evaporating. Unbeknownst to them, Xiao Feng was perched atop the roof, narrowing his eyes. This is how it is. A master-level expert is guaranteed to be a demon if they are not from Shu Mountain. How intriguing. It seems the demons have deeply infiltrated this realm. Moreover, peak experts might very well be demons as well. At the very least, these 2 fellows below him certainly were not a mortal kingdom, could not possibly harbor peak experts. Could it? As his understanding of the situation deepened, Xiao Feng increasingly sensed that this world was far from simple, that a strange aura permeated the air. Based on the simulator's description, he had assumed this was merely an ordinary martial arts world, only to be met with a shocking revelation. Demons? They had even devised a means of flying with swords. These were aspects the simulator had not revealed. Why had no one sought him out when he was at the master level? And why was the girl he ultimately sought, Li Jirua, the one to find him? A multitude of mysteries began to flood his mind, and Xiao Feng's expression grew solemn, that he realized he must uncover these truths within the limited time he had. Yet he licked his lips. The allure of the 2 elders below was undeniable, igniting a thrill within him. Of course, it wasn't merely the thought of them that excited him. Rather, every cell in his body craved the essence of the malevolent beings before him, as if they were sustenance. Perhaps this is the formidable power of the Dragon-Elephant Town prison technique. Xiao Feng emanated an aura that compelled the ordinary people around him to subconsciously move away. These ordinary individuals were innocent, that he was not a saint, yet he could not view human life as mere fodder for slaughter. All he could do was strive to avoid harming the innocents. Odd, old Chun, do you not feel that the surroundings have grown increasingly desolate? Shui Tianqi glanced around and sensed that something was amiss. The tea house, which had just been bustling with life, had suddenly fallen silent. This was not right at all. Yet this was also not the method of Shushan. As far as he knew, Shushan specialized in sword techniques that it could not be said that they were entirely inept in other areas, but rather that they were adept in 7 out of 8. There was an ambush. Old Shui, be prepared. Chen Yan's red robe billowed in the wind, his aura surging dramatically. It was as if a tide of blood was roaring behind him. The terrifying presence instantly enveloped the tea house. Shui Tianqi nodded. Unleashing his own aura, as well, two peak experts from the darkness emerged, a slender figure clad in black robes, a gleaming sword hanging from his waist. Not sheathed but displayed openly, exuding an oppressive aura. Xiao Feng raised his head slightly, disdainfully thinking, just 2 peak experts, nothing more to last. It seemed the monotony would be alleviated. This was his first genuine battle, and his body was electrified with excitement, as if each cell could breathe on its own, eagerly inhaling the so it was you, brat. Haha, I was just thinking of finding you for revenge. And here you are, presenting yourself. Although I am somewhat surprised that you are a peak expert, you are ultimately still in the early stages that you think you stand a chance against the 2 of us. Peak experts. Chen Yin laughed maniacally. Beneath the realm of masters, I am invincible. Above the realm of masters, it is an exchange of 1 for 1. Xiao Feng stated slowly, each word deliberate. What a delightful sensation. Akin to having all eyes aligned upon me. Finally, I understand why others take such pleasure in showing off. Once one experiences this feeling, they crave it repeatedly. You are exceedingly arrogant, brat. Even the old master of Shushan would not dare to utter such words in his youth. Shui Tianqi bellowed angrily. Such an arrogant young man. Kikik, it seems you all have yet to grasp the seriousness of the situation. Xiao Feng smirked ominously. Cough, cough. Old Chen, why do I feel that he resembles a villain? Shui Tianqi shrank back slightly. This brat exuded an aura of danger that was unmistakable. Now, that sensation was even stronger. Humph. What do you fear? We are peak experts. Chen Yin scoffed that he was somewhat apprehensive, yet the issue did not seem grave. Their realms were established. Xiao Feng stepped forward. The tea house was instantly crushed under a wave of terrifying pressure, debris raining down in a tumultuous cascade. Deep footprints were left in the ground. Dim. Chen Yin swallowed hard. Was this truly the work of this brat? How could it feel so absurd? He believed he could achieve such an effect, but certainly not with the ease this brat displayed. This was definitely cheating. It had to be. A mere casual kick shattered an entire building. Come. Xiao Feng provocatively beckoned with a finger. Chen Yin and Shui Tianqi, who had just been deep in thought, suddenly lost control of their minds. Damn it, having lived this long. When was the last time they had been so humiliated? They exchanged glances, and in a flash, appeared before Xiao Feng, pausing momentarily before simultaneously unleashing their terrifying auras. 2 waves of blood-red energy surged forth, their palms crashing down forcefully. How swift! Xiao Feng's pupils constricted. Speed was not his forte. However, when one's strength reached a certain level, who needed speed? Dragon Suppression Golden Bell Shield. Xiao Feng shouted explosively. Waves of dragon roars erupted from within him. An ancient golden bell enveloped him instantly. Chen Yin and Shui Tianqi's expressions shifted dramatically. They attempted to withdraw, but it was already too late. Boom! The Dragon Suppression Golden Bell Shield remained unmoved. Yet under the terrifying backlash, their hands nearly contorted. They were propelled backward, soaring dozens of yards before barely halting. Was this truly the early stage of a peak expert? Chen Yin gasped in disbelief. Chapter 15. To prevent him from committing suicide. We can only kill him gently first, that he would even believe this was the strength of a master. However, he also realized that the true power of a master extended far beyond this. Yet Xiao Feng surpassed the level of a peak expert. Perhaps he had already stepped into the realm of a half-master. But such strength should belong to demons. Were they not of the same faction? Why then did he choose to act against them? Who exactly are you? Chen Yin asked coldly. Demons killing one another is a grave taboo. If the master were to discover it, he would annihilate us without hesitation. Me? Xiao Feng scoffed. Ants are not worthy of knowing my name. Xiao Feng placed a hand on his forehead, speaking nonchalantly. His voice was reminiscent of a devil from the depths of the abyss, sending shivers down the spines of Chun Yin and Xue Tianqi. This individual before them might indeed possess the strength to leave them behind. They exchanged a glance and immediately resolved to cease concealing their strength, their auras erupting violently. The ground beneath them began to crack, radiating evil demonic energy. Interesting. Xiao Feng licked his lips. The greater the power these two emitted, the more enticing it became. This battle would no longer be dull. Soul-severing palm. Chun Yin roared that a massive hand shot forth, enveloped in black mist, exuding an aura of annihilation. With the aid of demonic power, his strength experienced a qualitative leap, rendering it incomparable to before. Oof! Xiao Feng coldly snorted, fully activating the Dragon Elephant Town prison technique. At this moment, Xiao Feng could be said to have honed his skills to perfection. At the level of peak experts, he was invincible. With the Dragon Elephant Town prison technique, it was inevitable that his physical body would be unmatched. With a casual punch, he intercepted the ferocious attack from Chun Yin. Nothing more than that. Chun Yin grinned, thinking the young man before him was truly formidable. Yet this was all he could muster. Although he had exerted all his strength, he could tell that Xiao Feng's punch was merely a defense. Unable to repel him, moreover, he had an ally, Xue Tianqi, whose strength was comparable. Xue Tianqi staggered to his feet, also grinning. Was this not the opportunity they had been waiting for? Is that so? Who told you that I possess only one punch's worth of strength? Xiao Feng retorted. With a sudden withdrawal of his fist, he unleashed another strike. Boom! Chun Yin could no longer withstand this punch, being sent flying hundreds of meters away, crashing through a wall. Spit. Chun Yin coughed up blood. Damn it, this strength is utterly unfair, that he suddenly felt that he was not facing a peak expert in the early stages, but rather a mountain. Come, let me see how many surprises you can still bring me. Xiao Feng smiled. This very smile instilled dread in both of them. How terrifying! Was this young man a devil? Merely standing there exuded such overwhelming pressure. For a fleeting moment, he even sensed the kind of pressure that only a master could evoke. Run! This word surged simultaneously in their hearts. Such an opponent was beyond their capability to confront. Just as they were about to rise, they felt their heads being firmly gripped. Xiao Feng had somehow silently appeared behind them. Grasping each by the neck as if they were mere chicks, did I ask? You answer. Xiao Feng glanced over, speaking softly. The two felt as if they were facing a great adversary, not daring to voice dissent. How many of your kind, demons, exist? Xiao Feng inquired. Countless, beyond measured, in this world, aside from Shushan and the Chongqing Taoist Temple. All who exceed the peak are ours. Chun Yin replied truthfully. Xiao Feng paused. Chongqing Taoist Temple? This was the second time he had heard this term. The first was in the tea house of Xiaoyao City, where bystanders discussed it. But what faction was the Chongqing Taoist Temple? Old Li had never mentioned it. Or could it be that Old Li was unaware of the Chongqing Taoist Temple? Among the numerous sects in the world, there would undoubtedly be one or two master-level experts, although they were not overtly present. Xiao Feng had already sensed that this mortal dynasty held one, and he was not yet a match for him. Perhaps in the future, he would annihilate him. In other words, have the demons infiltrated so deeply? What is the true nature of the Chongqing Taoist Temple? Xiao Feng continued to inquire. The Chongqing Taoist Temple is shrouded in mystery. The master has also advised us not to provoke the ancient ones within. This temple may not have many people, but each is a formidable existence capable of standing against nations that I do not know if there are demons among them, but it is unlikely. Otherwise, the master would not forbid us from approaching them. However, they're also quite manageable. As long as we do not provoke them, they typically do not act. There was once an unfortunate soul who provoked the Chongqing Taoist Temple, and his entire sect was subsequently eradicated. Xue Tianqi shook his head. The Chongqing Taoist Temple was shrouded in mystery. Were it not for this young man's extraordinary physical prowess, he might have suspected that the boy had emerged from the temple himself. After all, those ancient beings were not particularly skilled in physical training. Xiao Feng sighed, realizing that the information available to him was woefully inadequate. These two individuals, it seemed, were similarly limited, possessing only trivial tidbits of knowledge. The real intelligence, perhaps, could only be known by demon masters of formidable rank. The final two questions remained. How exactly did demons come into being, and who was their true master? Xiao Feng fixed his gaze upon the pair. They shivered, continuing to explain. To be honest, we cannot be considered true demons. The only genuine demon among us is likely our master, and we have merely absorbed his essence to attain such strength. In truth, we are aware of the connection between demons and Shushan. Yet without becoming demons ourselves, we can only remain as first-rate experts. But to become a demon elevates one to an unparalleled expert, or even a master. Which would you choose? Perhaps the vast majority would opt for the latter, intoxicated by the allure of great power. However, who truly cares? We are not under mind control. We can think independently, just as we did before becoming demons. At most, we have become a bit more bloodthirsty. Ordinary people, regardless of who rules them, are indifferent. Whether it is Shushan or demons, it is merely a change of rulers. Ultimately, we are still just ordinary individuals struggling to survive in the cracks of society. Shushan cannot protect us, and thus we have no choice but to become demons, at the very least. We can possess formidable strength, can we not? Xiao Feng fell silent. At it appeared that the waters ran deeper than he had anticipated. There was no absolute right or wrong. Aside from the rulers, the vast majority of the common populace merely sought to improve their own lives. Shushan seemed noble and upright, but was primarily self-serving. Always cautious to preserve its strength, refraining from launching powerful attacks, which allowed the demons to grow to their current stature, overshadowing Shushan. The Chongqing Taoist temple, wise in self-preservation, did not engage in the conflict between the two factions. And neither side dared to provoke those associated with the temple. As for the demons, they offered ordinary individuals a platform for ascension, albeit at the expense of the lives of those at the grassroots level. These demons did not regard human lives with any significance, engaging in rampant slaughter. Given that this tripartite stalemate had persisted for so long, why not become a disruptor? By employing his own methods. He could shatter this deadlock and uncover the truth of this world. Although the system had not specified how to achieve a higher rating, he surmised that the highest rating would come from breaking the stalemate and discovering the world's truth. Thus, his objective was tentatively established. The means to break the tripartite balance would simply be to adopt a more powerful stance and look down upon them. Our master is, before Qin Yan could finish his sentence. His aura surged violently. Xiao Feng initially thought he might resist, but soon realized that something was amiss. It was self-detonation. With a swift motion, he crushed Qin Yan, ending his life on the spot that Tio prevented him from taking his own life. Xiao Feng deemed it prudent to kill him first. Quite reasonable, indeed. Shui Tianqi trembled as he observed the scene, pondering whether he had any chance of survival. He blinked at Xiao Feng. Sorry, there is none. Xiao Feng replied, slightly raising his chin. Ding, congratulations, host, for slaying the unparalleled expert Qin Yan. Cultivation 200, 000, ding. Congratulations, host, for slaying the unparalleled expert Shui Tianqi. Cultivation 200, 000 to Chapter 16. I cannot defeat you now, but I shall return in a few days to finish you off. Accompanied by the system's notification sound, Xiao Feng felt a significant surge in his strength, that he had progressed from the early stages of unparalleled to the mid-stages, nearing the late stages of unparalleled power. Naturally, his combat capabilities now eclipsed those at the pinnacle of unparalleled strength, but he had yet to encounter any master-level experts and remained uncertain if he could contend with them. However, he believed that even if he were not their match, he could still retreat unscathed. Moreover, the corpses of these two individuals still held potential for further utilization. That a smirk crept upon Xiao Feng's lips as he lifted the bodies of Qin Yan and Shui Tianqi. The Dragon Elephant Prison Suppression technique activated. Their bodies began to wither, replaced by a surge of black energy that coursed into Xiao Feng's form. Clearly, his physical body had once again received a boost. So, I suppose I can consider myself a demon now. Xiao Feng mused, resting his chin on his hand, his voice low. He soon cast the thought aside that if he were to remain an outsider, he would undoubtedly require absolute strength. Did it matter if he was deemed a demon or not? He sensed that his Dragon Elephant Prison Suppression technique was extraordinary. Despite its incompleteness, he could still perceive its exceptional nature. It seemed to transcend all martial arts within this world, breaking through to another level. However, such matters were beyond his current grasp. At the very least, his strength had increased, and there was no need for him to be as timid as he had been upon first arriving in this world. Are there demons within the dynasty? Xiao Feng smiled faintly, his gaze fixed upon a certain direction within the dynasty, as if locking eyes with a certain entity. Just wait. Your head will remain on your shoulders for now. But in a few days I shall come to claim it, Xiao Feng stated calmly, turning to leave Kyoto. That it was not wise for him to linger in the enemy's lair, nor could he afford to do so. Deep within the palace, in the depths of a basement, an emaciated old man soaked in a pool of crimson liquid. So he is not one of the Holy Clan. This means I can partake in him? What an intriguing little fellow, the old man mused, licking his lips as he regarded Xiao Feng's retreating figure like a predator eyeing its prey. You too go, and bring this young man back. The old man glanced behind a screen that had appeared empty, where two shadowy figures suddenly emerged. Nodding at the old man's command, the duo vanished in an instant. Come, I eagerly await your arrival, the old man remarked, his gaze mischievous. The moment Xiao Feng exited the city gates, he sensed two auras approaching him. With a cold snort, he unleashed two powerful punches, causing the two shadows to disintegrate instantly. They weren't even real. Xiao Feng furrowed his brow, puzzled. This was clearly a martial arts world, yet everything felt increasingly amiss. While it seemed reasonable for martial arts to wield such formidable power, the bizarre occurrences were truly eye-opening. Who, then, sought to harm him? After pondering for a moment, he concluded that he didn't have many enemies at present, having eliminated those he had previously crossed. The only one remaining appeared to be that old fellow from the dynasty. A mere old man. I am not your match now, but I shall return in a few days to finish you off. Yet what was the purpose of sending such weaklings after him? In the basement, the old man's sinister laughter echoed throughout the chamber, as if he had stumbled upon something amusing. Enough. The pressing matter at hand is to level up as quickly as possible. Xiao Feng sighed that he was still too weak. If only he could ascend beyond the master level, he wouldn't have to endure this humiliation, and no matter whom he encountered, he would effortlessly vanquish them. Ultimately, he had been too merciful in the past. Setting a small goal, he resolved to exterminate the demons before anything else. Yes, the cultivation rewards from the system were one form of compensation, while his dragon elephant prison suppression technique provided another. The rapid increase in strength from slaying demons was undeniable. As for ordinary people, he would not bother with them. The genuine first-rate experts were far fewer than 100 in total, and eradicating them would not suffice to elevate him to the master level. The rewards from demons, however, were far more substantial, as they were all victims of great injustice. They were all good people. Thus, Xiao Feng traversed the various cities of this mortal dynasty, slaying any demons he encountered. He amassed a considerable amount of cultivation. System, display the panel. Xiao Feng took a deep breath. These past days had nearly exhausted him. He had been running incessantly. Fortunately, with his increased cultivation, his speed had also significantly improved. Otherwise, at the pace he initially traveled, he would likely have collapsed before even reaching that old man. Host, Xiao Feng age, 12 years talent. Unmarried for life, martial arts divine. My iron fist is rock-solid cultivation. Master level 1, 520. 100,000, martial arts. Dragon elephant prison suppression technique. Incomplete. Evaluation. Your current strength has reached a state of transcendence. Few in this world can contend with you. You possess the ability to fight beyond your level as a super genius. Yet in comparison to the great terrors lurking behind this world, it is still far from sufficient. Undoubtedly, at this moment, Xiao Feng's panel was exceedingly formidable. Yet only upon reaching the master level did he realize that there was an immense chasm between those below the master level and the masters themselves. To put it bluntly, before his breakthrough to master level, he could at most defeat 10 Xinyans simultaneously. However, after achieving master level, swatting down 10 Xinyans would be as easy as child's play. Fearsome. Absolutely fearsome. The hierarchical structure of the Grandmaster is far more stringent than one might imagine. From the first to the third level of Grandmaster, one is considered a postnatal Grandmaster. The fourth to the sixth levels denote a prenatal Grandmaster. Meanwhile, the seventh to the ninth levels signify a Great Grandmaster. Above the Great Grandmaster is the power wielded by the current leader of Mount Shu, as well as that which is spoken of by demons. It is rumored that this level of power is akin to that of deities, possessing the strength to confront divine beings. Only by reaching the Grand Master realm did Xiao Feng realize that this journey was not in vain. Below the Grand Master level, it truly is mere child's play to step into the realm of Grand Master is to leap into the Dragon's Den. A rough estimation suggests that the current Grand Master level corresponds to the Transcendence realm in the main world, where the 9th turn of Transcendence aligns perfectly with the 9th level of Grand Master here. Everything fits together seamlessly. Indeed, even if the paths of cultivation differ, there are ultimately similarities to be found. Chapter 17. A Gentleman's Revenge is not late even after 10 years. But what does it have to do with me, Xiao Feng? Now that strength has been attained, what comes next? A slight curve formed at the corner of Xiao Feng's mouth. A gentleman's revenge is not late even after 10 years that he is no gentleman, so of course he will seek vengeance whenever he has the capability to do so. Damn it, Xiao Feng would rather die than be a punching bag. That old fellow from the dynasty is at most a postnatal grandmaster, and even at his peak, he is merely at the 3rd level of postnatal grandmaster. Without a doubt, below the 3rd level of grandmaster. Xiao Feng would wreak havoc with ease. With all his might, a 3rd level grandmaster would surely not stand a chance. This is the true worth of a top genius, plus the hidden buff of martial arts transcending the divine. Growing stronger with each battle, and bolstered by his iron fists, which amplify his strength twofold, that as long as the opponent dares to engage him, he will retaliate with lethal force that be the way. That old fellow seems to be nearing death. Perhaps he should be gifted a parting present. After all, it is a society of favors now, and one cannot go empty-handed when inviting someone to their demise. Xiao Feng nodded heavily, feeling he was indeed exceedingly polite. The next day, in the capital of the dynasty, within the palace's underground chamber, an elderly man was immersed in a crimson pool, a visage of sheer ecstasy. This blood pool had accumulated the essence of countless martial artists. This dynasty is his domain. Any promising seedlings have been ruthlessly snuffed out. The reason is simple. He requires a stable position and absolute power that brooks no dissent. In this dynasty, his authority rivals that of the divine. As for the lives of mortals, they are of no concern to him, and he shows no desire to inquire further. The benefits of soaking in the blood of martial artists are manifold. It helps stabilize the demonic power within him. After all, wielding such strength comes at a significant cost. Moreover, having lived long enough, his lifespan had long reached its limits. Only by daily immersing himself in the blood pool could he prevent further deterioration of his lifespan. As long as he could endure until the next reward from the master, his life would be extended once more. Thus, becoming a demon truly is a lucrative endeavor. With these thoughts, Zhang Hongshua's gaze gradually grew hazy. Lost in the reverie of his sweet dreams, as if the entire world belonged to him. How many could withstand the allure of power and strength? Suddenly, a tremendous sound reverberated, and the underground chamber was forcibly breached by an overwhelming force. Zhang Hongshua's expression shifted. Who dares to attack him? Are they tired of living? The aura of a 2nd-level Grandmaster erupted explosively, sweeping through the room. Only to find no one present, he sensed that something was amiss. Hastily pulling on a set of clothing, that a brawl was one thing, but he couldn't very well fight in the nude dress. He cautiously scanned his surroundings. I was bathing. It seems my gift comes at an inopportune moment. Xiao Feng's casual voice echoed in Zhang Hongshua's ears. Zhang Hongshua, what is this brat doing here again? However, he felt a surge of excitement. This brat possessed something of immense allure to their kind. The last encounter had seen him easily dispel 2 of Zhang Hongshua's demonic avatars, which was telling. He bore something that could instill fear in demons. Yet, this indicated that if he were to acquire it, it could very well be a great opportunity. Just as Zhang Hongshua prepared to act, a colossal object suddenly crashed in front of him. Upon closer inspection, was that not the great bell that could only be rung in times of emergency for the Zhang dynasty? How did this brat manage to bring it here? Oh right, I wasn't sure what the esteemed elder would like, but this bell seemed somewhat pleasing, so I brought it along. Allow me to simply present it to you. Esteemed elder, after all, you've lived so long, it would be rude to continue living. Xiao Feng spoke in a calm tone, uttering words that would unsettle anyone else. Zhang Hongshua's face turned a shade of deep green with anger. What does he mean by simply presenting a bell? Humph, this young punk dares to be arrogant before me. Do you know that I have consumed more salt than you have rice? Zhang Hongshua sneered. Oh, such a heavy taste. Why don't you just die of saltiness, old man? Xiao Feng casually dug at his ear, dismissively retorting, Zhang Hongsha, are you too ignorant to understand the metaphor? However, having lived for hundreds of years, consuming more salt than a 12-year-old child consumes rice is rather normal. Wait a moment, 12 years old. What the hell? I hadn't realized before that this brat is merely 12 years old. A 12-year-old grandmaster? When did this brat become a grandmaster? Zhang Hongsha gasped in disbelief, ultimately arriving at a single conclusion. This child must not be allowed to live. He could discern that this brat was not a demon. And not being a demon, achieving such a level at the age of 12 already speaks volumes of his genius. Perhaps he is on par with the once invincible Ling Jianzi. Xiao Feng felt no remorse in his words. He, Xiao Feng, had always been honest since childhood. However, he also realized that since the departure of that little girl, Li Zhua's capacity to suppress emotions had diminished. Damn, must it be so outrageous? Is there some kind of allergy to women? You seem to have misunderstood a point, little brat, that if you were a second-level grandmaster, I might regard you with some caution. But you are not, and I am. Furthermore, with so many blood pools nearby, all serving as my sources of power, killing you is as simple as slaughtering pigs and dogs. Today, even if the King of Heaven himself were to arrive, he could not save you. Mark my words, Zhang Hongsha proclaimed defiantly. This left Xiao Feng utterly speechless. Indeed, it seems that villains grow increasingly arrogant the longer they live. Compared to the previous Chen Yan and Shui Tianxi, this one is considerably more brazen. By the way, as the saying goes, one should not arrive empty-handed when visiting. Having just presented a gift, there is also a coffin for you. Xiao Feng tossed a coffin he had been carrying onto the ground. A most ordinary redwood coffin. After all, it was merely a gift, and as long as it served its purpose of mockery, spending more would be foolish to ask for whether he felt any guilt for slaying demons. Please, any demon, even if they have their reasons, has blood on their hands. Being a demon comes with a price. There is no such thing as gaining something for nothing in this world, nor is there power that can be attained without cultivation. Demons are so, and martial artists are the same. Well, with the exception of systems. You brat. Zhang Hongsha's patience snapped instantly, his withered form suddenly brimming with vitality. The surrounding blood pools began to bubble. In mere moments, Zhang Hongshua's aura surged to the level of a third-level Grand Master. Perfect. Let me use you as my whetstone. Xiao Feng raised his chin slightly. Last time, the challenge was lacking. This time should prove to be more interesting. Chapter 18. Arrogance requires strength, and I just so happen to possess it. Today you shall pay the price for your arrogance, Zhang Hongsha declared coldly, as black and red tattoos began to spread across his body. His aura surged several levels higher. Though he had yet to reach the 4th level of Grandmaster, he was formidable even among the 3rd level. Arrogance? That requires strength, and I just so happen to have it. Xiao Feng scoffed. Activate form? He could do that too. Dragon Elephant Suppressing Prison Technique. Activate. Xiao Feng silently chanted within, and an explosive surge of power erupted from him, tearing his garments into shreds that a dark dragon elephant pattern began to emerge behind him, spreading across his body. Zhang Hongsha, are you a demon, or am I the demon here? Were it not for the fact that this person bore not an ounce of demonic power, he might have thought Xiao Feng was one of his own. However, this guy is definitely not from Mount Shu. Those old fogies from Mount Shu are notoriously stubborn, their tempers more obstinate than mules, believing that all paths lead to the sword, deeming everything else inferior. How could they possibly learn such techniques? Yet, he was also somewhat helpless. This was a brand new technique he had never encountered, making it quite challenging to deal with. At that moment, Zhang Hongsha noticed the sword hanging at Xiao Feng's waist, somewhat surprised. You don't need a sword. To deal with you, I don't require one. Xiao Feng replied nonchalantly. Though he couldn't use one, that didn't prevent him from putting on a show. Zhang Hongsha, this brat is excessively arrogant. He could no longer contain himself. It seems you are yet unfamiliar with the terror of demons. Allow me to show you what a true demon is. Blood Wave Palm. Zhang Hongsha let out a furious roar, and a surge of blood energy erupted from his body, with a forceful push of his palms. Several enormous crimson handprints surged toward Xiao Feng with an overwhelming might. The ghastly apparitions of the Scarlet Hands instilled an icy dread in the hearts of onlookers that I possess a fist that can shatter the myriad laws of the world. Xiao Feng remained unperturbed that he unleashed a single punch, and the advancing wave of blood palms disintegrated as if made of mere paper, the residual force scattering the ones behind it this moment. Xiao Feng could only be described as terrifying. How could it be? A mere casual punch can obliterate my blood wave palms. Zhang Hongxue rubbed his eyes in disbelief, yet the undeniable reality compelled him to accept it. It seems you are far more formidable than I had anticipated. I shall have to exert all my strength. I hope you do not disappoint me, young man. After a moment's hesitation, Zhang Hongxue resolved to reveal his trump card. He struck the ground with both palms, causing the blood pool embedded in the earth to rise, floating around him. Blood Demon Extermination Formation. Zhang Hongxue bellowed, as the blood pools ensnared Xiao Feng. The blood within each pool surged, converging towards the nearby pools, and soon formed a vast crimson net, seemingly intent on trapping Xiao Feng within. Extermination. Xiao Feng furrowed his brow, sensing that this formation might indeed be formidable. However, he could not discern its true nature. Although he was ensnared, his perception suggested that breaking this formation would require no more than a single slap. This pitiful attempt worthy of extermination. Perhaps it's merely a farce. You have thoroughly disappointed me. Xiao Feng shook his head. That it appeared that even a master at the third tier could not compel him to unleash his full power. A twinge of regret flickered within him. Yet, he gained newfound clarity regarding his own abilities. Even without relying on the Dragon Elephant Suppression technique, he stood shoulder to shoulder with a third-tier master, and once unleashed, he would crush them. That he had no experience with fourth-tier masters, so he could not ascertain his chances against them. However, when employing all his skills, he felt confident in his ability to prevail, although the uncertainty loomed large, for each tier of mastery represented a new realm. With a casual punch, Xiao Feng shattered all the blood pools. Zhang Hongxue attempted to resist, but in the next instant, Xiao Feng had already appeared behind him. That I told you, the coffin and bell I send you will surely find their purpose, Xiao Feng remarked with a benevolent smile. Fear began to gnaw at Zhang Hongxue's heart. He had never expected this young man to be so formidable. Had he known this day would come, he would never have let the tiger return to the mountain. By the way, I have a question for you. Who is your master? Answer correctly, and I shall inform you. Xiao Feng suddenly recalled the inquiry. The last two individuals had not uttered a word. As if compelled to self-destruct by some unseen force, he wondered whether Zhang Hongxue would be able to speak. It mattered not if he could not, for it was not Xiao Feng who would self-destruct. As long as he could crush Zhang Hongxue before that, he could still gain cultivation and absorb the demonic power. No matter how one looks at it, it's a win-win. Even the Wolf of Wall Street would weep. Can I refrain from answering? Zhang Hongxue gritted his teeth, knowing that to speak would mean certain death, in the absence of his master's active presence. Even a mere second-tier master would have to kneel in submission. The power of his master was terrifying beyond measure. Some even claimed that his master had ascended to the realm of the divine. Whether this was true or false remained uncertain, in any case. The name of his master was a taboo that must never be mentioned or approached. Do you believe you have a choice? Xiao Feng regarded Zhang Hongxue with a knowing smile. This old fool had attempted to block him just days prior. How Navi, had his master come in person, he would have had to exert considerable effort merely to flee. Xiao Feng had never spared mercy for those who wished to kill him. They were bound to become a future threat. While there may be good beings among demons, even the virtuous had blood on their hands. Perhaps their character was commendable, but their souls were irrevocably tainted. They may not have been wrong, but it was impossible for everyone to be right. Everything was merely a means of survival. Yet, having chosen this path, one must be prepared for death. All right then, Zhang Hongxue sighed, realizing he had no options left. Fighting to the death offered little chance of victory. This young man's physique was monstrous. The name of my master is Tan. Before Zhang Hongxue could finish speaking, his body began to swell uncontrollably, evidently manipulated by some uncontrollable force. Damn it, a riddle-spouting fool. Xiao Feng's irritation flared. Just as one enigma was unraveling, another emerged. This world is filled with riddle-spouting fools. With a single slap, he sent Zhang Hongxue crashing to the ground, crushing his skull. Ding! Congratulations to the host for slaying a second-tier master. Cultivation 200 W. 200,000? Acceptable. although the cultivation required for each stage grew tenfold. Defeating opponents of the same level yielded substantial experience. That it seemed he was not far from reaching the pinnacle of the 9th tier. Yet he was uncertain if there existed that many demons in this world. Chapter 19. The answers gradually surfaced. Xiao Feng calmed himself and began to ponder the clues he had gathered thus far. Firstly, the master referenced by the demons was undoubtedly a being beyond the 9th tier of mastery. This was an indisputable fact. Such a revelation was staggering that he was still unaware of what lay beyond the 9th tier. And it was highly likely that this master would set their sights on him, which necessitated vigilance. Furthermore, even though Li Zhuo was the young lord of Shushan, he remained oblivious to their stance. Were they supportive of his hunt for demons? Or opposed? However, he soon received clarity. Shushan had previously dispatched individuals to hunt down Li Zhuo. It seemed their ranks had already been infiltrated, and at a high level. The young girl had begun to piece things together. So he need not concern himself further. Yet, with the internal infiltration, Xiao Feng deemed it wise to avoid seeking out that young lady until he possessed absolute strength. Her safety was assured under her grandfather's protection. Then there was the Changsheng Taoist Temple, a mysterious faction known for their formidable strength and ruthless methods, yet they remained shrouded in secrecy. However, what mattered most at this juncture was Xiao Feng's side. The word Zhang Hongshua had uttered had sparked a revelation. Tian? Such a concept appearing in his life could only signify the heavenly Dao. It seemed the true boss of this world was the heavenly Dao. Achieving the highest score would not be easy, perhaps even exceedingly difficult. To challenge the heavenly Dao with the current strength of this world was, frankly, laughable. Should this be the case, the task would prove formidable. Yet Xiao Feng possessed a vague feeling that this Tian was not merely the heavenly Dao. There was an enigmatic sensation he could not quite articulate. He shook his head, dismissing those thoughts. For now, his priority was to grow stronger and strive for an early return. Although this was a simulated world, he had spent every moment of the past 12 years within it, and a wave of fatigue washed over him. He had never experienced such intense, prolonged concentration, yet he had no choice but to persevere. Xiao Feng glanced back at Zhang Hongshua, who had become emaciated. In truth, this man had long since reached the end of his tether, merely clinging to life through the blood pool. There was little demonic power left to absorb. It appeared that many warriors in this world endured such suffering to ascend to greatness that reach the pinnacle. One must transform into a demon. Yet such transformation entailed enduring these trials that it was as if they were trapped in a deadlock. He could not fathom what the former Ling Jianzi, the demon sovereign, sought to achieve by orchestrating such events. Yet he would never engage in such meaningless endeavors. Perhaps only by moving forward could he uncover the truth. Let you rest in this tainted underground chamber. Xiao Feng said coolly that he struck a match and tossed it on his Zhang Hongshua's withered form. Devoid of all power, he became the perfect fuel for the flames that in mere moments, a vibrant firestorm engulfed the underground chamber. Due to the warrior's blood essence, the flames burned with extraordinary intensity, reducing the chamber to ashes in an instant. Xiao Feng observed the palace, noting a few remaining rodents. Then let us resolve that as well. 6 years passed in an instant. During this time, Xiao Feng traversed every corner of the Jinwu continent, but he had slain every master-level warrior he encountered, rapidly boosting his strength. Yet, it was regrettable that even among demons, their masters were not inexhaustible. Due to the urgency of Shushan's elder, many demon masters had already perished. Now, there were virtually none left. Anxiety gripped the hearts of the populace. Common folk feared that with the few remaining masters slain by the demon Xiao Feng, who could possibly stand in his way? If they were truly to take action against these ordinary individuals, they would likely be powerless to stop it. However, Xiao Feng remains indifferent to this situation. He finds it tedious to explain, and even if he attempted, he could not. The current outcome is that all the sects in the world have turned their weapons against Xiao Feng, shouting about slaying demons and upholding justice. Yet these foolish individuals fail to consider that if Xiao Feng genuinely wished to eliminate them, how many would survive? Xiao Feng pays them no heed. They are merely second- and third-rate sections. Those of greater caliber have already been instilled with fear by his hands. Surprisingly, these insignificant factions have formed an alliance, calling themselves the Righteous Martial Alliance, led by a first-rate expert. They are hardly worthy of his attention. In the eyes of everyone, Xiao Feng has become a figure of unparalleled malevolence. However, such perceptions are inconsequential. These people are merely the deluded pawns of a greater scheme. The IT is truly tragic. System, display the panel. Draped in a black robe, Xiao Feng stands atop a mountain peak, surveying the boundless expanse of land before him. What a splendid vista! Host, Xiao Feng. Age, 18. Talent, lifelong single, martial arts transcendent. My iron fist is unyielding cultivation. Grandmaster 7th Heaven, 5201-000-0000. Martial arts. Dragon Elephant Suppression Technique. Minor accomplishment. Evaluation. Your strength is deemed invincible in this world. With the complete version of the Dragon Elephant Suppression Technique, you can annihilate those of the same rank and surpass them with ease. Xiao Feng nods. His current panel is indeed impressive. Over the years, aside from continuously slaying demonic grandmasters, he has also absorbed their martial arts. Without exception, they have all merged seamlessly with the Dragon Elephant Suppression Technique. When the last martial art amalgamated, the technique successfully ascended to its complete form that if placed among a crowd, he would undoubtedly resemble a humanoid behemoth. His hands are stained with countless drops of blood, and after so many years, he has grown numb to the killing. It is time to visit Shushan and see that young girl. With a sigh, Xiao Feng casually obliterates a demonic sect behind him. The demons have infiltrated far too deeply. It is hard to fathom that nearly all the top sects in the world have been compromised by these fiends. What suffering have the common people endured? It is no wonder that so many mortal dynasties frequently face annihilation. In hindsight, these mortal realms are likely nothing more than livestock raised by these demons. Onward, with a decisive leap, Xiao Feng soars into the air, standing atop his flying sword, vanishing from sight in an instant. The Shushan sword technique is indeed remarkable for travel. Whether it is swift remains uncertain. But it is undeniably impressive. Chapter 20. The path ahead must be walked alone. Grandfather is old and cannot move Shushan. As the old sect master nears his end, the once model sect of righteousness finds its elders, who have always embodied virtue, on the brink of war, revealing their ugly faces as they covet Shushan's resources. The sword pool of Shushan, a place that drives countless sword cultivators into madness. Once one enters the sword pool, the residual sword intent of the ancestors will be ignited, and even the slightest comprehension can lead to a significant leap in strength. How could this not incite frenzy? It leaves no doubt that with the death of the old sect master, Shushan will crumble in an instant. Centuries of grievances are about to be settled. In the secret chamber where the old sect master is in seclusion, an elderly man with white hair and beard lets out a heavy sigh. He never imagined that the once peaceful environment would devolve into such chaos that he fears not death, but the demise of Shushan. The ancestral teachings of thousands of years weigh heavily on his mind, and he cannot afford to forget. Xiao Zhuo, are you truly prepared? Even though your physical prowess is far beyond my expectations and your progress has exceeded my plans, the immense amount of true essence might overwhelm you. Should you explode, Shushan would indeed be finished. Li Tiangong's eyes flicker with disappointment that a dignified top-tier expert finds himself in such a predicament. Yet he has truly done his utmost, maintaining Shushan for a century single-handedly. As the longest-serving sect master of Shushan, he is also the most unfortunate. Losing a child in his old age, he can do nothing but watch his granddaughter suffer, that he feels utterly powerless. Were it not for his body nearing decay, he would want nothing more than to drag the demon lord out and give him a good beating. Li Zhu nods gently. Growing up, she has transformed from a delicate beauty into a striking young woman. A determined expression graces her exquisite face. She is now old enough to share her grandfather's burdens. She hopes to wield her sword and eradicate the demons of the world, as she promised her brother Xiao Feng. Grandfather, we have no other choice, do we? Even if there is but a sliver of possibility, we must take the gamble. At the very least, we will have acted rather than done nothing. Li Zhu raises her small fist in determination. She does not wish to disappoint her brother Xiao Feng, who protected her in her childhood. Now, she shall safeguard him in his later years. Since you have made up your mind, then let it be. Li Tiangang exhales deeply. What must come will inevitably arrive. He suddenly stands, his pure white robe and white beard fluttering despite the absence of wind. A terrifying aura instantly fills the entire chamber. It hurts, Li Tiangang laments that it is nothing. I am unafraid that as soon as Li Zhuo's words leave her lips, a piercing pain surges through her heart. Li Tiangang, though reluctant, knows that once the transmission of true essence begins, it cannot be halted. He must transfer his entire cultivation to Li Zhuo. This is the primary reason Xu Shan stands unyielding. When the previous sect master nears death, he passes on his cultivation to the next generation. This method, though taxing, is the fastest way to forge a strong individual. Coupled with Xu Shan's unique secret technique, it bears no adverse effects on the recipient, ensuring a solid foundation. Generation after generation, Xu Shan has followed this tradition. Originally, this was meant for Li Zhuo's father, but he has since passed away. Li Tiangang grits his teeth. He is unwilling to accept this fate. After a century of struggle, is this truly the conclusion? Time ticks away. The sword intent within Li Zhuo rapidly solidifies. Grandmaster First Heaven, Grandmaster Second Heaven, Grandmaster Third Heaven. Sweat drips from Li Zhuo's youthful face. The pain is excruciating. It feels as though a torrent of true essence relentlessly crashes against her bones. Others may not even be able to endure such agony. But she is the young mistress of Xu Shan. She is the next sect master, and she must persevere. Grandfather, will you die? Li Zhuo looks up, confused. Her grandfather has never informed her of the consequences of using this secret technique. Naturally, the sect masters of Xu Shan have always followed this path, that it is a burden borne by our bloodline, an inescapable sin. Perhaps in the future, our descendants will fulfill our mission, but for now, we must defend the position for those who conduct in the face of our mission. Generation after generation, many have perished. Outsiders may deem it foolish. I, too, share that sentiment. Yet the world's suffering must be shouldered by someone. Death, it is not terrifying. What is truly fearsome is dying without spine. Though I harbor immense regret, witnessing my granddaughter grow to this point makes my existence in this world worthwhile. I hope you will be the one to fulfill the mission. If so, you need not Li Tiangang's tears flow freely, a sight he has not witnessed in a century. Despite his words, can he truly remain desireless? He cannot. He has failed to protect his own child. Yet he cannot and should not appear weak before his granddaughter. Grandfather, do you not regret it? Li Zhuo gazes at Li Tiangang's increasingly frail form, her voice trembling with emotion. Regret? Heaven and hell offer no choice, only a predetermined fate. However, while I may lack the choice to live, I can choose to die in this manner, which is not without its joys. What could bring more happiness than witnessing the growth of the next generation? Li Tiangang smiles serenely, blood continually spilling from his mouth. Already at the end of his rope, the act of transferring his essence has pushed his body beyond its limits. Grandfather! Li Zhuo moves forward instinctively. In the next moment, Li Tiangang's body trembles, an overwhelming aura suppressing Li Zhuo. Child, do not weep. Sometimes, Li Tiangang bellowed with fury. The remnants of his cultivation transformed into a small sword, imprinted upon Li Zhuo's forehead. Once Li Zhuo fully adapted to the 8th level of the Grandmaster realm, she would be able to use this sword imprint to step into the realm of invulnerability against the divine. After completing this act, Li Tiangang's aura plummeted, as if a gust of wind could topple him, but he gazed at Li Zhuo, revealing a gentle smile. Child, the path ahead is yours to tread. I can no longer watch over you. With a face ashen as death, Li Tiangang staggered and collapsed to the ground, in his final moments. He seemed to glimpse the innocent Li Zhuo of her childhood. How pure and untainted she had been then. Were it not for those damned demons and the cursed mission of Mount Shu, perhaps he could have led a mundane and joyous life. Chapter 21. A call of brother for a lifetime. Time slipped away, and Li Zhuo awoke, swaying unsteadily. She beheld her grandfather's lifeless body, and tears streamed uncontrollably down her cheeks. Grandfather, I vow to eradicate all the demons of this world. Li Zhuo glared outside with gritted teeth. Rage surged within her. It was high time to deal with those old geezers of Mount Shu. She clenched her small fist, and a spiritual sword materialized in her grasp. The Fengji sword. In the next moment, the Fengji sword trembled incessantly, radiating countless golden lights. A beam of golden light surged skyward. The terrifying sword energy sent shivers down the spines of all present from Mount Shu. She had reached the level of comprehending sword intent. The true essence of the sword is divided into several realms: sword energy, sword intent, and sword heart. Li Jiyue had already stepped into the realm of sword intent. Many grandmasters throughout their lives never even touched the threshold of sword energy. Yet, the moment Li Jiyue grasped her sword, she leaped directly over sword energy to reach sword intent. Whoosh, 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 several figures arrived above the basement. Their expressions were grave, hesitant to enter. They dared not move while the old leader still breathed. Rumors had it that the old leader had gone mad, but no one knew the truth. However, it was true that his temperament had grown increasingly volatile. Boom! The basement door was instantly shattered by a wave of sword energy. The individuals present wore solemn expressions, fixating on the entrance to their surprise. The anticipated leader was absent, replaced by a graceful figure. The Grand Elder's pupils narrowed. From her silhouette, he recognized the girl he had wished to eliminate years ago. She had not perished. Ha! Li Jiyue let out a cold laugh. Her grandfather had kept her return a secret. It seemed these individuals were eagerly anticipating her demise, so be it. It would be cleaner and more decisive to take action herself. You little yellow-haired girl, what are you doing in there? Planning to assassinate the leader of Mount Shu. The Grand Elder scoffed, hastily placing a heavy accusation upon Li Jiyue. Others may be oblivious, but he knew that she was Li Tiangong's granddaughter. And with Li Tiangong's current absence, it was evident that the transfer of power had been completed. Li Jiyue, at best, was merely at the first level of Grandmaster. They must seize the opportunity now. The other elders narrowed their eyes slightly. The Grand Elder would not speak without reason. Evidently, this girl had significant backing. However, they could not be bothered to expose her. Despite their mutual disdain, it was clear that Li Jiyue posed the greater threat. Boom! In an instant, they unleashed their auras, all of them at least at the 5th level of Grandmaster. Had they even bothered to pretend? Disappointment flickered in Li Jiyue's eyes. Barely had her grandfather departed when their true natures were laid bare. Was this the Mount Shu that her grandfather had vowed to protect with his life? Was such a place worth her devotion? Ha! Little yellow-haired girl, what nonsense are you spouting? The Lord has already dispatched troops. They will soon arrive at the foot of Mount Shu. Do you think we still need to pretend? The Grand Elder's gaze brimmed with fervor. I ask this how all of you think. Li Jiyue did not respond. Casting a frigid glance at all the elders, they nodded in tacit agreement. Mount Shu, the last bastion of humanity, had indeed fallen. All the upper echelons had succumbed to the demons. Is that so? I understand now. Li Jiyue raised her chin, looking at the Grand Elder as if he were an insignificant insect. Clad in white robes, her long hair billowed in the wind as she slowly drew her Jifeng sword. Swish! The slender figure brandished the delicate sword, facing off against the several Grand Elders. Little yellow-haired girl, it seems the power you've acquired has inflated your ego. You dare to draw your sword against us? I shall teach you a lesson in honor of your deceased parents, the 3rd Elder sneered, drawing his own sword and vanishing behind Li Jiyue in a flash that a glimmer of golden light flickered in Li Jiyue's eyes. In an instant, sword intent enveloped the entire area. Today, I shall make you understand that some things cannot be done. 10,000 swords returned to origin. Li Jiyue cried out that I end the sword pool. Countless swords resonated. Rushing to gather around her, did I end mere moments. Tens of thousands of long swords hovered behind her. She slightly raised her hand, pointing towards the 3rd Elder. The long swords received their command, all simultaneously lunging towards him. What? The 3rd Elder's expression shifted dramatically. The second strongest sword technique of Mount Shu's swordsmanship, in terms of lethality, was indeed terrifying. The Grand Elders stood on high alert, each summoning their full essence to form a massive barrier, hoping to withstand this onslaught. Yet, the force of the tens of thousands of long swords, bolstered by secret techniques, was overwhelmingly powerful. In but a moment, the barrier teetered on the brink of collapse. The Grand Elder trembled. Cold sweat streaming down his brow. So powerful. The original 10,000 swords returned to origin should not have been this formidable. Yet this little girl had managed to imbue each sword with a layer of sword intent. Her comprehension and application of sword intent had reached an extraordinary pinnacle. Likewise, the consumption of this technique was undeniably immense. The Li Jiyue's complexion paled. She struggled to maintain the 10,000 swords returned to origin. Having just received enlightenment, her realm was inherently unstable, compounded by the fact that she had only recently grasped the sword intent. The strength of this technique was already at her limit. Thus, she could not afford to lose. Victory was her only option. "Why are you all still pretending? Reveal your true selves," the Grand Elder bellowed. Only then did the others realize that there was no longer a need for pretense at Mount Shu. A wave of terrifying auras erupted. Each individual was cloaked in a layer of black, demonic energy, their power having undergone a radical transformation. The Grand Elder's transformation was the most pronounced. Having entered demonic form, he had ascended to the 9th level of Grandmaster. The entire Mount Shu was shrouded in ominous clouds. This sect, which had stood for thousands of years, now faced the greatest crisis in its history. Li Jiyue's expression shifted. She realized these individuals had held back, but she had not anticipated the toll this would take on her. Yet, there was no retreat now. The only way to break the deadlock was to detonate her grandfather's sword imprint. The aura of invulnerability against the divine would instantly obliterate them. However, her own cultivation would plummet to that of an ordinary person, and she would have to start anew. Reluctant, yet left with no choice. She sighed. With a heavy heart, Li Jiyue cast one last glance at Mount Shu. Detonating the sword imprint would also obliterate it. Her grandfather's dream would ultimately remain unfulfilled. "And I'm sorry, Xiaofeng. I cannot come to find you just yet." Li Jiyue sighed. In the next moment, her aura surged once more. She began to channel the power within the sword imprint. "Are you mad? You actually intend to self-destruct?" The third elder shrieked. "No, she isn't. That's a contingency plan left by the old cadre Li Tiangang for her. That old fox 1T let us have it easy even in death." The Grand Elder slammed the ground and furied. This moment, the only option was to flee. If they did not act soon, they would perish. "Today, you shall accompany Mount Shu to the grave. You were born as people of Mount Shu, and in death, you shall remain as its ghosts. Even if you become demons, you shall forever linger in Mount Shu." Li Jiyue declared coldly. "Girl, what kind of nonsense are you spouting?" From a corner, a shadowy figure stepped forth. "Just a pack of demonic hounds. Why let them remain in Mount Shu?" Xiaofeng yawned, having watched the spectacle for quite some time. Unnoticed by anyone, the situation at Mount Shu was worse than he had imagined. It was truly hard to fathom that all the upper echelons had become allies of the demons, relying solely on Li Jiyue to hold the fort. Upon seeing him, Li Jiyue's eyes brimmed with tears. "You shouldn't have come." A flicker of struggle crossed her gaze. With Xiaofeng's arrival, she could no longer self-destruct. Escaping alone was already difficult, and taking Xiaofeng along would be impossible to evade the elders. "But I have come." Xiaofeng replied nonchalantly. "Do you remember what I once told you? A call of brother is enough for me to protect you for a lifetime. You are my sister, Xiaofeng, and even the Heavenly King himself cannot touch you, understand?" Xiaofeng turned to face the Grand Elders, unable to suppress a scoff. "Each of you claims to be a paragon of virtue. Yet look at yourselves, underhanded tactics and cunning schemes. He is indeed well-versed in all aspects." Chapter 22. An unfortunate choice, Brother Xiaofeng. Li Jiyue sighed, a flicker of struggle passing across her face. Although her heart was filled with countless doubts, she wished to voice to Xiaofeng. The situation was far too dire. She feared neither injury nor death for herself. Rather, she did not wish to betray her grandfather's earnest intentions or allow Brother Xiaofeng to fall victim to these malevolent individuals. Perhaps the fate of bringing ruin to those close to her was her preordained destiny. Was the fortune teller truly correct? She was indeed the heavenly calamity, starred as long as she lived. She would inevitably bring misfortune to those around her. "Do not underestimate me. I am formidable in my own right," Xiaofeng remarked nonchalantly. Scratching his ear, he held these adversaries in low regard. While it was true that sword cultivators of the same rank were invincible, he, Xiaofeng, could annihilate them in an instant. Even if his cultivation level was not as high as theirs. What of it? Even if the strength of each tier of a master could cause earth-shattering changes. So what? He was, after all, the embodiment of invincibility. "Leave at once, Brother Xiaofeng. They have already allied with the forces of evil. We cannot stand against the demon lord. With grandfather gone, no one in this vast world can thwart the might of the demonic overlord." Li Jiyue shook her head, her unwillingness palpable. "Who is this yellow-haired girl? Though her talent is commendable, Having reached the 7th tier of mastery at such a young age, she may even surpass the legendary Ling Jianzi of Shushan. But so what? To dare intrude upon our encirclement of masters, even those at the 8th or 9th tier, is indeed admirable, yet it is the only commendation I can offer. Regardless, you and this girl must perish here today. The third elder declared coldly. Xiao Feng was a menace. If given sufficient time, surpassing the once great Ling Jianzi would be a trivial matter. Thus, he must be eliminated. Ah, it seems I have been underestimated, Xiao Feng feigned a sigh. Before the third elder could finish his words, he was sent flying by an overwhelming force, his head pressed into the ground by a not particularly robust but remarkably sturdy arm. Xiao Feng licked his lips. A hint of relish in his expression. I allow you to repeat what you just said. You dare lay a hand on me. The Grand Elder was instantly enraged. How dare this brat act so brazenly before him? All the elders present glared at Xiao Feng, their anger palpable. His actions were akin to riding on their necks, a long-forgotten humiliation for those who had long held power. Little girl, observe closely. Sometimes a single chopstick may appear weak. But Xiao Feng's words trailed off as he fixed his gaze on Li Jiruo for an extended moment. Brother Xiao Feng, are you suggesting that a bundle of chopsticks cannot be broken? And if they all attack together, it will be difficult for you to handle? Li Jiruo looked at Xiao Feng with concern. No, what I mean is, no matter how many chopsticks there are, they are still merely chopsticks. Regardless of their numbers, they are as fragile as ants. Xiao Feng's lips curved into a slight smirk. You insolent brat. The Grand Elder bellowed furiously. The several Grand Elders unleashed their demonic powers. A dark aura enveloping half of Shushan Mountain. The air was filled with explosive sounds as Xiao Feng charged forward, engaging them in a fierce battle that in a dark chamber. A middle-aged man sat across from a shadowy figure. The man's expression was complex. Have you made your decision? The shadow's tone was gentle, yet its demeanor was unyielding. There truly no turning back. In the past, I had no choice, but now I genuinely wish to be a good person. I have given up everything, yet I cannot let go of them. Originally, my fate dictated that I would have nothing, but now it is different. My fate has changed. I have a wife who stands by me and a little rascal who is out training. I truly find it difficult to relinquish all of this, the middle-aged man sighed. Yet he knew that no matter what he did, he could not alter his destiny. This was a matter fated from the beginning. By agreeing to the Shadow's terms, he could survive for another 20 years. That if he refused, the Shadow would not harm him. But this is our fate, from birth to death. All of this is unchangeable. The Shadow shook its head. The middle-aged man's emotions were understood, yet the Shadow could not grasp human sentiments. They were merely superfluous. The middle-aged man raised his head, then lowered it again. Words lingered on his lips. Yet he refrained from voicing them. Very well, my last request is this. Do not harm her, he sighed, turning away. She is not part of the plan. Her survival is merely an accident, that I will not act against her. The Shadow nodded in acknowledgement, indicating this was the greatest concession it could offer. Were it not for the man before it, it would have acted long ago. Then let it be so. The middle-aged man exhaled deeply. Relieved that his concerns had not come to pass, that he grabbed a mask from the table and opened the door. Hey, why are you acting so strangely today? Are you going out? A gentlewoman approached. Yes, to accomplish some matters I must attend to. But this isn't like you. I know, but this is who I am. The middle-aged man sighed, raising his hand to summon a wisp of black mist that rendered the gentlewoman unconscious. As he reached the door, he could not help but glance back one last time before resolutely departing. Perhaps only by leaving this home could he safeguard them, that he donned the mask, merging with the Shadow. In that moment, his aura surged once more, reaching a terrifying level. Rumored to be the pinnacle of martial prowess, capable of standing against divine beings. Suddenly, the man leaped into the air, transforming into a wisp of black mist as he soared toward a distant destination. Chapter 23. The Terror of Invincibility Shushan Mountain. Xiao Feng had already vanquished the several Grand Elders, yet he had also expended considerable energy that in terms of individual strength, Xiao Feng surpassed them significantly. However, the sword formation they had formed, combined with their demonic power, could only be described as terrifying. That must be said, Shushan's ability to endure for a millennium is indeed commendable. Nonetheless, with Xiao Feng's superior skills and the full force of the Dragon Elephant Suppression art unleashed, he struck back instantaneously. Brother Xiaofeng, are you truly this powerful now? Li Ruo's eyes sparkled with admiration, momentarily forgetting that her own true essence had been completely depleted. Just a small matter. Xiaofeng replied nonchalantly. Darn it, the closer I get to this girl, the more I feel my emotions being suppressed once more. This lifelong vow of celibacy is indeed toxic, if I choose again. I might as well be a dog. Could it be that the system has determined I have feelings for Li Ruo and wishes for me to marry her? Please, I have always regarded her as a sister. I cannot possibly be the kind of person who falls for every girl I encounter. It is also utterly impossible for me to simply pounce on any girl I see. Even if I like someone, it would not be an ordinary girl like Li Ruo. Moreover, how old is this girl? Xiaofeng casually assessed Li Ruo before becoming momentarily stunned. The once naughty little girl had transformed into a graceful young woman. With skin as smooth as jade and hair cascading like silk, she was now in her prime. Aside from being unremarkable, there was not a single flaw to be found. Wow, this is impressive. Xiaofeng took a deep breath. Brother Xiaofeng, Li Ruo shyly clasped her small hands, feeling bashful under his gaze. Ahem, Xiaofeng coughed heavily. Impossible, absolutely impossible. He had no intention of venturing into any orthopedic territory. Just as the atmosphere grew increasingly peculiar, a layer of darkness swiftly enveloped the skies above Shushan, an indescribable sense of crisis rising in the hearts of all its inhabitants. Hand over Li Ruo, or face the annihilation of Shushan. A voice filled with authority resonated throughout Shushan. An enemy. Xiaofeng furrowed his brows, wondering why they had arrived at such a time. With the dragon elephant suppression art at his disposal, he was not afraid of a prolonged battle. Yet it was unexpected. Could it be the master referred to by the demons? Li Ruo's face turned pale. Damn it, why has it come so soon? Wasn't he had said that there were still a few days remaining? There is no time left. Li Ruo grasped Xiaofeng's hand, attempting to lead him away. But just as they moved, that ominous presence had already arrived before them, that a massive black hand seized Li Ruo with lightning speed, the overwhelming force making it difficult for her to breathe. You are the current master of Shushan? Your strength is somewhat lacking, but by killing you, my mission will be complete. To be why the way, as the master of Shushan. You deserve to know my name before you die. I am the Demon Lord. You may call me Mo Xiao. The frigid tone of Mo Xiao instinctively incited a sense of aversion within Li Ruo. She yearned to break free from the colossal hand formed of black mist. Yet, in her already exhausted state, how could she possibly escape the grasp of such an overwhelming entity? Release her, Xiaofeng bellowed, seizing the black giant hand with his own and crushing it into fragments that dissolved into the ether. Who are you, brat? Mo Xiao turned to see Xiaofeng, and his expression shifted slightly. Me, just an inconspicuous individual, Xiaofeng, he replied nonchalantly that he could sense the formidable power of the person before him. Immensely strong, undeniably powerful, overwhelmingly so. This was undoubtedly the most formidable opponent he had ever encountered. Indeed, he might not even stand a chance against him. But so what? With a divine talent for martial arts, born to fight until death, as long as he lived, he would continue to grow stronger. Moreover, could he abandon Li Ruo? That was simply unthinkable. Though he did not consider himself a saint, he was certainly not devoid of compassion that he could feel anger, and he could smile that he was merely a living, ordinary person that he would fight, aware that he might perish. This could be his final battle. Yet if he chose to flee and abandon Li Ruo, then perhaps he would truly be dead. To extinguish one's humanity was akin to choosing death. The atmosphere on the battlefield grew somber in an instant. After a long pause, Mo Xiao finally spoke. Variable that you believe you are my match. His tone was somewhat perplexed, as if he did not wish to take Xiaofeng's life. How would you know without trying? Xiaofeng retorted, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. Rather than live a mundane existence, it is far better to let life blaze brightly. You may indeed be powerful. But I, Xiaofeng, am not lacking. What does it matter if you are merely at the level of an indestructible deity? Having come to this realm for a lifetime, how could I depart without making my mark? At the very least, let me leave a resounding legacy that proves my existence in this world. Xiaofeng shouted fiercely. The dragon elephant prison suppression technique surged to its peak. His garments were instantly torn apart. The terrifying visage of the dragon and elephant slowly materialized behind him. Xiao Feng's eyes glimmered with golden light, exuding an aura of invincibility. Although he currently stood at the 8th level of the Grandmaster realm, having eliminated so many elders and leveled up, the power he was about to unleash would surely strike fear even into the hearts of those at the threshold of indestructibility. Come now, let us dance. Show me your strength. Xiao Feng beckoned with a finger. Interesting little ant, Mo Xiao mused, casting a fleeting glance at Xiao Feng. An immense gravitational force enveloped Xiao Feng in an instant. His body felt heavy, and he stumbled, nearly falling. Is this the power of an indestructible deity? Xiao Feng murmured, glancing up at Mo Xiao. Indeed, it was formidable, terrifyingly so. But once again, a flash of golden light flickered in Xiao Feng's eyes. He fully activated the Dragon Elephant Prison Suppression technique, breaking free from the oppressive force. Mo Xiao's expression shifted. He had been confident that such pressure would be insurmountable for anyone beneath the indestructible deity level. This kid, he can actually withstand it. A demon. Is it today? Let me show you the power of a mortal. Xiao Feng's fists collided together, the black patterns brought forth by the Dragon Elephant Prison Suppression technique rapidly expanding. His strength escalated to a new height. In but a moment, Xiao Feng became a blur. Appearing beside Mo Xiao. Mountain shatter, he roared. With a single, mighty punch, he unleashed the power accumulated over 2.5 years. Mo Xiao finally reacted. He had initially thought this mortal was only slightly stronger than average. Now he began to comprehend the true extent of Xiao Feng's terrifying prowess. The cultivation method Xiao Feng practiced had supposedly been lost to time, yet here it was alive and well. There were two keys to breaking the stalemate. One was Li Zhuo, and the other was Xiao Feng's cultivation technique. How had this fellow acquired such a method? Mo Xiao had personally witnessed the destruction of that very tome. Mo Xiao raised a hand gently, deflecting the punch, and the overwhelming demonic energy surged forth, sending Xiao Feng flying. He crashed into the ground, creating a massive crater, spitting out blood. Good heavens, this guy is incredibly strong, Xiao Feng exclaimed in shock. Was the gap between a grandmaster and an indestructible deity truly so vast? As he felt the majority of his ribs fracture, he could only manage a wry smile. Was this the absolute disparity of power? Yet he refused to sit idly by. He charged back in. You can still stand, Mo Xiao remarked with surprise upon seeing Xiao Feng rise once more. Xiao Feng wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. I have many surprises left to share with you, he stated, lifting his chin slightly. At the very least, he would injure this fellow. Let me handle this. You should retreat, brother Xiao Feng. Li Zhuo could hardly bear to witness Xiao Feng go to such lengths for her. She could see that Mo Xiao harbored no murderous intent toward Xiao Feng. Though she was unsure why, she simply could not bear the thought of losing someone dear to her. You, young lady, are destined to bring misfortune to those around you. Throughout your life, more and more will perish because of you. A fortune teller had once told her when her parents first took her to the market over a decade ago. She had thought it a mere charlatan's nonsense, yet it seemed to ring true. She no longer wished to see anyone else die because of her. She would rather be the one to perish. Silence. Xiao Feng reprimanded Li Zhuo sharply. This was the first time he had ever scolded her in such a manner. I have already said that as long as you call me brother, I will be your brother for life. That I do not understand why you deny this, but I will not allow it. Remember, young lady, you are still young. Your journey is long ahead. Do not concern yourself with the opinions of others. Just be yourself. That I protect you because I choose to. Do you understand? Xiao Feng declared loudly. Li Zhuo's eyes began to glisten with tears. Brother Xiao Feng, you have always been so gentle. He had been gentle in the past, and he remains so now. That had never changed. Yet she truly could not bear to see another familiar face perish before her eyes. Such a gentle soul, willing to sacrifice himself for her. She felt utterly powerless, an overwhelming sense of helplessness flooding over her. Chapter 24. Fighting Mo Xiao with all one's might, burning blood. Xiao Feng roared, activating the secret technique of blood burning. That a towering wave of crimson surged behind him, his aura ascending several levels. This desperate technique he had stumbled upon, which he had thought he would never need to employ, was proving invaluable against such a formidable adversary. Xiao Feng clenched his fists, the sound of cracking bones resonating. That a smile crept onto his face. Even with numerous fractures, The harm inflicted on his body by the blood-burning technique was substantial. Yet he still smiled, but he could feel a rush of exhilaration coursing through him. As the setting sun cast his silhouette long and imposing, he declared, "Come now, this is merely the second round." With a powerful stomp, he shattered the ground beneath his feet, that in an instant, he soared to match Emo Zhao's height. Honestly, as a mere mortal, I am astonished by the power you can unleash. You have surpassed my expectations. However, you must have realized that you are not part of my plans. Leave her behind, and you may still escape unscathed. Emo Zhao replied coolly that he believed that any rational person would choose their own life above all else. Furthermore, should he remain, he would be unable to protect Li Zhuo, and the inevitable outcome would simply be Xiao Feng's demise. He knew that Li Zhuo would not perish, not yet at least. But Xiao Feng was different. Nevertheless, he took a certain pleasure in witnessing someone forsake another. Upon hearing this, Li Zhuo shouted, "Brother Xiao Feng, hurry and leave. One of us can still make it out." Before she could finish, Xiao Feng interrupted, "Leave. The moment I activated this technique, I ceased to consider leaving. Today, it is either your death or mine." His expression was one of sheer arrogance. He, too, possessed a proud spirit. "Better to die standing than to live on one's knees." Emo Zhao replied, somewhat surprised that someone could indeed resist such temptation. He found himself increasingly intrigued by this young man. As the sole variable in his plans, this fellow had grown to this level without his knowledge. Though he had no desire to kill him, the audacity of this young man to stand in his way meant he could not be spared. Emo Zhao raised an eyebrow, slightly in the air. Several enormous hands rapidly coalesced. The entirety of Mount Shu was suffused with a sense of despair. "I possess a single punch capable of exterminating all demons." Xiao Feng's eyes blazed with brilliant golden light. Reaching for the heavens, black and red patterns swirled across his form. His aura surged dramatically. In this moment, he too was capable of contending with an indestructible deity. With a thunderous crash, Xiao Feng propelled himself through the air, producing a series of sonic booms that in but a moment, he stood before Emo Zhao. "Today, I shall injure you. What will you do about it?" He taunted, a smirk gracing his lips, that he unleashed a punch directly at Emo Zhao. Emo Zhao's pupils constricted as he summoned dozens of black hands to shield himself, but he was astonished to find that even he was momentarily taken aback by such force. Was this truly the power of someone at the 8th level of the Grandmaster realm? But it was not over yet. Mountain shatter. Xiao Feng roared once more. His right fist was infused with an unfathomable amount of strength. And he struck out again. The black giant hand suddenly shattered into fragments, dissipating into the expanse of heaven and earth. What? Emo Zhao's eyelids twitched uncontrollably. This creature was nothing short of a monstrosity. A master at the 8th level of cultivation, yet it could defy the indestructible spirit. What absurdity was this? Emo Zhao unleashed his full power, forcibly carving a path through the demonic energy, narrowly evading that devastating punch. However, a wound marred his cheek, oozing with a trace of dark blood that was nothing more than that. Xiao Feng fell to the ground, struggling to muster a faint smile. After 2 strikes, he found himself utterly devoid of fighting spirit. Those 2 punches had strained every ounce of his strength, barely unleashing power at the level of indestructibility. Clearly, there existed a vast chasm between a master and the indestructible spirit, and no matter how much he sought to enhance his strength, he remained merely an 8th level master. Should he ascend to the 9th level, perhaps he would be somewhat stronger, yet he still would not stand a chance against Emo Zhao. Li Zhuo rushed over, tightly embracing Xiao Feng, tears streaming uncontrollably down her cheeks. Why, brother Xiao Feng," she cried out. She had once again endured the torment of losing someone so dear. Yet she possessed no strength to halt the unfolding tragedy. Time and again, she had felt her own powerlessness. Why? Blood tears streamed from Li Zhuo's eyes as she fixed her gaze upon Emo Zhao. She could not grasp the purpose of her existence in this world. Was it merely to witness the relentless demise of those around her? Countless times, she had wished it were herself who had perished instead. Was being weak truly a sin? A seed yearning for strength had taken root deep within Li Zhuo's heart. "I shall kill you," she declared, placing Xiao Feng beneath an ancient tree before standing tall, each word deliberate and resolute. Perhaps death awaited her, yet she refused to be a mere lamb for slaughter. She struggled to articulate the tempest of emotions within her. Yet, it was not an exaggeration to say she was engulfed in a sea of murderous intent. She knew she was no match for him. But she felt no fear. Perhaps she lacked the right to choose her own fate, but she possessed the right to die alongside her brother Xiao Feng and be buried together, dragging her weary body. Li Zhiruo grasped the Ji Feng sword, unsteadily rising to her feet. Even in the face of a terrifying entity at the level of indestructibility, she raised her sword defiantly. Alas, Mo Xiao let out a long sigh for reasons unknown. Li Zhiruo summoned every remnant of strength she could muster, attempting once more to wield the myriad swords returning to their origin. Yet, her inner essence had long been depleted. Cough, cough, she coughed heavily twice, suddenly spitting out a mouthful of blood. Her body had been pushed beyond its limits. Merely standing was a feat in itself that Elijah felt her vision gradually blurring. How pathetic I am, she thought. Unable to muster even the strength to swing a sword. Never had she felt such disdain for her own helplessness. Disciples of Mount Shu, unite! As disciples of Mount Shu, we shall defend it with our lives. A voice called out that it was none other than Li Changsheng, the sole true disciple of Mount Shu. Clad in white robes, he arrived with 3,000 disciples of Shu. They had long heard the whispers of chaos from the rear mountain. Li Changsheng sought to find the sect leader, yet the leader was absent. He sought the elders, but they too were nowhere to be found. As the only true disciple and the eldest brother of Mount Shu, he decisively summoned the disciples to the rear mountain. Upon arriving at the scene, witnessing the corpses of the elders and the frail woman on the verge of collapse, he comprehended everything. Yet, there was no trace of fear upon his countenance. As a disciple of Mount Shu, this resolve had long been ingrained within him. Young Master Li Changsheng clasped his fists toward Li Zhu, but he then turned his gaze toward Mo Xiao. How dare you, a mere demon, intrude upon the sacred grounds of Mount Shu? Li Changsheng drew his sword, and an overwhelming aura of sword energy enveloped the area. As the sole true disciple of Mount Shu, he was indeed a disciple of the late sect master, Li Tiangang. Chapter 25. The 3,000 disciples of Mount Shu enter the demonic path, confronting Mo Xiao. Despite his nominal status as a disciple, his strength had already reached the 5th level of mastery. Were it not for his lack of seniority, he would undoubtedly have attained a position among the elders. The disciples he brought along were all elite members of the sect. Some at the pinnacle, others masters in their own right, but he was aware of the elders' downfall and the formidable power of the creature from the rear mountain. He had come, perhaps not as a match. But to forsake Mount Shu would mean its annihilation, that he feared not death, but the thought of Mount Shu, for which his master had sacrificed everything, vanishing into oblivion. Ironically, he was not of Mount Shu's bloodline. Rather, he was an orphan, discovered 20 years prior by Li Tiangang during his travels that Li Tiangang had brought him back to Mount Shu, teaching him swordsmanship and the principles of the Dao that in his heart. Li Tiangang was both his master and father. Mount Shu was indeed fascinating. A steady stream of souls willing to meet their demise had arrived, that Mo Xiao's emotions grew increasingly unstable, spiraling into rage. We, the righteous, bear blood that is fundamentally distinct from the demonic. With the demonic path before me, why should I refrain from confronting it? Li Changsheng retorted coldly. Righteous ones, the people of Mount Shu dare to call themselves righteous. How comical! Mo Xiao laughed heartily, a look of disdain plastered across his face as he surveyed the disciples of Mount Shu. And no matter how many ants swarm, they remain mere ants. Nothing more did Li Changsheng furrowed his brows. He had little interest in power struggles, which was why he had never paid much heed to the elders. Furthermore, as he was not of Mount Shu's bloodline, they had never welcomed him. Yet he found it hard to believe that the elders had truly succumbed to the demonic path. You need not speak further. Their fate is theirs to bear. My duty, however, is to slay you, Li Changsheng declared. Disciples of Mount Shu, unite, he bellowed. The multitude of disciples stood resolute, prepared to face death. They formed a sword formation in unison. Their education had instilled in them the principle of sacrificing everything for Mount Shu. Moreover, their elder brother possessed the charisma to unite them. The 3,000 disciples of Mount Shu stood united like a steel wall. Wherever their elder brother pointed, they would go. A surge of power flowed through every individual at Mount Shu, and as their strength was channeled through the sword formation, It amplified Li Chongqing's power. 5th level of mastery, 6th level, 7th level, 8th level, 9th level. In mere moments, Li Chongqing's strength ascended to its zenith. I, Li Chongqing, have been practicing the sword for over 20 years since joining Mount Shu, that I have trained through scorching summers and freezing winters. While my talent may account for some of my prowess, my purity of purpose and swordsmanship has long since transcended mere talent. That he was uncertain whether the actions of Mount Shu were just or why the elders had surrendered to the demonic path. Such matters were of little concern to him. What he valued was the old sect master, Li Tiangang. The multitude of disciples felt the same. Though the old sect master was the leader, he had always treated the disciples with kindness. And among these elders, he was certain many had benefited from their guidance. Ultimately, regardless of the internal strife within Mount Shu, it was no affair of outsiders. Mount Shu encompassed all that they loved and all that represented their lives. Should anyone dare to threaten Mount Shu, they must first reckon with them. A torrent of sword energy surged from Li Chongqing, that a single sword, frost-chilling 14 provinces. The piercing sword energy piqued Mo Xiao's interest. How intriguing! That fellow Ling Jinzi truly had not skimped on his preparations. The sword formation of Mount Shu had endured. This time, with 3,000 individuals forming the formation, the power unleashed was nothing short of remarkable. Yet, it was still insufficient. Ultimately, they were but children, Mo Xiao scoffed lightly. A mere huff sufficing to shatter the sword formation of 3,000 disciples. Each face bore a look of disbelief. The combat prowess at the pinnacle of mastery had been so effortlessly dismantled. Just how powerful was this adversary? Li Chongqing grunted, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Well, kid, it's not too late to retreat now, Mo Xiao remarked, raising an eyebrow. I ask you all, what will it be? Will you flee? Li Chongqing continued to raise his sword, clearly indicating his stance. The 3,000 disciples shook their heads in unison. If our elder brother does not retreat, neither shall we. We, the 3,000 disciples of Mount Shu, shall stand together in life and death. We are willing to accompany our elder brother to the underworld. The deafening declaration resonated through the heavens that Li Chongqing was momentarily taken aback. Then a gentle smile graced his lips. Even if death awaited him, he could not suppress the upward curve of his mouth. Why was this so? He could not say. Elder brother, if we survive this, will you let me take you as my husband? A female disciple blinked, evidently summoning her courage to speak. Knowing that if she did not voice it now, she might never have the chance again. Li Chongqing was momentarily stunned, then numbly nodded. Agreed. The female disciple instantly erupted in joyous celebration, drawing a chorus of envious gasps from the surrounding female disciples. Faced with death, they found themselves engulfed in laughter and cheer. There is indeed a reason why a sect can endure for thousands of years. Alas, Mo Xiao sighed once more. He had clearly offered them a chance. Yet, why did these humans remain so oblivious to their own peril? Disciples of Mount Shu, present, form the formation. Yes, the sword formation of Mount Shu was once again established. Li Chongqing's aura once again ascended to the pinnacle of the Grandmaster level. The ninth heaven, that is the focal point of the formation. He undoubtedly bore the brunt of the damage. However, he had no choice. With a deep breath, Li Chongqing exhaled. I possess a sword capable of severing the sun, moon, and stars. With a fierce cry, he unleashed a torrent of sword energy once more. This time, the nascent form of his sword intent had materialized. The sword in his hand brimmed with spiritual energy in an instant. Li Chongqing gripped the sword tightly, swinging it with fervor. A crescent-shaped expanse of overwhelming sword energy surged towards the demonic figure. Mo Xiao lifted his chin slightly. And this time he did not remain passive. With a gentle raise of his hand, he effortlessly deflected the strike. Did these fools still not comprehend? They were simply not of the same caliber. No matter how many ants came, they remained ants in the end. Unless they reached the realm of unbreakable divine insight, they posed no threat to him. The Shushan sword formation was shattered once more. The faces of all present turned pale, some unable to contain themselves, spewing forth copious amounts of blood. Li Chongqing, bearing the heaviest injuries, had blood continuously seeping from the corners of his mouth. Yet he uttered not a word of pain. Beads of sweat the size of soybeans trickled down his forehead, and his complexion gradually paled. He clenched his teeth tightly. Senior brother. No one dared to voice their own injuries. Their concern was solely for Li Chongqing. The damage sustained at the focal point was magnified dozens, if not hundreds of times, compared to that of the others. If they were in such a state, Li Chongqing must be suffering even more. It is nothing. Li Chongqing gently shook his head. Do you all regret it? He asked calmly. Following senior brother, how could there be any talk of regret? Everyone replied in unison that I possess a method to break the stalemate. An ancient text recounts that descending into the demonic path grants one greater power, but at the cost of losing one's sanity, becoming a mere killing machine. Yet if one bites down on their tongue, they may experience a fleeting moment of clarity during which they can direct their actions, and by burning their essence at that moment, they can unleash several times their usual combat prowess. This method was perilously dangerous and exceedingly extreme. Were it not for the lack of alternatives, Li Chongqing sighed to ask the senior brother. He felt he had failed in his duty. Yet, there was no other choice. His master had alluded to this not long ago, and he realized this battle was crucial. Protect Li Zhu. She would be the sole key to breaking the impasse that Li Chongqing had agreed. Strangely, he felt little affection for this girl who was, in terms of generations, a junior to him. However, she was rather pitiable. Still, being a disciple of his master, he was determined to protect her at all costs. He had no complaints, only sorrow for his disciples. Senior brother, you underestimate us. When have we ever spoken of fear? Moreover, Shushan is not merely your home. It is our collective home, and we too are guardians of our homeland. The disciples responded in unison. Li Chongqing's eyes reddened. Taking 2 deep breaths, he declared, Disciples, here. They replied. Reform the formation. Li Chongqing bellowed. His aura soared once more to the Grandmaster Ninth Heaven, though this time it wavered precariously. Embrace the demonic path. Li Chongqing's eyes burned crimson. The other disciples, influenced by his fervor, instinctively learned the method of entering the demonic path. The demonic path differed from the powers of demons. It was more potent and far more frenzied. The longer one practiced orthodox cultivation techniques, the more deranged they would become after descending into the demonic path. Of course, this was not absolute. Yet, those who had never practiced demonic techniques would undoubtedly struggle against the overwhelming malevolence. Li Chongqing's mind was inundated with nefarious thoughts that he wanted nothing more than to annihilate everything before him. The world around him blurred crimson, as if everything were his prey. Hold on, Li Chongqing roared. As the focal point, he was most affected by the demonic influence. Countless negative emotions flooded his mind. Just as he was about to falter, he suddenly recalled the words spoken to him by Li Tiangang that day. Child, will you blame me? I fear I have been a bit selfish that I in that moment. Li Tiangang, frail and aged, lay upon his bed, signed that no, I know not who gave me life, but you raised me that I can offer no repayment for your 20 years of kindness. Even if this life is far too insufficient. Furthermore, you said that Li Zhu is the only key to breaking the deadlock. Therefore, she is, and I have never doubted you. Li Chongqing gazed solemnly at the elder on the bed. Child, you have suffered. You have always been important to me, always. Yet the current situation, alas, Li Tiangang sighed deeply, gazing out the window. Only Li Chongqing remained by his side until evening fell, that he could not betray his master's expectations. Li Chongqing bit down hard on his tongue, striking his chest with fervor. The searing pain jolted him back to reality. Cough, cough. Li Tiangang coughed violently, blood spewing forth. He had already descended into the demonic path. Along with the 3,000 disciples of Shushan, together. Chapter 26. The demonic Mo Shao from the heart. Every disciple's white robe transformed into a crimson cloak that a surge of overwhelming demonic energy materialized from thin air. Every face contorted in agony as they bit down on their tongues. This malevolence was far too potent, nearly driving them to madness. Fortunately, Li Chongqing bore the brunt of more of this malice on their behalf. Otherwise, some would have undoubtedly succumbed entirely to demonic transformation. Gasping for breath, Li Chongqing drew in deep, labored breaths. His power had reached the threshold of half-step divine insight. Yet it was insufficient, far too insufficient. The chasm between a grandmaster and divine insight was vast. Was this meager strength enough to initiate a qualitative change? Burn my essence, Li Chongqing roared. The surrounding disciples, without hesitation, followed suit, igniting their vital essence. Li Chongqing's aura surged once more, yet with it came an even greater wave of malevolence. Were it not for Li Chongqing's cultivation of the Heartless Sword, he would have long since lost control. However, even the Heartless Sword could not negate the reality of true indifference, that he could not achieve it, nor could anyone that Li Chongqing bent his legs and knelt before Li Tiangong's lifeless body. Master, your unfilial disciple will soon join you. Tears brimmed in his eyes. You die. Li Chongqing bellowed, his temper flaring that he could no longer contain himself. All he desired was to rend apart those before him. Li Chongqing lunged forward, abandoning the demeanor of a sword cultivator. He rained down blows upon Mo Xiao. Mo Xiao shook his head slightly. These little ones possessed such resolute wills. Yet, the disparity in power was ultimately insurmountable. This force, had it been the him of this morning, might have harmed him. But now, he had already taken his first steps into his complete form. How could his strength possibly compare to that of the morning? To put it another way, aside from that one individual, he was the only true divinity present. Die, die. Li Chongqing screamed in a frenzy. His will was on the verge of being consumed by the demonic essence that it was already challenging for an ordinary person to maintain control when succumbing to the demonic path. What was more, Li Chongqing feared that others might falter. He absorbed a portion of the demonic essence from each disciple, meaning he bore the malevolence of 1,500 individuals alone. That he could still maintain a shred of self-awareness was astonishing. The combat prowess of Li Chongqing, having attained divine insight, remained terrifying. Even his inadvertent sword energy could flatten mountains. Calm down. Mo Xiao snorted disdainfully. An aura enveloped Li Chongqing once more, trapping him tightly within. Then, Mo Xiao began to pant heavily. Even he, who had not fully completed his transformation, could not sustain prolonged combat. That it seemed a swift resolution was necessary. Trapped within the sphere of energy, Li Chongqing pounded against everything in a fit of rage, intermittently clutching his head tightly, that he was on the verge of breaking. This demonic energy was overwhelmingly potent. Li Chongqing's eyes blazed crimson, as if he were about to be wholly consumed by the malevolence. All present watched in tense anticipation. They believed in their senior brother. Come on, senior brother. A younger disciple, filled with courage, called out to Li Chongqing. He paused momentarily, regaining a flicker of clarity. You are our senior brother. The senior brother of Shushan. The name Li Chongqing is one we all recognize together. We exist alongside you, now and forever. The younger disciple stepped forward, one deliberate step at a time. Hurry, hurry. Li Chongqing clutched his head. Crying out in anguish, he feared that he might soon be overtaken once more by the malevolent forces, potentially harming his junior sister, as the eldest disciple of Mount Shu. He had long regarded all of his fellow disciples as family. His junior sister remained silent, advancing step by step, reaching out to touch the swirling black mist. Despite its corrosive nature, which singed her delicate hand to a fiery red in mere moments, she persevered through the searing pain, gently caressing Li Chongqing's face. Tears had long since overflowed from her eyes. Li Chongqing was taken aback. What was this strange sensation? Yet the darkness within him began to calm. That moment, a broad hand patted his shoulder. Chongqing, this isn't like you. A familiar voice resonated. Instinctively, Li Chongqing turned to look behind him, but found no one there. Master, is that you? Master, please don't abandon me. He cried out in despair. Foolish child, your master has always been here. Do you see the spirit sword I once gifted you? It has accompanied me for many years, and my will resides within it. You have never been forsaken, neither in the past nor now. Go forth, child, take up the sword and reclaim your own way of fighting. Let me see the magnificent world that lies ahead. Li Tiangong's resonant voice echoed in Li Chongqing's ears, nodding in affirmation. Li Chongqing rose to his feet, his heart racing as if resonating with his spirit's sword. Awakening, he gently caressed the long sword in his hand, murmuring, Master has always been here. His robe billowed without wind, and a glimmer of sword intent flashed in his eyes, dispersing the black mist. That Li Chongqing tenderly grasped his junior sister's hand and said softly, I still look forward to you taking me back as your husband. His junior sister's face flushed crimson, realizing she had acted purely on instinct. That Li Chongqing exhaled deeply, a brilliant sword heart manifesting in his mind. Unbeknownst to him, the ancient text contained fragmented records indicating that after succumbing to malevolence, one must break through to ascend, harnessing the overwhelming dark energy to comprehend the sword heart. His own malevolence was insufficient, but the combined strength of many would suffice to a master with a sword heart at the level of indestructibility. The true power was becoming evident. Sword cultivators were the very embodiment of invincibility at their level, and what of those who comprehended the sword heart? At this moment, even if he were not a match for his opponent, he could stand undefeated. Under the influence of the sword heart, the malevolence of the many disciples was suppressed. Yet, the might of the Shu Mountain sword array did not wane. Ha ha ha, how amusing. Today has truly opened my eyes. Far too many unforeseen events have transpired that a slight curve graced the lips of Mo Xiao. Plans? What plans? Li Chongqing furrowed his brow, sensing something amiss that it's nothing much, since it's nearly over. I shall entertain you a bit longer, Mo Xiao replied with a smile. The overwhelming dark energy surged forth anew, but this time, it had escalated to unprecedented levels. He had revealed his true capabilities. Li Chongqing nodded non-committally. Within the territory of Shu Mountain, he was now invincible. After all, only the sword heart could unleash the full power of the Shu Mountain sword array. All swords returned to the origin. Li Chongqing bellowed that I end the Shu Mountain sword pool. Countless spirit swords trembled. Whoosh! In an instant, they had gathered by Li Chongqing's side. This sword shall vanquish the demons of the world. This sword shall restore peace to humanity. This sword shall eliminate all future worries. Li Chongqing pointed towards Mo Xiao's position. Tens of thousands of spirit swords surged forth in a frenzy that Mo Xiao's expression shifted. The precious swords soaking in the sword pool not only contained various sword energies, but also exuded righteous spirit. While he could not claim to fear them, they did indeed pose a threat. Demon form. Mo Xiao immediately summoned his ultimate skill, transforming into a terrifying true form towering 99 zhang high. Annihilate. Mo Xiao uttered a single word. His aura surging anew, engaging in a fierce clash with the returning swords. Beside him, Li Chongqing's complexion paled, as did those of the other disciples. Maintaining the indestructible state was no small drain on their energies. Coupled with the full release of the sword heart and the return of all swords, each of them was driven by a desperate resolve. After a lengthy struggle, Mo Xiao's aura gradually diminished. I tire of playing with you, Mo Xiao scoffed, his power waning not from defeat but from exhaustion. It was time for him to depart, that a massive black gate materialized before him. Before leaving, he cast a lingering glance at Xiao Feng. Indeed, the greatest threat to him was this young man, whose techniques held peculiarities and high levels. Killing him was no longer feasible, so he would wait for the next opportunity. Chapter 27. The calm after the storm. Li Chongqing exhaled in relief upon witnessing Mo Xiao's departure, his body collapsing like a kite with severed strings. The disciples of Shu Mountain felt a tremendous weight lift from their shoulders, having reached their limits. Facing Mo Xiao had indeed been an overwhelming challenge. It was unclear how much time had passed when Xiao Feng finally opened his eyes. As he surveyed his surroundings, he found it hard to believe he distinctly remembered being on Mount Shu. Yet now he found himself in a cave. System. Where am I? Xiao Feng inquired. Ding. The host is currently within the illusion of a certain individual. Rest assured, this person harbors no malice towards you. With a sigh of relief, Xiao Feng realized he needed to find a way out quickly. Li Zhou was still outside. Mo Xiao was truly formidable, and despite exhausting his trump cards, he had still fallen short. However, after the battle, he sensed that he had grown stronger once again. The physique of a martial artist is such that as long as one does not perish, one will continually grow stronger. But whose illusion was this? Could it be Mo Xiao's? That seemed unlikely. If he meant to kill him, he could have done so directly without resorting to such elaborate measures. Then who could it be? With questions swirling in his mind, Xiao Feng ventured deeper into the cave. Drip, drip. The clear sound of water droplets caught Xiao Feng's attention. Holding his breath, he moved towards the source. The sight that greeted him was astonishing. The once pitch-black cave had transformed into a sunlit paradise, filled with the melodies of birds and fragrant blossoms. Resembling a celestial realm, that a young man stood before him, sword in his left hand and a wine jug in his right, dancing with the sword while drinking. Oh, a visitor? The man casually remarked without raising his head. Xiao Feng ignored him, instead scrutinizing the stranger. He did not recognize this person, though his features appeared somewhat familiar. Care for a drink? The man approached Xiao Feng. Shoving a wine jug into his hands, without waiting for a response, he gulped down a large mouthful. Unbeknownst to me, thousands of years have passed and I have spent countless years here alone, though merely a projection. I possess my own thoughts. This day was bound to come. I too shall eventually dissipate. Perhaps this is my last jug of wine, and I must drink it alone. The man sighed, expressing his regret. Xiao Feng raised an eyebrow, bemused. This fellow had quite the audacity. His tone felt oddly familiar. The version of himself in the simulator had never undergone such experiences. Forget it, the simulator version of me was just a fool. Having seen nothing in over 100 years. 1 cup, Xiao Feng replied nonchalantly, accepting the wine jug and taking a small sip. Not bad, this kid has some courage. You must have heard of my name, Ling Jianzi. The man declared with a chuckle. Xiao Feng froze mid-motion. This fellow is called Ling Jianzi. For heaven's sake, you might as well change your name to Ridlezi, considering how you've kept me guessing all this while. I see you possess a solid foundation in swordsmanship and have practiced the Shu Mountain sword technique. You must be one of my disciples from Shu Mountain. It seems that the Shu Mountain of 1,000 years hence has not fallen into decline. Quite commendable, Ling Jianzi remarked, surveying Xiao Feng with satisfaction. That I do not use swords. I have little trust in that weapon. Xiao Feng shook his head. One must be strong oneself. Although swordsmanship can reach a level where one can transform all things into swords, he still preferred the feeling of raw power in his own body. How could that be? You jest, Ling Jianzi scoffed, recognizing the sword technique Xiao Feng had mastered. Xiao Feng did not bother to explain. Raising his hand to throw a punch. Boom! Ling Jianzi sidestepped, watching in astonishment as Xiao Feng's punch shattered a distant boulder. This is truly a group of brutes, he thought. Something fell off, if he were not recognized. How could he have entered? Wait, I remember now. Wasn't the destined person a girl? Did you castrate yourself? Ling Jianzi recalled a possibility, covering his mouth in astonishment. Xiao Feng remarked, this eccentric personality is truly unlike the imagined founder of Mount Shu. If it weren't for that damned talent suppressing his character, he would surely have shown Ling Jianzi what a playful prawn truly is. All right, I was just joking. That it's something calculated thousands of years ago. It's quite normal for there to be some errors. Ling Jianzi patted Xiao Feng on the back, then smirked. Look at you, scared to the point your face has turned pale. Ling Jianzi burst into laughter. After so many years of solitude, he was nearly bored to death. Drinking and idling away the days had become his routine. Had he not sensed Xiao Feng's arrival just now, he would have pretended to wield his sword for a bit longer. But he couldn't maintain the facade for long. He was simply too bored. Since you are Ling Jianzi, shouldn't you reveal to me the truth of events from 1,000 years ago? Why did you slay all the master practitioners of the world? And why did you establish Mount Shu, claiming that they were the descendants of sinners, destined to guard the world for generations? What role does the Chongqing Dao Temple play in all of this? Xiao Feng inquired, his head spinning from these pressing questions, desperately seeking answers. No rush. We have plenty of time. That if you can defeat me, then I shall tell you. A smirk danced across Ling Jianzi's lips. At 18, a master of the 8th heaven, even he would kneel before such talent. However, talent alone does not translate into strength. Without that, it is worthless. Although the destined one has changed, his responsibilities remain unchanged. What do you say? Xiao Feng raised his chin slightly. It wasn't bad. He had long wished to teach this fellow a lesson. For some reason, there was something about him that was quite irritating. However, since Ling Jianzi had just communicated that the danger outside had been averted, he need not worry about Li Zhiruo anymore. Although he was unsure why they had communicated in such a manner. Ling Jianzi surely had his reasons. That at Mount Shu, nearly all the disciples were severely injured, and for a moment, the atmosphere was thick with deathly silence. One by one, they lay moaning in their sickbeds. Thankfully, those disciples studying medicine had not participated in the battle. That a dozen or so medical students had managed to tend to around 3,000 people, nearly exhausting themselves in the process. Even the donkeys of the production team would not dare to run like that. 3 days later, Li Zhiruo awoke. Rising from her bed, she gazed upon the torrential downpour outside, accompanied by thunder and lightning. Tears streamed uncontrollably from her eyes. In a frenzy, she ran to the back mountain. Upon seeing the ground strewn with corpses, she collapsed to her knees. Grandfather, Brother Xiao Feng. Li Zhiruo knelt in the pouring rain, crying out in heart-wrenching despair. One by one, those who loved her, those she loved, had departed from her life. She loathed her own powerlessness. Why? Why has this happened to me? She screamed at that moment. The storm intensified, as if the heavens were disputing with Li Zhuo. Why? Li Zhuo lay upon Xiao Feng's lifeless body, allowing the rain to drench her. In the distance, Li Changsheng and his little junior sister, too lazy to name her, sheltered under an umbrella, watching Li Zhuo from afar. Brother, shouldn't we go to her? The little junior sister asked, puzzled. That girl looks so pitiful that no need, Li Changsheng replied. She is strong at heart. Our presence would only incite her anger further. Let her cry. It will be better that way. My only duty is to protect her, as per our master's last wishes. I Changsheng held his sword, vigilantly surveying the surroundings. Aside from Li Zhuo, he was now Mount Shu's strongest combatant. He had to remain alert, even though he bore serious injuries and had not rested for 3 days. Yet he did not feel fatigued. This was his responsibility as the elder brother. Brother, you must be exhausted, the little junior sister murmured, leaning against Li Changsheng. You've stayed with me for 3 days, he replied stiffly. After all, he had been solo for over 20 years. Being so close to her made him somewhat in consideration of his elder brother's dignity. He felt he should be a bit more proactive. The elder brother, can even compliment others. How delightful. The little junior sister tightened her embrace. I Changsheng's face instantly flushed, as if steam were about to burst from his head. He had intended to tell her to maintain some decorum, but seeing her teasing gaze, he swallowed those words. Chapter 28. Ling Jinzi's Dilemma. Though somewhat uncomfortable, this feeling was not entirely unpleasant. The bottleneck of his heartless sword seemed to have loosened slightly. To be utterly heartless is to be, in essence, affectionate. Even the way of heaven is not devoid of emotion. A week later, Li Zhuo stood, her emaciated frame upright. Her tears had dried, and her sorrow had weakened her. I, Li Zhuo, vow here to take the life of my loved one's murderer, she declared coldly. She had wept over Xiao Feng's body for 7 days, but she knew she had to grow stronger. She was far too weak. If only she could become stronger, just a little stronger. Then brother Xiao Feng would not have had to die. She must become stronger. It was imperative. With a long sigh, Li Zhuo approached an ancient tree, solemnly retrieving 2 coffins. She buried Xiao Feng's body alongside Li Tiangong's. Beneath the ancient tree, Li Zhuo bowed her head in reverence. Her pure, unblemished forehead cracked, blood flowing forth. I must grow stronger. This is not enough, far from it, Li Zhuo declared coldly. Thus, she entered seclusion, for the first time so fervently desiring strength. Elder brother, do you think Zhuo junior sister is all right? The little junior sister yawned, having gone 10 days without sleep. During these days, she and her elder brother had taken turns keeping watch, while the others tended to the wounded. She was utterly exhausted. Li Changsheng had urged her to rest multiple times, but she insisted that as his woman, she must care for everyone. Observing her determined stance, Li Changsheng couldn't help but chuckled. He acquiesced to her wishes. He nodded gently, that he was not particularly familiar with Li Zhuo, but he could sense their master's affection for her. Moreover, the girl truly was pitiable. Having witnessed the death of those she loved while feeling utterly powerless, he had experienced such despair himself, having once survived a bandit raid that claimed his entire family. Buried among the corpses, he had miraculously escaped, wandering for an indeterminate time until Li Tiangang found him. Avenging his family and providing him with shelter, it was Li Tiangang who had given him his name. Before that, he had no name. Li Changsheng was bestowed upon him by Li Tiangang, who said it meant he would live a long life. Those days had been the happiest of his life. Unfortunately, their master had departed too soon, leaving him no time to repay his kindness. That a child wishes to care for their parents, but they do not wait. Indeed, such was the case. How wonderful! The little junior sister stretched, collapsing into Li Changsheng's embrace like a small cat. Li Changsheng was taken aback, instinctively wrapping his arms around her. To be honest, he had never considered marriage or family, nor had he imagined such a day would come, especially since he practiced the heartless sword. Yet, he found he did not dislike this feeling. That a smile crept upon his lips as he held the little junior sister tighter, as if fearing she might vanish the next moment. In the distance, onlookers were stunned. Goodness, has it progressed to this stage? Many junior sisters felt regret. The atmosphere had been so charged. Why had they not dared to take that final step? What if they had succeeded? Alas, it did not happen. Thus, this opportunity belonged to the little junior sister. Many junior brothers also felt regret that if their elder brother needed, they would not be averse to it that in the blink of an eye. 3 years had passed in the illusion. Xiao Feng yawned, casually slamming Ling Jianzi to the ground, but he looked at Ling Jianzi with disdain. Did I ask this at 3 years ago? Ling Jianzi had dominated him 2 years ago. They had exchanged blows evenly a year ago. He had the upper hand. Now, he was the one dominating. However, in the past year, Ling Jianzi had grown too weak to aid him in his own ascent. So his progress had been minimal. In the first 2 years, his strength had changed daily, all thanks to a certain unfortunate soul continuously feeding him opportunities. Coupled with his perverse martial talent, his strength had skyrocketed as if he were cheating. Cough. Although he had indeed come here with an advantage, and oh way, your strength has advanced far too much. Ling Jianzi once more found himself pressed to the ground, feeling deeply insulted at this moment, although he was merely a projection. The years of evolution had rendered him no weakling, and he was not far off from his original form. In other words, even if his true self were present, would he still be dominated by Xiao Feng? The disparity from what was anticipated is rather significant, isn't it? Nonetheless, it is fortunate that the stronger one becomes, the less detrimental it is to him. The original plan was to allow him 3 years to mature to a comparable level as myself. But it appears I have underestimated him. Now, it is time for you to disclose the matters you have been concealing from me. Initially, you mentioned I would strike you before revealing anything, and now you expect me to dominate you. I cannot help but wonder if you possess some peculiar inclination for such treatment. Xiao Feng let out a derisive chuckle. Ling Jianzi mused. Had he retained the temperament he possessed 3 years ago, would he not have left Xiao Feng hanging by a thread? Fortunately, his disposition has improved, yet this audacious youth seems to have taken liberties. However, one must question how good-natured Ling Jianzi truly is. He is fully capable of exercising restraint. After all, he is Ling Jianzi, a being of the heart. Ahem. Ling Jianzi cleared his throat and, seemingly from thin air, produced a jug of wine for himself and one for Xiao Feng. Xiao Feng nodded, already accustomed to this peculiar individual suddenly conjuring 2 jugs of wine, the method of which eludes him. He possesses a system space, yet this fellow does not. However, upon further reflection, it is understandable. In the realm of illusions, what cannot be created? In truth, since you have heard my tale, you are likely familiar with the general storyline. The versions circulating outside cannot possibly convey the precise events that transpired in my life. Now, I shall reveal everything to you. Once, I was arrogant and overconfident, lacking the ability to prevent the unfolding of these events. Presently, this flicker of hope can only be entrusted to you. Ling Jianzi sighed deeply. A marked departure from his usual demeanor. It was evident that he was genuinely distressed, as the saying goes. Those who often jest and laugh conceal the most profound stories within. Ling Jianzi is precisely such a person. The year I ascended to the realm of invulnerability, my world underwent a transformation. What was once a serene existence was abruptly engulfed by swirling black mists. Initially, I dismissed it as a mere disturbance of my psyche, taking a few days to rest. However, I soon realized that the black mist was only multiplying. That I paid little attention, until one of my closest disciples from Shushan fell into madness, at which point I grasped the gravity of the situation. From that day forth, I vanished, departing Shushan in search of the truth behind it all. Eventually, I stumbled upon the revelation that as the number of formidable masters increased, so too did the black mist. Escalating geometrically, that I began to investigate this phenomenon. One fateful day, after an unprecedented bout of fatigue, I succumbed to slumber. As I drifted into sleep, a devoured figure appeared before me, consumed by the black mist. Though I was unaware of its nature, I was profoundly shocked. The figure, with a wan expression, gazed at me and uttered, "All of this is your doing. Are you satisfied?" Confused, I was about to protest when he presented a series of images before me. In essence, the rules of this world do not permit the emergence of supreme beings. Yet, another rule dictates that only those who reach the realm of invulnerability may shatter the void and ascend. These 2 contradictory rules perplexed me greatly. The figure, devoured by the mist, elucidated everything. This world once accommodated ascendants and could bear the presence of invulnerable beings. However, as time passed, the number of powerful individuals dwindled. and spiritual energy became increasingly scarce, that he sought to cultivate a being of invulnerability, believing that if one could break the void and ascend, it would draw the attention of the higher realms, replenishing the world's essence. This was his last gamble. Without seizing this opportunity, the world would inevitably descend into an era of desolation, left to perish in self-destruction. Yet I, in turn, failed to meet his expectations. His intention was for me to ascend swiftly, igniting new vitality in the world. But I hesitated, wishing to develop my sect further before taking that step. The longer I lingered in this world, the more their shackles were loosened. The one who had already been stretched thin could only be further consumed by the relentless mist. Ling Jianzi sighed, acknowledging that all of this stemmed from him. He understood that he could not justify his actions. No matter how he sought to amend the situation, he remained the eternal sinner. Chapter 29. The winds howl, the waters of the Yi are cold. The valiant shall depart and never return. Thus, you transformed into the demon lord, slaying all masters across the land. Xiao Feng inquired, astonished. That is one way to interpret it. Ling Jianzi replied that on that day, witnessing the devoured figure stirred my heart with sorrow. Upon my return, I resolved to prepare for my ascension, believing it to be a simple endeavor. Yet, to my dismay, the world's backlash weighed heavily upon me, that I soon realized that this ascension was no longer a matter of mere desire. The heavens of this realm, the Tao of heaven, were bound within it, as was I that if I wished to forcibly breach the heavens, it was not beyond my capability. The Tao of heaven was already riddled with wounds, incapable of obstructing me. However, I chose not to take that path. Instead, I opted for atonement, that in a mere decade, I ended the lives of many who had broken through to mastery, bearing countless slanders that I knew I was a sinner. This was merely my unilaterally conceived redemption. Those masters were innocent, many of whom were my rivals, my old friends. That you comprehend my helplessness during that time. I was on the verge of tears. Yet I had to maintain a faade of composure as I thrust the blade into their flesh. I underwent significant transformation. The only aspect that remained unchanged was my heart's desire to save the world. Yet, I later discovered the profound error of my ways. The wounds of the Tao of heaven do not heal. While I had slain many masters, temporarily suppressing its wounds, it proved utterly futile. The black mist in my vision continued to proliferate. Observing my plight, the Tao of heaven offered no commentary, merely sighing, for its fate had reached its terminus. Thereafter, I roamed the world in search of a solution. It was not until I infused the visible black mist into a wild beast that I realized this mist could be absorbed. I experimented with absorbing it myself, and indeed, the situation regarding the Tao of heaven improved. These black mists are what you refer to as the power of demons, Ling Jianzi lamented. Xiao Feng was taken aback. So, the demons in this world were indeed conjured by that once great talent, and their origins were benign. Indeed, as you perceive, this method has its drawbacks. Absorbing the black mist, while granting certain powers, also entails a burden of negative emotions. Due to my excessive absorption, my body began to falter under the strain, teetering on the brink of madness. Once again, the Tao of heaven intervened to assist me. To be honest, I owe much to the Tao of heaven. During my days as a prodigy, it provided me with abundant resources. Ling Jianzi chuckled sheepishly. In truth, I feel somewhat embarrassed. Without such resources, even with my talent, it would have been nearly impossible to ascend to the realm of invulnerability in such a brief span. Ahem. Returning to the matter at hand, when I recognized the irregularities, I understood that I could not bear this torment alone, that I began to lower my guard and engage in dialogue with a few old friends I had refrained from harming. Upon learning that I had become the demon lord, they were incredulous. However, understanding my plight, they offered some support. Having such friends who unconditionally supported me was indeed a comfort, yet I remained a sinner. Unsure of their motivations for backing me, they established the Chongqing Taoist temple, retreating into seclusion to avoid the influence of negative emotions. They absorbed the black mist while simultaneously suppressing it. Whenever one among them faltered, the others would step in and give that individual a thorough beating until clarity returned. Their method may have appeared simplistic, but it proved remarkably effective. A glimmer of longing flickered in Ling Jianzi's eyes. If given the chance, I would still relish the opportunity to share tea and converse with those old friends. Yet, Matters are rarely so straightforward, are they? Xiao Feng understood that resolution would not come easily. If it were that simple, Ling Jianzi would not have left behind this avatar. Indeed, events were far from concluding seamlessly. As time passed, the black mist consuming the Tao of Heaven gradually dissipated, leading to a seemingly happy resolution. However, the emergence of the demon monarch, more accurately known as Mo Xiao, unsettled everything. That I am not in a position to judge his character. Yet in the eyes of the Tao of Heaven, he is not a villain. He is an incarnation of black mist, born with the innate strength of invulnerability, a figure to be reckoned with. His arrival disrupted the stabilizing situation, uniting the demons and spreading their influence across the land, converting masters into demons. While he did not kill, the Tao of Heaven bore no additional burden. Yet, he allowed the power of demons to expand without facilitating their assimilation. In the short term, this did not adversely affect the Tao of Heaven. But should this individual incite rebellion in the future, the Tao would face annihilation. After deliberation with the Tao of Heaven, I resolved to confront him in battle. In that great war, I am uncertain of the events that transpired. It seems as though my true self deliberately sought to erase this segment of memory. Nevertheless, the outcome appears to be in my favor, as the malevolent spirit retreated, commanding the demons to remain docile. My true self, grievously wounded and on the brink of death, made its way to Mount Shu. After instructing them to vanquish the demons, it left me with the sword pool and departed. Thus, my recollections come to an end here. Ling Jianzi shook his head, harboring a tinge of dissatisfaction regarding the concealment of matters by his true self. However, as a mere avatar, he understood that his true self would not engage in trivial pursuits. Such revelations. Xiao Feng inhaled sharply, acknowledging the weight of the information brought forth by one who has lived for so long. Indeed, it was both abundant and explosive. Yet he sensed an underlying dissonance. Why were the disciples of Mount Shu, who had attained the level of masters, unaffected? Xiao Feng voiced his inquiry. In truth, you need not pose such questions. You likely comprehend the answer yourself. From the very beginning, those who ascend to the level of masters without altering the heavenly path can only follow that singular path. The disciples of Mount Shu are born demons. If they are indeed demons, they need not fear any repercussions on the heavenly path. However, to say they are born as demons may be somewhat inaccurate. It is more fitting to state that they inherently absorb demonic energy, thus posing no threat to the heavenly order. This demonic power is merely a label. It is simply a form of energy, albeit tainted by various emotions due to certain celestial reasons, yet its essence remains that of power. The swordsmanship of Mount Shu inherently possesses the ability to absorb demonic energy, Ling Jianzi elucidated. Xiao Feng nodded in partial understanding. So, does that mean I am also a demon? He found himself grasping a semblance of an answer. Perhaps he was, or perhaps he was not. The Longxiang Jinyugong must be a unique entity. And it seemed that the malevolent spirit was familiar with as for the nature of its uniqueness, that remained shrouded in mystery. Well then, my tale concludes here. The 3-year term has expired, and it is time for me to vanish. Should fate allow our paths to cross again, I implore you to give my true self a sound thrashing. If I am to perish, scatter my ashes, merging with the cosmos, which is my greatest aspiration. After all, someone like me does not deserve a complete burial. It is precisely because I am stained with countless bloodshed that I am aware of my own sins, that my methods may not be the most righteous. Yet I am left with but one course of action, that if possible, I beseech you to restore peace to this world. Ling Jianzi spoke with fervor. Xiao Feng felt a tremor in his spirit. With the atmosphere reaching such a crescendo, should he not cooperate? Thus, he strode purposefully toward a nearby cave. Xiao Feng, Ling Jianzi called out in no more persuasion. I am going out to eliminate that scoundrel Mo Xiao. Xiao Feng replied without turning back. Xiao Feng, Ling Jianzi shouted once more. The winds howl and the waters are cold. The valiant man departs, never to return. Should this be a one-way journey, then let it be so. Xiao Feng waved his hand dismissively, quickening his pace with determination. No, you are going the wrong way. The exit is over there. Ling Jianzi pointed in exasperation toward another direction. Xiao Feng, cursed be my haste. I misremembered the direction. Embarrassed, he veered toward the correct path. Ling Jianzi rubbed his forehead, exasperated by the lad. Just as he intended to take a swig from his wine jug, he discovered it had fallen to the ground. And upon glancing down, he noticed that the lower part of his body had vanished, dissipating into nothingness. Is this the punishment for sinners? To die without even a sip of wine. The winds howl, and the waters are cold. The valiant man departs, never to return. How amusing! How amusing! Ling Jinzi laughed heartily, his voice echoing into the air, gradually fading away. Chapter 30. The eve of the final battle, as Xiao Feng awoke, he found himself enveloped in darkness. The surroundings seemingly confined. Am I still dreaming? He furrowed his brow, deciding to wait for dawn, but he opened the system interface to examine his current status. Host, Xiao Feng age, 21 years talent, eternal bachelor. Martial prowess transcending the divine. My iron fist is unyielding cultivation. First level of unbreakable vision, 52010000. Martial arts. Longxiang Jinyu Gong, great accomplishment, evaluation. Your strength is nearly invincible, should you wish. You can shatter the void at will and ascend during the day. Coupled with the Longxiang Jinyu Gong and an indomitable physique, you are capable of truly annihilating opponents of the same rank and remaining undefeated against those of a higher tier. Furthermore, upon reaching unbreakable vision, the system now includes a function to assess the strength of adversaries, which is quite convenient. Upon reviewing his status, Xiao Feng nodded in satisfaction. Excellent. The system's evaluation of him is unprecedentedly high. This signifies that his strength is indeed formidable. Yet, the experience required for unbreakable vision seems rather excessive. Without encountering stronger foes, he would soon reach the pinnacle of this world. There simply aren't enough opponents of unbreakable vision to challenge him. Counting every last one, only one remains. Slaying one would yield approximately 20 million experience points. Thus, he must eliminate 5. That ascension might also be a favorable option. But first, he must deal with Mo Xiao. Feeling weary. Having spent 3 years in intense training without rest, he succumbed to exhaustion and drifted back to sleep. Beneath an ancient tree, a girl clad in a simple white dress approached. The girl, unchanged over the years, leaned quietly against the tree, pouring herself cup after cup of wine. In the 3 years since, she had grasped the essence of the sword, advancing to a level beyond the heart of the sword. Naturally, her cultivation had reached the realm of unbreakable vision. Yet, her heart bore no trace of joy. Xiao Feng, brother, I truly miss you. Li Zhuo leaned against the ancient tree, gulping down the wine, attempting to numb herself. However, tears continuously welled in her eyes, mixing with the wine as it flowed into her mouth. Whenever she grew weary from her training, she would come here to speak with Xiao Feng. She knew he could never respond. Yet she longed to confide in him. Xiao Feng, brother, I have reached unbreakable vision and possess the strength to avenge you. Li Zhu rambled on, her words flowing aimlessly. Occasionally, she would fidget with her hands. She recognized her own folly, yet it had become her sole source of mental solace. By the way, tomorrow Mo Xiao has challenged us. Watch as I eliminate him. I shall bring back his head as our drinking companion, Li Zhuo declared, one hand on her hip, the other wielding the wine jug, laughing heartily. After a while, her laughter gradually subsided. Wiping her face, unsure whether it was wine or tears, she mused, Xiao Feng, brother, do you think I am foolish? Just a moment ago, I felt as though you were right beside me, that if only you could truly return, how wonderful that would be. Li Zhuo forced a smile as she glanced at the sky. It was getting late, and it was time for her to return and rest. Tomorrow, a great battle awaited her. On a peak of Mount Shu, Li Chongqing exhaled a long sigh. Over the past 3 years, he had achieved considerable progress, mastery of the 8th level. Coupled with the sword array of Mount Shu, he could now maintain the strength of unbreakable vision for half an hour. This could be deemed a form of combat prowess at the level of unbreakable vision. A major confrontation awaited him tomorrow. Junior sister, Li Chongqing called, gently patting his little sister, who had nestled herself in his embrace like a small kitten. What is it, brother? The little sister, still groggy, rubbed her eyes. How peculiar. Why had she suddenly fallen asleep again? Honestly, brother, you are so dense. It has been 3 years, yet you have not made a move. That I have given you enough opportunities, haven't I? In this quiet night. Shouldn't you be doing something? She thought, feeling frustrated that My cultivation has concluded, and tomorrow there is a decisive battle. I need to rest early. Li Chongqing replied calmly, as the eldest disciple of Mount Shu. He bore a sense of responsibility. His strength may not rival that of Li Zhuo, but his combat power at the level of unbreakable vision was a significant asset. Brother, The little sister clung tightly to Li Chongqing, genuinely fearful of losing him. Do not worry, he comforted, gently patting her back with a smile. Rest assured, your brother is quite strong. No matter how formidable the opponent, I shall return safely. That he affectionately flicked her forehead. Her face instantly flushed crimson. And she thought, oh no, my brother has finally caught on. What if he makes an even bolder request? Should I comply or not? Ugh, how could I agree so readily? At the very least, I should wait a second before agreeing. The little sister became lost in her fantasies, even pondering what name to give their future child. Junior sister, I apologize. It was not my intention to offend. Li Chongqing realized his misstep, regretting his instinctive action. Fearing he might have crossed a line with her, the little sister exclaimed, So you think I am merely a piece of ironwood, do you? Brother, why do you suddenly apologize? If anything, it seems the fault lies with me. The little junior sister, with tears welling in her eyes, spoke softly. What should we do? Before Li Chongqing could finish his words, the gentle, jade-like lips of the little junior sister pressed against his. Consider this a punishment, a good night kiss. Shyly, she burrowed under the covers, feeling bold for the first time. A punishment for my senior brother. After all, he is so oblivious to romance. Li Chongqing was momentarily taken aback, then stood there dazed, a foolish grin spreading across his face. Aren't you going to sleep, senior brother? The little junior sister teased. Li Chongqing, still dazed, climbed into bed. Even though he shared the same quilt with her, he remained perfectly still, afraid to move. The little junior sister pondered. Is it because I am not fair enough? However, in just a moment, he had fallen asleep, perhaps too exhausted. The little junior sister nestled her head against Li Chongqing's chest, submissive and docile. Big brother, you have worked hard. Initially, we regarded you as an elder brother, but somewhere along the way, our feelings transformed. Tomorrow we shall fight, but tonight, I shall spare you. Until the day after tomorrow. Like an octopus embracing its prey, the little junior sister wrapped her arms around Li Chongqing and drifted off to sleep. At the summit of Zijing, a figure clad in black robes arrived, pausing momentarily, seemingly lost in thought. Reunited at last. Old friend, what are your thoughts? The black-robed figure spoke matter-of-factly to be honest, it is quite nostalgic. But ultimately, we are at an impasse. Let us leave behind an artifact, a final opportunity for the descendants of this world, that a voice, ethereal and seemingly from nowhere, responded. Very well. The black-robed figure casually dropped a singular treasure. One that could captivate the world. This item, once utilized, would allow individuals to ascend to the pinnacle of strength without side effects, while also enhancing their cultivation aptitude. A true secret treasure that would drive many to madness if revealed. Old friend, we must take our leave. The black-robed figure sighed, casting a glance at Zijing. Perhaps this would be their final visit here. Indeed, came the other voice, filled with reluctance. What awaited them next remained uncertain. Back beneath the ancient tree, Li Tiangong's coffin emitted a faint glow. That girl, has she not yet utilized my sword imprint? Yet, she managed to forfeit her own cultivation and, within 3 years, return to the realm of masters, even achieving the state of invulnerability. Truly, she is my precious granddaughter. Li Tiangang was not surprised by any of this. However, he had expected Li Zhuo to destroy the sword imprint. Nevertheless, it is quite good. This old bone of mine still has a chance to shine once more. If she uses this sword imprint, I fear I may not see my granddaughter for the last time. That Li Tiangang stretched his back, his consciousness sweeping outside. The decisive battle seemed yet to arrive, allowing him to regain some strength. The enlightenment of Mount Shu possessed another function, albeit one that had never been utilized throughout history due to its stringent conditions. Condition 1. The enlightener must not disclose this matter. Only upon their complete demise may the other party learn of the full capabilities of this enlightenment technique. Condition 2. The enlightener can only choose to seal their own physical form, reviving for a brief period at some future point. Condition 3. The strength of the sword imprint on the enlightened must not be fully expended, retaining a significant portion to return to the enlightener. These harsh conditions are nearly impossible for anyone to fulfill. Clearly, Li Zhuo had accomplished this for Li Tiangang. Of course, her intent was purely to solidify her own foundation, to be stronger within her own tier. While enlightenment was indeed sturdy and better than most, only self-cultivation truly aligned with one's essence. Otherwise, without prolonged adaptation, one could not adjust to such power. Rather than spending time in acclimatization, Li Zhuo found it more efficient to take an alternative route, abandon her cultivation, and start anew. This old man must look dashing. After all, it is my last appearance before my granddaughter, Li Tiangang said, stroking his beard with a smile. Whether I can prevail is not my concern. I know I cannot. But looking good is a lifelong endeavor. After all, returning to this world was a surprise, and the chance to battle once more was a blessing. Previously, due to his physical condition, he had not dared to unleash his full power. But now, things were different. This will be my final battle. I shall make it as splendid as possible to a lifetime. After all, only allows for one last appearance that he would also take the opportunity to observe that young man named Xiao Feng. At this moment, Li Tiangang was unaware that Xiao Feng resided right next to him, that I in her room. Li Zhuo furrowed her brow. Strange, why does it feel as if grandfather is still alive? This peculiar sensation of connection was indeed strange. Chapter 31. The fierce Li Zhuo. The following day, Mount Shu was enveloped in an unprecedented tension. The sun had only just risen, yet everyone was exceptionally alert. The day of the promised battle, set 3 years prior, had quietly arrived. The chief disciple of Mount Shu, Li Changsheng, stood atop the highest peak, holding a spirit sword, a palpable aura radiating from him. Below, the little junior sister glared at Li Changsheng, truly irked that he had not moved an inch last night, that Li Zhu, donned in the ceremonial garb of the sect's leaders, leaned gently against the ancient tree, her presence subtle, yet commanding, the most formidable among those present. The 3,000 disciples of Mount Shu gathered not far away, each face displaying an expression of unwavering resolve. At the foot of the mountain, a shadowy figure ascended step by step, seemingly effortless, appearing slow yet swiftly reaching the summit. Indeed, this time, with preparation, things seemed quite different. Mo Xiao remarked, head slightly raised, whether in praise or derision was unclear. Today, you shall die. Li Zhuo fixed her gaze on Mo Xiao, an overwhelming intent to kill surging within her. She had envisioned this moment countless times. No one in this world desired to slay Mo Xiao more than she did that I eagerly anticipated. Mo Xiao replied nonchalantly. With a flick of her wrist, Li Zhuo brandished the Ji Feng sword, swiftly closing the distance to Mo Xiao and striking with a single swing that in a flash. Mo Xiao's arm was severed. The entire scene unfolded in the blink of an eye, almost before anyone could react. Li Zhuo had achieved this remarkable feat, old fool. You have grown weak, she scoffed, managing to maintain some semblance of decorum. Were it not for the many disciples of Mount Shu present, she might have burst into laughter. Mo Xiao nodded slightly, and in the next instant, a cloud of black mist enveloped his severed arm. And a new arm, identical to the original, reformed. Disgusting that Li Zhuo glared coldly at Mo Xiao. Charging at him, once more did Mo Xiao's body trembled, and he ascended into the air, a terrifying force sweeping across the battlefield. As the overlord of demons, his strength needed no elaboration. He could unify the powers of the world's demons in the blink of an eye. Just how strong was his upper limit? That depended on the strength of the heavenly laws of this world. That it has been a long time since I have truly engaged. Today, I shall entertain you younglings. Consider it my final amusement. After uttering this perplexing statement, Mo Xiao unleashed an unprecedented surge of power. Such strength was beyond comprehension, instilling fear in all who beheld it. That it was difficult to fathom that anyone in this world could possess such formidable power. It seemed that he had transcended the first layer of invulnerability, potentially reaching above the 5th layer. For now, his true realm remained uncertain, but one thing was clear. He was undeniably powerful. 5th layer of invulnerability? So what? Even if you become a true celestial today, I shall slay you here, Li Zhuo declared disdainfully. Her hatred for Mo Xiao had surpassed all bounds. Allowing this man to live for even a second was an affront to existence itself. Mo Xiao had stolen her last remnants of everything she held dear. She was determined to make him pay. even if it meant sacrificing herself 1,000-fold to harm him a single time. She would do it. Today, let me show you the sword technique I have created. A glimmer of icy resolve flashed in Li Zhiruo's eyes. She had never before felt such murderous intent. 3 years had passed, and she had awaited this day for far too long, perfecting her killing blow. This deadly technique, when she first mastered it, evoked a sense of familiarity within her, as if it were not her initial encounter. Yet, this is not the crux of the matter. The essence lies in the fact that this technique is exceptionally potent. The unity of man and sword is merely the fundamental requirement of such a skill. The Zhifeng sword, which Li Zhiruo gently caressed, brought her back to the time when she first obtained it, a carefree little girl, and now, in stark contrast, she finds herself utterly destitute. The Zhifeng sword and the Fengji sword of Xiaofeng were, in essence, a pair of spiritual swords. With the absence of the Fengji sword, it is time for the Zhifeng sword, along with her, Li Zhiruo, to accompany him as well. Perhaps even Li Zhiruo herself is unaware of why she holds Xiaofeng in such high regard. It could be his countless acts of bravery, or perhaps the lengthy discourses of their childhood, or even that small silhouette tirelessly training under the scorching sun. It was only in the face of loss that Li Zhiruo realized how indispensable he had become to her. Why would such a remarkable person save someone like her, a harbinger of misfortune? Countless times, Li Zhiruo chastised herself. Yet now, she has seized the opportunity for vengeance, a chance to exact her retribution. In the next instant, the Zhifeng sword seemed to respond to Li Zhiruo, radiating an overwhelming brilliance. At this moment, it stood as the most resplendent spiritual sword in existence. Li Zhiruo emptied her mind, and in but a fleeting moment, she entered the realm of unity between man and sword. What an astonishing talent for swordsmanship! Li Changsheng exclaimed in shock. The unity of man and sword exists only in legendary realms. It is likely that even the legendary sword master has not attained such a state. He himself was far from this level. Yet Li Zhiruo achieved it in just 3 years. This sword is capable of cleaving the heavens. I shall call it a sword to open the gates of heaven, Li Zhiruo declared with a delicate yet firm voice. The Zhifeng sword emanated a powerful sword intent. Terrifying. Mo Xiao retracted his smile, his expression growing increasingly grave. He sensed a threat emanating from this technique. The sword intent embodied within it was indeed formidable. That it is no exaggeration to say that had he not reached his complete form, he would have been utterly incapable of withstanding this attack. Mo Xiao took a deep breath. It appeared that he must treat this young girl with utmost seriousness, for one misstep could lead to his demise. That a torrent of sword intent surged upward. This strike made the very heavens change hue. In but a moment, the sky erupted in flashes of lightning and thunder. Boom, boom! It seemed as if the heavens themselves were in fear. The waves of the Yangtze River pushed forward from behind. Mo Xiao sighed in awe, but his movements were unyielding. Summoning all his demonic power, a massive shield rose before him. Yet, this was insufficient. Heavenly Gang Shield, Earthly Fiend Wall. Mo Xiao bellowed twice that a colossal shield materialized in front of him, accompanied by a layer of earth wall of unknown origin, seemingly fragile, yet the malevolent aura it exuded spoke of its extraordinary nature. This was a revelation that shook Li Changsheng, who had extensively perused ancient texts. Thousands of years ago, the untransmitted techniques of the Shura sect, 2 absolute defensive moves. How could this fellow possess them? Chapter 32. With a 3-foot azure sword, I will vanquish the thousands of celestials above. But the Shura sect had long been annihilated. How could such techniques resurface in the world? Heaven and earth, boundless. I invoke the law of thunder. 5 thunders strike the crown. Mo Xiao roared, just as the 2 shields were on the verge of shattering. Dark clouds slowly gathered above, brewing a sense of annihilation. Mo Xiao pointed toward the sword energy, capable of destroying heaven and earth. Did I end the next moment? The black clouds seemed to heed his command. A colossal column of lightning, 100 meters in diameter, began to coalesce. The 5 thunder techniques from thousands of years ago. Who exactly is this person? Li Changsheng gasped in astonishment. This is impossible, utterly inconceivable. Such techniques were the secrets of those sects, lost to the annals of history. Their forms long vanished. Boom! A terrifying thunder dragon soared into the sky, surging toward Li Zhiruo. Li Zhiruo remained unfazed, deftly manipulating the sword energy to intercept the strike. Phew, this girl has truly grasped formidable sword techniques. Mo Xiao marveled. Even the strongest shield combined with the mightiest spear could not shatter this attack. That it was evident that this girl had transcended into an unprecedented realm in her swordsmanship. Yet, Mo Xiao's trump cards were not limited to this. With a grand sweep of his hand, Mo Xiao unfurled his sleeve, releasing an immeasurable array of items. The talismans of the Heavenly Master's Manor, the Sanskrit of the Vajra Temple, the elixirs of the Medicine King Valley, and artifacts not even mentioned in ancient texts. How could all these be here? Li Chongqing had lost count of how many times he had been astonished. These items were only briefly mentioned in ancient tomes. Yet this person had truly managed to unleash them. Mo Xiao's identity had become shrouded in mystery, obscuring his true nature. Mo Xiao took a small step forward, surrounded by treasures that began to orbit around him. The strength of the younger generation is indeed commendable, but still insufficient. Mo Xiao sighed, shaking his head slightly, that he had entered his complete form. His power would only continue to grow. As long as the heavenly Tao does not emerge, he remains invincible. Very well, let him indulge in madness today. All deities and Buddhas, lend me your divine strength. Mo Xiao bellowed that a golden radiance enveloped him. The invocation of the Heavenly Master's law. Surely not. Can he even do that? Li Chongqing inhaled sharply. This was a skill that only those of the former Heavenly Master level could master. Its purpose was to utilize various mediums, such as treasures, to communicate with deities and borrow their might. Historical records indicate that even a Heavenly Master with peak prowess could single-handedly battle 3 Grandmasters by employing this secret technique. Moreover, the stronger the practitioner, the greater the power they could borrow. Of course, this world was not designed to bear excessive power, but this ability is already formidable enough, allowing one to acquire unfathomable strength through mediums. Initially thought to be a mere fabrication in ancient texts, it was astonishing to discover someone capable of wielding it. Mo Xiao, summon the demon god Qi Yu. Mo Xiao's black robe billowed in the wind. The colossal phantom of Qi Yu briefly appeared behind Mo Xiao, before transforming into a cloud of black mist that entered his body. Instantly, his power surged several tiers. Even a mere sliver of the strength emanating from Qi Yu's fingernail was enough to elevate him by several small realms. Unyielding before the gods, 9 heavens, the absolute powerhouse of this realm. Upon witnessing the phantom of Qi Yu, Li Zhuo felt no fear, only calmness. She would not retreat, nor could she afford to. Yet, seeing her sword's residual might dissipating, Li Zhuo made a resolute decision. Brother Xiao Feng, wait for me. I will bring him to you soon. Li Zhuo's gaze hardened. How could she, who stood against the unyielding gods of 9 heavens, falter? Today, she would transcend 8 small realms to vanquish her enemies. Gripping the Ji Feng sword tightly, Li Zhuo closed her eyes slightly, her aura surging once more. What the hell? This is truly bizarre. She is growing stronger again. Mo Xiao cursed a rare outburst from him. He had already revealed nearly all of his trump cards. Yet this girl had once more increased her strength. It is no exaggeration to say that in the same realm, he could only be instantaneously defeated. After all, he was also a being of unrivaled prowess within his tier. Yet reality was harsh. Today, let me show you what the Sword of Shushan is, what the Sword of Vengeance truly signifies. Li Zhuo declared calmly, her eyes shimmering with a unique brilliance that it was the exhilaration of impending revenge. Li Zhuo took a step forward, causing the ground to cave in dramatically. The entire summit of Shushan flattened. Such immense power emanated merely from her sword intent. Mo Xiao gasped, realizing the absurdity of the situation. She had yet to even utilize her full cultivation, understanding that this girl was indeed extraordinary. He never anticipated her to be this extraordinary. With a 3-foot azure sword, I will vanquish the myriad celestial beings. Li Zhuo unleashed her sword with a thunderous momentum, sweeping across the battlefield, where the sword energy passed. The very fabric of space tore asunder, visible black holes expanding. Then Mo Xiao raised his head, his expression grave. It appeared he must block this strike. Although revealing more of his trump cards was unavoidable, he had no choice. The might of this sword had surpassed his expectations. Then Mo Xiao exhaled deeply. In the next moment, he transformed entirely, his gaze filled with a chilling aura. Heaven and earth, boundless. I invoke the law. Mo Xiao, Summon the towering King Li. Mo Xiao thundered. His aura had undergone a complete transformation. With another flick of his sleeve, countless elixirs and treasures reappeared. His body trembled as the treasures instantaneously transformed into particles of light. Entering Mo Xiao's body Daiti this moment, his aura stabilized at the realm of unyielding before the gods, 9 heavens. His power had made significant strides. Using a sword, huh? Indeed, it has been a while since I wielded one. Let us see if I have regressed, that Mo Xiao stated nonchalantly. Grasping the void, a long sword materialized in his hand. With this sword, I shall determine the universe. With a thunderous roar, Mo Xiao summoned countless ethereal sword phantoms from behind him, which converged majestically to form a resplendent sword formation encircling him. With this very sword, he sought to subdue all laws. Again, he bellowed. The myriad sword phantoms coalesced into a singular mass, and within moments, a colossal sword, stretching 1,000 feet in length, appeared before the onlookers. The sheer might of this sword technique left Li Chongqing trembling. Rarely had he experienced such emotional turbulence as he did today. 2 surging sword intents collided with a thunderous crash. In an instant, Mo Xiao coughed up 2 mouthfuls of blood, staggering to the ground. Damn it, I didn't even stand a chance. How embarrassing. Li Zhuo fared no better. Although she displayed no outward signs, the trickle of blood from her lips revealed that she was not as composed as she seemed. This fellow is formidable. Li Zhuo and Mo Xiao exchanged intense gazes. After a moment of catching his breath, Mo Xiao was enveloped by layers of dark mist, swiftly recovering. The strength of demons lies in their rapid regeneration, far superior to that of humans, as if one were in the heavens and the other in the depths of the earth. Li Zhuo stubbornly propped herself up with the Ji Feng sword. The burden of the 2 swords weighed heavily upon her, yet she still had the strength to fight. Senior sister, leave this to me. I have too many questions regarding this guy, Li Chongqing stated calmly, stepping forward. Utilizing the Shushan sword formation to combat the severely injured Mo Xiao, he believed he might still possess the strength for battle. Mo Xiao's realm had significantly declined. Once at the 9th level of the Unbreakable Guardian, he now exuded a chaotic aura, having fallen to the 5th level. Senior sister cannot hold on much longer. Forcing the fight will yield no favorable outcome. He thought that at this juncture, the responsibility naturally fell upon the shoulders of Shushan's senior brother. Form the formation. Yes. The 3,000 disciples of Shushan roared in unison, their mighty voices echoing through the skies. In but a moment, Li Chongqing ascended from the 8th level of the Master Realm to the 2nd level of the Unbreakable Guardian, coupled with the ability of sword cultivators to fight above their weight class. Li Chongqing was confident he could match Mo Xiao in combat. He advanced slowly, gazing intently at Mo Xiao. With a flick of his sword, his white robe billowed without wind, and a resolute expression graced his face. How do you possess those techniques? The Shura sect, the Dao sect, the Heavenly Masteress estate, and the Diamond Temple. They are all sects that severed their legacies thousands of years ago. You previously merely a martial artist of the Master Realm, with a lifespan at most a millennium, could not have witnessed these things. Tell me, who exactly are you? Li Chongqing inquired, a hint of anger in his voice, though he had begun to formulate answers in his mind. He hesitated to voice them aloud. Chapter 33. The Fallen of the Powerful, the Formidable Mo Xiao. Combined chapter. I am a demon, a noble demon. How could my lifespan possibly compare to that of you mundane mortals? Do you think you are worthy? Mo Xiao scoffed. You may deceive them, but you cannot deceive me. Ancient texts state that it is utterly impossible for one who can summon Qiyu to also summon Li Tianwang. One belongs to the demonic path, the other to the immortal realm, and the two should not coexist. Yet you summon both, setting aside your summoning of Qiyu. Simply the ability to borrow power from Li Tianwang signifies you are no ordinary being. Or perhaps, do you possess a human side within you? Li Chongqing queried incisivly. Mo Xiao was taken aback by the terrifying analytical prowess displayed by Li Chongqing. This fellow possesses knowledge that should not exist, especially since he had believed he had destroyed all such ancient texts. The unfolding events had clearly surpassed Mo Xiao's expectations. You may choose to believe that, Mo Xiao replied, shaking his head thoughtfully. Fine, I shall consider your earlier thoughts mere conjecture, but what you just demonstrated with that sword, others may not perceive it, but I can feel it. The Shushan sword technique, known as the Return of 10,000 Swords, is regarded as the second most powerful sword technique. However, the first has long been lost to time, existing only as a name that, if I am not mistaken, that sword you just wielded is indeed the long-lost Shushan sword technique. Answer me, Mo Xiao. Who are you truly? Li Chongqing demanded. Mo Xiao fell silent, knowing that exposing so much could lead to someone deciphering his identity. However, time was running short. Haha, why should I answer you? Mo Xiao laughed heartily, a hint of madness creeping into his demeanor. Not going to answer. Li Chongqing narrowed his eyes, vowing to continue his assault until Mo Xiao yielded. Return of 10,000 swords, Li Chongqing shouted in fury. The Shushan sword pool responded with a surge, countless swords converging and soaring toward the rear mountain. The overwhelming momentum sent shivers down the spines of all present. What an immense aura! It was evident that his mastery of the sword had taken a significant leap. Yet this was still insufficient. Li Chongqing soared into the air, his white robe billowing as he wore a serious expression. You are far too weak now. You are no match for me, Mo Xiao stated coolly. 3 years ago, I could repel you. I can do so again now that Li Chongqing, hands clasped behind his back, maintained a calm demeanor. Yet he remained vigilant. He was certain that Mo Xiao possessed hidden trump cards. Who could say? Mo Xiao let out a disdainful laugh that in his black robe. The sound carried an air of malevolence that it seems today I cannot hold back my true strength if I wish to repel you fools. Mo Xiao exhaled deeply. Demonic array. With a casual wave of his hand, countless shadows emerged from his sleeves. Thousands of demons. Mo Xiao sprouted numerous tentacles from behind, which plunged into the demons, voraciously siphoning their demonic power. Strength returned to him. Not much, but enough that Mo Xiao gazed at his hands in rapturous delight. Not only had his injuries vanished, but his power had returned to its peak, the unbreakable guardian, 9th level, perhaps even beyond. Hiss, Li Chongqing inhaled sharply. The scene before him was utterly terrifying. Was Mo Xiao truly capable of such brutality, even against his own kind, blood demon giant hand? Mo Xiao roared that a torrent of demonic energy erupted behind him, transforming into a colossal hand that reached for Li Chongqing. Li Chongqing felt an overwhelming sense of dread at this seemingly casual strike. Were it not for the enhancements provided by the Shushan sword formation, he feared his body would not withstand such pressure. He thrust his sword towards the blood demon giant hand, but in the next moment he was sent flying. His protective true essence dissipated entirely. Pooh! Li Chongqing spewed blood, a crimson line trailing through the air. After a long pause, he staggered to his feet. What just happened? I couldn't withstand even a single move. Li Chongqing gazed at his hands in confusion. The disparity in strength was staggering. Yet instinctively, he glanced back, seeing the worried expression on his junior sister's face. He suddenly smiled. Indeed, what is there to fear? Supporting himself with his long sword, Li Chongqing rose unsteadily. The sword in my hand is named Chongqing, a gift from my master on the day I became his disciple, accompanying me for over 20 years to slay you. It is more than enough. Li Chongqing brandished his Chongqing sword, a fierce determination igniting in his eyes. The disciples of Shushan have never lacked in spirit. We shall fight alongside our senior brother. The gathered disciples exclaimed in unison, their voices filled with fervor. They possessed spirit, yet mere spirit alone was insufficient. In this world, it was never about who shouted the loudest or who was angriest. That it was a contest of strength. And unfortunately for you, I happen to possess it while you do not, Mo Xiao stated coolly. Perhaps so, but I cannot retreat, Li Chongqing replied resolutely. From your earlier strike, I grasped half a move. Allow me to demonstrate the power of this sword, Li Chongqing shouted. The Chongqing sword radiated a brilliant golden light. This strike was not merely the sword of Shushan. It was the sword of all 3,000 disciples. Return of 10,000 swords may be commendable. But those 10,000 swords are not my own. Thus, they cannot unleash the true might of the Shushan sword formation. The sword I have comprehended, the sword of the 3,000 disciples, combines the essence of each disciple's sword, yielding an effect unlike the simplistic 1-1-2 of the return of 10,000 swords. This sword is not just mine. It is the sword of us all. Where does the heart of the Shushan sword formation lie? We are all its hearts. Draw swords, Li Chongqing commanded. The disciples' eyes brimmed with tears. They had always been treated as mere background figures, yet today marked their moment to fight. One by one, flying swords soared into the sky. Perhaps they lacked strength, yet they contained the boundless hopes of their wielders. The Shushan sword formation was designed to amalgamate these emotions. Heaven-slaying sword. Li Chongqing swung his sword with ferocity, the Chongqing sword leading a torrent of 3,000 swords charging toward Mo Xiao. Was he harnessing the power of belief? Mo Xiao nodded slightly, acknowledging the situation. Quite intriguing that he had never even contemplated such a tactic. Indeed, generations of talents emerge in succession. Although Li Chongqing may be proud, he is certainly not lonely, for he is accompanied by 3,000 disciples. Such a scenario cannot be replicated. To command the respect of all, Li Chongqing truly lives up to the title of the master brother of Mount Shu. Yet the power of this sword is still insufficient. Mo Xiao shook his head gently. Having unlocked his full potential, he could no longer be vanquished by mere tricks. Ahem, with a light cough, the 3,000 flying swords froze in midair. Utterly motionless, time seemed to come to a standstill. This formidable power had reached an unparalleled zenith. What? Li Chongqing's pupils constricted. Did this sword truly lack even the qualification to approach Mo Xiao? Hidden within his coffin, Li Tiangang was nearly rendered speechless. That is this what it means for deities to clash? Goodness, is this truly something a mere practitioner like him should witness? Although he could be considered a genius to some extent, he was only capable of being invincible among his peers and could barely contend against those of higher ranks, let alone match these little monsters. Yet, given the current situation, it would be somewhat inappropriate for him to remain hidden. However, emerging would only mean delivering himself as a target. Despite his usual bravado, he was acutely aware of his true capabilities. But as he gazed upon a towering wave of demonic energy approaching Li Chongqing, Li Tiangang sighed. What can be done? He must step forward. That Li Chongqing stared blankly at the shattered might of his ultimate strike. Was his strongest blow truly so feeble? To simply concede like this, could he really accept it? An ancient voice echoed in his ear. Master. Li Chongqing instinctively glanced back, only to find no one there to decide. Perhaps it was merely an auditory hallucination. Where are you looking, you rascal? Li Tiangang flicked Li Chongqing's forehead. Li Chongqing, dazed, rubbed his head, at a loss for what to do. Grandfather? Li Zhuo was taken aback. Had her grandfather returned? Little girl, you must thank yourself for not using that sword seal, for it has granted me the strength to return to this realm once more. Li Tiangang chuckled, showing no signs of a deceased individual. To be honest, he had indeed passed away, but could only linger for this brief period. Yet it was sufficient. He was content. Another unexpected variable, Mo Xiao remarked nonchalantly, intensifying his demonic energy output. This strike aimed to utterly annihilate Mount Shu. This old body of mine is finally ready to make an appearance. That Li Tiangang patted his old waist, then instinctively reached for his waist. To his embarrassment, he realized he had no sword on him. Use mine, Master. Li Chongqing reverently handed over his Longxing sword. Li Tiangang nodded. He reached for the wine gourd at his waist, only to discover it was empty. With an awkward smile, he almost forgot that he possessed nothing. Here you go. Li Zhuo offered her wine gourd. Little girl, you drink as well? That is a bad habit. Li Tiangang frowned. I'll confiscate it. You are not allowed to drink anymore. That he expressed his discontent. How could his little darling indulge in such vices? Li Zhuo remained silent, though she had much to say upon seeing her grandfather. His irreverent demeanor made her think better of it. Refreshing. Li Tiangang downed the contents of the gourd in one gulp before crushing it with a sudden grip. After consuming this jug of wine, he finally felt alive again. Form the formation, my disciple. Today, I shall impart to you your final lesson. Li Tianggang's aura gradually sharpened. Although he was merely at the first level of the deity immortal realm, no one dared to underestimate him. Li Tiangang, the sword god of Mount Shu, would choose a dignified way to die. Yes, in an instant, the disciples of Mount Shu formed the Shu Mountain Sword Formation. Though they were utterly exhausted, they deemed it worthwhile for the sake of their sect. Li Tianggang's aura surged, barely reaching the 5th level of the deity immortal realm. Was this as far as he could go? Li Tiangang sighed. The gap was still vast. However, in front of his disciples, he, as their master, could not afford to lose face. You Mount Shu folks truly indulge in a war of attrition, one after another stepping forward to meet their demise. Mo Xiao scoffed. Perhaps so, but with the sword god of Mount Shu here, who among you dares to lay a finger on our sect? Li Tiangang retorted coldly that a torrent of sword intent surged forth, starkly contrasting with the previous comical demeanor of the old man. Disciple, what I wish to teach you is this composure. Regardless of the circumstances, one must maintain an unflappable demeanor. Li Tiangang spoke with calmness, merely holding the Longxing sword. An ethereal sword image unfurled behind him, transforming into countless swords. The title of Sword God of Mount Shu was not an empty claim. It was earned through battle. This sword is named Sword 23. This sword represents the pinnacle of mortal swordsmanship, the culmination of my life's understanding. With one strike, worlds perish, heavens collapse, and all things fall silent. Though it may be somewhat exaggerated, it is indeed my final trump card, Li Tiangang articulated softly. You need not worry about my life. Upon returning to this world, I have already found contentment. You need not bear any burdens that if possible. Little Zhou, little Changsheng, should you find your heart's desire, come to visit my resting place. Wait, little Zhou, it seems you may already have someone in mind, Li Tiangang inquired with a grin that Li Zhou's expression darkened. I understand that Li Tiangang raised his head slightly, already guessing how his granddaughter had fared these past 2 years. After his passing, that boy had undoubtedly become Li Zhou's last emotional anchor. Should something happen to him, Li Zhou might. A surge of anger welled up within him. This was his granddaughter. No matter how well he concealed his emotions, he could not contain them here, that he understood everything, yet could change nothing. You have successfully provoked my ire. I shall make you my punching bag, Li Tiangang declared. Not in anger, but with a smile, he swung his sword lightly, yet it contained unfathomable terror. The overwhelming sword intent within was enough to annihilate all. This was the pinnacle of swordsmanship, the zenith of humanity. How intriguing that Mo Xiao continued to amplify his demonic energy output, eager to witness the extent of this old man's power. Clouds of black mist billowed forth, clashing with Li Tianggang's seemingly unremarkable strike. The two forces reached a stalemate, yet Li Tianggang's body began to gradually dissipate. That as he gazed at his numbed feet, he smiled faintly, seemingly having anticipated this. To be able to return and protect his granddaughter for a while longer, he felt content that grandfather, Li Zhou, did not cry this time. She merely watched quietly. Little Zhou is far stronger than I had imagined. Li Tiangang remarked with a smile. Li Zhou nodded gently. She did not wish to cry in front of others. Let this be her last shred of pitiful pride that had. As Li Tiangang laughed, tears welled in his eyes. In his lifetime, the one he felt most remorseful towards was this child. He had let her down far too much at such a young age. She bore such heavy burdens. Soon, Li Tiangang took a deep breath. He could not afford to cry at this moment. Little Zhou is truly grown up. That I remember when you used to cling to me at temple fairs, crying and throwing a fit because I wouldn't buy you candied hawthorns. Oh, how pitiful, Li Tiangang jested. Li Zhou's face flushed. How could he bring up such embarrassing moments in front of so many people? Grandfather, she scolded softly. All right, I won't mention it anymore. Li Tiangang laughed heartily. Having not done so in a long time, his form had already dissipated by a third. Little Changsheng, that I'm here, master, that I'm most concerned about you. You place far too much weight on my words. You've done splendidly as the master brother of Mount Shu, but there is no need to bind yourself so tightly, nor to repay me to do you understand. Li Tiangang stated calmly that Li Changsheng regarded his words as more significant than life itself. Yet he could not ignore the pain of conflicting loyalties. That Li Changsheng responded affirmatively to Li Tianggang's side. This child was stubborn. Once he set his mind on something, even 10 mules could not pull him back. Well, I've said all I needed to say, and now it's time for me to fight. Li Tiangang turned his gaze skyward, igniting the remnants of his power, though this would hasten his dissolution. He had no regrets now. Drink, Li Tiangang bellowed. His internal power surged once more. That strike grew ever more formidable. Mo Xiao felt somewhat weary from the relentless onslaught of these tenacious adversaries, who seemed to multiply incessantly. With a sweeping motion of his hand, he obliterated the remaining sword energy of Li Tiangang, then intensified his grasp, almost draining the life force from the demons entirely. This merciless tactic left the onlookers in shock. After all, these demons were still alive, and he was forcibly extracting their strength. That Li Tiangang was destined to fall, yet he remained content. That in an instant, The heavens seemed to collapse, engulfing the vicinity of Mount Shu in a shroud of darkness. In stark contrast, the forces of Mount Shu were faltering. Li Changsheng was gravely injured, Li Zhiyou was exhausted, and Li Tiangang was on the verge of vanishing. The 3,000 disciples of Mount Shu had already given their all, and they could no longer summon the power of the Shu Mountain Sword Array. Was defeat truly imminent? The disciples' hearts were filled with despair. Despite their utmost efforts, the outcome remained unchanged, and noted Li Zhiyou gently shook her head. She had not yet surrendered. With sword in hand, she took a determined step forward that Mo Xiao, growing increasingly impatient, casually swatted at her. This strike was potent enough to annihilate Li Zhiyou. Li Tiangang attempted to rush to her aid, but he had been reduced to merely a head. That Li Changsheng staggered to his feet, only to collapse once more. Undeterred, Li Zhiyou faced the terrifying force head-on. That a sturdy figure stood protectively before her. Upon seeing the newcomer, Li Tiangang smiled with relief before dissipating into the ether, leaving Li Zhiyou momentarily stunned. The scene shifted back a minute prior, where beneath the ancient tree, a hand erupted from the coffin. "Why am I sleeping in a coffin?" Xiao Feng stretched languidly, feeling a twinge of discomfort at the thought of having spent an entire night in such a place. Yet the past 3 years had indeed been exhausting, and he had seemingly slept for an eternity. Perhaps, for the first time in his 21 years in this world, he felt truly relaxed. What was happening over there? Xiao Feng's expression turned grave. A powerful aura emanated from that direction. That a sudden realization struck him. Had Mo Xiao returned? Perfect. It was time to settle the score from 3 years ago. The scene transitioned once more, revealing Xiao Feng stepping in to shield Li Zhiyou from the overwhelming force. Chapter 34. The terrifying recovery of Mo Xiao Feng. "Brother?" Li Zhiyou uttered those words stiffly, her disbelief evident. "Yes, it is I," Xiao Feng replied with a gentle nod as he surveyed the ruins of Mount Shu. A flicker of murderous intent glimmered in his eyes. That Li Zhiyou grasped Xiao Feng's arm tightly, speechless, fearing that he might vanish from her sight once more. She truly could not bear to lose him again. Xiao Feng gently released her hand and turned his serious gaze upwards. Before him appeared a panel displaying. Name: Mo Xiao. Age: 5,000. Realm: Unbreakable Vision, 9th Heaven. Techniques: True Demon Form, Perfection. Shu Mountain Sword Technique, Perfection. Blood Demon Great Method, Perfection. Indestructible Diamond Technique, Perfection. Sacrificial Demon Technique, Perfection. Qualification: Orange. Heavenly Prodigy, Purple. Unity of Man and Sword, Orange. Born Demon Evaluation: The most powerful being in this realm. Even the Heavenly Tao must show him respect. When he unleashes his full power, no one in this world can stand in his way. Xiao Feng stared at the multitude of perfected techniques, lost in thought. Hundreds of perfected techniques. Was this not akin to cheating? Although he possessed many techniques, most have been integrated into his dragon elephant suppressing prison technique at the entry level. There was simply no comparison. And 5,000 years of life? That was rather outrageous. Even a being at the level of unbreakable vision could not live for such an extended period. You seem unfazed by my appearance. Regardless of who you are, I will make you pay a price, Xiao Feng proclaimed, hands clasped behind his back as he soared into the air, his tone calm. Haha, then come. Mo Xiao scoffed, as a tide of demonic energy enveloped every corner of Mount Shu. His black robe billowed in the wind, and his aura surged to an extreme level. With another wave of his sleeve, countless demons materialized behind him. These demons were unlike the living ones before. They were mere corpses, yet still possessed the energy of demons. That Mo Xiao sprouted an innumerable amount of tendrils from his back, voraciously absorbing the strength of these demons. No matter how much power he absorbed, it would ultimately be futile. Regardless of his efforts, the outcome of this day remained unchanged. Xiao Feng raised an eyebrow. His robe suddenly burst apart, revealing a physique of solid muscle, though he appeared slender when clothed. Without the fabric's concealment, he was a marvel of strength. After all, a martial artist must possess a sturdy form. Yet, while muscular, he was not exaggerated. Every inch was perfectly proportioned, with a powerful stomp of his right foot. The air seemed to shatter, producing a series of sonic booms. Xiao Feng roared, unleashing a punch imbued with sheer force that tore through space. This punch was pure power. Li Zhiyou gazed at Xiao Feng in awe. Brother Xiao Feng, It seems you have grown even stronger, she thought, feeling as though she could no longer even glimpse his silhouette. That in her childhood, she could barely exchange a few blows with him. 3 years ago, she managed to withstand one strike, but now, she would likely not endure even a single blow. Why did this feel so familiar? Had he transcended her previously pure strike that opened the gates of heaven with mere strength? This punch likely brushed against the pinnacle of unbreakable vision. Ninth heaven, in that moment. Xiao Feng resembled a consummate martial artist. Although his fighting lacked technique, his sheer might was overwhelming. This was a truth he had gleaned after 3 years of tormenting Ling Jianzi in the void. In the face of absolute power, all techniques were but empty words. After all, no matter how skilled the opponent's technique, it could never breach Xiao Feng's defenses. What use was technique when faced with such strength? As power increased, other aspects would naturally not lag far behind. That Mo Xiao felt a sense of foreboding. Xiao Feng's might took him by surprise. Could such power truly be wielded by someone at the level of unbreakable vision? First heaven, he realized that he must take this seriously. True demon form. Activate. Blood Demon Great Method. Release. 10,000 Demons Sacrificial Array. Commence. Mo Xiao bellowed successively. His body began to swell, and in mere moments, he was enveloped in layers of black mist, expanding infinitely. Only when he reached a height of 999 zhang did he come to a halt. That Mo Xiao's power surged to new heights. Such struggles are meaningless, Xiao Feng stated coldly. According to the system's description, Xiao Feng realized that if Mo Xiao unleashed his full strength, he might surpass the heavenly Tao of this realm. He needed to end this swiftly. He was unaware of the full extent of the heavenly Taoist strength, but he suspected he had not yet reached that level. Quickly resolving this matter was, of course, the best course of action. He had no idea how many hidden cards Mo Xiao possessed. It was akin to squeezing toothpaste, with each effort revealing more surprises. Taking a deep breath, Xiao Feng steeled himself. Dragon Elephant Suppressing Prison Technique. Full power. He shouted that in an instant, black patterns erupted across his body, resembling Mo Xiao in some ways. Xiao Feng clenched his fists tightly. Boom, boom, boom. Xiao Feng's fists fell upon Mo Xiao like torrential rain. That in the span of a breath, he unleashed hundreds of punches. One side of Mo Xiao's demonic form was utterly shattered. Yet, as Mo Xiao absorbed the remaining energy from the fallen, his form astonishingly regenerated within moments. Damn it. How revolting. Xiao Feng pinched his nose, a look of disdain on his face. Battling such a creature with infinite recovery was indeed a challenge. Akin to facing Ling Jianzi in the illusion realm, that he could defeat him. But wait, infinite recovery. Xiao Feng began to sense something was amiss. Did this being before him also possess infinite recovery? Ling Jianzi's infinite recovery stemmed from a unique illusion, a treasure he had acquired in an ancient secret realm thousands of years ago, the true purpose of which remained unknown even to him. Such rare wonders could barely achieve that. Yet, Mo Xiao seemed to possess the same ability. Was this a special trait of demons? No, that didn't seem right. He had previously slain demons, but their recovery was never this swift. All things in the universe must adhere to the law of energy conservation. Mo Xiao was no exception. While it was possible he absorbed the essence from those demons, the likelihood seemed slim. What could be the reason for this? Xiao Feng furrowed his brow, perplexed, but just as he pondered, Mo Xiao charged at him once more. Xiao Feng stepped forward to meet him. In no time, Mo Xiao was once again reduced to half his form, yet he restored himself yet again in a remarkably short span of time. It appeared there was no depletion of energy, and with each recovery, his aura seemed to grow even stronger. Xiao Feng propped his chin in contemplation. Could he be absorbing my strength? Xiao Feng clenched his fists. Discovering that his strength had not diminished, he gazed at the approaching Mo Xiao. This time, having learned from experience, he refrained from swiftly annihilating him, instead toying with him like a cat with a mouse, utilizing his speed to manipulate Mo Xiao effortlessly. What exactly allowed this fellow to recover so swiftly, and with each revival, grow stronger? Xiao Feng felt speechless. It was evident that this individual was blatantly cheating. Clearly, he could not shatter this opponent until he devised a method to counter him. Subsequently, Xiao Feng noticed the tentacles behind Mo Xiao absorbing the energy of the demons. Could it be due to this? Xiao Feng soared to Mo Xiao's rear and severed his tentacles with decisive force. Indeed, Mo Zhao's power waned slightly, yet it did not diminish significantly. Was it not enough? Xiao Feng furrowed his brow. Come on, continue to shatter me. Mo Zhao smirked, striding forward. After all, he had already drained the remnants, and only the final step remained. Once that step was completed, Xiao Feng's lips curled into a playful smile. He nearly forgot that his dragon elephant suppression technique could also absorb the power of demons. Let us see whether the demon energy within this fellow surpasses what I can absorb. Holding his breath, Xiao Feng unleashed the dragon elephant suppression technique with all his might, his aura soaring to its zenith, unleashing tens of thousands of punches in a mere minute. Mo Zhao's aura fluctuated intermittently, and several times he nearly faced demise. Yet he quickly restored himself. Chapter 35. Mo Zhao's true intentions. Mo Zhao's flesh was torn asunder, each second witnessing the loss of half his form. Yet he was able to recover rapidly. The scene was utterly brutal. Brother Xiao Feng. Leisure gripped the Ji Feng sword tightly. Though Xiao Feng held the upper hand, a sense of unease gnawed at her heart. Something felt amiss. It was evident that Mo Zhao was manipulating Xiao Feng to Li Changsheng. Clutching his chest, dragged his gravely injured body over. His wounds were merely a result of a fraction of Mo Zhao's leaked aura, as he had fallen while shielding his junior sister. Fortunately, he was still alive. That I see it clearly, but I trust my brother Xiao Feng will not fall for such a ruse. That Li Zhuo nodded. Brother Xiao Feng must have his own profound intentions. That Mo Zhao. Something is not right. I sense that this fellow's ambitions are far from simple. His swordsmanship, it is said, can only be matched by the legendary founder of Mount Shu, Ling Jianzi, and no one else. That Li Changsheng's expression was grave. Ling Jianzi? Li Zhuo's brow furrowed. As a disciple of Mount Shu, the name of Ling Jianzi was indelibly etched in every heart. He was both the greatest benefactor of Mount Shu and the world's most notorious villain. The scene returned to the battlefield, where Xiao Feng had shattered Mo Zhao's body hundreds, if not thousands of times. Then Mo Zhao's aura grew increasingly potent, with his recovery time significantly reduced from being shattered every few dozen punches to every several thousand. Kid, your strength has waned. Mo Zhao remarked nonchalantly. That I know. Xiao Feng's lips curved into a slight smile. With a powerful push, he propelled himself away from Mo Zhao, soaring into the distance. Where is he going? Mo Zhao furrowed his brow, following suit. Without a moment's hesitation, Li Zhuo pursued after him. Li Changsheng, about to take flight, coughed up a mouthful of blood. His meridians were nearly severed, and his cultivation had plummeted significantly. Merely standing was already a tremendous effort. Atop the peak of Zijing, Xiao Feng stood at the summit, the highest point in this world. That you actually know this place? Mo Zhao expressed surprise. Naturally, Xiao Feng replied, slightly raising his chin. This is both a beginning and an end. How interesting. You are quite fascinating, kid. Mo Zhao laughed heartily, his laughter bold and unrestrained. In the next moment, Mo Zhao moved. In an instant, he appeared behind Xiao Feng. Yet it seemed Xiao Feng had not reacted to no. The just-arrived Li Zhuo screamed in anguish upon witnessing this scene. Xiao Feng gently sidestepped, narrowly evading Mo Zhao's lethal strike. Come on, let's have a heart-to-heart. Xiao Feng smiled, his fist plunging directly into Mo Zhao's heart. The dark patterns on his body radiated an eerie glow, absorbing the power within Mo Zhao. What immense power! Xiao Feng furrowed his brow in astonishment. He had not anticipated the magnitude of power residing within Mo Zhao, sufficient to elevate an ordinary person to the 9th level of invincibility. That, of course, one must consider which ordinary person could withstand such a force. Ding! Congratulations to the host for absorbing pure demon energy. Proficiency in the dragon elephant suppression technique has improved, now reaching perfection. Ding! Congratulations to the host for achieving perfection in the dragon elephant suppression technique. A vast quantity of demon energy detected, currently undergoing transformation. Several system prompts jolted Xiao Feng back to reality. Pure demon energy? Why is that? Xiao Feng felt perplexed. Typically, absorbing demon energy did not yield such significant enhancement. Nor had he ever received system prompts. Why now? Could it be that Mo Zhao is a purebred demon? No, that likely isn't the reason. Mo Zhao lay on the ground, offering no resistance, merely allowing Xiao Feng to absorb his power. Is this part of your plan? Xiao Feng inquired, having surmised that he had lured Mo Zhao here to grant him a dignified demise. Otherwise, it would be inexplicable why Mo Xiao did not resist after enduring such a bombardment. It was evident that Mo Xiao was deliberate in his actions, not entirely. Consider it a temporary modification to my plan, and Mo Xiao's expression was remarkably composed. Speak. Xiao Feng said calmly. Cough, cough. Mo Xiao suddenly spat out 2 mouthfuls of blood. Yet he did not struggle against Xiao Feng's grip, merely permitting the absorption of his strength. All of this was part of his design, that he was a demon. Only one could coexist with the celestial path. And this was his choice. This being, destined to be incompatible with the celestial way, chose to sacrifice himself. This choice stemmed from a profound encounter with a man named Ling Jinzi thousands of years ago. That was a tale from a millennium ago. I had just taken form, my strength already at the first level of invincibility, utterly ignorant, wandering the world and possessing martial artists merely for amusement, plunging the realm into chaos. Though many feared me, I found immense pleasure in it. Yet the duration of such a time grew tiresome that I witnessed Ling Jinzi, a remarkable figure, slaying those I had possessed. He was formidable, a rarity in my experience. Thus I trailed him for about a century, during which he remained unaware of my existence, while I continuously created trouble for him. Gradually, I grew weary. Watching him fight was so captivating that I yearned for a taste of battle myself, prompting me to draw his attention and challenge him atop the Zijing Peak. The outcome of that battle remains unknown to all, even to the celestial path, yet you may surmise that I emerged victorious. Though that was not the case. It was Ling Jinzi who triumphed, his strength exceeding all limits that he chose not to kill me, and I continued to linger behind him as he elucidated my transgressions, awakening me to the grievous sins I had committed, turning the world into disarray, tarnishing even the name of the once great genius. Ling Jinzi, but he spoke not a word, yet I sensed his sorrow, as a genius. He possessed pride, yet he helplessly watched his friends perish before his eyes, nearly driving him to madness. Thus, I shadowed his path, and he gradually began to accept my presence. After several hundred years, he aged and neared death. Yet his sins remained unatoned. His last wish was for me to save this world that I promised, orchestrating from millennia ago to this very moment. Aside from you, every step has been part of my design. To be honest, your emergence has refined my plan, resulting in unforeseen developments. You, it seems, are not of this world. Mo Xiao smiled. Xiao Feng's body trembled. This fellow actually knew. Had he discerned the truth? You need not be astonished. I cannot perceive anything from you that to be frank. In terms of understanding this world, even the celestial path cannot rival my depth of knowledge that I in the original plan. You were to be well protected by that young girl. At 18, you would have your heart shattered by her, leading to your despair. Then, that young girl would embark on a solitary path to confront me, ultimately killing me at 39, thereby saving this world. Your arrival disrupted my plans, yet it also hastened the liberation of this world. I do not perceive this as a misfortune. Mo Xiao spoke with an air of indifference, exhibiting not a trace of fear in the face of death. After several millennia, he felt he had lived enough, that he was, after all, a being born of nature, with nascent intelligence, compelled to navigate the world through his own trials and tribulations. Destruction was an intrinsic aspect of his existence as a demon. Yet Ling Jinzi transformed him. The centuries spent in Ling Jinzi's company were the happiest moments of his life. Were it not for Ling Jinzi, he would not possess such enlightenment. This man, despite being vilified by the world, had silently been a savior. For the vast majority, Ling Jinzi was an antagonist, but in the eyes of the heavenly Tao, he was a hero, that he had indeed slain the powerful, yet he also rescued the heavenly Tao. In this world, notions of right and wrong are but reflections of differing perspectives. Old friend, it is time for our reunion. Mo Xiao sighed. Gazing skyward, he had lived for so long that there seemed little left to cherish. Another voice emanated from within Mo Xiao. This was the moment he had replicated Ling Jinzi's essence upon his demise, harnessing demonic power to sever half of his own corporeal form, thus creating a doppelganger. This process was painful, yet worthwhile. However, this doppelganger, while retaining much of Ling Jinzi's memories, felt as though it lacked something essential that it could engage in normal conversation, yet it never quite resembled Ling Jinzi. It appeared to have become an independent entity. Otherwise, he would not have taken a wife and had children. Were it not for the companionship of this old friend over the years, he would have succumbed to the overwhelming solitude long ago. Chapter 36. The conclusion of the tale shall be penned by me. Let my final strength serve as a lingering ember within you. Dame Zhao's complexion gradually paled as he intensified his output of power. Have you ever regretted it? Xiaofeng could not help but inquire. Regret? I think not. To have met someone like Ling Jianzi is a rare fortune. I doubt anyone would regret it, and I only lament being the antithesis of the heavenly Tao, which led to the downfall of my brother Ling Jianzi. Yet I have not encountered malevolence, and the heavenly Tao has not treated me poorly. I can discern that it has shown me considerable tolerance. It does not wish to see my demise, allowing me to maintain the demonic forces at a level that will not lead to my complete destruction. Alas, I cannot coexist with it. People say the heavenly Tao is heartless. Yet in my view, it possesses compassion. To utter such words feels like a breach of ancestral teachings. Dame Zhao chuckled heartily, though his breath grew increasingly faint. Forcing Xiaofeng to absorb all of his demonic power was the least sacrificial option. At most, it would cost him his own life. Otherwise, they would have to continue battling until all demonic power dissipated, a process that would consume excessive time and energy. This way felt less burdensome. Moreover, this new plan could potentially save another soul. Young friend, please assist me with one final task. Tear away the layer of black mist surrounding me, that I believe it is better for him to survive. Though he carries the memories of my old friend, he is no longer my old friend, that I have just erased his memories, retaining only those of his current human existence, as a form of recompense for this body that has accompanied me for years. Mo Xiao forced a smile. Having expended, you must surrender. At most, it will be the end for the two of us old men. But if you do not give up, you too shall meet your demise. Mo Xiao roared. Does he not feel any pressure? So many lives have perished at his hands over the years. He has grown weary of killing and lacks the heart to take another life. Otherwise, he would not have shown such leniency upon arriving at Mount Shu. No one desires Xiaofeng's survival more than he does. Did I not say? In the end, only I can draw the final line. Xiaofeng scoffed that if he were to abandon the absorption, the consequences would undoubtedly be far graver than what Mo Xiao articulated. It is entirely possible that a piece of the world's essence would be lost once more. In such a case, could this world truly continue to exist? Xiaofeng felt his consciousness slipping further from his grasp. With the last vestige of his strength, he sent Li Zhuo and Xiao Tian 100 miles away. Xiaofeng. Li Zhuo was enveloped by a tremendous force, extending her delicate white hand, yearning to halt Xiaofeng. But she realized that her current strength was utterly insufficient, utterly unattainable. Chapter 37. Ling Jianzi and Mo Xiao. Xiaofeng, Xiaofeng, Xiaofeng. Upon hitting the ground, Li Zhuo trembled uncontrollably, calling out madly for that name. Was it not enough to have gained something only to lose it once more? She had already expended every ounce of her strength, yet could do nothing. She was unwilling. The spiritual power within Li Zhuo had been entirely depleted, but as a martial artist, she drew upon the strength of her physical form to run, using the Ji Feng sword to prop herself up when she could no longer muster the energy. She had to find Xiaofeng. She must find Xiaofeng. This was the singular thought echoing in her mind. Having once lost and now regained, she knew this feeling all too well, yet she absolutely refused to endure loss again. Had she not glimpsed the light, she might have borne the darkness, but heaven seemed intent on snatching the brilliance from her life, time and again. Hiss, this lad truly strikes hard. Mo Xiao gazed at the wounds adorning his body, somewhat at a loss for words. Yet feeling the demonic power within him completely dissipate, he exhaled with relief. Was his sinful existence finally drawing to a close? The forms of Mo Xiao and Ling Jianzi gradually became ethereal. Half an hour was their final deadline. Mo Xiao collapsed onto the ground, feeling liberated. Xiaofeng cradled his head, struggling painfully against the demonic force within him, that he could sense a transformation occurring within his body. Yet he was oblivious to the nature of this change. His will was gradually being supplanted by the urge to kill, a consequence of the world's will. Mo Xiao offered a wry smile. Even at this critical juncture, could he not be afforded a modicum of ease? Lying on the ground in a state of resignation, Ling Jianzi silently grasped the Ji Ruo sword. Essentially, this artifact should be the twin sword of Mount Shu. pilfered by Li Zhiruo, who inscribed her name upon it. Yet it could hardly be termed theft, as it belonged to her family. Subsequently, Ling Jianzi tossed his spirit sword to Mo Xiao. Isn't this the very sword you've hoarded like a treasure all this time? Finally willing to let me use it, Mo Xiao remarked with a taunting grin. Just this once. Ling Jianzi turned his head away, feeling a discomfort wash over him. Since you beseech me, I shall accompany you this once. In light of your generosity in allowing me to wield your sword, Mo Xiao placed his hand atop Ling Jianzi's. The two exchanged a knowing glance, having fought side by side for centuries. Such understanding still lingered between them. I wonder how your swordsmanship has fared during the thousands of years I have been absent. Is it still as woeful as it once was? Ling Jianzi sneered. Nonsense. You're just rambling. Mo Xiao shot a derisive glance at Ling Jianzi. In the next instant. The two sprang into action. Their forms shifted rapidly, and in mere moments, they flanked Xiao Feng. What a testament to their synergy. The techniques they employed mirrored one another perfectly. Just as they prepared to strike, Xiao Feng casually clapped his hands, sending them both hurtling backward, kicking up a cloud of dust. Pah, you rascal, how utterly embarrassing. You couldn't withstand a single move. Mo Xiao grimaced in disdain. Ling Jianzi. And you're no better. Yet it was not entirely their fault. Their current strength could barely maintain the first level of the unbreakable divine realm. To contend against an opponent who had evidently surpassed their capabilities was indeed a daunting task. They had likely grazed the threshold of the true divine realm, teetering on the brink of demigodhood. Ugh, this sensation of being surpassed is truly unpleasant. Just as they were dragging their weary bodies forward, a gentle force restrained them that it was none other than the heavenly Tao of this realm. However, the state of the heavenly Tao was also far from optimal. Having been eroded for so many years, it was on the verge of extinction, even though it had previously watched with bated breath. It found itself powerless to intervene, but now it could no longer refrain from acting. Victory was within reach. It could not afford to give up. Oh, it's you, lad. Mo Xiao remarked nonchalantly. Yes, I am truly grateful to you. The heavenly Tao inclined slightly. Even though it was inherently adversarial to Mo Xiao, it nonetheless held a deep appreciation for him. Don't bow so deeply. I can't bear it. Mo Xiao sidestepped. The heavenly Tao revealed a hint of a smile. Having these two was indeed fortunate for it, that I shall make one last wager. I will use the last remnants of my power to elevate your combat abilities to their peak. After that, it will be up to you, but I will once again fall into slumber. Perhaps this time, I shall not awaken until the essence of the world has been restored. The heavenly Tao sighed. During this time, it had slumbered multiple times. Then let it be. Mo Xiao responded eagerly. Ling Jianzi raised his head slightly. The long-awaited power was finally returning. That I owe you both an apology, as well as to the people of this world. Mo Xiao. Ling Jianzi, rest assured. Upon my awakening, I shall ensure your reincarnation and provide an account to this realm. The heavenly Tao made a solemn vow. Stop dawdling. Hurry. A smile crept onto Mo Xiao's lips. He too wished to experience humanity, having borne too much in this life. A burden he detested. The heavenly Tao nodded, raising its hand as streams of the world's essence flowed into Ling Jianzi and Mo Xiao. Moments later, Ling Jianzi nodded in satisfaction. Indeed, this was the peak of their power. The strength has returned. Not in abundance, but sufficient. Mo Xiao cackled. Ling Jianzi, is this fellow not operating some peculiar switch? Why does he bear such a wicked grin? Don't be ridiculous. It's not even enough. Do you think I am unaware of your prime state? Spare me the nonsense. Let us get to it. Ling Jianzi slapped Mo Xiao on the head. Observing their bickering, the heavenly Tao was momentarily taken aback, then chuckled softly. The sentiment of the heavenly Tao was hardly a good omen, yet it was not necessarily a harbinger of doom either. Ling Jianzi and Mo Xiao once more brandished their swords and advanced. This time, they were not rendered utterly powerless. At the very least, they could withstand several exchanges before being sent flying again. They would merely return to endure more punishment. This could not be attributed to a lack of strength on their part. Rather, it was Xiao Feng's physique that was far too monstrous. His physical prowess was akin to child's play. How could such a being not be terrifying? The foremost sword of Mount Shu, do you recall? Ling Jinzi raised an eyebrow. That of course I remember, Mo Xiao retorted angrily. He had often flaunted the swordsmanship of Mount Shu. Very well, then. With this sword, I shall establish order. Mo Xiao raised Ling Jinzi's accompanying sword high, proclaiming loudly. Suddenly, the heavens shifted, and a terrifying force enveloped the surroundings. The true power of this sword was sufficient to alter the very fabric of reality. With this sword, I shall subdue all laws. Ling Jinzi raised the Ji Feng sword overhead. The two long swords emanated a faint glow, enveloping Mo Xiao and Ling Jinzi within. Indeed, the foremost sword of Mount Shu was intrinsically a dual sword technique. Only together could they unleash the full might of this attack. Two piercing blades of sword energy surged toward Xiao Feng. He raised his arms in defense. The sword energy struck his flesh, causing only a slight sting, leaving behind a fleeting white mark that vanished without a trace, seizing the moment of Xiao Feng's pain. His consciousness sharpened slightly. Ling Jinzi swiftly darted forward, embedding the Ji Feng sword into Xiao Feng's body. This strike was not aimed at a vital point. It merely pierced his abdomen. The intense pain gradually roused Xiao Feng's will. Phew, thank goodness. Ling Jinzi breathed a sigh of relief. The twin swords of Mount Shu were, in essence, the two most deeply buried swords within the sword pool, their appearances and spiritual energies remarkably similar. Yet they were not as sharp as the other swords in the pool, a mystery that baffled all by chance. Ling Jinzi discovered the utility of this sword and decided to leave it at Mount Shu. Its purpose was to suppress the demonic energy. No, wait. Ling Jinzi's countenance shifted. Xiao Feng's flesh was, astonishingly, healing on its own. The Ji Feng sword was being gradually deformed as the regenerating muscles pressed against it. Good grief, is this truly a human? Sigh, the only solution is to confine this fellow here. Ling Jinzi lamented. Time was of the essence. They could not hope to defeat him, but sealing Xiao Feng for several decades would suffice until the heavenly Tao awakened and the worlds were reseated. Indeed, this was the only viable method. Just as they were preparing to act, a breathless Li Zhihua finally arrived. Please wait a moment. Li Zhihua gasped for breath, having run nearly 100 kilometers in just 10 minutes. Nearly exhausting herself, at last she arrived, relieved that she had not missed her chance. Ling Jinzi raised an eyebrow at Mo Xiao, as if inquiring, do you know her? Well, let her give it a try. Mo Xiao nodded in agreement. Both Ling Jinzi and Mo Xiao employed the secret technique of the Vajra Temple, conjuring several chains that pierced into Xiao Feng's shoulders. You don't have much time. We can only hold on for 10 minutes at most. If there is no progress, we will have no choice but to seal him, Ling Jinzi stated solemnly. He had devoted his entire life to saving the heavenly way. Understood. Li Zhi nodded, stepping forward to face Xiao Feng. Chapter 38. Simulation concludes. Returned Xiao Feng, brother. Li Zhi disregarded Xiao Feng's bare, darkened torso and embraced him tightly, lamenting that he felt somewhat rough. Dio, you remember? The first time I met you, you saved me from a bandit. You were so formidable then. Afterward, you insisted on training with me every day, that I knew I had a talent for swordsmanship, but I never imagined my martial skills would be so lacking that I ended up butting heads with you. Isn't it quite amusing? After 6 years, I barely made any progress that I, in truth, Li had sought her out long ago, and she had always been aware of the mission of Shushan, which was to save the world as populace. Yet, in the end, she found herself unable to save even her own self. Elijah seemed to have opened a floodgate, spilling forth many thoughts that had been pent up within her, and Mo Xiao observed her, as though he had been unexpectedly kicked from the roadside. Just before meeting his end, he was forced to endure this emotional outpouring, which was infuriatingly unnecessary. And to add insult to injury, he was compelled to watch. Those foolish Vajra Temple practitioners required the chains to be monitored by the user to maintain their effectiveness. How foolish he had been to hold back at that moment. If given another chance, he would certainly choose to drag the abbot of the Vajra Temple out and give him a sound thrashing. Say, today's youth are indeed different, Ling Jinzi remarked with a hint of admiration. However, I must confess, I did not expect you to employ such a method to fulfill my wish. He sighed that Mo Xiao understood precisely what he meant. Umph, do you need me to dither about while I get things done? Mo Xiao retorted dismissively. What Ling Jinzi referred to as the millennium he had spent gathering all the demonic power of the world into a single individual. This meant that the Chosen One would be constantly assailed by demonic energy, forced to purify it with his own strength. Rendering it pure and more easily absorbed, that it was not only troublesome, but also immensely torturous. Moreover, at the end, he would have to absorb all the demonic power into his own body, utilizing Xiao Feng's strength to fully assimilate that energy before eventually returning it to him. Each step would entail enduring tremendous pain. Yet, there were benefits to this approach. The world's essence would rejuvenate rapidly, and Xiao Feng would find it easier to absorb. Unfortunately, he was thwarted by the will of the world. Essentially, the will of the world lacked subjective intent. However, it wished to retain the demonic energy for several more years, awaiting the arrival of the designated protagonist. Li Jiao, that it was excessively rigid, unlike the heavenly way, which might consider whether a matter would be beneficial to itself. The will merely contemplated whether it should undertake the action, that is, for who lived or died. Even if it meant its own demise, it was of no concern to it. "Thank you," Ling Jinzi whispered. "I didn't catch that," repeated Mo Xiao scoffed. The old man had the audacity to express gratitude. "How amusing. Shouldn't he say it a few times more?" Usually, Ling Jinzi would never allow Mo Xiao such liberties. "Ha! Not happening," Ling Jinzi retorted with a soul-shaking sarcasm. "Mo Xiao, I can't play this game." Meanwhile, the Heavenly Way, observing from the sidelines, found the interaction between the two quite intriguing. Was this what humanity referred to as passion? How fascinating. He made a note of it, intending to preserve this relationship when granting them reincarnation in future lives. After all, the Heavenly Way was the most committed to keeping promises. Whether to inject a hint of wicked amusement into the situation remained uncertain. "I truly do not wish to lose you, that I have nothing left to lose." Li Jiao's tears flowed freely, a torrent of emotion. From birth until now, she had caused the demise of countless individuals and had long carried a weight of guilt, refraining from forming connections with others. Xiao Feng murmured the name, albeit in a fragmented manner, yet it sent waves of joy through Li Jia. "Indeed, it's me. Do you remember me?" she asked eagerly. Xiao Feng began to regain a semblance of clarity. "System, what is happening?" He pressed, still partially aware. "Ding. The will of the world is beginning to reject the host. The host's current body is being forcibly invaded by the will of the world. Would you like to return to the main world?" The system inquired. "Wait a moment. I wish to bid farewell to this world properly. Could you help me maintain consciousness for a while longer?" Xiao Feng requested. "Ding. This is permissible." As the system's words faded, Xiao Feng successfully regained control of his body. "Phew, I'm finally back," he sighed in relief. The sensation he had just endured was far from pleasant. The will of the world was somewhat deranged, so vehemently opposed to him. How infuriating! "Xiao Feng, brother, are you all right?" Li Jia tightened her embrace, fearful that he might vanish from her side at any moment. "I wish I could say yes, but the truth is otherwise." Xiao Feng murmured softly. Li Jia froze, uncertain whether her brother was joking or speaking earnestly. "Xiao Jia, my time is limited. I must be brief." He covered her mouth gently. "I understand we shall eventually part ways, that my body can no longer endure. But believe me, I have not truly perished. Strive to live on. One day, I will come to find you." Xiao Feng urged urgently. This world was not entirely crafted by the system. He had just inquired, and these worlds were indeed real, that if one day he were to grow strong enough to shatter the void, perhaps he could find Li Jia again. "Xiao Feng, brother, what are you saying?" "I'm having a hard time grasping it." Li Jia's voice trembled. "I am serious." Xiao Feng grasped her shoulders, their gazes locking. After a long pause, he released Li Jia. "Stand up. Let me see how much you've grown since those days." That a smile graced his lips. Li Jia nodded and rose to her feet, though her appearance was somewhat disheveled from the battle and her sprint. Her beauty was undeniable. "Indeed, you have blossomed into a lovely young lady," Xiao Feng praised. He. Li Jia felt a sweet warmth in her heart. By the way, didn't you give me a Feng Ji sword before? Given its name, there should be another. Do you have it with you? Xiao Feng inquired with curiosity. "Oh, I do. It's right here. I named it Ji Feng sword. Doesn't it sound lovely?" Li Jia eagerly retrieved the long sword from her waist, just as she intended to present it to Xiao Feng. But he pulled her into an embrace. Li Jia's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that things were moving too quickly? Should she feign modesty? Ugh, what nonsense! Yet she suddenly sensed something was amiss. Why did she hear the sound of a blade slicing through flesh? Yes, it is quite beautiful. The wind has ceased. It is time for me to depart. We shall eventually reunite. As cultivators, we have all the time we need. Xiao Feng's gentle voice whispered in her ear. Zhao gasped in horror, pushing him away, only to see the Ji Feng sword piercing his heart with precision. Mo Xiao and Ling Jinzi shook their heads, feeling a sense of regret, but then Mo Xiao suddenly laughed, as if a realization dawned on him. Yet, in the next moment, both he and Ling Jinzi perished, rendering the understanding moot that a being from another realm has redeemed me. I am grateful. The heavens once again bowed in reverence before returning to a deep slumber, and no one knew what Li Zhiruo endured on that fateful day after Xiao Feng's departure. All that was known was that the day was marked by tempestuous winds and torrential rains. Only one person, clutching a sword, languished in agony, in the aftermath. Shushan was left without a leader, and only the senior brother of Shushan remained to fulfill the duties of the sect leader, never adopting the title for himself. Thus, Shushan existed devoid of a master, with only the senior brothers of each generation to carry on in the following 5 years. A female sword immortal emerged, brandishing a wine gourd filled to the brim with sweetened hawthorn. A taste reminiscent of the past, purchased from the carefree city. Yet the person who bought it was no longer the same. Grandfather advised against drinking, and so she abstained. The hawthorn candied by Xiao Feng was exquisite, and even now, she could vividly recall the sweetness of those memories. However, the one she bought herself paled in comparison to the sweetness bestowed upon her by Xiao Feng, that a year later, Li Zhuo successfully ascended. And this time, the celestial energies truly surged. She could freely ascend to the level of a grandmaster. Talents emerged in droves, each leaving their mark for centuries. After Li Zhuo's ascension, various sects showcased their prowess, and once-in-a-century geniuses became commonplace. Within 50 years, another individual ascended. 2 centuries later, the martial arts world thrived with unprecedented vigor. Atop Shushan, the junior sister nestled in the embrace of Li Changxing. Yet, this junior sister was no longer the charming and playful girl of yore, but rather a figure with silver hair, resembling an elderly person in her youth. Frequent use of the Shushan sword formation had left her with hidden ailments. Lacking innate talent, over 200 years had passed without her cultivation advancing further. Brother, I have delayed you. Had it not been for me, you would have ascended over 2 centuries ago, the junior sister lamented. No delays. I willingly accompany you, Li Changxing replied, gently shaking his head. Their children, and even their grandchildren, had nearly all ascended. Only he persisted in forcibly suppressing his own cultivation to remain by the junior sister's side. Alas, my lifespan is drawing to a close. Indeed, I can no longer accompany you on this journey. How regrettable, she wept, tears glistening in her eyes. Li Changxing quietly held her, spending each day with her. Even as her beauty faded, he continued to comb her hair, just as he always had, if only time could freeze in that moment. That night, the junior sister departed from Shushan, unwilling to further burden her brother. Leaving behind a letter, she packed her belongings and vanished from sight. Upon reading the letter, Li Changxing let out a long sigh. So, has it come to this? On that very day, Li Changxing broke through 10 realms in a single night, ascending from the 9th level of the Grandmaster to the 9th level of the indestructible divine realm. The junior sister watched his ascending figure, tears of bitterness streaming down her cheeks. Brother, may all be well. Chapter 39. Look at me. Wretched spawn in the Daxiao Empire, in Jiang City. Xiao Feng clutched his head, surveying the stillness around him. Have I returned? He exclaimed with a hint of surprise. Everything here was unchanged since his departure, yet he had undeniably experienced over 20 years. Feeling somewhat fatigued, he had just tidied up a chaotic situation. Yet disasters still loomed. System. Tally the previous world. He resolved to level up first. Ding, congratulations to the host for perfectly clearing the 1-star martial arts world. Rating. Divine being descends. Ratings from lowest to highest. Utterly worthless. Commonplace, exceptional, rare, highly regarded, divine being descends. Ding, congratulations to the host for achieving the accomplishment. Heaven's favor, boundless fortune, survival against great calamities, and an invincible physique. The rewards from this self-termination are doubled. Ding, detecting items that can be brought back. Dragon elephant suppression body. Shall it be extracted and fused? Ding, congratulations to the host. The attribute points from perfectly clearing the 1-star world total 12,500, with achievements doubled to 25,000. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing this reincarnation simulation. You may permanently solidify one of the following talents: Martial Arts Ascension, Never Marry, or My Iron Fist is rock solid. Xiaofeng's mind buzzed with this influx of information. Goodness, this notification sound is overwhelming. He was utterly flabbergasted. However, the system referred to this realm as a martial arts world. Had he ever seen martial artists who could flatten areas spanning dozens of miles with a mere skirmish? He could believe it before reaching the pinnacle, but combining all of that couldn't match the physical refinement of this world. Masters easily crossed several thresholds to reach the Transcendence realm, with the indestructible divine realm rivaling the Diamond realm. Truly terrifying. After Transcendence came the Diamond stage. With an external diamond body and inner glazed bones, the golden body remained eternal. In this realm, he was supreme. This alone attested to the terror of the Diamond realm. On Blue Star, every being of the Diamond realm was dubbed a humanoid behemoth. Before the awakening of spiritual energy, annihilating worlds or withstanding nuclear blasts was like child's play. The indestructible divine realm resided within this stage. But the 9th level of the indestructible divine realm merely compared to the 6th turn of the Diamond realm. There remained a slight disparity. Ultimately, it was the energy absorbed that differed, resulting in varied power systems across realms. Martial Arts Ascension is a must, Xiaofeng urged. Curse it, the Never Marry talent is truly toxic. He found the personality of his simulator incomprehensible. Often, he wished to act mischievously, yet this Never Marry talent suppressed his playful nature. Xiaofeng resolved to avoid personality-altering talents in the future. Setting aside the facts, Martial Arts Ascension was a golden talent, an easy choice. Yet, what was this Dragon Elephant Suppression body? Wasn't he cultivating the Dragon Elephant Suppression technique? Xiaofeng pondered, resting his chin on his hand. Ding host, at the critical moment, the Dragon Elephant Suppression technique has completed its transformation, entering the Great Perfection stage, along with the spiritual energy from the Fengji sword. Resulting in the host's physical enhancement, the system explained. The Dragon Elephant Suppression body is absolutely formidable, specifically designed for those of pure strength. While it may not match the functional prowess of ancient sacred bodies or chaotic bodies. In terms of raw power, the Dragon Elephant Suppression body undoubtedly holds its own. Then let us fuse it shortly. What about the attribute points? Xiaofeng continued to inquire. Ding attribute points are divided into 3 categories. Physique affecting most defense, a portion of strength, and a small amount of mental power. Strength affecting most strength, a portion of defense, and a small amount of mental power. Agility affecting most speed, a portion of strength, and a small amount of defense. The 3 are interdependent, each with its own merits. Of course, focusing on one is also possible. In fact, selecting any one will provide a minimal boost to the other 3 attributes, although this is not explicitly stated. The system patiently elucidated. Xiaofeng understood that it seemed the system was rather user-friendly. After all, if selecting a single attribute left the others untouched, it would somewhat violate the law of conservation of energy. The human body itself is inherently interdependent. Then add 10,000 to physique and strength and 5,000 to agility, Xiaofeng declared grandly. After all, holding on to them is pointless. Let us enhance my strength first. However, mental power is a hidden attribute and can only be passively enhanced. I cannot improve it myself, that I in the next moment. A powerful force surged into Xiaofeng's body. How delightful! He exclaimed in pleasure. The sensation was akin to savoring a piece of exquisitely flavored fried fish followed by a vigorous basketball game and a dance, pure bliss. A moment later, Xiaofeng flexed his fists. Not bad, this feels great. It seemed he was hardly weaker than his simulator self, but he had yet to fuse with the Dragon Elephant Suppression body. After the fusion, he estimated he would easily surpass his simulator self. Ding, congratulations to the host. The overall attributes have reached 1,000 for the first time, triggering an attribute resonance, rewarding a 10 increase. Ding, congratulations to the host. The overall attributes have reached 5,000 for the first time, triggering a second resonance, rewarding an attribute increase from 10 to 20. The consecutive system notifications left Xiaofeng bewildered. What is happening? It can work like this. Ding, qualitative change resulting from quantitative change, the system kindly explained. Really, I'm speechless, Xiaofeng exclaimed in shock. Goodness, my own system is quite powerful. Feeling exhilarated, he flexed his fists. There's no need to wait for the fusion with the dragon elephant suppression body. I can already easily surpass the simulator. System, proceed with the fusion of the dragon elephant suppression body. Xiao Feng declared, swinging his arms excitedly at the looming avian figure before him. Brimming with anticipation. You've kept your mouth open for 21 years. Haven Tu. I guarantee you 1T have it easy. After the fusion was complete, Xiao Feng felt himself grow exponentially stronger. Glancing at the status panel, he was taken aback. Host. Xiao Feng Realm. Martial Apprentice perfected. Diamond 9th turn. Half-step divine ability. Note. Martial Apprentice is Xiao Feng's original realm. The first parentheses denote his normal combat strength, while the second indicates his explosive power. Physical constitution. 10,000, 2,000, 2,000 strength. 10,000, 2,000, 2,500 agility. 5,000, 1,500. Note. The numbers before the parentheses represent the additional values from attribute resonance, while those after denote the enhancements from the dragon elephant suppression. Evaluation. In your initial simulation, you have achieved commendable results to AT this moment. In Jiangsheng, you are capable of wreaking havoc with ease, and you can confidently declare, I am the foremost martial apprentice in Jiangsheng. Xiao Feng was taken aback. While he could comprehend everything else, what did martial apprentice signify? He could not ask Li Jiading. The realm is merely a designation. If you don't mind, I can elevate you to the pinnacle of strength to no need. I still prefer the title of the foremost martial apprentice in Jiangsheng. Xiao Feng shook his head, acknowledging that he did not possess that level of strength yet. He envisioned a future where, as a martial apprentice, he would effortlessly vanquish a host of demon kings. What a magnificent scene that would be. But no, questioning such ambitions would only lead to arrogance. With his hands on his hips, Xiao Feng longed to proclaim, I have returned. It is my time to shine. After witnessing others flaunt their prowess, it was finally his turn. A paratrooper shall never marry. If I choose you again, I am a dog, he declared. System, resume time. I must demonstrate my strength to these little brats. Xiao Feng stated calmly. Xiao Feng, was swelling with pride. Additionally, he was bursting with frustration that needed release. Why should the will of the world exclude me? If I ever return to that realm, I shall obliterate that will. The situation could have concluded peacefully, but it was the world's will that caused such turmoil. In the next moment, time resumed its flow. Zhang Tiehu watched Xiao Feng anxiously. He wanted to assist, but it was too late. The enormous bird loomed above, its gaping maw poised to strike. Xiao Feng's lips curled into a smirk. He, Xiao Feng, had returned. He seized the giant bird from the sky and pinned it to the ground, placing his foot upon its wing that a subtle smile graced Xiao Feng's face as he commanded. Look me in the eye, you wretch. The giant bird let out a pained wail, bewildered by how a seemingly weak human could overpower it so effortlessly. Chapter 40. Jiangsheng Crisis. What on earth is happening? How did this kid become so formidable all of a sudden? Zhang Tiehu exclaimed, clutching his chest in shock, that he then assessed Xiao Feng's cultivation level, peak martial apprentice, without having entered the body refinement stage. Yet, how could such a level topple a transformation spirit realm beast in an instant? Is this some sort of cheat? Even at his prime, he would have struggled against a transformation spirit realm beast. At most, it would merely serve as an appetizer, yet Xiao Feng had dispatched it in an instant. Old classmate, you just lie back. The rest is up to me. A smile danced on Xiao Feng's lips. Now it was his time alone. No, you cannot possibly contend with this beast. While I am curious about how you managed to send it flying, a transformation spirit realm entity is not something we can oppose. Xiao Feng, you must flee. We can handle this. Zhang Tiehu urged. Flee? Why should I run? Xiao Feng replied with a playful grin. Today, Jiangsheng is under my protection. Nothing can prevail against me, he bellowed with a fierce stomp. He exerted force upon the giant bird's foot. Boom! The enormous creature disintegrated into a cloud of crimson mist. Zhang Tiehu stood agape, pinching himself to confirm he was not dreaming. How could he suddenly become so powerful despite his previously weak aura? Ding! Congratulations, host, for slaying a transformation spirit realm beast. Attribute points 10. Xiao Feng raised his chin slightly. Though it seemed modest, it was indeed significant. After all, the transformation tier stronghold he had defeated in the simulator was worth far more than 10 attribute points. With a multitude of beasts in the sky, how could his strength not undergo another transformation? He was seething with suppressed rage. "You shall meet your end," he declared with a smile, exuding an increasingly dangerous aura. With a few swift movements, any beast that Xiao Feng passed was reduced to mere blood mist, vanishing into the ether. Martial apprentice-level beasts, obliterated. Body refinement realm beasts, obliterated. Meridian opening realm beasts, also obliterated. No beast could withstand a single strike from Xiao Feng. In an instant, the skies above Jiangqing erupted with a dazzling array of fireworks, all ignited by Xiao Feng. "Umph, today's fireworks are quite splendid," he remarked, hands on his hips, reveling in his accomplishments. Within 10 minutes, he had slaughtered all the demon beasts that had infiltrated Jiangqing. His speed was truly remarkable. Xiao Feng, have you been possessed?" Zhang Tiao gazed at him, as if he were a monster. His tone laced with disbelief. "Get away with that nonsense. I still recall you hiding in the office watching a certain teacher's film." Xiao Feng waved dismissively, feigning disdain. Yes, he had absorbed all of the original host's memories. And naturally, he was aware of Zhang Tiehu's little secret. Ahem, though it is reasonable for a vigorous adult to occasionally indulge in such educational films. Zhang Tiehu's face darkened. This rascal had actually brought it up. Zhang Tiehu instinctively glanced around, relieved that no one had overheard. Otherwise, he would have been humiliated. "Phew, it truly is you. While I am curious about how your strength surged so dramatically, I know what to ask and what to refrain from. In any case, it's fortunate you've become stronger. Otherwise, we might have faced total annihilation." Finally, I can take a breather. I am so exhausted. Zhang Tiehu collapsed onto the ground, falling into a deep slumber. Yes, just asleep. He is not dead yet. His body was nearly broken, and he would inevitably need to recuperate in the hospital for several weeks. "Thank you for your efforts." Xiao Feng called out to the students hiding in the classroom, asking them to help watch over the teacher. He had more pressing tasks to attend to. At that moment, a figure rushed towards him, panting heavily. It was none other than the heavily injured City Lord Wang. Upon seeing the blood-soaked ground, he trembled. Not a single shadow was in sight. "I am so sorry. It was my delay, my fault." City Lord Wang roared in anguish, his furious gaze fixed upon the city walls. He would make these monsters pay with their lives. He would sacrifice himself if necessary. City Lord Wang clenched his fists, his nails digging into his flesh. He was filled with rage. "Oh, City Lord Wang, why this sudden fury?" Xiao Feng approached, perplexed. "Calm down, my fellow student." City Lord Wang inhaled deeply, striving to regain his composure. "Please try to escape. There are no demon beasts in the West Gate." City Lord Wang suppressed his inner turmoil, attempting to maintain his calm. Perhaps he was the last survivor. He could not afford any mishaps. Escape? Xiao Feng raised an eyebrow, but he had a strong inkling of City Lord Wang's intentions. He likely wished to join Principal Zhou in facing death. Principal Zhou was the sole transcendent realm powerhouse in Jiangqing, a fearsome force. However, based on information gleaned from the simulator, it was probable that Principal Zhou had employed desperate measures at the last moment to fend off the pursuing beasts. City Lord Wang had also exerted himself to lead them to the neighboring city, Haiqing. At the final moment of reaching Haiqing, fully aware of his impending loss of control, City Lord Wang had resolutely taken his own life to prevent harming others. They had given everything for Jiangqing. Now, with City Lord Wang seeing no signs of his comrades, he likely thought they had met their end. "Rest assured, City Lord, they are all resting inside. You should take a break as well." Xiao Feng gestured towards the teaching building. City Lord Wang swept his spiritual energy around and, to his relief, confirmed they were indeed safe. City Lord Wang was momentarily at a loss for words. Overwhelmed with emotion, "No, I cannot rest yet. Old Zhou is still fighting. Though I am one realm below him, I am the lord of this city. How can I allow a man of great virtue, a mere educator, to perish before me? I, Old Wang, may not match Principal Zhou's intellect or power, but I cannot stand idly by and watch him in any case. I should be the one to sacrifice myself first." City Lord Wang shook his head, preparing to drag his wounded body towards the front lines. Sigh. Xiao Feng exhaled, realizing that persuasion would be futile. Though he was obstinate, he was a person of deep loyalty. It seemed everyone in this world shared that trait. City Lord Wang, Principal Zhou, and even Zhang Tiehu were all the same, and no one seemed to care for their own lives. They were all devoted to the welfare of humanity. Well then, City Lord Wang, it seems you must bear this burden. Xiao Feng retrieved a brick from behind him. Burden? What burden? City Lord Wang inquired, confusion written across his face. Before he could question further, a brick struck him down to the ground. Though it was somewhat crude, it certainly saved time. Xiao Feng cast a meaningful glance at the students hidden within the confines of the building. Moments later, several students hurriedly approached, carrying a door plank with fervent enthusiasm. They gazed at Xiao Feng with admiration, their hands deftly maneuvering as they expertly placed the city lord upon the door plank before racing back to the teaching building. Xiao Feng gave them a thumbs up. Marveling at their proficiency, but he cast a deep glance towards the city gate, where three distinct auras of the transcendent realm lingered, and in the distance, additional auras of the same realm were swiftly advancing. Meanwhile, Principal Zhou's presence was steadily waning, clearly indicating that he could not hold out much longer and he needed to act with greater urgency. At the city gate, Principal Zhou, known as Zhou Gongyi, wore a grave expression. He was merely at the second transformation of the transcendent realm, and facing three creatures at the third transformation was a daunting challenge. While he could potentially fend off one, confronting three would be tantamount to risking his life. The beasts possessed formidable vitality, inherently stronger than humans, and these three were no weaklings within the ranks of Pang Fei's beast horde, were it not for Zhou Gongyi's status as a prodigy with extensive battlefield experience. And despite his physical ailments preventing him from breaking through, his combat prowess was nonetheless terrifying. Otherwise, Jiang City would have surely fallen by now. Zhou Gongyi sighed. Reinforcements had yet to arrive. Was this truly the end? He did not fear death, but he dreaded the thought of dying in vain if he could hold Jiang City against all odds. Even if given countless choices, he would still choose to fight to the death. However, now was not the time, but he had to delay. Zhou Gongyi's right hand gripped the silver spear tightly, veins bulging on his forehead. He must hold fast. What of death? If given countless options, he would only choose to fight to the bitter end. Humans, you are formidable, yet even the mightiest among you cannot stand alone. Stand aside, or face annihilation. The purple cloud lion regarded Zhou Gongyi with a haughty disdain. While he might be strong as an individual, who in this world could claim invincibility? Even the strongest fear being overwhelmed. Reinforcements from the Great Xia are already on their way, and when they arrive, we shall eradicate you beasts without mercy. Zhou Gongyi retorted coldly. Even if one Zhou Gongyi perishes, countless others will rise to take his place. For millennia, the Great Xia has endured, thriving in adversity, yet never succumbing to fear. The beasts are indeed powerful, which they acknowledge, but no matter how strong, as citizens of the Great Xia, they shall never yield. Countless prodigies have sacrificed themselves to protect the Great Xia. Today, it is Zhou Gongyi's turn that he felt no fear. Only a wild laughter. Why do the beasts attack the city? Because they are desperate. They cannot shake the foundations of the Great Xia. Their supposed powerful claws cannot threaten this indomitable nation. Do you truly believe your reinforcements will arrive? Apologies, but the reinforcements from the Great Xia have been completely intercepted by our high-ranking warriors. You cannot possibly think this is merely a full-scale assault organized by us transcendent beasts, do you? Even if the powerful beings from your imperial capital were to come, they too would be stopped. Today, Jiang City shall surely fall. I assure you, not even the heavens can intervene. The heavenly spirit leopard scoffed. If they did not possess absolute confidence, how would they dare to come? If they had no one behind them, they would have long been crushed by the Great Xia's formidable beings. The Great Xia is a nation of great wisdom. Having endured oppression by the beasts since the awakening of spiritual energy a millennium ago, then rising to resist as cultivation became accessible, and now, faintly posing a threat to the beasts. The myriad clans of beasts decided to abandon their assaults on other nations and redirect their focus to gnawing at this most formidable of bones. From an initial 10 assault on the Great Xia, it escalated to 60, culminating today in an overwhelming 95 of the beasts launching a total offensive. They are genuinely beginning to fear. Only the Great Xia can instill such long-lost terror within them. They must not allow the Great Xia to grow. Chapter 41. Three fish shatter the arms of the divine beasts. Xiao Feng's absolute dominance. Is this it? Zhou Gongyi's heart sank that he had harbored a vague suspicion. The prolonged absence of reinforcements did not fit their usual pattern, that he initially thought it was merely a detachment that had been obstructed, but now it seemed clear. Even if they called upon more reinforcements, they would be intercepted. The more they summoned, the harder it would be to ensure the beasts did not exploit the gaps. Jiang City was initially defended by top-tier warriors, but that elite had been summoned to the imperial capital. The imperial capital itself was a focal point of conflict. Those below the level of the spirit transformation could not even be considered cannon fodder. Zhou Gongyi clenched his fists, his nails digging painfully into his flesh. "Haha, are you in despair? I relish witnessing the expressions of hopelessness on your faces. So come now, despair even more." The purple cloud lion laughed heartily, seemingly enjoying Zhou Gongyi's exasperation, which he could do nothing to counter. Zhou Gongyi took a deep breath, lifting the silver spear from the ground. So what? Is it not merely a fight to the death? What is there to fear? He only needed to fight to the bitter end. The rest he would leave to Old Wang. May he rescue as many as possible. I believe you are mistaken. You are all mistaken. The great Xia has never lacked prodigies, and those of us who have fallen will nourish the next generation of talents. As long as the great Xia persists, we shall ultimately secure victory in this battle. Since you have come, then let it be. Though I may be old, I still possess the strength to fight. Born for battle, I shall not cease until death. Not a single one of you shall escape. Zhou Gongyi's eyes blazed with fury, exuding a valiant spirit that soared to the heavens. What are the additional strong foes? 3 at the third transformation of the transcendent realm? Leave them all to me. Ha ha ha, not a single one shall depart. You are evidently unaware that reinforcements have been dispatched to prevent any unforeseen circumstances. 5 at the third transformation of the transcendent realm. Tell me, how can we lose? How can we lose? The purple cloud lion laughed uproariously. Then 2 colossal figures emerged. All were beasts of the third transformation of the transcendent realm. Under the immense bodies of the beasts, Zhou Gongyi appeared infinitesimally small at this moment. Zhou Gongyi was gravely injured, while they were at the peak of their power. Just 5. What of it? Zhou Gongyi snorted coldly. Even if he had to fight to the death, he would incapacitate these fiends. Well, if he were to perish, he would ensure that his sacrifice would pave the way for peace in the great Xia. Even if just a fraction. How ridiculous! We have a multitude of reinforcements, while you, isolated and helpless, our reinforcements flow in endlessly, and you, utterly alone. Our grand army is poised to breach Jiang City, while you can only watch helplessly. How laughable! Recognize your own frailty, humans. Mere humans are utterly unworthy to contend with beasts. The purple cloud lion laughed heartily, reveling in this unprecedented delight. Zhou Gongyi's fingers turned pale as he tightened his grip on the spear. Before him loomed 5 formidable transcendent realm beasts, accompanied by a tide of countless others that a profound sense of powerlessness surged within him. Yet, he must continue to fight. Who says the great Xia is without support? Xiao Feng approached slowly, emanating an almost imperceptible aura that weighed heavily upon the beasts, rendering them unable to lift their heads. Zhou Gongyi suddenly looked up as he finally arrived. Tears of joy welled in his eyes. He felt his vigilance had not been in vain. Upon witnessing Xiao Feng's cultivation level and youthful visage, Zhou Gongyi's heart trembled, an ominous premonition coursing through him as he prepared to speak. Before he could utter a word, Xiao Feng struck him with a brick, rendering Zhou Gongyi unconscious. Casting a knowing glance at the students who had followed, they understood the unspoken command, expertly lifting Zhou Gongyi on the dismantled door plank. Their movements remarkably practiced, that I in truth. Xiao Feng should have arrived much earlier. He had reached the entrance only to realize Zhou Gongyi was gravely injured. He needed to act quickly while also looking after him, lest Zhou Gongyi be overwhelmed by his own terror. He dashed back to rouse a couple of others to help carry Zhou Gongyi back, that if one were to question what would happen if Zhou Gongyi faced misfortune due to Xiao Feng's tardiness. Do not inquire, for Xiao Feng's mental acuity remained fixed on the battlefield, and should any unforeseen event arise, he could reach the scene in an instant to rescue Zhou Gongyi. Ha ha ha. Reinforcements? You amuse me. I never anticipated that Jiang City had fallen so low as to place its hopes upon a mere martial disciple. Do you realize? Even the youngest cubs of our Purple Cloud Lion tribe could swat you dead with a single paw. The Purple Cloud Lion sneered. He regarded Xiao Feng with a mixture of derision and amusement, that a martial disciple. Such wretches are scarcely found among the beasts. How does one like this dare to step forth to meet their death? Oh, and what of it? Xiao Feng wore a smirk of mockery, that he could sense that numerous formidable entities were fixated upon him from afar. But what of it? Could he, Xiao Feng, tolerate such indignities if he could not win? He could retreat into the simulator, develop his strength, and then return to wreak havoc. Ding, the simulator has a cool-down period. Xiao Feng mused. This system truly knows how to play. Nevertheless, it was of little concern. At most, only beings of the divine realm were watching him. If he truly wished to fight for his life, they would not be his match. Allow me to clarify. I am not merely a lowly martial disciple. I am the foremost martial disciple of Jiang City, Xiao Feng. He declared nonchalantly to ha. Do not speak of being the greatest martial disciple of Jiang City. Even if you were the greatest martial disciple of the Great Xia, or the world, what difference would it make? Ultimately, they are but mere ants. The Ziyun lion laughed heartily, as if he had witnessed an amusing jest. That's so. Your ability to punctuate seems rather lacking. Allow me to enlighten you, remarked Xiao Feng indifferently. With a gentle step onto the ground, fissures suddenly erupted beneath his feet. Where on earth did he go? Exclaimed the Ziyun lion in shock. How could a mere martial apprentice vanish before his eyes? This was inconceivable. Although the Ziyun lion was renowned for his strength, his speed was certainly not to be underestimated, especially with his cultivation at the third transformation of transcending the mundane. It made no sense for him to watch a martial apprentice disappear right before him. While the Ziyun lion was still pondering, an immense force suddenly pressed him down to the ground, his proud lion head making intimate contact with the earth. Xiao Feng's hand grasped the Ziyun lion's head firmly. Have you not considered why a mere martial apprentice like myself dares to stand before you? Do you think it is mere confidence on my part, or have you inflated your arrogance to such a degree? Perhaps in your next life, you should carry a bit of wisdom. With a sudden squeeze, Xiao Feng crushed the Ziyun lion's skull. Ding, congratulations to the host for slaying a transcending beast. Reward. Attribute points 50. Xiao Feng slightly raised his head, feeling that this was hardly worth celebrating. The system informed him that the primary source of attribute points came from the simulated world, with reality yielding far less. Excluding some top-tier combatants, these points were certainly sufficient. After all, they were merely supplementary values. Whether in abundance or scarcity, they were largely equivalent. Impossible. The other beasts trembled. What the blazes? Is he cheating? A martial apprentice defeating a transcending beast is as easy as child's play. He crushed their skulls as if they were mere tofu. This can only be considered blatant cheating. Do not think of escaping, Xiao Feng said coldly. Yes, he lifted his right foot slightly. The oppressive aura of the dragon elephant suppression body enveloped all the beasts. They instinctively felt an urge to prostrate themselves before this man. Today, I shall see who among you dares to step into Jiang City. Xiao Feng's gaze was fixed ahead. He was not speaking to these trifling transcending creatures, for he knew someone was observing him. After a while, a voice resonated in the air. Very well. In this battle, we concede defeat. I will order a retreat. This voice was ancient and weathered, yet one could sense its formidable strength. To come and go as one pleases? Xiao Feng scoffed. Such fortuity does not exist in this world. With so many lives in Jiang City lost, do you think they died in vain? You realize you cannot win and decide to retreat. If you do not wish to converse properly, then stay and face the consequences. With a casual punch, Xiao Feng obliterated the heavenly spirit leopard. Wait, what do you desire? The voice in the air no longer maintained its calm. It was agitated. These transcending beasts were elite warriors sent to the front lines, and losing two of their kind would be difficult to explain. What do I desire? You shall not tread upon Jiang City for 100 years. Those who dare violate this decree shall face divine retribution, that if you swear an oath to the heavens, you may depart. Fail to do so, and you shall remain, including you. Xiao Feng stated matter-of-factly. You arrogant young fool. The figure in the void became frantic. This was sheer extortion. Do you believe I am negotiating with you? Xiao Feng sneered, extending his hand, and the remaining three transcending beasts were drawn into his grasp. I have never been one to negotiate. You shall either perish or obey. Xiao Feng delivered a decisive blow, annihilating the last three beasts with an inflexible attitude that brooked no dissent. He had no desire to waste words. There was nothing to discuss with these foolish creatures. Disobedience meant death, that if not for the fact that his current strength was not invincible, slaying 100,000 beasts would surely invoke terrifying powers within the beast clan. He would have acted without hesitation. Nevertheless, he was resolute. "You wretched creature!" The figure in the void finally revealed itself. It was a beast that had assumed its form. Beasts could only take form upon reaching the divine ability realm. Yet this one appeared unstable, clearly having just broken through. However, it was still a formidable entity, that a dog of the divine ability realm. Xiao Feng recognized this creature as a white crane, but what of it? Even if the King of Heaven descended today, he would still meet his demise here. If you wish to deliver yourself to death, then come forth. Xiao Feng's body trembled as the dragon elephant suppression body unleashed its full potential. With a thunderous crash, he appeared before the divine ability beast, delivering a powerful punch. The divine ability beast raised its arm in a futile attempt to block, but in the next moment, its legs sank into the earth. Overwhelmed by an unimaginable force, it gazed at Xiao Feng in shock that if you refuse to converse standing, then kneel before me. Xiao Feng afforded it no opportunity for explanation, delivering another downward punch. The divine ability beast felt its arm shatter slightly. "One last chance, refuse to comply, and I shall end you." Though he spoke thus, Xiao Feng's movements were swift. With another punch, the divine ability beast's arm was instantly severed. "I will speak. I will speak." The divine ability beast broke into a cold sweat. Its eyes filled with terror as it gazed at Xiao Feng. "That a lunatic! This fellow is a madman. We are making our debut here. Grant us some free updates, and it would be even better if we could generate electricity for love." Moi. Chapter 42. Retreat to 100 miles away, and you may preserve your lives. Refuse to retreat. Death. The divine ability realm beast gazed at Xiao Feng as though he were a monster dead on the surface. He appeared to be a mere martial apprentice, but in truth, crushing transcending beasts was as simple as crushing tofu. He was a bona fide divine ability realm beast, having only just advanced, yet still a fearsome presence. Even so, he sensed a dangerous aura emanating from Xiao Feng. He had no doubt that this man possessed the capability to kill him. Clearly, the divine ability realm beast had concocted a narrative of Xiao Feng's true power, believing it might have surpassed the divine ability level, reaching an even higher tier. Perhaps this matter warranted reporting to higher authorities that in the present era of spiritual revival on Blue Star, the divine ability realm represented the pinnacle of visible strength. Each tier within this realm constituted a monumental threshold. The 9th tier of divine ability could unlock all bodily secrets, wielding 9 divine abilities, commanding the elements at will. The majority of divine ability practitioners, however, were merely at the 1st tier, possessing only 1 divine ability. Even so, they remained terrifyingly powerful. Yet before him stood an individual who had not even revealed his spiritual energy. It was evident how formidable this man truly was. At this moment, Xiao Feng was entirely unaware of the elaborate narrative the divine ability beast had conjured. Had he known, he would have simply remarked, "You are indeed the master of embellishment. Retreat a few hundred miles, and you still have a chance at survival. Otherwise, death awaits." Xiao Feng spoke lightly, that a profound killing intent enveloped the battlefield. This was the result of countless demons he had slain within the simulator. Coupled with the extermination of demons, he had also eliminated the troublesome beings in the process. That it could be said that he held thousands of lives in his hands. The divine ability realm beast trembled. Indeed, his earlier surmising was not mistaken. Perhaps the lives this formidable figure had claimed were all above the diamond realm. He had heard tales of a certain human powerhouse who, witnessing his parents being devoured by beasts in his childhood, had survived by being hidden away in a wardrobe, while his parents merely smiled at him, sacrificing themselves. Later, this individual, blessed with exceptional martial talent, became a war god in the Great Xia at just 20 years of age. Transcending the 3rd tier of divine ability, at 18, he had boldly declared that for every transcending beast he killed, he would pluck a hair from his head. Now, that war god had become bald. Yet his great sword never rested, continuing its relentless pursuit of beasts. That he would often say, "Though my hair is gone, my beard still remains." Reflecting on this legend, the divine ability realm beast felt a surge of fear. Could this great figure share a similar penchant? Will you agree or not? Seeing the creature remain silent for so long, Xiao Feng grew somewhat displeased. If you were willing to concede, Uncle Feng would be delighted. But your prolonged silence is vexing me. Xiao Feng's hand seized the divine ability beast by the throat, lifting it off the ground. Agree. The beast hastily capitulated, having no doubt that a moment's delay would lead to its demise. Fortunately, this great figure was in a good mood. Otherwise, it would have perished here today. Xiao Feng casted a glance, and the divine ability beast obediently retreated, leading the other beasts to swear oaths to the heavens before departing. Otherwise, Xiao Feng would not have allowed them to leave so easily. Sighing with relief, Xiao Feng felt fortunate not to have revealed his hand, but he gazed thoughtfully at the sky, realizing there were indeed many spies lurking. However, the powerful beings among the beasts likely had their limitations. As long as he did not engage in excessively outrageous behavior, they would not dare take action. It seemed that the powerful figures of the Great Xia were maintaining a balance. 2 combatants with a dozen observers. What a delightful scenario. As for how Xiao Feng had discovered their presence. Of course, it is due to his extraordinary investigative abilities. Bushi. Name: Ao Tian Race. Hybrid Songlong Realm. Ninefold Divine Powers Technique. True Dragon Refinement Technique Evaluation. One of the few formidable figures in the current world. Seemingly unable to take action due to certain reasons. Name: Long Wanli, Human Realm. Ninefold Divine Powers Technique. True Dragon Overbearing Body Technique Evaluation. One of the few strong individuals in today's world. Restricted by the powerful beings of the Beast Clan, rendering him unable to act. However, if truly pushed to his limits, he can unleash combat prowess that surpasses his realm. There are many more like them, most hovering around the 7-fold divine powers. However, these individuals are exceptionally adept at concealing themselves. Without the aid of the system's investigative functions, I could only detect a faint trace of their presence. And that was under deliberate scrutiny. Indeed, the Ninefold Divine Powers is a realm apart, utterly different from the previous Little One's capabilities. What Xiao Feng accomplished was already at his limit. If he were to push further, the ancient beings of the Beast Clan in the sky would undoubtedly become agitated. Cross this line, and you shall perish. Xiao Feng's voice resonated across the vast wilderness, echoing for dozens of miles, audible to both humans and beasts alike. After the events of last night, Xiao Feng cast a disdainful glance at the elderly figures hiding in the sky before turning away. Got a bunch of old geezers waiting for me for a month. Surely, they will not enjoy the fruits of their labor. In the sky, Ao Tian was utterly astonished. That last glance was undoubtedly directed towards him, wasn't it? Could he have been discovered? He attempted to concoct various reasons to dismiss this possibility, only to find none. Initially, he thought the martial apprentice below was merely observing Zhou Gengyi's futile attempts to feed the beasts, returning merely to offer himself as a sacrifice. Yet, he was gravely mistaken. Upon his entrance, he turned the tide of battle with overwhelming force. What was once a one-sided situation was entirely reversed by Xiao Feng with sheer will alone. Such immense power and determination indicated that this individual was extraordinary. If left unchecked, humanity would gain yet another formidable warrior. A plan rapidly formed in Ao Tian's mind. He had just sworn an oath that the beasts could not approach Jiangcheng, but he did not believe that Xiao Feng would not venture out. Would he? Once he stepped outside, he would surely meet his demise. In stark contrast to the heavy atmosphere on the beast side was that of the humans. Our Da Xiao welcomes yet another top-tier powerhouse. Were it not for him, we would have undoubtedly been forced to watch Jiangcheng fall. Long Wanli laughed heartily, though soon his expression turned grave. Indeed, it was true. He could only watch helplessly. They had brought a total of 4 martial artists of the divine powers level. Even with his formidable strength, it was impossible to subdue Ao Tian in such a short time. How could they possibly feel joyous while being suppressed on their own territory like this? Were it not for some unexpected incidents on the front lines, they would not find themselves in such a dire predicament. Chapter 43. The Past of Zhang Tiusai. Forget it. Jiangcheng is no longer in grave danger. Let us return to the capital to deal with the beast threat. The situation there is far more critical. Long Wanli sighed. Who knows what madness those beasts have been experiencing? Since half a year ago, they have launched a collective assault on the capital. Otherwise, the capital would not have recalled the divine powers warriors dispatched from various regions. Each day, they exist in a state of dire peril. Fortunately, there are those capable of bearing the burden, allowing the capital to hold on. But for how long? Who can say? At Jiangqing No. 1 High School, Xiao Feng returned leisurely. With the crisis averted, his mood had significantly improved. At the very least, it was no longer the heart-wrenching sensation he experienced upon emerging from the simulator. Once a city not particularly prosperous, Jiangqing was now littered with the remnants of buildings. Almost no intact structures could be seen, indicating the magnitude of the disaster it had endured. However, it was fortunate that constructing buildings is relatively easy in this world. After all, Daxia has become a construction powerhouse. And coupled with the physique of martial artists, the reconstruction of Jiangqing could likely be completed within a month. As Xiao Feng pushed open the door to the teaching building, the sight before him caused him to lose composure entirely. The once precariously standing building was being propped up by Zhang Tiehu, who was straining under the burden of a broken pillar. Without his efforts, the building would have collapsed long ago. Yet, it was evident that Zhang Tiehu was not at ease. He was, after all, the earliest to awaken, thus FRDS for Principal Zhou and Mayor Wang. Xiao Feng had perhaps struck them a bit too hard, and they might not be able to rise for a while. Damn, why is this place so heavy? Zhang Tiehu's veins bulged. There were still many injured beneath that if this were to collapse, what would become of them? One could not expect the students to bear the burden. To think that Zhang Tiehu, a valiant warrior, would ultimately perish not on the battlefield, but from exhaustion while propping up a building. How humiliating! Just as he prepared to burn his essence blood, a large hand landed on his shoulder. Old class, what are you doing? Who provoked you? Why resort to burning essence blood at the slightest provocation? Xiao Feng expressed his confusion. Could it be that martial artists have so much essence blood? Pfft. Zhang Tiehu was about to speak, but was so enraged by Xiao Feng's words that he coughed up a mouthful of blood. Fortunately, it was merely congealed blood. Leave this to me, Xiao Feng said, giving Zhang Tiehu a look of reassurance. Zhang Tiehu nodded in satisfaction, casting Xiao Feng a glance filled with belief in his capabilities since childhood. Their silent communication conveyed everything that I in the next moment. As Zhang Tiehu released the pillar, Xiao Feng unleashed a punch with tremendous force. The powerful wind from his punch shattered both the building and the pillar into countless particles, dissipating into the air. Xiao Feng gazed at his handiwork with satisfaction. Inhaling deeply of the fresh air, cough, cough, oh my, that stings, he was choked by the dust in the air. This was not merely air filled with dust. It was dust infused with air. After a prolonged silence, Zhang Tiehu gave a thumbs up. Impressive, he gritted his teeth. Thank you for the compliment, Xiao Feng replied, placing his hands on his hips, appearing quite pleased. However, it seemed they would need to rest for a while. Xiao Feng shook his head. These fellows have worked hard. Old class, do you need to rest? Xiao Feng turned to Zhang Tiehu that he was undoubtedly the most injured. Yet he stood firm through sheer willpower that, of course, this was not to say others lacked resolve. Rather, Zhang Tiehu was too stubborn, often placing the safety of others above his own. I'll wait a bit, Zhang Tiehu said, instinctively reaching for a cigarette from his pocket, only to realize his clothes had been completely torn to shreds by the monsters, and this set was merely a makeshift outfit he had found. Zhang Tiehu chuckled bitterly. At that moment, Guohua jogged over, sensing this was his opportunity to boost his rapport, and he still had a pack of cigarettes in hand. Here, boss, have a cigarette to ease your nerves. Guohua grinned as he tossed the pack into Zhang Tiehu's arms. Zhang Tiehu was momentarily taken aback, scratching his head, but he did not refuse. Guohua did not disturb Xiao Feng and Zhang Tiehu. Returning to his original spot, Zhang Tiehu took a deep drag from the cigarette, his eyes gradually becoming unfocused. Remember that giant bird of the transformation realm? Zhang Tiehu sighed, preparing to take advantage of this leisure moment to chat with Xiao Feng. He realized he had not opened up for far too long, but after this experience, he understood he could no longer keep everything bottled up inside. Otherwise, when he passed away, he too would be utterly forgotten. Yes, you mentioned that your predecessor taught you the same, so... Xiao Feng nodded. At that time, Zhang Tiehu had only shared that much. Beyond that, he knew nothing more. Indeed, but I omitted certain details that I was frail and sickly from a young age. Lacking talent for cultivation, that a fortune teller once predicted that if I continued to practice methodically, I would surely not live past 18, that the only way to break this fate was to send me to a place of rigorous training, to challenge my body's limits and mitigate the risk of early death. Initially, my parents did not agree, but as my health deteriorated year by year, sometimes fainting while walking, they finally realized something was amiss and used connections to arrange for me to join a military unit. There, I was surrounded by peers, though most were war orphans, their fathers having perished in battle for the nation. Thus, the Youth Training Corps was established to foster independence. Older children were tasked with guiding younger ones in training and all daily matters. However, I must admit, such a life was quite fascinating. The senior who took me under his wing often found himself flustered and overwhelmed. Zhang Taihux chuckled softly, exhaling puffs of smoke, wishing fervently that time could remain suspended in that moment. Alas, such blissful moments are invariably fleeting. That place. Everyone exuded a certain innocence, for I had parents who did not regard me as an outsider. Rather, they refrained from mentioning such distinctions in my presence, allowing me to blend in as much as possible. Yet, I was acutely aware that each year, when my parents visited, they would lean against the window, gazing at me with envy. Each of them yearned for that feeling, yet dared not to covet it. Time passed inexorably, and that year, I triumphantly survived my 18th birthday. That MY talents underwent a profound transformation overnight, catapulting me from the bottom ranks to the top 10 within a mere month. However, this drastic change in my abilities inflated my ego. I longed to confront my former self and deliver a sound thrashing. Zhang Taihux clenched his fists tightly. Chapter 44. Fighting for the Rise of Humanity, Xiao Feng fell into a contemplative silence. Typically, at such junctures, unexpected developments would inevitably arise. Thus, time drifted by slowly. While my cultivation soared like a rocket, rapidly ascending to AT-20, I achieved the pinnacle of the Meridian opening stage. Perhaps you are not fully aware of the significance of reaching such heights at the age of 20. Zhang Taihux let out a wry smile. In the face of such prodigious talent, claiming to be a genius indeed felt somewhat narcissistic. Yet the truth remained. The path of martial cultivation in this world was far from effortless. Otherwise, after millennia, the great Xia would not struggle to produce even a handful of formidable beings in the divine ability realm, let alone the terrifying existences beyond. Methodical cultivation, even for the most exceptional talents, renders it nearly impossible to attain the divine ability realm before the age of 100. Even the prodigies of the imperial capital were similarly constrained. For someone like Xiao Feng, nearing graduation from high school at such an age, the utmost cultivation one could hope for was merely the mid-stage of the body refinement realm. Thus, the former Zhang Taihux indeed possessed the right to call himself a genius, even standing amongst the ranks of unparalleled prodigies. Yet now, Zhang Taihux was a man approaching 30, his cultivation still not even reaching the spirit transformation realm, leaving only one possible explanation: that I in those days, how splendid it was, basking in the envious gazes surrounding me. Causing my mindset to shift, eventually, I received a mission to assassinate a human traitor who had attained the pinnacle of the Meridian opening stage. This traitor had illegally crossed borders from another nation, with intentions to open the gates of a certain city. Should this traitor succeed in breaching the gates, the only fate awaiting that city would be a siege by monstrous beasts. If fortune favored them, the city might await rescue from powerful allies. However, if misfortune struck, it could face immediate annihilation. Hence, the higher-ups issued a decree that our operation must succeed at all costs, given the heightened vigilance of our target, who possessed a treasure capable of detecting nearby skilled warriors. Only I and my senior, both at the pinnacle of the Meridian opening stage, were dispatched. This should have been a foolproof plan, as Zhang Taihux recounted this. His emotions surged, his body trembling, eyes reddening. To AT that time, our surveillance had been on point. All we needed was for him to approach the gate switch, and we could eliminate the traitor on the spot. Yet, I acted impulsively. Eager to complete the mission, I engaged him in combat, gaining the upper hand at MY Senior. Seeing my recklessness, sighed and followed suit. That I in assassination missions, one must eliminate the target upon contact. Any delay inevitably leads to unforeseen complications. The traitor suddenly produced an item, causing his cultivation to surge to the spirit transformation realm. Although his realm was unstable, the spirit transformation stage is an entirely different tier from the Meridian opening stage. Without question, both my senior and I were defeated, nearly sustaining grave injuries. That as we witnessed him nearing the gate switch, our hearts raced with anxiety. I in a fit of fury, my senior unleashed a power I had never before witnessed. He burned through all his meridians, momentarily stepping into the spirit transformation realm by drawing upon the energy stored within. With immense effort, my senior vanquished him, believing the ordeal concluded. Yet the ground suddenly rippled, and a portal materialized. Dozens of spirit transformation beasts emerged from it, and both my senior and I were utterly exhausted, devoid of the strength to fight again. Just as I prepared to meet my end, I closed my eyes. When I opened them again, my senior had somehow placed himself before me. His not-so-brawny arm was brutally severed by the beast's sharp fangs. Yet he continued to smile at me, saying, "You are my junior." It is only natural for a senior to bear the consequences when a junior errs. Moreover, I cannot bear to see anyone perish before my eyes. You are a genius. You must live well in this world. Since time immemorial, the fireflies that arrive first illuminate the faint light behind them. This has always been the way, allowing this legacy to endure endlessly. For the first time, I beheld my senior smile, and the fear within me began to dissipate. Yet my legs had been shattered by the traitor's blows, my Dantian ruined, leaving me with no strength to rise. Helplessly, I watched as my senior charged once more, detonating himself that he prevented the gates from opening. He was a hero, his flesh transformed into specks of starlight, ascending into the celestial river. The corners of Zhang Taihux's eyes grew moist, that it was due to his own blunder that such an upright person perished. If it were possible, he would willingly trade his life to bring him back. Such a proud individual should not have been allowed to exist. After that battle, his cultivation stagnated. A ruined Dantian meant he could never condense the power contained within his meridians into his Dantian, transforming it into spiritual energy to ascend to the spirit transformation realm. Until his meridians broke through, the amount of power he could harbor was finite. No matter how much he absorbed, he could not retain it. Had my senior survived, perhaps he would have already reached the spirit transformation realm. Zhang Taihux's gaze gradually dimmed. Throughout the years, he had been awakened from sleep by nightmares, peering out the window to ensure everything was calm before daring to slumber again. Yet, whenever it came time to slay the beasts, he would always be at the forefront of battle, fighting recklessly. Only through combat could he numb his spirit. To perish on the battlefield would be his ultimate desire. Later, due to severe psychological issues, he was reassigned from the front lines to teach in Jiang City. And thus, the events of today unfolded, that he could not sleep, nor would he, until the situation was entirely resolved. Just as his senior had been unwilling to see him perish before his eyes, he would not allow anyone to die in his presence. Xiao Feng wished to offer comfort, but the words lodged in his throat, unable to escape. Zhang Taihux may have been arrogant, but was he truly at fault? Perhaps yes, or perhaps no. In this world, absolutes of right and wrong do not exist. Everyone experiences youthful recklessness. Yet Xiao Feng gradually came to understand Zhang Taihux's pure heart of protecting others. Perhaps this legacy must indeed be passed down through life and death, at the very least. He himself had been touched by Zhang Taihux's spirit. Xiao Feng raised his gaze to the starry sky, aware that individuals like Zhang Taihux were undoubtedly not rare in this world, especially within the Great Xia, where many sacrifice themselves to protect others. It is precisely because of these individuals that the Great Xia has endured for millennia. Standing tall in this chaotic world, even if my senior protected me, I did not even know his name. Everyone entering the training camp had a code name. No one knew the other's true name. Even if my senior had perished to protect me, I was left ignorant of his name. Zhang Taihux pounded his chest in anguish, lamenting how he professed not to want others to forget his name, yet had never remembered it himself. Was there a more tragic circumstance than this? Clearly, there was none. No, old classmate, you are mistaken. Xiao Feng placed a hand on Zhang Taihux's shoulder, adopting an unusually serious demeanor. Mistaken? Confusion clouded Zhang Taihux's face. He had a name, just as he is indelibly etched in your heart. There are countless others like him. Perhaps he did not care whether others knew his name. Yet he still stood forth. Such individuals are heroes, martyrs, Xiao Feng declared solemnly. Zhang Taihux paused, his body trembling. Indeed, what his senior had imparted to him was the importance of passing on this belief, generation after generation. As long as the Great Xia endures, this conviction shall never wane. I understand now. Thank you, and thank you for saving Jiang City this time. Zhang Taihux rose, preparing to bow respectfully to Xiao Feng. But Xiao Feng swiftly assisted him to his feet. Don't. I am your student. Xiao Feng chuckled sheepishly. Huh? Very well. I, Zhang Taihux, vow that one day, I too shall be a hero, passing on this spirit. Zhang Qiu let out a hearty laugh. And just as the laughter subsided, his body collapsed straight down, and no matter how resolute one's will may be, the body inevitably reaches its limit. Chapter 45. The Immortal's Guidance, secretly preparing Sachs, Xiaofeng. His body had long since reached its breaking point, and the fact that he could endure was nothing short of a miracle. How could Xiaofeng possibly be oblivious to this? Continuing to push himself would surely lead to danger. Xiaofeng sighed, sitting down on the ground, feeling a sense of alienation from the world around him. Was it him who failed to comprehend this spirit? Zhang Qiu, whose recent words echoed in Xiaofeng's mind, to fight for the rise of humanity. Xiaofeng murmured softly, but he then glanced at the fallen Zhang Qiu who, was this the very goal they had tirelessly pursued and fought for? A smile crept onto Xiaofeng's lips. Since he possessed this ability, he might as well make an effort for it. This feeling wasn't so bad after all. Heroes may not be remembered, yet their existence is undeniable, and with the strength to be a hero and the means to ensure his own survival, he could afford to be a bit low-key, adopting another identity for battle, that he was disinterested in being a hero in the open, but he would certainly engage in whatever he could manage from behind the scenes. With this ability at hand, he was naturally inclined to make use of it. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed, and Zhang City had been completely rebuilt. However, both the city Lord Wang and Principal Zhou were forever sporting a large bump on their heads, the source of secretive laughter wherever they went. How infuriating! Who was responsible for this mischief? The city lord had had enough. Damn it, who was it that did this? He was laughed at wherever he went. And despite trying countless remedies, the bump stubbornly remained, as if it had always been there. Yet he remembered distinctly that he had been knocked unconscious. Just be content, old Wang, Principal Zhou remarked, casting a sidelong glance at the city lord. Of course, I know, replied the city lord, his pride still intact. But with that glance from Principal Zhou, he understood what the man was implying. Yet he merely spoke out of frustration. After all, the city lord was known for his obstinacy. On the day he battled the beasts, his body bore numerous wounds, but his mouth remained unscathed. While others worried about chapped lips in winter, the city lord had no such concerns. He couldn't crack a smile even if he tried. I'm just a bit speechless. Why did they have to hit me from behind with a brick? Couldn't they have just thrown a sack over me? He lamented, damn it, being hit with a brick is humiliating and painful. Over the past few days, they have been quite busy, going door to door to placate the townsfolk, which led to everyone in the city being aware of their peculiar appearance. Not out of mockery, but certainly the topic of conversation after meals. There was an undeniable air of reverence mixed with a hint of absurdity, making them seem more relatable rather than aloof. Principal Zhou, however, was unfazed. He had always been kind and charitable. But the city lord was different. After all, he was the lord of the city and had fought his way through the battlefield. As they strolled leisurely down the street, a young man turned the corner. Upon overhearing their conversation, he was taken aback that is there really such a method? Throwing a sack over someone? Fascinating. I must prepare for that, the youth thought. This young man was none other than Xiaofeng, nodding in satisfaction. He too found the idea of using bricks somewhat crude, of course. The primary reason was that bricks were too fragile. One hit, and a person would fall, while the brick shattered that a sack would be far more practical. Allowing for recycling, that he just happened to have some urea bags at home. Achoo! The city lord suddenly sneezed, feeling as if something was watching them, that he then gazed thoughtfully at Xiaofeng's retreating figure, sensing a strange familiarity. However, Principal Zhou had already walked far ahead, and he soon set aside his curiosity to catch up. With Jiang City rebuilt, they had a multitude of tasks to tackle. Principal Zhou was fine, but the city lord felt utterly exhausted. Ever since waking up, he hadn't had a moment of rest, working overtime day in and day out. Fortunately, for warriors of the spirit transformation realm, short periods of sleeplessness had little impact on their health. Having made his decision, Xiaofeng rushed home to gather a pile of urea bags, stowing them away in the system space for future use. Such a useful item was always welcome in abundance. After completing these preparations, Xiaofeng headed to school, as he was still a student, and the school was in a key reconstruction area, thus resuming normal classes. However, whether Xiaofeng attended school was of little consequence. Given his relationship with Zhang Qiuhu, the latter wouldn't mind, but Xiao Feng was a conscientious child. After all, being alone at home could be rather dull. The original owner was an orphan, left to his own devices. Being in a world that didn't belong to him inevitably brought a sense of loneliness. And attending school provided an opportunity to engage in banter with Zhang Qiuhu, quite enjoyable indeed. "Hey, old class, good morning." Xiao Feng greeted Zhang Qiuhu, who was wrapped in bandages. Zhang Qiuhu retorted, "Good morning, my foot. It's almost noon." Though he was tempted to curse, he refrained, considering the many students below. "Get back to your seat." He glared at Xiao Feng. All right." Xiao Feng chuckled and returned to his designated spot. Since that day, his classmates had dramatically changed their perception of him. Of course, his original classmates were always decent towards him. After all, in this world, such petty scheming was quite rare. Students should focus on cultivation, not vying for attention in front of teachers. Chapter 46. Zhang Qiuhu, a respected figure before long, a class had passed. And Xiao Feng found himself feeling bored. After all, in this world where martial prowess was prioritized over literature, the standard of literary education barely reached that of middle school, given his past life experience. He had attended a mediocre university and could easily meet the standards of a high school curriculum. Such questions were merely trivial to him. Xiao Feng. Zhang Qiuhu gritted his teeth, staring daggers at Xiao Feng. What was with this kid? He could ignore him sleeping or playing on his phone, but pulling out a urea bag was simply too outrageous. "This is my shopping bag. Isn't it stylish?" Xiao Feng raised an eyebrow, completely unashamed. Zhang Qiuhu thought to himself, "This guy truly has no sense of shame. He likely has less decorum than a city wall." The next lesson was a practical one. Due to the recent crisis, practical lessons have been scheduled more frequently. Sweat more in practice, bleed less in battle. The human growth cycle was simply too long. Compared to the beasts, some powerful ones were born at the peak of physical prowess. Humans, on the other hand, could only begin cultivation at 15, continuously developing their bodies. The initial stages of cultivation focused on building a foundation, resulting in a slow progression during the first 3 years. It was only upon entering martial college that one might experience a brief surge in strength. However, even after graduating from martial college, reaching the spirit transformation realm was the pinnacle. To become stronger, one had to engage in battle on the front lines. These factors contributed to the human race's disadvantage. Were it not for the few towering figures leading the charge, humanity would have likely perished long ago. Nonetheless, humans possessed high potential, unconstrained by bloodlines. With effort, they could ascend in cultivation. Talent was undoubtedly significant, but diligence was equally crucial. While effort might not elevate the ceiling, it could certainly raise the floor, unless one's dantian was destroyed. Decades of cultivation could still yield the spirit transformation realm that a diligent genius was still considered a genius. On the playground, Xiao Feng observed Zhang Qiuhu's serious demeanor, and he fell silent. Why did it feel like the old class was acting strangely today? Classmates, you all witnessed the crisis in Jiang City a few days ago. Were it not for Xiao Feng's intervention, we would have long been wiped from existence. But I want you to remember the essence of being human. You must keep that incident close to your hearts and never speak of it to anyone. I know that being young and able to grow strong must come with Xiao Feng's own opportunities. This is something I have always taught you. Never betray anyone. Even if I ask, or the city lord, or the principal, or anyone else, it remains the same. Zhang Qiuhu spoke with unwavering conviction. This was the first time Xiao Feng had seen Zhang Qiuhu so serious. His classmates nodded in agreement. They had already been informed by Zhang Qiuhu. Those who knew Xiao Feng was strong were few. Xiao Feng was taken aback, warmth blossoming in his heart. But he had known Zhang Qiuhu, who had spoken to the students before, but hearing it publicly today also affirmed their stance. Never betray anyone. This trivial detail genuinely touched him. While he didn't mind his identity being revealed or concealed, it was best to lay low until he could truly dominate the world that he intended to be audacious. But not overly so. All right, next up is the practical lesson. Zhang Taihux's demeanor relaxed. He was not inherently a serious individual. However, he held himself to rigorous standards, embodying a gentle spirit beneath a tough exterior. To provide you with a more profound experience of the battles among martial artists, I shall personally demonstrate alongside my classmate Xiao Feng. Thank you, Xiao Feng. Zhang Taihux flashed a brilliant smile, his snow-white teeth glimmering in the sunlight. Xiao Feng hesitated momentarily, apprehensive of the recoil from his dragon elephant suppression body. The technique was rather fierce, and if mismanaged, it could even backfire on Zhang Taihux. While he could control it, he feared the possibility of an accident. I fear nothing. Why should you? Our cultivation levels are nearly equal. You should have no difficulty, Zhang Taihux reassured, patting his chest, mistakenly believing Xiao Feng was concerned about harming him. Very well. Xiao Feng sighed that he had inquired with the system earlier and learned that he could deactivate this passive ability. Perhaps it was a special capability of the system, something he could not achieve on his own. This was fortuitous, as it allowed him to stretch his body slightly. After half a month without training, he felt almost rusty. As Xiao Feng suppressed his cultivation to the peak of the meridian opening stage, he suddenly sensed that Zhang Taihux seemed to be at the body refinement extreme. Xiao Feng's body jolted. What had transpired? Had his cultivation once again diminished? How embarrassing! My meridians are utterly damaged, and my Dantian is rendered useless. In this moment, I am but a cripple. Yet, even a cripple wishes to radiate a glimmer of light. Enough of this idle chatter. Let us proceed. Zhang Taihux chuckled, knowing that this state of being would accompany him for life. Yet, he was unafraid that he should have perished many years ago, having lived so long. Experiencing the world on behalf of his predecessors, he felt profoundly content. Besides, what of body refinement? He was still capable of fighting. Xiao Feng remained silent for a long while, on the verge of speaking, but uncertain of what to say. He understood that he could not offer comfort to Zhang Taihux. A strongman's final pride was not to be shattered. Then let us begin, Xiao Feng declared solemnly, treating this encounter with a seriousness he did not even extend to encounters with those at the Divine Passage realm. Clearly regarding Zhang Taihux as a true opponent worthy of respect. With a mutual nod, they faced each other on the arena. The next moment, they moved. Xiao Feng did not rely on techniques. Yet that did not mean he was incapable of them. Within the same realm, he was invincible without techniques. Employing them would only serve to embellish his prowess. Nevertheless, he had learned a few in the earlier stages. The students below the arena watched in excitement, one admiring their beloved homeroom teacher, the other a hero who had saved Jiang City. In truth, they already had their answers regarding who would win. Yet they still wished to witness whether their teacher could create a miracle under equal circumstances. Xiao Feng slightly leaned forward, entering a state of profound tranquility. Tai Chi, this art, originating from Wudong Mountain, had unfortunately declined to become a third-rate sect, its disciples few and far between. Yet, this Tai Chi remained as powerful as legend described. Once, while passing Wudong Mountain, he had fortuitously saved a disciple from a demon's attempt to devour him. Receiving this Tai Chi as a gift, having casually learned it, he found it applicable today. However, while the principles of Tai Chi were intricate, they did not suit him. He, Xiao Feng, sought to forge his own path. For context on current realms, martial apprentice, body refinement, meridian opening, spirit transformation, transcendence, diamond, divine passage. Body refinement is divided into early, mid, late, and extreme stages. Meridian opening consists of 9 meridians, and achieving mastery means unifying them into the great perfection. Transcendence, diamond, and divine passage each comprise 9 minor realms, with significant advancements in each. Except for the protagonist, there are nearly no individuals capable of fighting across realms without injury. It should not be too brutal at this point. Let us strive for gentleness. Chapter 47. Will you regret this? What sort of martial art is this? Zhang Taihux furrowed his brow. He had never encountered such a style that he was not a scholar. But he had seen most of the fundamental martial arts of the great Xia, and clearly, this seemingly ethereal art did not exist among them. The mainstream martial arts of the great Xia leaned heavily towards offense. However, what Xiao Feng demonstrated resembled an elderly man leisurely strolling in a park. Zhang Taihux knew that Xiao Feng would not deceive him, so this martial art must possess unique qualities. That he took a deep breath. Indeed, facing an unfamiliar domain brought with it a sense of pressure. Bull strength. Zhang Taihux roared, his muscles bulging. The already large Zhang Taihux seemed to swell further, veins visibly prominent, a testament to his seriousness. Be careful, Zhang Taihux advised quietly. Xiao Feng nodded slightly, in a single stride. Zhang Taihux surged forward, closing the distance to Xiao Feng in an instant. His crimson fist suddenly struck forth, the air seeming to tear as it passed. causing a discomforting sting on those nearby. Xiaofeng lightly extended his hands. Catch! In an instant, his hands grasped Zhang Taihux's fist. Zhang Taihux's expression shifted. How could this be? His hand felt as if it were firmly trapped, unable to move. Yet Xiaofeng's displayed cultivation was merely at the late stage of body refinement. Goodness, this child is truly terrifying, Zhang Taihux thought. Xiaofeng yanked Zhang Taihux's fist towards his chest, neutralizing all of its force. How is this possible? Zhang Taihux's face was filled with disbelief. His fist had been fully charged with power. How could it have vanished so effortlessly? Strangely, he felt nothing, as if it had simply disappeared into thin air. Release. Xiaofeng pushed forward with both hands. Zhang Taihux's expression changed, yet again, as an attack stronger than his previous strike was returned to him. Hastily, he raised his arms to defend. Waves of pain coursed through him. In mere moments, his arms turned crimson. The intense recoil left his arms numb. This is utterly absurd. Zhang Taihux found it hard to believe. Yet the truth remained. Xiaofeng's martial art was so powerfully formidable that it was almost frightening that he recognized the essence of his bull strength that had just been returned to him. It was indeed that very force. This implied that Xiaofeng's martial art could. Zhang Taihux hesitated to continue this line of thought, feeling as though he were imagining something bizarre. Rest assured, it is not as sinister as it seems. However, its creator, the legendary Sanfeng Zhenren, was indeed a figure of an era. Later, a descendant with the surname Ma improved it, endowing Tai Chi with some peculiar abilities, such as catch, transform, release, lightning 5 whips, and 3 billion moves with 1,000 pounds. Seeing the strange look in Zhang Taihux's eyes, Xiaofeng quickly clarified. Ahem. Zhang Taihux coughed heavily twice. This was disastrous. Initially intending to demonstrate, he now realized he was seemingly no match for Xiaofeng. Even at equal cultivation levels, he could hardly withstand 2 exchanges. Consequently, he winked at Xiaofeng, who understood the cue. Before the watchful eyes of the crowd, the two engaged in a mock battle for half an hour. They fought truthfully, but refrained from earnest confrontation. Afterward, they allowed the students to resume their training, advising them that observing the battles of higher-level martial artists would be greatly beneficial, though it could never replace their own practice. Once the students were settled, Zhang Taihux led Xiaofeng to the back mountain of the school. Lighting a cigarette, he sat quietly on a faux rock, his back appearing somewhat forlorn. What troubles you? Lost in thought, Xiaofeng inquired. Are you feeling emo again? It seems I must tread lightly next time. Sighing deeply, Zhang Taihux gazed up at the sky. He had always been competitive, yet he suddenly sensed that he lacked the capital to be so. This had been true in the past, and it remained so now. He had never possessed the means to be competitive. That it was time to awaken from the illusions he had woven for himself. The human race is fortunate to have you. Yet I cannot help but feel that I must not, nor should I, place my will upon your shoulders. That it would be unfair to you. Zhang Taihux exhaled a series of long smoke rings, contemplating whether his actions were appropriate. Perhaps he need not ponder. His heart already held the answer. He was just wishing to provide Xiaofeng with as normal a life as possible, and thus preferred to keep these matters away from the city lord and the principal. Yet he was also selfish. As a citizen of the Great Xia, he hoped that one day they would no longer need to fear the onslaught of demon beasts. However, to place such burdens upon a young man felt excessively cruel. Why do you think this way? Xiaofeng suddenly chuckled. These individuals had already touched his heart. While he was still uncertain about the vastness of the Great Xia, the people of Jiangqing were undoubtedly worth saving. He may not be a savior, but with this newfound power, he felt compelled to undertake what was within his reach. With the system at his disposal, he would inevitably arrive at the destination known as invincibility. Before that, why not relish the scenery along the way? The destination is a goal, but it is certainly not the entirety of the journey. This is not merely your personal aspiration, Xiaofeng remarked calmly. Upon hearing these words, Zhang Tiehu's eyes misted over, and his body trembled uncontrollably. However, such a path could very well lead to the downfall of a genius like you, Zhang Tiehu choked out. Throughout the history of the Great Xia, there have been numerous geniuses, including himself, who perished on the journey to power, accounting for a staggering 90%. It is not that the Great Xia does not wish to protect them, but rather, it is unable to do so. Those formidable beings possess the intent, but lack the strength. While there may be many geniuses, they must transform their innate talents into true power to become strong. And that requires time above all else. The great Xia is currently ensnared in a perilous situation, beset on all sides. I do not believe I will meet my end on this path. Xiao Feng replied nonchalantly. Zhang Tiu nodded, hoping that would indeed be the case. By the way, do you need the martial arts techniques I practiced during the day? Xiao Feng inquired. Zhang Tiu opened his mouth to respond, but lowered his head instead. Never mind, it is no longer necessary. I am nearing my end to my greatest wish is to perish on the battlefield, Zhang Tiu said with a faint smile. For him, death was perhaps a form of liberation. As you can see, I am now a useless husk. No matter what martial arts I cultivate, my journey has reached its terminus, that my meridians are completely destroyed, my dantian rendered useless, severing my path to physical refinement. Nevertheless, I harbor no regrets. Given another chance, I would still charge forward, time and again, without hesitation. Zhang Tiu raised his head slightly. He would not allow anyone worthy of his salvation to perish before him. Chapter 48. Zhang Tiu is a person who can be understood. Indeed, if you accepted it, it would not suit your character. Xiao Feng shook his head and smiled. Zhang Tiu remained the same man he had known, a man of iron will and tender heart. Despite having faced death countless times, had not changed in the slightest. Logically, one would assume that someone with Xiao Feng's temperament would not get along with Zhang Tiu. Yet the reality was absurdly contrary. These two individuals, whose personalities seemed worlds apart, had forged a friendship. Zhang Tiu said nothing, calmly retrieving a pack of cigarettes from his pocket and lighting one. Did I end this world? Only by relying on such things could he numb himself. Although the martial artist system in this realm is formidable, it is heavily reliant on spiritual energy. Essentially, they elevate their physical bodies through the utilization of spiritual energy. While this may yield great strength in the latter stages of cultivation, it presents a significant flaw in the early to mid stages. After all, the physical body, no matter how much it is trained, cannot be rendered entirely futile. Xiao Feng smacked his forehead. Had he not remembered, he would have completely forgotten about the martial arts manual he possessed from the world of martial arts. Although its limit was merely that of an innate master or the transformation realm, it should suffice for Zhang Tiu. Moreover, in this world devoid of demonic threats, he could train in this art without reservation. Unfortunately, this martial art, while purely focused on physical cultivation, had exceedingly harsh requirements that it was the only manual in that martial arts world capable of achieving peak mastery without relying on internal energy. For someone like Zhang Tiu who lacked meridians, it was perfectly suited. However, the process would be exceedingly painful. Despite Zhang Tiu's robust physical foundation, reaching the master level would still be a daunting task, let alone achieving that in a short span of time. Yet, this did provide Zhang Tiu with a glimmer of possibility, did it not? I have a method that could allow you to return to the channeling realm, even presenting further potential. Do you desire it? Xiao Feng inquired. That a flicker of wild joy crossed Zhang Tiu's eyes as he opened his mouth to respond, but reason overshadowed his yearning. Forget it. I believe I understand what you mean, that if such a treasure exists, you should keep it for yourself. That I have heard of items that can restore meridians and dantian, but the prices encountered in foreign lands are exorbitant. Furthermore, being nearly 30 years old, my innate talent is already fixed. Even if I were to restore my dantian and meridians, it would be challenging to ascend to greater heights in this lifetime. That so, I shall decline. Zhang Tiu sighed, aware of Xiao Feng's good intentions. However, someone like him did not deserve such a precious gift. He longed for it. After all, who wishes to remain a useless husk for life? Yet, he could not accept it. By general rationality, he should not utilize such a thing. Even if Xiao Feng retained it as a backup, that would be far more advantageous. Regardless of the choice made, that no, what I am referring to is not a treasure. It is merely a martial art. Xiao Feng replied, a martial art. A technique capable of restoring my type of meridians might as well be divine level. I suppose, alas, I understand that repeatedly refusing your goodwill is my fault, yet I truly feel devoid of value. And I believe I do not deserve it. Zhang Tiu gazed into the distance. For him, dying on the battlefield should be his ultimate fate. That no, it is not about cultivating meridians. Have you ever heard of the horizontal practice technique? Xiao Feng raised an eyebrow and asked if he had long known that this world possessed horizontal practice techniques. However, the methods for cultivation were akin to self-mutilation, gaining superiority over peers while enduring endless suffering. From a young age, they immersed themselves in beast blood to strengthen their bodies. Breaking stones and bending iron bars were mandatory lessons in their childhood. Upon reaching the age of 15, their true cultivation journey began. Every day was filled with unending hammering. Those who practiced horizontal techniques were none other than the renowned powerhouses of the Great Xia Empire. All of this was the fruit of their relentless toil. I know that I initially contemplated this path, but if the meridians are damaged, the body cannot contain spiritual energy. Although cleansing the body with spiritual energy can enhance strength, the effects are minimal. Over time, the physical body cannot withstand the pressure of spiritual energy and will explode. Even with the gentlest spiritual energy, the outcome is dire, not to mention being soaked in the blood of demonic beasts. To be honest, I have donated nearly all my money to the orphanage and cannot afford that expensive demonic beast blood. Zhang Tiehu shook his head. He wished to try but lacked the physical foundation to support it. While there were numerous corpses of demonic beasts in Jiangxing recently, the blood had to be diluted for human absorption. Otherwise, its ferocity would be insurmountable for most. Since you understand, let me explain. My martial art does not require meridians to store spiritual energy. Nor does it rely on the Dantian. IT simply necessitates relentless physical training, along with a few additional conditions. Although there is a limit, it comes after reaching the transformation realm. Xiao Feng stared intently at Zhang Tiehu, not allowing him a moment to continue speaking. Xiao Feng continued, saying, "This technique is called Indestructible Diamond Body, comprising 9 layers. When cultivated to perfection, a faint golden light emanates from the body, allowing it to rival even half-step Diamond Realm practitioners. However, the training conditions are exceedingly harsh. First, the body cannot be broken. Second, one must engage in rigorous training without any shortcuts. Third, it requires years of unwavering commitment." Xiao Feng enumerated a lengthy list of prohibitions associated with the indestructible diamond body. Yet, to be fair, once mastered, it would indeed be immensely powerful. However, breaking the body would result in an immediate decline in cultivation, meaning that one could only remain a lifelong singleton after practicing this technique. Zhang Tiehu opened his mouth in surprise. Initially, he felt somewhat resistant to the notion of not breaking the body. However, he suddenly remembered that he was, thus far, still single. Moreover, such an excellent martial art must surely be costly. This was practically a technique that could lead one directly to transformation without any particular qualifications. However, it certainly should not be widely promoted. After all, what would happen if everyone practiced it? While this technique may not be the Sunflower Manual or the haphazard sword technique, it certainly shares a similar essence. Accept it. "I believe in you," Xiao Feng insisted, handing the indestructible diamond body to Zhang Tiehu. Zhang Tiehu stared blankly at the martial art in his hands, words catching in his throat, unable to articulate anything that he was not someone adept at expression. Yet, he was undeniably moved. Zhang Tiehu's legs weakened, and he nearly knelt down. Xiao Feng, quick to react, supported him once more. "Goodness, why do you keep bowing and kneeling? One might think we were in ancient times. There is no need for that. However, I do hope you consider carefully. Once you cultivate this technique, there will be no turning back," Xiao Feng said, spreading his hands. "Yes, I, Zhang Tiehu, hereby vow to shed the last drop of blood for the Great Xia. I have no means to repay such great kindness. Should you require my assistance, I will not hesitate to traverse mountains of blades or seas of fire." Zhang Tiehu declared solemnly, gazing at Xiao Feng. This was the greatest promise he could offer, his life. Xiao Feng nodded with a smile, acknowledging Zhang Tiehu's reliability. When it comes to important matters, he truly steps up. Chapter 49. The World Simulation again. Half a month later, Xiao Feng leisurely made his way to school. After a month of renovations, Jiangxing had undergone a complete transformation, living up to its reputation as the infrastructure powerhouse of the Great Xia. The speed of progress was astonishing to AT this moment. Jiangxing was more prosperous than ever before. Immersed in the city's vibrancy, Xiao Feng felt utterly captivated. Glancing at his watch, he mused, it's 10 o'clock. Then am I heading to school, or is it time for an early dismissal? Lost in thought, he contemplated whether to attend class, feeling he might be just a tad late. Yet if he skipped, dismissal would be imminent. After a moment's reflection, he ultimately decided to go to school. At school, this marked the 30th time this month that Xiao Feng had arrived late. Jiangchen No. 1 High School held classes daily, especially since they were in their senior year and needed to strive for admission to Wuhan University, particularly the prestigious one in the imperial capital, where survival opportunities were scarce. This was especially true compared to schools in other cities. Although the imperial capital had many competitors, it equally boasted a wealth of formidable talents. Consequently, students were eager to secure a spot at Wuhan University in the imperial capital. Beyond that, there were also Wuhan universities in Magic City, Jinling, and Flower City, among others. Any city with a Wuhan University undoubtedly possessed significant overall strength, at least not as precarious as Jiangcheng had been days prior. However, gaining admission to Wuhan University was no easy feat. To put it bluntly, Jiangcheng had not seen a successful candidate for the imperial capital's Wuhan University in decades. The last was Principal Zhou, who, due to certain circumstances, could never elevate his cultivation and remained in Jiangcheng to teach. Oh, what splendid weather we have today. Xiao Feng scratched his head, glancing at the thunderous downpour outside, his face betraying no hint of embarrassment as he remarked. Zhang Tiehu replied, Well, are you just making things up as you go? Ah, indeed, it is quite nice. Zhang Tiehu forcibly continued the charade, the crowd 6. Initially, the two had feigned their exchange, but now it had devolved into an open admission. They had no objections to this. But surely, such poor acting could be toned down a notch. It was somewhat painful to behold. Coughing heavily, Zhang Tiehu could only sigh. He didn't intend to overdo it, but he had simply given too much that it was genuinely hard to refuse. Xiao Feng raised an eyebrow, casually scanning Zhang Tiehu's cultivation level. It was no wonder he was deemed a genius. He had not spoken falsely. His physique seemed innately compatible with the indestructible body technique, allowing for an exceptionally rapid cultivation pace, with hardly any barriers. However, Xiao Feng could discern from the calluses on Zhang Tiehu's hands and the dark circles under his eyes that he had not rested in a considerable time. Aside from teaching, he devoted every spare moment to cultivation. Zhang Tiehu's profile was as follows. Name: Zhang Tiehu. Level: Great perfection of meridian circulation, damage, technique. 5th level of indestructible body, equivalent to spirit transformation stage. Talent: green, resilient. Purple, exceptional giftedness, blue, born for battle. White, late bloomer. Earlier, it was omitted to mention that talent colors range from white, green, blue, purple, orange, red, to gold. In fact, the colors of talent do not definitively indicate strength or weakness. Often, lower-tier talents can yield unexpected benefits. Evaluation: a man whose life has been tragically filled with hardship, yet he is willing to sacrifice everything to protect all. Perhaps what he detests most in this world is not the beastly monsters, but himself. However, should he survive, the longer he lives, the stronger he becomes. Xiao Feng nodded, finding this profile quite impressive. The purple talent was the highest he had encountered among those he knew, aside from Principal Zhou. Of course, the two formidable figures at the 9th level of divine abilities were excluded from this count. Years of accumulation had enabled Zhang Tiehu to break through his own bottleneck and ascend to the spirit transformation stage. However, Zhang Tiehu's efforts were not something an ordinary person could achieve. Throughout the years, even with his Dantian rendered useless, he had never slackened in his cultivation, tirelessly honing his body. That it was only through relentless dedication that he managed to reach the 5th level of indestructible body in such a short span. Though talent played a role, effort was indispensable. It was hard to imagine how Zhang Tiehu had endured alone all these years. Well done, old classmate. Xiao Feng praised that you've reached the spirit transformation stage. That's quite an impressive level. Aside from Principal Zhou, Zhang Tiehu could be considered among the top-tier combatants in Jiangcheng. Those who trained their physical prowess tended to be somewhat stronger than their peers at the same level. And Zhang Tiehu was no exception. Fortunately, Zhang Tiehu modestly replied, fully aware of Xiao Feng's sentiments. However, he had indeed been somewhat overworked lately and felt it was time to grant himself a break, as he had been experiencing a persistent sense of unease. How curious. Xiao Feng returned to his seat, casually accessing the system. That it was just about a month since he last checked. First, he would observe the developments in the real world, then determine whether he should enter the reincarnation world simulation based on the situation. System: initiate the main world simulation. Xiao Feng stated nonchalantly. In the next moment, a text simulation page appeared before him. Today, you feel a persistent unease, yet are unaware of the source of your disquiet. In the afternoon, Zhang Tiehu received a phone call, and his expression suddenly shifted. You did not pay much attention to he requested a half-day leave. The following day, the situation in Haiqing turned dire, and both Zhang Tiehu and Principal Zhou perished in the Haiqing defense battle. Enraged, you began to investigate this matter, uncovering that the beast had exploited the current lack of communication in the Great Xia. Feeding Haiqing false information claiming another attack on Jiangcheng was imminent, with Jiangcheng on the brink of collapse. To prevent a repeat of the intercepted support from the last time, Haiqing dispatched half of its elite forces to Jiangcheng. However, that very afternoon, as high-end forces departed, the beast horde invaded, commencing a brutal slaughter. Only then did Haiqing realize they had fallen into a trap and urgently sought assistance. Jiangcheng dispatched its 2 available strong fighters, Zhang Tiehu and Zhou Gongyi, leaving Lord Wang to guard the gates. Unfortunately, the beasts were far better prepared than anticipated. Within half a day, Haiqing was reduced to a hell on earth. Chapter 50. The outcome of the reality simulation upon learning of this news. You were consumed with fury, rushing to Haiqing overnight, slaying 100,000 beasts, and defeating 9 high-level beast generals. The battlefield ran red with blood. Torrential rain fell from the heavens, washing away the blood. Yet as you gazed at the sea of corpses, you fell silent, searching for Zhang Tiehu's remains. For 3 days and nights, you found nothing, sighing as you smashed the ground, burying the countless corpses beneath, granting them eternal rest, and raising a small mound as a memorial. Before that makeshift gravestone, you stood for a long time, deciding to return, to cultivate diligently, and slay the beasts of the world. On your way back, 2 first-level beast generals set their sights on you. Unleashing your full strength, you obliterated them. Just as you intended to move forward, an overwhelming pressure enveloped you. It was none other than Ao Tian, a top-tier beast general at the 9th level of divine abilities. You fought back desperately, but the overwhelming strength of the 9th level was terrifying, and having already exhausted much of your energy, you found yourself at a disadvantage within mere 3 exchanges that I in a precarious situation. Just as you teetered on the brink, your martial talent activated, causing the earth to shatter, a cloud of black mist enveloping you. Ao Tian attempted to strike, only to be repelled by the mist. Watching helplessly as you escaped at 19 years old, you fell into a deep slumber at 20 years old. You remained in slumber at 102 years old. You finally awakened, eager to return, only to find the surroundings impenetrable, with no path back. You began to search for an exit, and though you found none, you discovered an energy-surpassing spiritual essence. Thus, you utilized this energy to commence your cultivation. At 103 years old, you successfully reached the 1st level of divine abilities. At 118 years old, you transcended barriers, arriving at a realm beyond divine abilities. At this moment, a portal of light appeared before you, and you could finally emerge. Upon stepping outside, an ominous sensation washed over you. The surroundings were desolate and lifeless. You realized you had likely spent an eternity within the black mist, frantically searching for traces of the Blue Star people. At 119 years old, a year passed without a single soul in sight. Just as you were about to give up, an elderly man found you. He was a survivor from Jiangcheng. Last year, the century mark had passed, leading to Jiangcheng's downfall. Leaving no remnants of humanity in Blue Star .as for other cities, they had fallen shortly after Haiqing was breached. Though the remaining humans fought valiantly under the guidance of top-tier strongmen for many years, their efforts were utterly in vain. He, too, was the sole survivor, having endured amidst a sea of corpses. The top-tier beast generals had seen him, but chose not to eliminate him, perhaps out of disdain or perhaps due to mere disinterest, believing he posed no threat. For a year, he survived on scraps, drinking dew, driven solely by the hope of finding another survivor in this world. He should have perished long ago, yet he clung to life with the last flicker of his spirit, unwilling to succumb to death. Then he remarked that he must have seen you in his youth, finding you strikingly familiar, though he could not fathom how you managed to retain your youthful appearance. He believed that anyone capable of such a feat must possess considerable strength. You remained silent, merely nodding in agreement. As he recounted everything that transpired after your departure, you unconsciously clenched your fists. Following his words, the elder expelled a mouthful of dark, viscous blood and departed from this world, leaving you as the sole human remaining. The real Xiao Feng paused upon reading this passage, a surge of unnamed fury bubbling within him. Haha, so they dared to contemplate the annihilation of humanity. If he were to hold back, he would scorn himself. You solemnly buried the elder, the last survivor who had clung to life for a year, yearning to witness the dawn of humanity's victory. Alas, he would never see it in a fit of rage. You swept your spiritual energy across the entirety of Blue Star, discovering a lair of demonic beasts within a primordial forest. That very night, you infiltrated the stronghold, unleashing a brutal massacre, the bodies of the beasts piling high like mountains. Grasping the neck of the beast leader, you demanded to know why they had acted thus. The beast leader showed no sign of fear. After all, Blue Star was merely the starting point for his kind. The true powerhouses had long since transcended Blue Star, waging war beyond its skies. Realizing that you would derive no useful intelligence from him, you swiftly crushed him. Then you returned to your training. Since he claimed you were unworthy, you would prove him wrong at the age of 999. Your dragon elephant suppressing prison body had reached perfection, yet this physique had hit its limit. You estimated that your current strength must be above the level of divine abilities, though you were uncertain of how much higher. However, you were unaware of what these realms were called. Since you had already reached your limit, further training would serve little purpose at the age of 1000. You prepared to emerge from seclusion, and no sooner had you stepped outside than the supreme beings of the 9 great demonic beasts confronted you. With an overwhelming force, you suppressed them all. When 1,000,000 demonic beasts launched a joint assault, you annihilated them using nothing but your fists. In a surge of momentum, you advanced to the ancestral land of the demonic beasts, bathing it in blood. Yet an ancient, resonant voice echoed in your ears, exuding an overwhelming pressure that compelled you to kneel, but you resolutely refused. The voice summoned an avatar of its true self, engaging you in a fierce battle that spanned 300 rounds. You poured all your strength into vanquishing its avatar, only to have its true form conjure a colossal hand that pressed down upon the ancestral land of the demonic beasts. You yearned to resist. But the Elder's power was far too formidable. Your realm was not on par with his, according to the Elder. While your strength was impressive, in his era, you would not be considered a top-tier powerhouse. As you pondered this statement, the Elder's murderous intent surged. You fought with every ounce of your might, igniting your blood essence to slay several demonic beasts, only to be struck down by the Elder's wrath. You perished evaluation. Your life was a saga worthy of song and tears. Regrettably, due to prolonged slumber, you missed your chance. Yet, your courage was commendable. You faced a foe of a higher realm without deference. Alas, the limitations of your techniques hindered your progress, preventing you from breaking through to that realm. Otherwise, you could have shone brilliantly. After completing the simulation, Xiao Feng's expression turned grave. It seemed he needed to carefully plan his future. Undoubtedly, in the world of the simulator, he was the one wielding the attribute points that in reality. The simulated version of himself lacked a system, possessing only his innate talents, which led to a deficiency in techniques and a lag in information. Ultimately, it boiled down to his own weakness. Xiao Feng sighed deeply to grow stronger. He must indeed grow stronger. Moreover, the old bastard of the demonic beast clan mentioned powerful beings from their ear. It was evident that he had not only begun cultivating after the revival of spiritual energy. Thousands of years had passed since the resurgence of spiritual energy. Aside from a select few anomalies, there were nearly no powerful beings above the divine abilities. The restrictions of techniques and the necessity for prolonged cultivation at each realm were the reasons behind this. Thus, he needed to keep this in mind. However, the immediate priority was to strike at High City. Damn it, if he didn't slay a horde of demonic beasts, would they treat him like a soft persimmon? This was intolerable. Chapter 51. So you were hiding your talents. Xiao Feng stood up. Old classmate, I need to take a leave. I won't be coming in this afternoon, he said calmly. Zhang Tieshu tilted his head in confusion. What did you just say? You just sat down for a few minutes. Is school that exhausting for you? He would never say a word if Xiao Feng didn't come, but to request leave right after sitting down was a bit excessive. Granted. Although Zhang Tieshu was baffled, Xiao Feng's serious demeanor was a first for him. Usually this guy was carefree and nonchalant. Thank you. Xiao Feng smiled slightly and exited the room. Damn, you just leave without a word. And you break my door, what does that mean? Zhang Tieshu shouted as he rushed outside, but Xiao Feng's figure had vanished. Zhang Tiexiu. The crowd, 6.5 an hour later, Xiao Feng had arrived near High City. He took a deep breath, already catching the scent of blood, that a battle was underway. The demonic beasts had not sent many to the fray, but there were still plenty, over 10,000 beasts, with half of High City's top combatants dispatched. Even mere defense had become exceedingly difficult. There's an old saying. It's not fear of a powerful enemy that's daunting, but fear of a powerful enemy with intelligence. Clearly, the demonic beasts embodied this. Even when they were confident of taking a city, they would wait until they were absolutely certain before striking. Over 10,000 battle-capable demonic beasts already outnumbered the combatants of High City. After all, these beasts were all above the body-refining realm, with many elite warriors at the Meridian opening level, not to mention several at the Spirit transformation level, while High City's overall strength surpassed that of Jiang City. The majority of divine ability practitioners had been transferred away, and High City was no exception. "City Lord, we cannot hold the line," a soldier exclaimed, clutching his chest where a demonic beast's claw had pierced through. Looking at the equally wounded City Lord with despair, that he feared not death, but the absolute disparity in strength before him. Even before the battle had truly begun, the outcome was already evident. Within just half an hour of fighting, they had already lost more than half their number. The remaining soldiers were also gravely injured. The odds of victory were non-existent. "I understand." The City Lord of High City, known as Lord Li, responded calmly. Though his body was marred with wounds, he still gripped his sword tightly. "Yet we have no means of retreat. Whether we hold our ground or not, we must defend. The purpose of our training is precisely this. However, I, as your City Lord, am at fault for falling into the demonic beast trap, that if any of you wish to flee, now is still the time." Lord Li forced a bitter smile. But the more he spoke, the more he felt compelled to stand at the forefront. "No, City Lord, you misunderstand. What I mean is we brothers will cover your escape. The highest-ranking beast over there is at the diamond level. Together we can barely hold it for 5 minutes, which is enough time for you to flee. Your life is more important than ours," the soldier declared resolutely. "Indeed, with our already battered selves, providing cover for the diamond-level City Lord to escape is quite commendable. At the very least, it ensures the survival of a force stronger than us." "Huh?" Lord Li laughed heartily. "You call me City Lord, yet if I lose this city, how can I still be called City Lord? Besides, I am the City Lord of High City, abandoning you all to flee. Do you think I am that kind of person?" Lord Li asserted passionately. "City Lord, that is not called fleeing," the soldier attempted to clarify, but was cut off. "No, to abandon my own soldiers and run away. That would make me a coward. I absolutely cannot do that. If I must die today, I will die alongside you," Lord Li proclaimed. "I may be old, but I am not dead. My strength still resides within the diamond level. Though I am aged and weary, my blood still flows strongly, and I will not be frightened by a pack of beasts." Lord Li's white hair billowed in the wind, emanating an air of ethereal grace. His armor was stained with blood, many parts damaged, yet he remained spirited. "City Lord." The soldiers were teary-eyed, their words failing them. Gazing upon the swarming demonic beasts, their hearts no longer harbored any thoughts of retreat. Fear is instinctive, but to walk toward the abyss amidst that fear is a responsibility. "Haha, old fool. You humans truly love to struggle. We have plotted for thousands of years to launch our assault on you, especially on the tough nut that is your great ex. Idea you think we would send more of our kind for no reason? You don't really believe that there is any chance for survival in High City today, do you?" A demonic beast of the diamond level stepped forward, its eyes filled with disdain. "That is, oh, what if there are? So what if there aren't? You don't really think you can survive today?" Lord Li's eyes flashed with a fierce light. The diamond-level beast suddenly felt a sense of foreboding. Just as it was about to strike, an overwhelming sword energy flashed before its eyes. "That I am but a humble practitioner, a disciple of the great Xia sword god. Though age has diminished my strength and blood, I can still crush 10 of you with but one hand." Lord Li wore a faint smile at the corners of his mouth. Although he was feigning bravado, indulging in a moment of exhilaration was not without its merits. "That I in his hand, the ethereal sword suddenly erupted with resplendent sword energy, extending for hundreds of miles. With a fierce slash, the limbs of the demonic beast were severed in an instant. Following this maneuver, his complexion gradually paled, yet the smile remained on his lips that he had to maintain this air of composure. even at the cost of his life. To his surprise, this old rascal possessed such a skill. The expression of the Diamond Realm demonic beast shifted dramatically. Had he not dodged in time, his head would have surely been severed from his body. Even so, he had lost his limbs, and the restoration would take considerable time. Perhaps you're not just hiding one trick. I might have to wait until you perish to find out. Lordly taunted mercilessly. You don't actually think I'm out of tricks, do you? I am the indomitable Golden Spear Beast, calling forth the formidable demonic beast. The Diamond Realm demonic beast smirked wickedly. Sorry, he too had a hidden card. In the next moment, the sky erupted with thunder and lightning, revealing a colossal figure. The Diamond Realm demonic beast trembled. This formidable presence was terrifying even at the half-step divine realm. Everything is under control. But in the following instant, he realized that his own powerful ally appeared weak and feeble, its limbs dangling lifelessly in the air, as if it were a carcass. How could one speak so? That was merely an act, yes, an act. Old chap, did you see? This time, you are bound to meet your end. The Diamond Realm demonic beast mocked. However, a human suddenly emerged in everyone's sight, casually dragging the corpse of a demonic beast and tossing it aside. Xiao Feng looked at the Diamond Realm demonic beast with a half-smile. Apologetically, he stated, I not only have a hidden card, but I also have revealed one to the Diamond Realm demonic beast. Lord, you truly had a hidden card? The soldiers were taken aback. Lordly. He is dumbfounded. Let us not ask him anything, shall we? Chapter 52. Invincible beneath the divine realm. Exchange above at Xiao Feng. Hands clasped behind his back, stepped through the air, descending from the heavens. With each step, the overwhelming pressure he exuded intensified, causing all demonic beasts present to prostrate themselves. Xiao Feng regarded the Diamond Realm demonic beast with a half-smile, a glint of sharpness flashing in his eyes. Damn it, I've been seething with anger for too long. Today, I shall slay as many as come. You are... Lordly gazed at Xiao Feng in astonishment. He recognized nearly all the top-tier powerhouses of the Great Xia. Yet it was evident that Xiao Feng was not among them. Witnessing Xiao Feng effortlessly annihilate a half-step divine realm demonic beast, he surmised that the young man's true combat prowess had already reached the divine realm. The youngest figure of the divine realm in Great Xia was currently embroiled in a life-and-death struggle in the imperial capital. It was clear that this young man before him possessed a talent that rivaled, if not surpassed, that esteemed individual, Jiangqing Xiao Feng. Here to provide assistance, Xiao Feng spoke calmly. Centered around him, a torrent of power erupted, instantly forcing all demonic beasts present to bow. Jiangqing, when did such a genius emerge? Lordly appeared perplexed. He had not heard of this. Yet it was clear that this was not the time to dwell on such matters. The combat strength of Haicheng was already returning that if they could hold out, Haicheng could still regroup. Lordly clutched his chest, unsteadily rising to his feet. His energy had been severely depleted, but continuing the fight was not an issue. You are the mysterious powerhouse from Jiangqing who appeared a month ago. The Diamond Realm demonic beast furrowed its brow. According to earlier reports, Xiao Feng had not arrived. Fortunately, he not only had a hidden card but several others as well. After all, the current lord of the demonic beasts was quite prudent, often preparing multiple contingency plans. Thus, he felt no panic. You need not know who I am. You only need to understand that no matter how many of you come, I shall accept all without limit. A smile curled at the corners of Xiao Feng's mouth as he cast a playful glance at the sky. More arrivals are there. Such a penchant for lurking in the shadows is truly akin to that of a rat. However, rats ought to remain hidden. Once they emerge, they must face death. Xiao Feng, you boast grandly. Though the Diamond Realm demonic beast trembled, it remained fixed on Xiao Feng. Apologies, but my boasts have always been grand. Xiao Feng nonchalantly shook his head. Come out now. How much longer must you hide? Xiao Feng swept his gaze over his previous position. These rats certainly knew how to conceal themselves. What? There are still others. Lord Li's expression changed. He had initially thought that this half-step divine realm beast represented the highest combat strength the demonic beast could muster, only to discover that there were more. No wonder you were able to shatter my arms with 3 punches that day. However, I have not wasted these past days that my ancestor bestowed upon me top-tier elixirs, which not only healed my injuries but also elevated my cultivation to the second level of the divine realm. What do you intend to use against me? A derisive voice echoed in everyone's ears. All eyes turned skyward. They beheld a shadow with immense white wings soaring by, swiftly transforming into a humanoid figure as it descended leisurely. This was the powerful being from the past, once repelled by Xiaofeng, now having ascended to the second level of the divine realm, with its cultivation stabilized under the abundant spirit energy bestowed by its ancestor, significantly enhancing its combat abilities. Though humans lack the right to call my name, since you were able to repulse me in the past, I shall grant you this honor. You may call me Higui. Higui's gaze was proud, looking down on all present with disdain. Xiaofeng cracked his neck, narrowing his eyes slightly. This fellow appeared to hold himself in far too high regard. Second level of the divine realm? Where did he find the audacity? Xiaofeng casually summoned his interface, allocating all remaining attribute points to strength. Today, I shall demonstrate to this individual the absolute crushing power derived from strength, clenching his fists. He produced a series of explosive sounds as his power surged immensely. Perhaps in his usual state, he could already rival the divine realm. This was still without activating the dragon elephant suppressing prison body. How he anticipated his future strength. As for glancing at Higui's interface, apologies, but Xiaofeng held it in disdain. Second level of the divine realm? Lord Li could no longer remain composed, that he understood that the power of the second level of the divine realm was worlds apart from that of the first level. Though the young man before him was formidable, it was clear from Higui's tone that he was likely inferior. You must flee. I shall hold him back, Lord Li declared resolutely, rather than allow a genius to perish. It was better to sacrifice himself. Upon hearing this, Xiaofeng was momentarily taken aback. Then in a way, old chap, what gives you the confidence to hold him back? Why does everyone here seem to share this sentiment? It was beginning to irk him. Fear not. This fellow is not as formidable as you imagine, and he will not be my opponent. Xiaofeng replied nonchalantly. His aura erupted once more, this time even more terrifying than before. Higui, unwilling to be outdone, unleashed his aura fully. The two immense auras clashed, and it was evident that Xiaofeng held the upper hand, but as time passed, beads of sweat appeared on Higui's brow. No way. This fellow not only possesses terrifying power, but his aura is also incredibly solid. It's as if he is cheating, that he merely appears as a perfected martial apprentice on the outside. Wait, perfected martial apprentice? Higui sensed something amiss. Theoretically, individuals of the same realm could easily discern each other's true cultivation. If the opponent could still conceal their aura, there were only two possibilities. Point one was a hidden technique of considerable quality, and the other was that their strength vastly exceeded his. Clearly, he favored the former option. Of course, he would never guess that Xiaofeng was truly only a martial apprentice. Higui pondered. Xiaofeng made his move. With powerful arms, he grasped Higui by the throat, lifting him effortlessly into the air as if he were a mere chick. He hoisted him high, away from the ground. For the aftermath of a clash between two divine realm beings could easily obliterate a city. Thus, engaging in battle high above was the more prudent choice. He was there to provide aid, not to leave devastation in his wake. How could you be so strong? Higui struggled to break free from Xiaofeng's grip, astonished. Invincible beneath the divine realm, an exchange above it. Xiaofeng replied coolly, an overwhelming aura pressing forward. Chapter 53. Jiangqing's might, martial apprentice Xiaofeng, slaughtering with glee by heavens. Higui's eyelids twitched. Something was off, truly off. Why did it feel as though he might not be his opponent? Impossible, absolutely impossible. He was a top-tier powerhouse of the second level of the divine realm. Why were his legs trembling? It definitely wasn't from fear. It was excitement. After all, enough talk. Let us see the truth in action. Higui, took a deep breath. Naturally, he understood that he must take the initiative. The realm of divine abilities was named so for a reason, as it involved comprehending the laws and deriving divine powers from them. This was what created such a vast chasm compared to previous realms that it could be said that, apart from the abnormality that is Xiaofeng, it was utterly impossible for anyone to confront true divine abilities with merely a half-step into that realm. Even reincarnated immortals would find it so. There are indeed numerous types of divine abilities. Some manifest as physical traits, providing a permanent enhancement to the body. Others can be employed for offense, wielding the power to annihilate the heavens and earth with a mere gesture. Still, others serve as defensive measures, rendering one impervious to attacks from any source. turning the tide against their foes. There are even divine abilities that allow one to traverse vast distances in the blink of an eye, gliding through the cosmos with grace. That, of course, the varieties of divine abilities extend far beyond these examples. Each individual, guided by different laws, comprehends distinct divine abilities. That it is said that no two people can fully grasp the same divine ability, just as no two leaves in the world are identical. Achieving the realm of divine abilities is nearly tantamount to becoming a true deity. That in other worlds, this level of power would be considered overwhelmingly destructive. However, not everyone in the 9 heavens of divine abilities can comprehend the 9 divine powers. The vast majority can only grasp 1 or 2, indicating that while their realm may have ascended, their foundational strength has not kept pace. That as for the rarity of someone mastering a divine ability for each level, such a phenomenon has never been witnessed throughout history. An ordinary individual who can comprehend 3 divine abilities would find themselves unrivaled within their realm. If one could grasp all 9 divine powers, they would be capable of challenging even stronger opponents when reaching the 9 heavens of divine abilities. This would be a true instance of annihilating foes of the same level and even those beyond it. Higuaín, evidently, fell into the category of those who lagged behind. At the 2nd level of divine abilities, he had only comprehended a single divine power, and merely its surface at that. Nonetheless, this was his source of pride among peers. Higuaín possessed a trace of bloodline that descended from the ancient beast, Kuin. As the saying goes, possessing the strength of Kuin guarantees victory. The power of Kuin is beyond the imagination of mere mortals. It is said that Kuin possesses the might to devour the heavens and the earth. Even swallowing a mere chicken would suffice for 2 thrilling basketball games. Ahem, as for how a crane could possess the bloodline of Kuin, that remains a mystery. That Higuaín let out an enraged roar, opened his mouth wide, and unleashed his devouring divine ability, beginning to voraciously consume everything around him. Spiritual energy, houses, trees, soil, sand, everything in sight. That in an instant, the spiritual energy spanning dozens of miles was nearly drained. His aura surged, and his power ascended to a new level. That he looked disdainfully at Xiao Feng, feeling inflated with newfound strength. Xiao Feng casually flicked his wrist, a smirk playing on his lips. This guy can't possibly think he has been playing around for a month, can he? Although he had indeed been playing, it hardly hindered his continuous growth. After all, his innate talent for martial arts was extraordinary. Even a casual gesture could grant him an increase in power. That it could be said that he was growing stronger with every move. Coupled with the system, he was now on par with a typical 1st-level divine ability user. Yet the issue remained. He could continue to exploit his advantages. Bold aberration, I see through your non-human guise. Today, as the foremost martial disciple of Jiang City, I shall suppress you here. Xiao Feng shouted with fervor. His clothes exploded, revealing a physique brimming with muscular strength, causing the spectators below to swallow hard. This was the essence of masculine romance. That if it were Senior Xiao Feng, going without would not be impossible. Oh my, so handsome, exclaimed Lordly, astonished. Meanwhile, Guege was filled with envy. That in his moment of distraction, he was struck down to the ground by a beast with a single swipe. Lordly paused, then resumed his attack with his sword. The black patterns across Xiao Feng's body began to spread wildly. That the black markings proliferated. Xiao Feng's power surged once more, likely reaching the 2nd level of divine abilities. Quite impressive. His strength had returned. Not excessively, but enough. Upon witnessing Xiao Feng also radiate power, Higuaín was taken aback. Good heavens, so you can do that too? And why do you appear so nonchalant? I accidentally ingested some golden soil. This is unjust. Higuaín exhaled deeply, realizing he must maintain his composure. His ancestors had dispatched a powerful warrior, and a decree had been issued from above. He could not allow another talent to arise among the human race. The ostensible goal of annihilating High City was, in truth, directed at this genius of Jiang City. At merely 18 years of age, possessing the strength of divine abilities, if he were to continue growing, it wouldn't be long before he became a formidable force beyond the realm of divine abilities. Such a threat would not be tolerated by the higher-ups of the beastkin. Xiao Feng suddenly stomped down. The air shimmered instantly, followed by a series of sonic booms. The very fabric of space seemed poised to tear apart. His speed reached a terrifying level. In the blink of an eye, Xiao Feng was already behind Yigui. Astonishingly fast, Higui's pupils constricted. He had not even had time to react. Last time, 3 punches shattered your arm. This time, 3 punches shall end you, Xiao Feng declared, his fists clenched, his tone casual. First punch. Xiao Feng roared. The dragon elephant suppression body was fully activated. Boom. A tremendous sound echoed through the sky. Everyone looked up in astonishment. Suddenly, a figure plummeted rapidly. The speed of descent caused friction with the air. Igniting sparks bang. The ground was struck by the figure, creating a massive crater. Although the figure raised its arms in defense, its legs were deeply embedded in the earth, trembling violently. Its arms were shattered beyond repair. Despite its power having increased, Xiao Feng's speed was even greater. If you think otherwise, go reflect on it. In the blink of an eye, Xiao Feng was beside the crater, that he hadn't anticipated that this creature could withstand a punch. It seemed the Beast Clan truly had something to offer. Perhaps he had underestimated their strength. Yet they were still not formidable enough that Higuei spat out a mouthful of beast blood, watching as the jade pendant in his possession, once brimming with spiritual energy, turned dark. Then shattered that he trembled with disbelief. This was a treasured artifact. How could it shatter so easily? Its purpose was to withstand a fatal blow from a second-level divine ability user, a precaution his ancestor had taken before his departure. Yet it hadn't even held against a single punch. How dare you? Higuei gritted his teeth. Chapter 54. The fury of the helpless Higuei was enraged. He was utterly furious, his wings unfurled, transforming into his true form. While a beast's humanoid form is typically weaker than its true form, it is more convenient for interaction, so they often appear in their humanoid shape. After all, divine beasts often stand hundreds of feet tall, and some are even more absurdly large. This is certainly not practical. However, there are rare beasts with unique bloodlines that remain small throughout their existence. Higuei's true form was that of a white crane, albeit adorned with dark markings. Given his bloodline from the Kuan, he was undoubtedly of mixed heritage. Xiao Feng crossed his arms, hovering in the air, gazing at Higuei with an air of arrogance. This guy couldn't possibly think that his true form was a match for him. Could he? Glancing at the sky, he unconsciously swallowed hard. Goodness, what a grand spectacle. It seemed he was indeed quite the target that he needed to end this swiftly to the very least. Before venturing into the next world, he should eliminate one opponent. Xiao Feng bellowed once more, his aura erupting again, presenting an invincible stance. His fists bulged with veins, exuding power. Boom! With a slight bend of his legs, he compressed the air into rippling waves and charged toward Higuei at a near terrifying speed. In an instant, Xiao Feng had arrived behind Higuei. Ignoring his massive form, he pressed down hard on Higuei's head, forcing it into the ground. Bang! The ground once again yielded to a massive crater. Rocks being forced into Higuei's body. You think you can devour? Eat, devour, Xiao Feng urged, accelerating his assault, pushing Higuei deeper into the earth. Before long, Higuei's belly was filled to the brim with stones. I can't take it anymore. I'm about to burst. Higuei's eyes widened, tears welling up in his eyes. That no, damn it. Eat it. Why aren't you eating? Xiao Feng scolded, a smile plastered across his face. It was evident that Higuei was now bewildered, questioning who the true villain was, as Xiao Feng's grin appeared so wicked. Before long, Xiao Feng had pressed Higuei into the ground over 1,000 meters deep, and Higuei's stomach was filled with that many stones. Although he possessed devouring abilities, he was merely a mixed blood. The bloodline of Kuanping was still quite thin, allowing him to absorb only spiritually enriched substances. He could absorb non-spiritual items, but the process would be painfully slow. And no matter who you are, too many stones would leave anyone dazed. Spare me, Higuei pleaded, seizing the moment while Xiao Feng paused. Where was the defiance, the invincible demeanor from before? Why should I spare you? Xiao Feng, filled with curiosity, inquired. Higuei, I implore you, grant me mercy. I am but a mere child of 3 centuries, Higuei pleaded, relinquishing his dignity and transforming into human form. Kneeling before Xiao Feng, no, I preferred your previous defiant self. As for the current you, let us just forget it, Xiao Feng remarked, a smirk gracing his lips as he grasped Higuei by the neck. Slowly ascending into the air, below, no one was aware of the events unfolding. Only Li Qingzhu wore a bewildered expression. What on earth is happening? Is this truly absurd? He had believed that the young man was merely at the first level of divine ability. Yet here he was, overpowering He Guai, who was at the second level. The current generation is indeed extraordinary. He could hardly comprehend it. Given that their top combatants had perished, the remaining beasts would merely serve as trivial appetizers by the time their main forces arrived. Surely, the heavens do not wish for High City to fall. The King Kong realm beast emitted an ominous chuckle, attempting to break free as it spotted the formidable members of its kind above. You mock me. Li Qingzhu decisively dealt a resounding blow, sending it crashing to the ground. The King Kong realm beast muttered, "Damn it, once I return to the embrace of my kind, you, Li Qingzhu, shall have no good fortune." Thereafter, it obediently squatted on the ground, for the blow had been quite painful. This was not cowardice. It was a tactical display of feigned weakness. At this moment in Jiang City, Zhang Tiehu received a phone call. The next moment, he crushed his phone in frustration. "Damn it," he shouted, his eyes bloodshot. He had been curious since morning about Xiao Feng's sudden leave of absence, until just now when Principal Zhou called to inform him of an incident in High City involving a mysterious young man coming to the rescue. Did that fellow not realize that the beast had already marked Xiao Feng as their enemy? De Xiao also had a genius in his 20s at the third level of divine ability. But that genius had been preserved at the cost of countless lives. The beast pursued him as if he were a coveted treasure. Xiao Feng's talent surpassed that of the other, and considering the number of times the latter had caused the beast distress over the years, one could imagine the multitude of pursuers Xiao Feng would attract. Hearing the sound of static from the phone, Principal Zhou paused momentarily. Had the call disconnected? No, it seemed not. He sensed Zhang Tiehu's anger. Was he sensitive to the beast tide, or was it something else? He shook his head, dismissing it. Their immediate priority was to disseminate this information and proceed to provide assistance. At present, communication in Blue Star was severely underdeveloped, with cellular signals primarily available only within urban areas. Beyond these confines, contact was lost. After all, even if satellites could be launched, some beasts possess the capability to destroy them. In non-emergency situations, a small team would be dispatched to relay messages leisurely, though there was always the risk of ambush by beasts. However, in urgent circumstances, there were alternative methods. Centuries ago, a powerful being discovered a collection of talismans within an ancient relic, including a master talisman and numerous subordinate talismans. The master talisman could convey any message to any subordinate talisman, while the latter could only establish one-way communication with the master. This was known as the Mother and Child 1,000-mile sound transmission talisman. Despite its considerable shortcomings and resource demands for each use, it could prove invaluable in times of crisis. Typically, it would not be employed unless lives were at stake, but the news from High City had likely been intercepted. Otherwise, they would not have sent someone to Jiang City to inform them. Principal Zhou rummaged through drawers until he found a yellowed blueprint, beginning to transmit messages. Zhang Tiehu clenched his fists, pounding on a sandbag in a fit of rage. He had lost count of how many times he had felt this sense of helplessness. Never had he yearned so desperately to grow stronger. A wave of unnameable fury welled up within him. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he donned his armor, preparing for battle. Once he set out, he had no intention of returning. Lighting a cigarette, he sat atop the city wall, gazing at an old photograph in his hand as his eyes reddened. He had failed last time. This time, he would not allow history to repeat itself. "Rest assured, my predecessor, I shall uphold your will to the very end," Zhang Tiehu declared with a faint smile, waving at the approaching reinforcements. Fortunately, Xiao Feng had compelled the beast to agree to a century-long truce, allowing the warriors of Jiang City to mobilize collectively. Otherwise, they would have to worry about the beasts invading their homes. Chapter 55. Steady as a rock, Xiao Feng, one hand gripping He Guai's neck, gradually emerged into view. When all beheld Xiao Feng holding He Guai, astonishment swept over them. Could it be that he truly could overpower him? Moreover, it seemed as though it was a swift defeat. Such strength! Xiao Feng cleared his ears and tossed the limp He Guai aside, for carrying a beast corpse was rather exhausting than a mere second-level divine ability. Pathetic. Today, all of you shall perish here. I assure you, even the King of Heaven cannot save you. Xiao Feng proclaimed nonchalantly. His audacious declaration left many in a state of shock. Is this the aura of a top-tier powerhouse? Impressive. Li Qingzhu cast a grateful glance his way. Had he not been on the brink of collapse, he would have reveled in the moment alongside Xiao Feng, for a sword cultivator ought to flaunt their prowess without shame. Of course, I am not merely obstructing you. It is not just the King of Heaven, but all of you, Xiao Feng said, raising his chin to the heavens. Observing the grand spectacle, he could not help but scoff. 5 beings at the 8th level of divine ability, for at the 9th level. What an astonishing display. Undoubtedly, he was not their match at present. But so what? Xiao Feng remained undaunted. You have indeed discovered our existence? As expected, the elder was correct. The foremost prodigy of humanity cannot be spared. A voice filled with authority resonated from the sky, accompanied by a gentle breeze that scattered the clouds. 9 silhouettes hovered in the air. The elite of the beast tribe Datio confront Xiao Feng. They had summoned nearly all their top-tier combatants, revealing the extent of their murderous intent. Let alone the fact that the elder from the imperial capital was personally detaining all the formidable experts there. Even if they were to spare a few, could they truly restrain him? It was evident that they could not. Without a doubt, they had laid a trap once more, intent on capturing Xiao Feng like a turtle in a jar. Me? You cannot truly believe you can retain me, Xiao Feng scoffed, tilting his head skyward. Even if their strength surpassed his, so what? His arrogance would remain unbridled. Li Qingzhu found himself at a loss for words. The pressure emanating from above was overwhelming. Merely standing was already pushing him to his limits. Yet he refused to bend. For the beasts, no human would ever bow. Kid, you are indeed audacious. Your strength may not even reach the 3rd level of divine ability. Yet you dare to act so recklessly. Ao Tian sneered. Perhaps given time, you could grow to a level we would fear, but right now, not nearly enough. In an instant, he stood before Xiao Feng, and with a resounding roar, he hurled a punch toward Xiao Feng's abdomen. That I told you, you are still unworthy. Xiao Feng's lips curled into a sneer. The dragon elephant suppression body surged with power. Burn blood, Xiao Feng bellowed again, his aura increasing dramatically. Boom. The 2 fists collided, and Xiao Feng felt as though he had struck an unyielding steel plate. Unable to budge an inch, in desperation, he employed the technique of transformation, gracefully landing beside Li Qingzhu. Fortunately, he had not abandoned his technique. Yet after that punch, a grave expression settled on his face. Indeed, the 9th level of divine ability was beyond his current capabilities. Intriguing. Such a technique for exerting force. I have yet to encounter IS itself created. Truly a genius. And your seamless transition between strength and finesse surpasses my expectations. The last punch approached the level of the 3rd tier of divine ability. Ao Tian's expression grew solemn. Xiao Feng shook out his arms. Fortunately, he still had a card up his sleeve. Young friend, perhaps you should retreat. I believe I can withstand this. Li Qingzhu raised his sword, positioning it protectively before Xiao Feng. Xiao Feng paused, his emotions a mix of complexity. You must realize their target is me, and you likely cannot withstand them. His tone shifted, revealing he held a backup plan, which emboldened his audacity. Yet why did each of them insist on standing in front of him? However, perhaps it is only in this manner that the world ought not to be annihilated. Xiao Feng revealed a faint smile. Such a world is, indeed, quite pleasant. Even if it is futile, I must resist. I am but an old man, nearing the end of my years. Perhaps this is our first meeting. But you must believe me when I say that every lord of the cities in the Great Xia would willingly sacrifice themselves for a genius. And I am no exception, that if not for the united front of the Great Xia, how could we have endured for a millennium against the beasts? Lord Li spoke softly, beginning to stroll leisurely ahead. Each step he took symbolized his resolve, though it took all his strength to make even a single stride. His unwavering spirit remained unaltered. Xiao Feng extended his hand, resting it upon Lord Li's shoulder. Trust me, I possess the strength, Xiao Feng proclaimed earnestly. With Lord Li positioned behind him, Xiao Feng approached Ao Tian. The two stood facing each other. To be frank, I hold a great fondness for those who cherish loyalty, yet our positions ultimately differ. Ao Tian smiled faintly, seemingly assured of his advantage, not hurrying to take action. Is that so? I do not consider myself particularly loyal. It is merely that they value me, and I do not wish to let them down. Xiao Feng met Ao Tian's gaze, speaking with neither humility nor arrogance. In that case, how is that not loyalty? Were it not for our differing stances, we might have truly been friends. However, my strength is derived from my ancestor, and I must heed their every command. It appears that the current human race is far superior to what my ancestor described, A.O. Tian mused. Their conversation was conducted in hushed tones, undetected by the beasts above. A.O. Tian. What are you doing? Hurry up, a beast growled impatiently. A.O. Tian shot a glance at the creature, a flicker of killing intent passing through him. But his ancestor had already communicated the need for swift action. Safe travels. A.O. Tian whispered to Xiao Feng. Xiao Feng chuckled softly, pondering who would truly fare well in the END. The next moment, the 9 great beasts unleashed massive orbs of energy in a spectrum of colors. Any one of them could level the entire city of Hai, let alone 9. Like 9 blazing suns, they surged towards Xiao Feng's position. Under the illumination of the various energy spheres, Xiao Feng's face reflected a mosaic of colors. At that instant, reinforcements from Jiang City arrived. Zhang Tiu spotted Xiao Feng from a distance, but the sheer magnitude of the 9 energy spheres caused him to crumble internally. His eyes reddened, and he pounded the ground with his fists. Fixating his gaze on the battlefield, there was no doubt that should this attack land, Xiao Feng would be doomed. He had known it all along. Why had he not intercepted Xiao Feng? If only it were he who perished instead. Unbeknownst to him, Xiao Feng had not met his demise in the simulator, precisely because he had failed to inform Xiao Feng of the impending danger. Yet in this moment, he was consumed by guilt. Xiao Feng regarded the energy sphere, now less than a centimeter from him, with calm composure. Even though he could feel the sting on his cheeks, he remained unruffled, even sporting a slight smile. This perplexed the beasts above. Why was he smiling at such a moment? Had he lost his mind? System, initiate the reincarnation simulation. Xiao Feng declared coolly that in an instant. Time froze. Sun thief, upon my return, you shall go and have tea with Yama. Xiao Feng glared fiercely at the heavens before humming a tune from his hometown. Activating the familiar system. Chapter 56, Second Reincarnation Simulation, Initiate. Phew, that startled me. Xiao Feng gasped for breath, yet the thrill of this performance was simply too enticing to resist a second time that he glared at the arrogant beasts above. Soaring up to deliver a few resounding blows. System. Is this host's mind slightly unhinged? Ding. May I inquire if the host wishes to proceed with the reincarnation world simulation? The system inquired. Of course. Xiao Feng nodded lightly, eager to grow stronger and return to wreak havoc. Ridiculous. How could I not dominate mere beings of the Divine Passage realm? Ding. The worlds currently available for selection include a 1-star martial arts world set a millennium later, as well as random 1-star and 2-star worlds. Which would you prefer? Xiao Feng hesitated, surprised that he could revisit a world he had previously explored, albeit a millennium later. The lifespan of martial arts worlds was generally brief. Aside from that exceptional figure, Mo Xiao, few could live for a millennium, though Mo Xiao had already met his end. Based on prior simulator displays, Li Zhihua should have ascended, indicating the existence of a higher realm. As for the power of that higher realm, or whether it surpassed the Divine Passage, that remained uncertain. Given the urgency of his current situation, venturing into such an uncertain world seemed unwise. System, does a world I have visited remain accessible? Xiao Feng asked. Indeed, this system advises the host that each world can only be revisited once. Exercise caution in your choices. Furthermore, the time elapsed during each simulation refresh will not be the same. That martial arts world may flourish a millennium hence, or it may suffer unforeseen calamities leading to its ruin. These are all variables. Without absolute certainty, it is advisable for the host to opt for the 2-star world, as it will certainly contain entities surpassing the main world's Divine Passage. However, even among 2-star worlds, there are disparities in strength. For instance, the martial arts world previously visited, despite being classified as 1-star, is of a lower tier. It can only be considered 1-star due to the top-tier forces present. Other 1-star worlds may not have as many formidable beings. In summary, everything relies on fate. Xiao Feng nodded thoughtfully, understanding. The martial arts world he had visited, while of a lower rank, had given rise to 2 beings not belonging to the 1-star classification due to the intervention of the heavenly Tao, while the upper limits of power in other worlds might not be as high. Their mid-tier and low-tier strengths would certainly be bolstered. In the martial arts world, the mid to low-tier forces were essentially inconsequential. Then I shall choose the 2-star world. The martial arts world can wait for another opportunity. Xiao Feng sighed, deciding against risking uncertainty, that if that world stagnated, even if he eliminated all the villains, he would not gain many attribute points. Alternatively, he could venture to the higher realm, but if that realm also fell short of the 2-star threshold, it would be pointless. It would be a waste of this singular opportunity. He would wait for another chance to return and see that as Xiao Feng finished speaking, a large screen appeared before him, displaying 2-star martial arts world, 2-star technological world, 2-star superpower world, 2-star magic world, 2-star apocalypse world. Voting for world selection available later. Manual Doge head that a myriad of options cluttered the screen. Shortly thereafter, these worlds were shuffled, and a large roulette was projected. Xiao Feng was momentarily taken aback. What is this? Do I really have to draw? Did the system truly enjoy having the host take action? Without further ado, Xiao Feng spun the wheel. The roulette spun rapidly, and as it gradually slowed, Xiao Feng finally beheld the world he was destined for. He could hardly contain himself. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have drawn the 2-star Immortal Cultivation World. Xiao Feng. Wait. An Immortal Cultivation World? Do you truly believe I can survive? Was there still time to select a 1-star world? Xiao Feng felt exasperated. He had hoped for a stronger world, but this was beyond absurd. An Immortal Cultivation World. How could that be anything but excessive? Ding. The host will be entering the mortal realm, not the celestial realm, and is therefore tentatively classified within the 2-star range that as long as you do not court death. No one should be able to kill you. Xiao Feng. System, what level does my current strength in the Divine Passage realm equate to? He continued to inquire. In terms of Divine Passage, it is roughly equivalent to the God Transformation stage. The highest tier in that world is approximately at the Tribulation stage. Xiao Feng felt a twinge of insecurity due to the system's somewhat uncertain tone. Trust this system. As long as you do not court death, you will not perish, the system assured him confidently, easing Xiao Feng's worries. Very well, whether it's a mule or a horse, let us take it for a spin. Xiao Feng sighed. Reincarnation simulation, commence. All right, initiating the reincarnation world simulation. At the age of 0, you were born and abandoned by your biological parents in the frigid, snowy wilderness, where heavy snow fell, drawing upon your innate strength and the food offered by passersby. You barely survived the winter, Xiao Feng. Upon witnessing this beginning, I can't shake the feeling that something is amiss. This is a trap laid by the system. At the tender age of 1, you are already capable of running about with great agility. Your petite and delicate appearance endears you to those around you, allowing you to thrive in a community where you are cherished by all. Today, a storyteller visits your village, and upon seeing your charming demeanor, he takes you under his wing as his apprentice. What began as a mere act of charity soon transforms into a revelation, as you astound him by reciting the classics with remarkable fluency, leaving him utterly astonished. Thus, you find a place to settle down. At2, your life passes by without notable events. At by3, you inexplicably recite verses of ancient poetry, uttering phrases of timeless beauty that utterly bewilder the storyteller, who proclaims you to be the reincarnation of a sage and takes you on as his disciple. 4 years old brings no significant occurrences, nor does 5 to At12. An elder from the Qingyun sect arrives in the village, clad in a flowing white robe and exuding an ethereal presence that he announces his once-in-12 years pilgrimage to recruit disciples. And this year, you alone possess exceptional talent, endowed with a rare and extraordinary golden spiritual root, leaving the elder nearly speechless. Although you feel a pang of reluctance to leave your village, the villagers encourage you, saying, "Go, my child. Just remember to return and visit us." You understand that this journey into cultivation may very well separate you from the mortal realm, making future reunions improbable. The villagers present you with tokens of their affection, and with tear-filled eyes, you accept them. In a poignant farewell, your mentor, the storyteller, hands you his treasured fan, the only precious item he possesses, saying it will serve as a keepsake, despite the sorrow in your heart. You realize that with your extraordinary golden spiritual root, remaining in the village is no longer an option. Should word spread, there would be those with ill intentions seeking to claim you for themselves. Thus, you depart at At13. You are held in high esteem within the Qingyun sect, having advanced to the 9th level of Qi refinement in just 1 year, a rare feat indeed. Today marks your attempt to break through to the foundational stage. Achieving this would elevate your status within the sect, granting you the honor of being a direct disciple of the Master, wielding influence and authority. After a year of indulgence, your confidence swells, and upon attempting the breakthrough, you defiantly declare your intent to defy the heavens. Just as you are poised to succeed, 9 thunder dragons materialize in the sky, striking towards you in a moment of peril. The sect leader intervenes, effortlessly shattering the thunder dragons with a single palm, revealing his unfathomable strength. However, your breakthrough fails, causing your cultivation to plummet back to the 3rd level of Qi refinement. The sect leader shakes his head in disappointment. How familiar this plot feels, Xiao Feng exclaims in shock. The unfolding events appear all too predictable. The following year, your spirit crushed, you seem to succumb to inner demons, halting any progress in your cultivation, stagnating at the 3rd level of Qi refinement. Despite your awareness of this stagnation, you are stripped of your inner sect disciple status and relegated to the role of a mere laborer, subjected to ridicule and scorn by others. Although you yearn to resist, even a few laborers can easily overpower you. Gradually, you resign yourself to their taunts, the pride of your past now a distant memory. Each time the sect leader sees you, he can only shake his head in pity. Returning to your quarters, you ponder whether to return to the village and live an ordinary life. Just then, the necklace you have worn since birth bursts forth with radiant light, and an ancient figure emerges that he introduces himself as the Elder of the Heavenly Blade, recounting his tragic tale of defeat and betrayal from centuries past. Unwilling to accept his fate, he transformed into a lingering soul, binding himself to your necklace. From that moment, you embark on a journey of ruthless cultivation, facing all adversaries with unwavering resolve. T18. You reclaim your status as a direct disciple of the Qingyan sect. Having mastered the unparalleled blade techniques imparted by the Elder, coupled with your extraordinary golden spiritual root, rendering you invincible among your peers, the same year, you reach the mid-foundational stage and set forth on your travels. As the years pass, you become a formidable presence within the realm, achieving a level of power that few can rival. However, just as you place your utmost trust in the Elder, he turns against you, seeking vengeance for his past grievances that lie in the depths of your consciousness. He attempts to overpower you, but as his spirit contends with yours, a familiar white light envelopes you, and your awareness begins to clear. In a sudden turn of events, you find yourself overpowering the Elder, using the very techniques he taught you to defeat him. Yet, in his final moments, he detonates his essence, leaving you unable to cultivate further. As Xiao Feng realizes the Elder's treachery, he is left in disbelief, understanding that the narrative has taken a disconcerting twist. The system, however, continues its simulation, revealing what lies ahead for you without spiritual roots. In a moment of defiance, you extract your spiritual root from within and proclaim, "What use is this spiritual root to me?" You vow to repay the Elder for his treachery, and though puzzled by the fan that appears before you, you accept it with resolve. Donning humble garb, you traverse the world, and upon returning to your once beloved village, you discover it has become a desolate ruin. Fueled by rage, you demand to know who is responsible for this devastation. Yet silence surrounds you. That night, consumed by fury, you vow to the heavens, "I shall borrow another 500 years." What began as a mere utterance suddenly ignites the sky with blinding radiance, enveloping you in its brilliance. Your essence revitalizes, ascending to a higher plane of existence, and you embrace your new purpose, to uphold justice and protect the innocent. At the age of 100, your journey continues, and you become a beacon of hope in a world that had once been shrouded in darkness. As you ponder, everything around you vanishes like an ephemeral illusion, revealing a desolate mountain village before your eyes, as if the preceding events were merely a fleeting dream. That a sense of confusion envelopes you. Having reached the pinnacle of this world, it seems implausible that any mere mirage could ensnare you, unless orchestrated by multiple powerful individuals. Yet, who would orchestrate such an intricate scheme? After much contemplation, you find no clarity. Raising your gaze to the heavens, you sense an intangible weight upon your heart, yet you are unable to pierce through the shrouded fog to discern the essence of things. That it appears that everything is deliberately eluding you. You are acutely aware of the limitations of your lifetime. In the remaining year, It seems unlikely you will ever unravel this enigma. Feeling the sands of time slipping away, you seek the nearest small town to the mountain village and settle there temporarily. In that same year, your senses begin to dull, your physical vitality diminishes significantly, and the cultivation of your tribulation phase appears merely superficial. Your consciousness becomes sealed, leading to a gradual loss of sight and hearing. Along with all other faculties, aware that these are inevitable outcomes, you harbor no fear, quietly awaiting the arrival of death. At the age of 600, you find yourself utterly blind, reduced to a mere shell of existence, with your awareness slowly fading. Yet, you persist in your journey towards the mountain village, unsure of how much time has passed. Eventually, you feel as though you have arrived at your destination, and you take a seat, sensing the life force within you rapidly depleting. Regrettably, you can no longer muster even a sigh. In the moment before complete unconsciousness claims you, you seem to hear a soft sigh. Even in the absence of all sensory perception, you feel someone gently closing your eyelids, and an involuntary smile graces your lips, as a familiar presence indicates that someone has come to bid you farewell. You have departed from this world. In reflection, your life was brief yet profoundly meaningful. Although you suffered treachery in your youth, you borrowed another 500 years from the heavens, accumulating immeasurable merit. Your existence was unremarkable, as if all tribulations had been effortlessly swept aside by others. It seems there remains a need for you to explore the true essence of this world. Xiao Feng's lips curled in a wry smile. Indeed, his life in this realm has been rather mundane. Yet a sense of foreboding soon envelopes him. If there were riddle masters in the previous world, it appears this world may harbor the same. The simulator yields no useful information. All crucial details seem shrouded in obscurity by others. Fortunately, he can now identify two individuals worthy of deeper investigation: the storyteller and the Elder Sword. The storyteller is undoubtedly intriguing. Despite seemingly limited involvement, inexplicable events often intertwine with him, judging by his fan. He is certainly a riddle-master. As for the Elder Sword, he is easily explained. His own grandfather, albeit not a benevolent figure. Fortunately, he does not seem particularly powerful. Once he awakens, Xiao Feng intends to eliminate him swiftly. He likely possesses some knowledge, but he is not overly formidable. Yet as a pawn of the hidden powers, he must possess certain unique qualities. Xiao Feng breathes a sigh of relief, having established his targets. His journey should proceed with greater ease. System. May I inquire whether my cultivation can be carried over? Xiao Feng asks. Yes, but it will only be unsealed after the age of 12. Otherwise, a child's body cannot withstand it. The system responds affirmatively. Xiao Feng relaxes, relieved that his cultivation, comparable to the tribulation phase, remains intact, thus stabilizing his plans. After all, prior to the age of 12, he would be unable to accomplish much. The story's inception also predominantly occurs before this age. Before then, he can certainly begin investigating the storyteller. Ding. The host is about to undergo reincarnation. Please select a talent. The talents currently available to the host include Golden Martial Dao Transcendence, Purple Dragon Elephant Prison Body. Xiao Feng is taken aback. Has the Dragon Elephant Prison Body also become a talent? Yet, it seems less formidable than he had imagined. The purple talent appears to offer a greater enhancement than Martial Dao Transcendence. Ding! Talents of the Martial Dao Transcendence caliber are effective for a lifetime, while the Dragon Elephant Prison Body has its limits. However, the host Dragon Elephant Prison Body has undergone some mutation, seemingly capable of further evolution. As for its ultimate form, that remains uncertain. Xiao Feng nods. This outcome is not entirely unexpected. Following this, a series of talents are displayed before him. Upon noticing one, Xiao Feng pauses in astonishment. What is this? White Exceptional Fist and Foot Techniques. Your martial arts skills will receive a slight enhancement. White. You will gain the assistance of the renowned strategists and, if fortune favors you, they may elevate you to greatness. If misfortune strikes, they may drag you down, for fortune and misfortune are intertwined. Choose wisely. White Split Personality. Under duress, you may develop a split personality. This may prove beneficial or perhaps not. Golden I only strike once. You will absolutely defeat opponents of the same tier in a single blow. Area of effect damage can be controlled and deactivated. Against opponents of higher strength, there is a probability of instant defeat determined by the disparity in strength. Against any adversary, there exists a chance of victory, with no possibility of absolute failure. Note, even against gods. I shall slay you, white fool's fortune. Your intelligence may diminish, but your fortune shall increase slightly. Red child of destiny. Only usable in this world. When facing danger, you will be safeguarded under the heavenly will of this world. But there is a chance of provoking the ire of other talent bearers, leading to encounters that may yield substantial rewards. White talent blind box. You have a chance to acquire a random talent of any color. It cannot be negated. Purple auspicious clouds from the east. When you require a display of grandeur, auspicious clouds shall span 30,000 miles, bringing forth myriad blessings, temporarily elevating your fortune and imposing presence. Xiao Feng is momentarily stunned. An unsettling premonition washes over him. System, be honest with me. Is this world perilous? Xiao Feng inquires. The caliber of top-tier talents here is decidedly superior to that of the previous realm. The child of destiny talent could easily be regarded as a golden talent. Auspicious clouds from the east is also formidable. This world undoubtedly poses significant dangers. After all, the simulated version of himself is at the tribulation phase, yet even he has failed to uncover the truths of this realm. Ding, yes, there is indeed some danger, but the host should remain insulated from it, at least in the short term. You have ample time to grow stronger, but to face the ultimate confrontation, you will likely need to reach the tribulation phase. For the first time, the system offers such a substantial amount of information. Xiao Feng realizes that this world is indeed complex. After all, it is a realm of cultivation, and how many simple things can exist within it. The martial arts world belongs to one tier, the immortal cultivation world to another, and the realm of true cultivation is yet another level altogether. Then, according to your assessment, once I return to the main world, I should be invincible. Xiao Feng continues to inquire. That will depend on the host's ratings. However, to be honest, it is unlikely. The main world contains many elements that the host cannot yet access. Currently, the demon beasts are merely the tip of the iceberg. And the strength of the human race is not as feeble as it seems. Of course, with the aid of this system, the host can achieve invincibility with a bit more time spent on simulations. The system responds with confidence. Xiao Feng nods. He finds the system to be quite capable. However, he now possesses a renewed understanding of the strength within his main world. Can even the tribulation phase not reach the ceiling of the main world? After all, his current strength is comparable to that of the divine transformation stage, with so many realms in between. How formidable must the strongest beings in the main world be? Xiao Feng shakes his head. These are all currently unknowns. His immediate goal remains to continue with the reincarnation simulation. Those demon beasts won't escape. I'll return for them. That I choose, I only strike once, child of destiny, and auspicious clouds from the east. Let the reincarnation simulation commence. Xiao Feng exhales deeply. That I end the next moment. He feels his consciousness spinning wildly. Then, all around him fades to darkness. Instinctively, he clenches his fist and realizes it feels cold. Looking around, he discovers he is in a corner of the mountain village, apparently already discarded. It seems the system does not wish for him to experience that process. Xiao Feng shakes his head noncommittally. Though this also signifies that the biological parents of this body are no longer significant leads. Fortunately, although his strength is temporarily sealed, his physique remains intact. He will not perish from the cold. Next, it is simply a matter of waiting. Just as Xiao Feng is about to close his eyes for a brief rest, a middle-aged man clad in dark, coarse garments catches sight of him from the corner of his eye. He hurriedly rushes over, draping his own clothing over Xiao Feng and lifting him into his arms, arriving at his home in the blink of an eye. Xiao Feng. Did he truly just arrive in the blink of an eye? I can't believe it. I felt no breeze at all. The nearest house was a fair distance away, yet in the time it takes to blink, I am here. Has he mastered the laws of time? Impossible. The middle-aged man carefully placed Xiao Feng on the bed. With a wave of his large hand, Xiao Feng's filthy body was instantly cleansed, followed by a warm sensation that enveloped him. Xiao Feng was left bewildered, pondering the absurdity of the situation. What on earth is happening? The simulator failed to mention any of this. He had no idea who could be so heartless as to abandon him here. Cast aside in a corner amidst the heavy snowfall. Had I not stumbled upon you, you might have perished today. Well, let us consider this a twist of fate, The middle-aged man sighed. That it had been many years since anyone from the outside world had visited their existence, and he had lost count of how many years it had been. Yet, the fact that this child had been discarded here struck him as quite peculiar. Who could possibly find this place? And who was it that cast him away? He was entirely in the dark about these matters. However, being a broad-minded individual, he did not dwell on it too much. Once Xiao Feng was capable of self-preservation, he would simply send him on his way. Village chief at that moment, a knock echoed from outside. "Come in," the middle-aged man, who was also the village chief, replied calmly, just as Xiao Feng exhaled in relief. The door was suddenly burst open with tremendous force. The sheer power behind it sent a shiver down his spine. Even at his peak, he could not have manifested such strength, and yet it was merely to open a door. "Good, but I'm waiting. It's urgent." This village seems to lack any respectable individuals. He felt a wave of fear wash over him. Is this truly a novice village? He was beginning to worry he might not even be able to escape from this place. Is this the realm of cultivation? How could such a seemingly ordinary village be so terrifying? I've said it countless times. Open the door slowly, as if you've never done it before. The village chief shot a glance at the newcomer. Feeling somewhat speechless, noticing Xiao Feng's evident fear, he offered some words of comfort. "Village chief, is this your illegitimate child?" The visitor raised an eyebrow at the village chief, mocking him to go away. "Go away, that I merely found this child, who has a fleeting connection with my ordinary village. Although I know not where this connection originates, it undeniably exists." The village chief shook his head. "Oh, so there are still things you aren't aware of?" The newcomer seemed genuinely surprised. "What else could it be? I am but an ordinary person. It's quite normal not to know everything," the village chief retorted dismissively. Xiao Feng. Chapter 60. Iron-willed Xiao Feng after conversing with the visiting man for a while. The village chief saw him off soon. Only Xiao Feng and the village chief remained in the room, and an awkward silence filled the air. Xiao Feng felt an urge to cry, as his current demeanor seemed somewhat unnatural for a child. After all, he would inevitably need to feign childishness in the future. Crying wouldn't be a disgrace. With that thought, Xiao Feng activated his award-winning acting skills and began to wail dramatically. "The village chief, just a moment ago. Everything was fine, and now you're crying." He rubbed his forehead, finding the situation quite troublesome. He had no experience with children. Could it be hunger? Yet, he had nothing suitable for a child to eat that he wondered if the food he consumed would be acceptable for Xiao Feng. But quickly dismissed the thought. Such a young child could not be given those things, alas, my poor little one, crying and wailing due to hunger. How pitiable! The village chief shook his head. Xiao Feng was taken aback. "Go, why does this village chief seem a bit disdainful?" He decided to let it go. This item was of no use to him anyway. "Since we are fated to meet, I shall gift it to you." The village chief produced a gourd from seemingly nowhere, uncorked it, and pressed it to Xiao Feng's lips. Xiao Feng recoiled at the scent, resisting. "What a joke! How old am I? Drink milk?" I, Xiao Feng, would rather starve than drink a drop of milk from the village chief. He turned his head away defiantly. "I won't drink it, not even if you beat me." "Huh. How strange. Is there really a child who doesn't like milk?" The village chief furrowed his brow, somewhat surprised. This beast milk, while not a treasure, is quite rare. If a child consumes it, it can preserve a trace of innate spiritual energy within, ensuring smooth cultivation in the future, as long as one does not perish. They are guaranteed to achieve great success. No, you must drink it. "Why won't you drink?" The village chief, unaccustomed to coaxing children, forcefully poured the beast milk into Xiao Feng's mouth. "Xiao Feng, what is happening?" Before he could fully comprehend the situation, Xiao Feng had finished an entire gourd of beast milk. Instinctively smacking his lips, he thought, this tastes nice, sweet, and fragrant. Ugh, it must be due to this body. How could I, Xiao Feng, enjoy such a thing? Ding! Congratulations, host, for consuming the milk from an unknown beast. Your physique begins to strengthen, obtaining the embryonic form of an innate Tao body. Upon hearing the system's notification, Xiao Feng was left dumbfounded. The embryonic form of an innate Tao body. Are you joking? I just drank a bottle of milk. If it weren't for the fear of arousing suspicion, Xiao Feng would have raised his little paw and shouted for 10 more cups. What is dignity compared to this? Woof, woof, woof. Xiao Feng's little eyes sparkled as he gazed eagerly at the village chief, practically broadcasting his desire to drink more dough. Does this mean you want more? Haha, that guy wasn't lying. Children indeed love milk. Rest assured, Old Wong may be an ordinary person, but there is plenty of beast milk to go around. The village chief waved his hand grandly. The entire bed was soon covered with gourds, all filled with beast milk. So this is what it means to be an ordinary person. Xiaofeng fell into deep contemplation. Indeed, boasting about being the #1 martial disciple of Jiangxing seemed a tad arrogant. No, could it be that the system was deceiving him? Perhaps his cultivation at the divine power realm was nothing here, and even the most ordinary individuals in this world were as powerful as the village chief. Xiaofeng inhaled sharply, and knowing expression spreading across his face. That's how it is. Go die. The system cursed. Xiaofeng, why are you suddenly so angry? Forget it, I won't dwell on it. Xiaofeng reclined on the bed, one gourd in his left hand and another in his right, drinking the beast milk voraciously, resembling a drunkard. His belly grew round and full. What an amusing little creature! The village chief chuckled, seemingly proud of his handiwork. Yet, it was a pity that such a delightful child had been abandoned by his parents. How could they bear to do such a thing? After satisfying his hunger, Xiaofeng fell into a deep slumber. This body felt exhausted. For a child, staying awake for several hours was already a considerable limit. Thus, a year passed. During this time, Xiaofeng did not resort to begging for food from the villagers as he had in the simulator. Instead, he took full advantage of his stay at the village chief's house that a year later his embryonic innate Dao body had transformed into a complete innate Dao body, although further consumption of beast milk would no longer enhance his physique. Xiaofeng still carried a bottle with him, of course. It was certainly not because he enjoyed the taste. Rather, it was because this substance could nourish his meridians that he had inquired with the system. And if he cared for his meridians well, he could restore his strength ahead of time. Perhaps he wouldn't need the full 12 years, but Xiaofeng believed it wise to refrain from revealing his abilities until after he turned 12. This village was indeed a bit off. It felt as though anyone here could effortlessly defeat his peak self, that if he were to showcase his true strength here, unforeseen events might unfold. For instance, the blacksmith Zhang at the village entrance. With each hammer strike, a dragon's roar echoed for miles. Occasionally, a golden dragon's illusory figure would appear above his forge, surrounded by lightning, truly awe-inspiring. Then, there was the widow Li at the village's end. Though she always wore a smile, Xiaofeng could sense the boundless malice radiating from her each time they met. Such a presence could hardly result from anything less than the slaughter of countless lives. Despite her kindness towards Xiaofeng, often gifting him with fine items, he dared not approach her too closely. After all, such malice was not something that could be easily concealed. It was born from a long history of battle. At the very least, compared to the number of lives Xiaofeng had taken, he was but a small fry next to the widow Li. Initially, Xiaofeng might have thought that the average combat prowess of people in this world was similarly high. But he soon realized it was not entirely the case. Take, for instance, the whimsical old man who dabbled in alchemy, that he was quite amiable, and Xiaofeng enjoyed spending time with him. Occasionally, the old man would offer him some small candy pills, which Xiaofeng didn't particularly like, but he accepted them nonetheless. After all, with the system's free space, why not take advantage of it? As for the village chief, it was best not to mention him. Nearly everyone in the village feared him. In summary, something felt profoundly off about this village. Though Xiaofeng outwardly displayed no signs of concern, he remained cautious in his interactions with everyone. After all, in his current frail state, he could easily be swatted away with a single hand. As usual, Xiaofeng walked along the path back to the village chief's house. The last time he heard about the swordsmanship prodigy Li Pingyan facing off against his lifelong rival, the supreme knife master Chen Tiandao, a voice began to narrate the tale. Xiaofeng's body tensed. Here. Chapter 61. What wicked intentions could a child possibly harbor? In the simulator, the storyteller undoubtedly emerged as a pivotal character in the narrative. Xiaofeng wiped the beast's milk from the corner of his mouth and approached. As he listened to the tale being recounted, he heard about the swordsmanship prodigy Li Pingyan and the supreme master of the blade, Chen Tiandao. Could they possibly be the legendary Tianjian Laoren and Tiandao Laoren? It was evident that there were intricate connections between Chen Tiandao and the original figure. Yet why was he recounting this here? Was he specifically waiting for Xiaofeng, or was it merely a coincidence? Even though Xiaofeng was reluctant to entertain the first notion, he realized that there was but one correct answer. Suppressing the excitement within, he cradled the gourd of beast milk and listened intently. The storyteller cast a subtle glance below and began to narrate with eloquence that Li Pingyan, the swordsmanship prodigy, had appeared 5 millennia ago. Mastering the sacred spirit sword technique and suppressing the era's formidable talents, that a certain saint from the Tsangqiong sacred land once lamented that being born in the same era as Li Pingyan was a misfortune. In the presence of such genius, no one could stand tall. Meanwhile, Chen Tiandao, the supreme master of the blade, had already made a name for himself long before Li Pingyan's emergence, wielding an overbearing sword technique that compelled countless talents to bow down. In comparison to the ethereal roots of various scions from large sacred lands, Chen Tiandao's superior golden spiritual root shone exceptionally bright. Although, when viewed from the perspective of ordinary mortals, such a golden spiritual root was indeed remarkable. Within the sacred lands, it was merely commonplace. Through sheer perseverance, he established his dominance, achieving invincibility among his peers. However, everything changed after Li Pingyan's arrival. After Chen Tiandao's fame was established, Li Pingyan was born. And after centuries of cultivation, he had ascended to the pinnacle of the transformation stage, nearly on par with the long-renowned Chen Tiandao. In a season marked by heavy snowfall, the peak of the transformation stage, Li Pingyan confronted the initial stage of the separation of spirit, Chen Tiandao. They battled fiercely for 300 rounds, with Li Pingyan eventually pressing his sword to Chen Tiandao's neck, gazing calmly at him. Li Pingyan simply stated, "You have lost," before gradually departing. Chen Tiandao knelt in the snow for an extended period, unable to believe his defeat. He frantically returned to his training, yet he had lost to someone hundreds of years his junior. To discern what transpired next, one must await the next installment. The storyteller swept his sleeve, concealing his face with a fan. Xiao Feng, engrossed in the tale, was taken aback when it abruptly ceased and a line of frustration appeared on his forehead. Was it customary to leave a story half-told? How infuriating! However, he gradually began to perceive an oddity within the narrative. According to the storyteller, Chen Tiandao should not be a villain. Yet, why did he desire to see Xiao Feng's essence within the simulator? Could it be that he underwent a change of heart after his defeat? Contemplating this possibility, he found it rather unlikely that a person who attained such heights through determination could not possibly possess such a flawed character. After much deliberation, Xiao Feng still could not ascertain the reason. He merely felt that there were quite a number of enigmatic individuals in the world. As time elapsed, the crowd that had gathered gradually dispersed. Only Xiao Feng remained, resting his chin in his small hand, gazing at the ground in confusion. "What troubles you, little one?" The storyteller, having appeared at Xiao Feng's side without notice, spoke softly. Xiao Feng jumped in surprise. "When did you arrive? You move so swiftly." Indeed, this was the average level of this world. "Oh, it's nothing, that I was just pondering what to eat for dinner," that a cherubic smile adorned Xiao Feng's face, exuding an air of innocence that was somewhat deceptive. "Did I ask that so?" The storyteller chuckled warmly. "Did you not wish to know what transpired between Chen Tiandao and Li Pingyan afterward?" The storyteller shifted the conversation towards Xiao Feng. "Uncle, what are you talking about?" Xiao Feng blinked, bewildered. Uncle," the storyteller clutched his chest, clearly displeased with this form of address that it had been many years since anyone had called him uncle. Did he truly appear so aged? That was impossible. He looked barely in his 20s. In the next moment, the storyteller began to assess Xiao Feng's age. 1-year-old weight? 1-year-old? A 1-year-old can run and jump? He could almost sing and play basketball. The realization struck him that something was amiss. Due to his regular consumption of beast milk, Xiao Feng had developed rapidly, nearly matching the height of a 3- or 4-year-old child. "Never mind, call me whatever you wish," the storyteller conceded. After all, what could a 1-year-old comprehend? Yet upon further investigation, he was astonished to discover that this child bore a peculiar affinity to him. This was a first for him. He had never encountered such a situation before. The storyteller gathered his small stall and headed towards his dwelling. Xiao Feng trailed behind, running to keep pace, unable to be shaken off. "Why do you insist on following me?" The storyteller found it curious. He could not fathom what was particularly alluring about himself to a child. Although there was a strange bond pulling them together, it was not as pronounced as this. "Because I am a child. It is only natural for a child to exhibit peculiar behavior," Xiao Feng proclaimed, either explaining to the storyteller or reassuring himself. "Suit yourself," the storyteller replied, shaking his head as he continued on his way. An old friend had sought him out for assistance, and unexpectedly, he encountered this intriguing child with whom he shared an unusual connection. This child was indeed amusing, albeit possessing a somewhat crafty demeanor. His life had been exceedingly long and rather dull, and having a child like this around for a few years could prove delightful. Unfortunately, this little one seemed to bear considerable burdens, and their connection would last merely 12 fleeting years. In fact, it appeared that his ties to everyone else were similarly limited to a maximum of 12 years. His lifespan, it seemed, would culminate in a mere 100 years, a fate less favorable than that of an ordinary person. A mere fleeting existence. Yet, he also felt a sense of divergence that I don't understand. This is very perplexing, the storyteller mused, shaking his head, having never before encountered such an oddity at that moment. Xiao Feng remained blissfully unaware that he had been thoroughly seen through. Of course, even if he were aware, he would likely not stand a chance against the storyteller. Upon returning to his room, Xiao Feng comfortably seated himself on the storyteller's bed, sipping the beast's milk given by the village chief. Certainly not because he enjoyed it, but simply because it was there. "You rascal." The storyteller tapped his forehead, choosing not to say more. After all, he was just a child, the village chief's home. Where is that child? Xiao Feng, he pondered aloud, beginning to search for his presence. He soon discovered Xiao Feng in the storyteller's abode. The village chief froze, collapsing onto the ground in despair, as snowflakes danced in the air and the north wind howled. The village chief sat despondently, feeling utterly abandoned. That scoundrel. He glared at the storyteller's home, his eyes burning with rage that it was undoubtedly that fellow who had whisked Xiao Feng away. How could such a well-behaved child wander off with a stranger? He had acted rashly in summoning this person for help. It was infuriating. Xiao Feng scratched his head, grinning widely at the storyteller, eager to extract some knowledge from him. He was aware that the storyteller possessed a wealth of information, which was precisely why he felt the need to inquire. The storyteller's forehead twitched with annoyance. Could this child not sit still for a moment? His reading had already been disturbed, that he placed a hand on his forehead. Questioning why he was getting worked up over a child, "I seem to be regressing," he lamented, shaking his head. With Xiao Feng's incessant interruptions, the storyteller was unable to focus on a single page of his book throughout the night. Frustrated, he closed the tome, pondering how long it would take to fully comprehend its contents if this persisted. Time was not on his side. He had only read halfway, and his target still seemed far beyond reach. The text was rife with perplexing questions. At his current capacity, managing 3 or 4 pages a day was already the limit, and any further progress appeared improbable. Why the sigh? Xiao Feng inquired, puzzled. "Oh, it's nothing. Just matters from the book. The previous generation left me with quite a few questions." The storyteller chuckled, regaining his composure. "That means you don't understand." Xiao Feng replied that if someone can't grasp it, then perhaps they should involve others. One of them might just have the answer. After all, in a group of 3, there must be my teacher. In a group of 3, there must be my teacher. The storyteller rested his fan against his chin, contemplating deeply. The more he reflected on this phrase, the more profound its implications became. Moreover, this saying did not seem to originate from ancient texts, so how could a 1-year-old child utter it so effortlessly? The storyteller regarded Xiao Feng with intrigue. However, it wasn't long before he reached a revelation. If this child were indeed connected to him, perhaps he possessed some remarkable ability. This phrase seemed to echo the wisdom of ancient sages. Though he did not know its origin, he could still perceive the faint aura of scholarly brilliance emanating from it. After a considerable time, the storyteller offered such an assessment. However, I roughly grasped the meaning of his words. Among the 3 individuals, regardless of stature or rank, there is always one whose insights surpass my own in certain aspects. To this, I do not deny. The storyteller shook his head, pondering whether there truly exists anyone capable of exceeding his understanding in this realm. Perhaps not. No, you were mistaken. Xiao Feng raised a finger and shook it. What this means is that when 3 individuals walk together, as long as one of them is me, our combined strength equals that of 1,000,000 lions. Xiao Feng stated nonchalantly. The storyteller exclaimed, "Is that really the interpretation?" For a fleeting moment, he felt aged, unable to keep pace with the current generation's thinking. Yet this explanation, it seems, holds some merit. Xiao Feng uttered these words. A tremendous thunderclap echoed across the sky. An enigmatic aura enveloped Xiao Feng, casting a mystical presence above him. By heavens! Is it the arrival of Purple Chi from the east, with scholarly aura pouring down upon him? The storyteller rarely let loose a curse. Even he, with his extensive experience, found it difficult to witness such a spectacle. The arrival of purple chi cleanses the marrow and embodies the fortunes of heaven and earth. It can be said that once a person has undergone the baptism of purple chi, they may find it exceedingly challenging to be slain in their lifetime, even if lying within a cremation furnace. The flames might extinguish upon their arrival. This alone illustrates the extraordinary nature of such phenomena. The scholarly aura is even more remarkable. This essence, even if bestowed by the heavenly Tao itself, the heavenly Tao may not readily grant it. What is paramount for a scholar? A heart brimming with righteous spirit, and the scholarly aura nourishes precisely that righteous spirit. As long as one survives, attaining greatness in Confucianism and Taoism becomes almost effortless. Goodness gracious, this is extraordinary, a veritable cheat. The storyteller's mouth gaped as if it could accommodate 10 watermelons. Xiao Feng, observing the dual auras of purple and white surrounding him, smirked. Could it be said that he truly is the child of fortune? He could distinctly feel his foundation elevating infinitely. Even before formally embarking on the path of cultivation, his physical form had grown remarkably strong that he could scarcely imagine what it would be like when his true power returned. Subsequently, he closed his eyes, beginning to savor the baptism of these two auras. The storyteller sat upon the bed, guarding Xiao Feng. After all, they were in his home. No misfortune could be allowed to occur. Just as he was halfway through his protective vigil, a fist, akin to a sandbag, struck his face. "I s at you, rascal. Who has taken my Xiao Feng?" The suddenly appearing village chief questioned. "Would you believe me if I said he came here on his own?" The storyteller covered his eyes, visibly displeased. "What is the meaning of this fist to my face? Is this how you request assistance from others?" "Ha! I believe you, and I shall ensure you receive a fitting response." The village chief retorted with a cold smile. Another punch followed. Before long, the storyteller's face bore a pair of perfectly aligned panda eyes. The storyteller. He then proceeded to explain to the village chief. "I understand now." The village chief raised his chin slightly, realizing he had indeed struck the wrong person. Nonetheless, even though he was merely an ordinary man, he was still a village chief. How could he lose face? "I have comprehended." The village chief huffed. Another punch followed. "What is this?" Lacking reason yet feeling emboldened. "Well, do not take this too far." The storyteller, now exasperated, could no longer maintain his composure, having sorted out his thoughts. He was still being assaulted by this fellow. He had no time to adhere to any scholarly demeanor and felt an overwhelming urge to confront the village chief. "Shall we practice?" The village chief tilted his neck, wearing a mischievous grin. "Forget it, I shan't engage with you. You are not worthy." The storyteller responded coldly that he was a man of principle. "Very well, do not be so stingy." The village chief attempted to console him. "Am I being stingy? You." The storyteller transformed into a veritable telegraph operator, unleashing a torrent of expletives that he seldom lost his composure. Yet it was evident that this time, he had indeed crossed that threshold. "Alas, I am a scholar." After venting his frustrations, the storyteller regained his usual refined demeanor, filled with lofty rhetoric. "To be honest, had I not known you for so many years, I would have suspected you had mastered the art of changing faces." The village chief remarked with a sigh. "Heh." The storyteller cast a disdainful glance at the village chief. Yet, the physique of this young man is indeed peculiar, despite being a child of destiny without any spiritual roots. He can bear such immense fortune that it is uncertain whether this is a blessing or a curse. The storyteller spoke with a solemn tone. "Who can say? Although his constitution is lacking, that beast's milk can still play a role. You are aware of its remarkable effects, which are wondrous in their own right. Now, with both Confucian and Taoist paths flourishing simultaneously, the future remains shrouded in chaotic uncertainty. This young man's future is truly something to anticipate." The village chief, surprisingly, did not retort. The two quietly observed as Xiao Feng absorbed the scholarly and purple auras. Chapter 63. The unremarkable Wang Peng. Merely a storyteller. Lin Tianding. The system detected that the host's body can now accept all of its strength. "Do you wish to accept it?" Upon hearing this, Xiao Feng's body trembled. However, upon raising his head, he noticed the village chief and the storyteller were watching him intently. At the age of 1, reaching the transformation stage should be reasonable. Right. Xiao Feng uncertainly glanced at the two of them. System, analyze their panels for me. Xiao Feng asserted with utmost caution. Strength can be absorbed at any time, but my life is singular, at the very least. In this world, I possess but one. Moreover, he intended to maintain a low profile initially. Otherwise, he might not even survive to the stage of exerting power. Name. Wang Peng talent. Golden. I am merely a passerby. Purple. Unremarkable ordinary person. Cultivation method. Manual for ordinary people. Cultivation. The difference from the host is too great. Unable to analyze. Ps. It is the host that is lacking, not the system. Identity. The ordinary village chief. Evaluation. I am truly just an ordinary person, the kind that is utterly unremarkable. Xiao Feng. System. Who are you referring to? He flipped through their information, only to find the word ordinary in the village chief's details. Truly, if not for that golden talent and the untraceable cultivation, he might have believed it. Taking a deep breath, Xiao Feng proceeded to open the storyteller's panel. Name. Lin Tianxing talent. Red, Supreme Confucian Tao. Purple, innate scholarly aura. Cultivation method. Manual for practitioners of Confucian Tao. Cultivation. Identity. Merely an unremarkable storyteller. Evaluation. Why are you looking at me? I truly cannot do anything besides storytelling. Xiao Feng fell silent. He suddenly felt that perhaps it was better to forego his own cultivation. Well, for the time being, it is prudent to remain inconspicuous. At the very least, he could avoid danger within the village until he turns 12. After all, before he reaches the age of 12, he would be safe in the village. Should he unleash his cultivation, that would be an entirely different matter. However, this investigation was not entirely fruitless. At the very least, he learned how to write the characters for ordinary. Spit, 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 that at least he now understood that these two were indeed formidable figures. As for how formidable, he could not ascertain. Yet, based on general reasoning, Qin Tiandao should not be a match for either of them. System, grant me the power when I turn 12. I cannot afford it now. Xiao Feng sighed. Why are you all staring at me? Xiao Feng felt somewhat uneasy under their gaze. That it's nothing. I am merely observing how this little fellow has grown to be such a prodigy. The village chief smiled. That I am such an ordinary person. In such an ordinary village, there exists such an extraordinary little prodigy to HM. If he survives, he will undoubtedly become a great scholar in the future. The storyteller nodded in approval. Go to hell. This kid is mine. No, he is mine. The two began to bicker once more. Yet before long, they exchanged glances and simultaneously shook their heads. They understood that they must part ways with Xiao Feng. Moreover, this separation may indeed last a lifetime. This outcome is inevitable. Even they must abide by this rule. Very well. Since you possess talent, you cannot be allowed to frolic about like other children every day. One shall teach you for a day, and we shall see how much you can learn. The village chief sighed. His will must now be passed on. Yes, I will teach you to read and write, while that old fellow will teach you some ordinary martial arts. Once you achieve some success, we shall impart to you more profound knowledge. The storyteller concurred. He was uncertain why Xiao Feng would perish at the age of 100. Yet he still wished to see if he could alter this fate, but he once again attempted to probe into Xiao Feng's destiny. Upon glimpsing the scene at 100 years, his complexion flushed. What is the matter with you? The village chief's expression changed, supporting the storyteller. It is nothing. Xiao Feng, you may go out and play for now. Return for lessons tomorrow. The storyteller steadied himself on the chair, forcing a smile. All right. Xiao Feng sensed something amiss and chose not to linger. He hastily departed. Just as Xiao Feng exited, the storyteller suddenly spat out a mouthful of bright red blood. By heavens! What is wrong with you? Do not startle me. The village chief appeared somewhat flustered. What is there to be anxious about? It's merely a backlash. However, in the future, we must refrain from casually probing into this child's destiny. His fate has undergone a transformation, the implications of which will not manifest until a century hence. What will ultimately transpire with him remains unknown to me, but it is undoubtedly terrifying. The storyteller spoke gravely, that of course, due to the interference. This timeline is not entirely accurate. You only need to understand that he may be able to replace us in fulfilling that plan. The storyteller lifted his chin slightly, for it was the first time he had placed his hopes in someone. That may not be feasible, though we have attempted countless times, each ending in failure. There have been prodigies among the emperors, yet the outcomes leave much to be desired. No one has returned alive, either perishing in fratricide or succumbing to madness. After all these years, I am unwilling to endure such experiences again. The village chief sighed deeply that we have no options left, do we? The storyteller gazed at the village chief. Sighing, the village chief turned his gaze towards the window. Lost in thought. What are the odds this time? He inquired. With you and me included, barely 1 in 10, came the reply, is there any difference from sending ourselves to our doom? None, yet the opportunity is greater than ever before. As are the consequences of failure. Then why proceed? I believe you understand better than I. Indeed. Both men shook their heads in unison. Hiss, it feels as though they are speaking in riddles, Xiao Feng whispered to himself while eavesdropping at the door. Taking a sharp breath. Though such behavior was not in line with his character, it was evident he had gleaned something of value, as for how he managed to eavesdrop in the presence of two formidable individuals. It was undoubtedly due to the innate talent of Ziki Donglai. He had intentionally released a wisp of purple aura, allowing it to drift to the door, while merging it with the purple aura still residing in his body. At least under a cursory examination, he was undetectable. To an ordinary person, it would merely seem like ordinary purple aura. Of course, ordinary individuals could not perceive purple aura at all. Moreover, to eavesdrop effectively, one could not simply press against the door. He utilized a wisp of scholarly aura to penetrate the walls and overhear their conversation, the principle akin to that of the purple aura. With such top-tier camouflage, they were nearly impossible to detect. Seeing they had fallen silent, Xiao Feng quietly departed without leaving a trace. Chapter 64. Even with a beast's milk in hand, I, Xiao Feng, remain invincible in this world. Master, save me. Why do I feel as though someone is eavesdropping on our conversation? The village chief rested his chin on his hand, deep in contemplation. Logically, such a sensation should not arise. Yet an ordinary person's sixth sense is often remarkably accurate. Impossible, absolutely impossible. The storyteller waved his hand dismissively. Given our current realms, it is unthinkable that anyone could eavesdrop on us. The storyteller remarked with a calm demeanor. That does seem plausible, the village chief conceded, nodding in agreement. 5 years swiftly passed. Xiao Feng diligently traversed between the residences of the village chief and the storyteller. The teachings of the storyteller concerning Confucianism were of little utility to him. However, the village chief's manual for ordinary people was truly remarkable. It seemed to touch upon the threshold of the law of force. Or rather, the law of strength. That he felt a resonance with the dormant dragon elephant suppressing prison body within him. Had he not been exerting immense restraint, it might have been compelled to awaken. Research on dissection indicates that the cause of death was being subjected to dissection. Moreover, the village chief's every move appeared slow and unremarkable, yet therein lay an extraordinary menace. It was hard to fathom what kind of being this self-proclaimed ordinary village chief truly was. As for the storyteller, his teachings were not lacking in strength. Rather, the sage words he spoke were of little use to Xiao Feng, that he often tossed a few phrases of wisdom, while the storyteller, consumed by madness, would delve into these matters, frequently neglecting Xiao Feng for days on end. Over the years, the storyteller's complexion appeared somewhat pale, yet he managed to smile at this moment. Xiao Feng was already immersed in an ocean composed of spiritual energy. Indeed, it was an ocean, one that nearly drowned him. Ding. The host is currently absorbing an immense amount of spiritual energy. Cultivation 10086. Ding. The host is currently absorbing an immense amount of spiritual energy. Cultivation 10086. Ding. The host is currently absorbing an immense amount of spiritual energy. Cultivation 10086. But the panel before Xiao Feng was continuously flashing. Chapter 65. The cultivation could no longer be contained. Ding. The host cultivation has reached its limit, triggering an automatic breakthrough to the mid-stage of the transformation of spirit. What the hell? Xiao Feng exclaimed, as a terrifying surge of spiritual energy erupted from his dantian. It could no longer be contained. To outsiders, it appeared that Xiao Feng's power was rapidly escalating, from the first layer of Qi training to the second layer. What the heck, did the Qi induction succeed in an instant? How long did it take me back then? Was it half an hour? The storyteller expressed his astonishment. That I am the time it takes for a stick of incense to burn. The village chief sneered. The storyteller remarked, damn it, A world where one person gets injured has been achieved. Sigh, it seems he may reach our level. Impressive. Has he established his foundation? You must be cheating. Within mere breaths, Xiao Feng's cultivation had already progressed significantly. This left the two men momentarily blinded. Even cheating wouldn't be this fast. Would it? No. It truly cannot be contained. Xiao Feng's face turned crimson as he attempted to suppress it, but the long-restrained spiritual energy disregarded him entirely, surging forth like a fountain from the mid-stage of foundation establishment. He leapt directly to the early stage of Golden Core. What the heck is this kid leveling up while jumping? Did you devour the late stage and the perfect stage of foundation establishment? The storyteller was equally astonished that if you're cheating, at least jump in order. However, the village chief's expression gradually became solemn, that if the foundation is unstable, it matters not how quickly one ascends. Yet he had yet to finish speaking when another immense wave of spiritual energy surged forth. Automatically repairing Xiao Feng's foundation, that in just a few blinks, he achieved the perfect foundation establishment. Get on the bus first. Then by the ticket, the storyteller's mouth dropped open, large enough to fit several watermelons. It seems this kid's level of abnormality far exceeds our imagination. The village chief could no longer maintain his usual calm demeanor. After a few more breaths, Xiao Feng had already catapulted to the nascent soul stage. Sigh, even riding a rocket wouldn't be this fast. System, is there truly no way to suppress it? Xiao Feng ground his teeth. There remained an even more terrifying wave of spiritual energy within him. Yet to erupt, he felt as though he had walked several miles while desperately needing to relieve himself. Ding, by common reasoning, it cannot be suppressed any longer, the system replied candidly. Xiao Feng sighed. Life is like a strong current. If one cannot resist it, one must learn to enjoy it. However, he also realized that the deficiencies in his cultivation journey within the martial arts world had all been compensated by this surge of spiritual energy. Now, his foundation was perfect. Although his realm was not significantly different from when he first entered, his strength had undergone a monumental transformation. Yet, the higher he ascended, the more he could sense the terrifying power of Ao Tian. Indeed, divine abilities manifest one layer at a time. Yet he had not yet comprehended the laws, leaving ample room for improvement. With his eyes closed tightly, Xiao Feng resolved that since he could not suppress his cultivation, he would seize the opportunity to break through and grasp the laws. Why does it feel like this little fellow has suddenly settled down? The village chief mused, puzzled. This kid has always been restless. His sudden calmness is quite unbelievable that I don't know. He's reached the mid-stage of the nascent soul, and his rate of improvement is gradually slowing. This little fellow has indeed surprised me, breaking your record. The storyteller remarked with a smile as he glanced at Xiao Feng. Indeed, achieving the nascent soul in a single day. Previously, that was something one would not even dare to imagine. The village chief rarely agreed with the storyteller's words. Yet for some reason, he felt a slight tremor of power within himself. The village chief sighed that he had not comprehended the law of power, but rather its lower-tier substitute, the law of strength, which remained a regret for him. The law of strength and the law of power differ by just a word, yet they are worlds apart, while the law of strength bears the shadow of the law of power. The disparity between them is beyond mere words. That it can be said that among the myriad laws, regardless of the debate surrounding the top 10, the first will always be the law of power. While the law of strength, though a lower-tier substitute, is nearly at the tail end of the 3,000 laws that to be able to suppress an entire era with a lower-tier law is indeed a testament to his effort. The village chief sensed a creeping sensation of submission from the power within him that a terrifying hypothesis began to take shape in his mind. Due to the differences in the power system, only those at the Great Ascension stage could comprehend the power of the laws in this world. This also implied that before reaching the Great Ascension stage, few could grasp the laws. Yet, the ethereal aura emanating from Xiao Feng clearly resonated with the power of the laws. With so many laws to choose from, which one should he select? Xiao Feng surveyed the array of laws manifesting before him. Outside, it would undoubtedly elicit screams from a multitude. The laws of fate, causality, time and space, the 5 elements and reincarnation, without a doubt, they were all top-tier laws, each among the top 10. Yet, none of these were what he desired. Xiao Feng shook his head at long-range attacks. No need for that. A true man must engage in close combat. As one who primarily cultivated the physical body, he would naturally select a law that resonated with him. Only then could he break through to the divine ability realm as the strongest of his kind. Even within the divine ability realm, there were distinctions in strength. The Crane's return? Undoubtedly, merely a weakling. The world believes that the strength within the divine ability realm is categorized by the number of laws one can comprehend. However, that is not the case. Not in Xiao Feng's view, for instance. He possessed no divine abilities, yet could still wield the Crane's return. With a wave of his hand, Xiao Feng conjured forth another array of laws. Yet still, none of what he sought appeared. How strange, why is there nothing? Xiao Feng furrowed his brow. It seemed there were no laws that matched his desires. After a while, he raised his head slightly. The long-dormant dragon elephant-suppressing prison body suddenly erupted, devouring the innate Tao body within him. The purple physique consumed the orange physique, something unheard of. Yet, since he wished to devour it, let it be. Xiao Feng commanded the dragon elephant-suppressing prison body to consume the innate Tao body. And as the energy of the dragon elephant-suppressing prison body grew stronger, the aura of the innate Tao body gradually waned. Why does the aura of this kid's innate Tao body seem so faint, as if being consumed? Has he run into some trouble while cultivating? The storyteller thought to step forward to investigate, but a robust hand stopped him. Trust this little fellow, the village chief signaled to the storyteller. Others might not know, but he could sense it. The power that made him feel subservient within Xiao Feng was growing stronger. It seemed this little fellow was no ordinary child. Was it a natural physique? It didn't seem that way. What could it be? The village chief was still uncertain. But in the realm of cultivation, everyone has their own opportunities. The TO forcefully probe would not yield good results. However, what could be confirmed was that Xiao Feng's aura continued to strengthen, indicating that, at the very least, there was no imminent danger. If a problem truly arose, even if Xiao Feng were to perish, they could still bring him back. Chapter 66. There will always be heavenly tribulations that dare to confront Xiao Feng's radiance. A smile crept onto Xiao Feng's lips, and no wonder he always felt that the dragon elephant-suppressing prison body should not be purple. After all, it was a treasure of an entire world. It turned out it could devour other physiques as well. The black patterns on Xiao Feng's body began to spread, and his aura continued to rise. Although his realm had not increased, his power had experienced another dramatic surge. Xiao Feng clenched his fists, the sound echoing like thunder. Haha, this is the feeling of being filled with power. He covered his head and laughed towards the sky. The sensation of his body undergoing a tremendous transformation was something that no other system could comprehend. Only by becoming strong oneself could one truly be considered powerful. The village chief and the storyteller exchanged glances as they observed the laughing Xiao Feng, shaking their heads in disbelief. His smile was so sinister. Could he have awakened some strange attribute? As for what came next, Xiao Feng turned his gaze to the dragon elephant-suppressing prison body within him. That a wave of intense warmth surged forth, and the golden laws manifested before his eyes. Pure gold, devoid of any impurities. The law of power. A hint of ecstasy appeared on Xiao Feng's face. Though it was merely in nascent form, it was already formidable. One could even describe it as terrifying. With a mighty grasp, he drew it into his body. Boom. A wave of energy erupted from Xiao Feng's core, although it was contained within the celestial formations. The transcendent aura left the storyteller in shock. Is this truly the power a 6-year-old child can unleash? Today, I, Xiao Feng, shall shatter the divine abilities with sheer strength. Xiao Feng let out an enraged shout. Suddenly, the sky was shrouded in dark clouds, flickering with flashes of lightning. Damn, I almost forgot that after breaking through to the Golden Core stage, each breakthrough is accompanied by a thunder tribulation. Now, Xiao Feng must face the combined thunder tribulations of both the Golden Core and the nascent soul stages. It remains to be seen whether this young lad can endure such a challenge. Historically, no one has ever survived 2 thunder tribulations simultaneously, the storyteller solemnly remarked. Indeed, it is already an immense struggle for an ordinary individual to overcome a single thunder tribulation. And for a genius, it is exceedingly arduous. One could say it is akin to seeking survival in the narrowest of margins. It is unimaginable just how formidable the thunder tribulation Xiao Feng is about to face must be. The village chief sighed, that he realized that the two of them had come here today to witness this astonishing event. The black patterns on Xiao Feng's body gradually transformed into golden ones. His heart pounded like a roaring engine, that I have seized the future. No, I have seized power. A slight smirk graced Xiao Feng's lips. Boom! A tremendous sound erupted once more. Xiao Feng's cultivation soared from the mid-nascent soul stage to the late transformation stage. What the heck, Old Wang, am I dreaming? Give me a punch. Is this truly the realm one should have at the Qi gathering stage? Can this really be at the age of 6? The storyteller's jaw nearly dropped to the ground. The village chief was equally astounded. He launched a deliberate punch, sending the storyteller flying hundreds of miles away. 5, 6, or 7 ribs were broken. The storyteller spewed out a mouthful of old blood, staggering back. You really went for it. I was just curious whether this is real or not, and I'm just an ordinary person. Can a single punch really kill you? The storyteller exclaimed. He realized that this old fellow was genuinely intent on hitting him. What a treacherous heart! At this moment, Xiao Feng was completely immersed in his own consciousness, feeling the surge of power within him, and he smiled broadly. System. Open the panel, Xiao Feng said coolly. Host, Xiao Feng age, 6 talent, golden martial arts transcendence. Golden, I strike only once. Red, child of fortune. Purple, auspicious chi from the east. Orange, dragon elephant suppression body cultivation. Late transformation stage 1008610000000. Technique. Dragon elephant dominance body. Entry. Evaluation. At the age of 6. You have achieved such accomplishments, an unparalleled genius in this world. Xiao Feng cast a satisfied glance at the panel that I asked for the dragon elephant dominance body. It was a technique he had created by combining the dragon elephant suppression technique with the ordinary cultivation manual given to him by the village chief, along with a plethora of other cultivation methods. Its power far exceeded that of the dragon elephant suppression technique. Its defining feature? Absolute strength. Xiao Feng cracked his neck, feeling incredibly powerful, and inevitably became a bit arrogant. However, upon probing the cultivation levels of the village chief and the storyteller, he was met with confusion. Damn it. Xiao Feng, I must dismantle the heavenly star array. The thunder tribulation in the sky is already gathering strength. The tribulation you are about to face is the cumulative challenge of 3 realm breakthroughs. Given your monstrous talent, the difficulty of the tribulation is beyond imagination. You should attempt to face it on your own first. If you cannot endure, then call for us, and we will assist you in dispersing the thunder tribulation, the storyteller conveyed telepathically to Xiao Feng. Xiao Feng smirked, revealing his signature grin, that he retrieved a flask of beast milk from his waist. Dante asked why he carried this. Just know it is beneficial for the body. Joking aside, I, Xiao Feng, can remain invincible in this world even while holding beast milk, that a mere thunder tribulation is nothing to me. Xiao Feng declared with a wicked smile, that in an instant, the thunder tribulation intensified further. All right, perhaps I shouldn't have been so boastful. Wow, how audacious, the village chief remarked, perplexed that it felt as if Xiao Feng had activated some peculiar switch. Even his tone had changed. The storyteller waved his hand, and the heavenly star array enveloping Xiao Feng instantly dissipated. In the sky, the dark clouds of the thunder tribulation spread for dozens of miles, with an aura of annihilation encompassing Xiao Feng. Xiao Feng clashed his fists together, producing a resounding crack, as if he intended to confront the thundercloud's head. As time passed, a resplendent thunder dragon gradually formed, its deep blue currents making it appear even more agile, radiating an aura of destruction. There truly a thunder dragon accompanying just the first thunder tribulation. What manner of existence is this young lad's tribulation? The village chief pondered. In a flash, the thunder dragon descended. Everyone's hearts brimmed with unease, except for Xiao Feng. Haha, it's finally here. Xiao Feng laughed heartily, propelling himself off the ground, intent on confronting the thunder tribulation with sheer force. Old Wang, did you teach him this? The storyteller asked in astonishment. You must be joking. I wouldn't dare do such a thing, the village chief retorted. There will always be celestial thunder that dares to face the might of me. Xiao Feng, he scoffed, his right fist shimmered with radiant gold. Boom. A powerful force erupted forth. That a strange resonance emerged between Xiao Feng and the thunder dragon. In an instant, the thunder dragon vanished, transforming into power that flowed into Xiao Feng's body. Then congratulations to the host for absorbing the Thunder Tribulation. Cultivation 100086. What the heck? Xiao Feng realized something was amiss, that he could directly absorb the Thunder Tribulation. Incredible. This must be attributed to the evolved dragon elephant suppression body. It seems this physique is far more formidable than he had imagined. Chapter 67. 12 years in, approaching departure from the village in a blink, the Thunder Tribulation seemed to sense Xiao Feng's provocation and suddenly conjured dozens of thunder dragons. The thunder dragons appeared to possess a form of sentience, glaring menacingly at Xiao Feng. Xiao Feng's grin gradually took on a twisted quality. The thunder dragons charged once more towards him, after a considerable duration. The ground was marred by numerous deep craters, yet Xiao Feng remained steadfast, with only his clothing tattered, while his body bore scarcely a scratch. Instead, his aura grew increasingly potent. While others faced tribulations, Xiao Feng was effectively allowing the Thunder Tribulation to pass through him. This lad is quite the trickster, the storyteller observed numbly. The two of them were utterly astonished from the outset to this moment. Xiao Feng had created countless miracles. After all, no one had ever witnessed someone leap from Qi gathering to the late transformation stage at such a young age. This speed was unprecedented and would likely remain unmatched. Indeed, quite the spectacle, the village chief remarked, his astonishment turning to numbness. They were both left in a state of disbelief as the thunder grew quieter. Xiao Feng's aura solidified further, and his strength surged dramatically. Based on his estimates, he could now easily dominate anyone below the 5th level of divine ability, that if he were to break through 2 more times, even the likes of Ao Tian would fall before him. With a signature devilish grin, Xiao Feng contemplated his newfound power. However, upon glancing at the village chief and the storyteller, he became cautious that, oh no, these two old fellows might have ulterior motives. Xiao Feng thought, alarmed. There was no doubt that they had intentions behind their interest in him. It was indisputable. They might even be scheming for possession of his body. No, I must be vigilant. Xiao Feng crossed his arms, regarding the two with a wary expression. What are you looking so suspicious for? The storyteller asked, a look of disdain on his face. Does this brat think we're plotting against him? Ahem, I just feel a bit cold, Xiao Feng replied, observing their disdainful expressions, his wariness intensifying. Surely, they wouldn't dare strike at him in public, would they? Well, technically, it could hardly be considered public, given that it appeared to be just the 3 of them at that moment. The mere thought of being sliced apart sent shivers down Xiao Feng's spine. Who would have thought that such a small child would possess such a heightened sense of vigilance? The storyteller sighed. He noticed the wariness in Xiao Feng's eyes and couldn't help but click his tongue. However, he soon smiled, realizing that no genius is ever without complexities. They had perhaps Xiao Feng raised an eyebrow. Indeed, his years had not been spent in vain. At the very least, the true identity of the storyteller was far from ordinary. The mention of heavenly demon blood refining had certainly piqued his interest. In this unknown realm, it was exceedingly difficult for him to genuinely trust anyone. Had it not been for his inability to contain his cultivation today, he might not have broken through before the age of 12. As for the storyteller's identity, he had formed some conjectures, having eavesdropped on their conversations more than once. They seemed to be plotting some grand scheme, of which he was a crucial part, both out of emotion and reason. He felt the need to be cautious. Unfortunately, he lacked the qualification to engage in a contest of strength with them, at least not at this moment. The two exchanged glances and burst into laughter, as if this matter had been brushed aside. They were all intelligent individuals. Some things were better left unspoken. In the days that followed, Xiao Feng continued his studies with the village chief and the storyteller, as he had always done. Regardless of their true intentions towards him, he could at least ascertain that they would not harm him at this stage. Given enough time to develop, he was certain he could turn the tide. As for leaving the village, Xiao Feng had made attempts, but he simply could not escape. He was, in essence, confined here, just as he had anticipated, but he also discovered that the necklace that should have been adorning him had gone missing. Seemingly stolen, at the very least. It had been on him when he first entered this body, that he had intended to leverage his cultivation in the God transformation stage to forcibly eliminate the Elder Heavenly Blade. But to his surprise, the necklace had been taken away without a trace. This was particularly strange. Yet, if given ample time, he believed he could uncover the truth behind everything. 6 years had swiftly passed, and Xiao Feng had become well acquainted with most of the villagers, aside from the eccentric blacksmith and a few reclusive individuals. Without a doubt, none of them were simple folk. This only heightened his awareness of the village's extraordinary nature. Fortunately, there were still a few things he could investigate. For instance, the chickens raised by Aunt Li at the village entrance. When Xiaofeng had just reached the god transformation stage, he attempted to catch a chicken for a meal, only to find himself overpowered by that very chicken. Upon probing its cultivation, he discovered that the creature was astonishingly a Dao integration-level existence, albeit sealed in its appearance and voice, rendering it akin to a true poultry that could not speak human words. Nevertheless, its cultivation was undeniably real. Henceforth, Xiaofeng refrained from seeking out such humiliations. After all, Dao integration was not a realm he could currently contend with. The IT was indeed absurd, but he vowed that upon returning after another 2.5 years of cultivation, he would definitely feast on a chicken to replenish his strength. How infuriating it was! He had never felt so embarrassed in his life. That as was his custom, Xiaofeng tossed a coin into the bowl of the ever-drunken beggar. In the past, the beggar had paid him no mind, simply lying on the ground, indulging in the wine from his gourd. Wait a moment, the beggar's languid voice reached Xiaofeng's ears. What does the senior wish to convey to this young one? Xiaofeng turned to inquire. I am no senior, merely a wretched stray, the beggar scoffed, shaking his head as he continued to pour the potent liquor down his throat. The scent of his strong alcohol could be detected from 10 miles away. Yet he consumed it unabated, seemingly impervious to its fiery nature. This had been a repeated scene for at least 12 years. Are you leaving? The beggar asked nonchalantly. Yes, it's about time, Xiaofeng replied, casting a nostalgic glance at the village, calculating that today was indeed the day. Perhaps the simulator had kept him in this village for fear that his exceptional golden spiritual root would attract calamity. But in reality, he could only remain here for 12 years. Take this. Consider it a token of gratitude for visiting me daily over these 12 years. You possess spirit. You should not succumb to ruin. With your proud nature, he will surely appreciate you. The beggar handed over a spiritual sword, one that shimmered with an ethereal aura, exuding a mysterious essence that appeared unremarkable, yet it was undeniably powerful. The books held by the storyteller likely bore a similar grade. For a swordsman, the entirety of his life's essence was encapsulated within this blade. Although the beggar seemed indifferent, his hands trembled slightly. The spiritual sword buzzed, seemingly lamenting. What do you mean by this? Senior, Xiaofeng countered, as for me, I have simply resigned myself to this fate. Those who once accompanied me have nearly all perished. My parents, my closest friends, my partner, everything has left me one by one due to my arrogance. The beggar shook his head, his gaze steeped in an indescribable desolation. You remind me of my former self, yet I believe you shall not tread the same path. The beggar sighed. Despite his filthy exterior, he possessed a pair of bright eyes. However, within those pure eyes, there was no trace of life. Only a profound stillness that I have no gifts to offer, save for this sword, my only worthy possession, the beggar continued with a bittersweet smile. When he first met Xiaofeng, he was merely a child. Yet for 12 years, he had consistently received coins from him. Although he had no use for the coins, they had nonetheless touched the softest part of his heart. He, after all, could not truly become devoid of feeling, that fellow had said. As long as one is human, one cannot be entirely unfeeling. That was merely unfortunate that he had traveled too far down this path. Looking back, all he had known was slipping away from him. In the mire of darkness, he found himself sinking deeper and deeper, unable to extricate himself. Yet, the sword, too, surely wished not to be forsaken by its master. Xiaofeng smiled. But I have long since deemed myself unworthy to wield. It possesses spirit, yet it has languished in solitude with me for far too long. The beggar fell silent at this. Since it possesses spirit, it naturally knows whom it ought to follow, Xiaofeng retorted. The beggar suddenly found himself at a loss for words. Very well, that if you refuse my goodwill, then depart as you wish. The beggar shook his head. Clutching the spiritual sword, he lay back against the wall, his body reeking of the foul stench of liquor, just as in days gone by. Yet, Xiaofeng's words had stirred something within him. Xiaofeng cheerfully bid farewell, gradually walking away. Midway, he suddenly felt a warmth in his chest. The necklace, which had been missing for so long, reappeared around his neck. Back again. Xiaofeng exclaimed in surprise, upon casually probing. He indeed found the elder heavenly blade, also known as Chun Tiandao, contained within, albeit still in slumber. Just as in the simulator, after accepting the spiritual root assessment from Qingyun sect, he would be taken away by the elders. Villagers came to bid him farewell, yet the voices of the village chief and the storyteller were notably absent. Searching around, he found no trace of them. With his pack on his back, he gradually departed. Yes, it was indeed time for him to venture out and see the world. Ordinary village was merely the starting point, but certainly not the end. Just as Xiao Feng stepped beyond the gates of ordinary village. The village chief scoffed. "Phew, why must you drag me into this?" The village chief had no chance to send Xiao Feng off properly. As long as we don't part face to face, it doesn't count as a farewell. Does it? The storyteller squinted, a smile playing on his lips as he regarded the village chief. This might be their only chance. He had to give it a try, according to the original trajectory of fate. As long as they parted ways, they would never meet again in this lifetime. However, if they could cleverly avoid a true farewell, the outcome would remain an enigma. The village chief didn't comprehend. But that didn't hinder his pretense of understanding. The riddle-spouting storyteller always spoke in such a manner. Their gazes remained fixed on Xiao Feng's departing figure, watching him venture thousands of miles away. He is gone, truly gone. It feels as though something is missing. The village chief shook his head, a hint of reluctance lingering. After all, he had raised the boy himself. Just as I surmised, the storyteller's eyes glimmered with delight. The trajectory of fate had shifted, rendering the future murky and uncertain. Perhaps it heralded danger, or perhaps opportunity. Yet the possibilities had increased manifold. The storyteller gazed into the distance with a smile. Thank you to this individual for bringing a glimmer of hope to us. It was a pity, however, that in the short term, he would be unable to observe the intricacies of fate. The beggar watched the receding figure, pouring himself another large gulp of liquor. "Do not become a waste like me." His eyes gradually moistened, whether from the sting of the alcohol or the swell of emotion. He could not tell. Xiao Feng followed the elder of Qingyun's sect back to the sect. "So weak." Xiao Feng, wearing an expression of disdain, remarked, "Indeed, it is not due to my own weakness. Rather, it is the absurdity of the individuals from that small village." With a huff, he declared, "Once I step into the outside world, I shall wreak havoc." That a smirk tugged at the corners of his mouth as he mused, "I have returned. Indeed, I have returned." That feeling of confidence is back. The elder before him, merely at the Golden Core stage, had already attained the status of an intersect elder. It was said that even the sect master of Qingyun sect was only at the peak of the nascent soul stage, while the supreme elder was merely a fledgling at the transformation stage. Despite this, Qingyun sect was considered a top-tier sect beneath the sacred lands. It led him to ponder the strength of those sacred lands. They could not be vastly superior. Currently at the mid-stage of divided spirit, his combat prowess rivaled that of Dao integration-level experts. Perhaps he might struggle against that foul, but in the grand scheme of the outside world, he was practically invincible. "Truly, I am remarkable," Xiao Feng proclaimed, hands on his hips, brimming with self-importance. It seems this talented individual has a few screws loose. The intersect elder muttered softly. "Alas, it is understandable. Geniuses often harbor peculiar quirks." After all, he thought, given Xiao Feng's exceptional talent, he ought to extend some courtesy. Who could say what the future held? Perhaps he would remain stagnant at the Golden Core stage while this young prodigy ascended to the nascent soul and became his superior. Xiao Feng interjected, "Your whispers are rather loud, almost akin to a conspiracy in plain sight." Nonetheless, he decided not to dwell on the elderly's shortcomings. Thus, the two regarded one another with a semblance of pity. Before long, they arrived at the main hall of the sect leader. After all, Xiao Feng, with his supreme golden spiritual root, possessed a talent that was exceptionally noteworthy. His discovery would even warrant the attention of a sect leader. Setting aside the discussion of peak combat abilities, the significance of one's spiritual root was paramount. In a sect where the very essence of physical prowess was a mystery, the spiritual root symbolized innate talent. For instance, aside from the fundamental 5-star spiritual roots, there existed various mutated spiritual roots, such as those of water, ice, fire, and thunder. These were often regarded with the utmost importance. The ranks of spiritual roots were categorized into inferior, medium, superior, and supreme. The higher the rank, the greater the recognition and potential that an inferior spiritual root would see its bearer reach only the foundation establishment realm in their lifetime. Beyond those already mentioned, there were also heaven, earth and void spiritual roots, which surpass the 5 elemental roots and their mutations that I in this realm. Such prodigious talents had not emerged for millennia. Xiao Feng's extraordinary aptitude would command significant respect even among the sacred lands, let alone within Qingyun's sect, that if nurtured properly, Qingyun's sect could ascend to great heights, perhaps even claiming a position among the sacred lands. Chapter 69. The Awakening of the Old Man with the Heavenly Blade, as Xiao Feng stepped into the grand hall of Qingyun's sect. A faint and unfamiliar aura enveloped him. Frowning, he thought, how rude to probe into my essence upon arrival. This is rather excessive. That it appeared that this presence sought to scan him thoroughly to in an instant. Xiao Feng's impression of the sect leader plummeted to an all-time low. His body trembled slightly as he rebounded the intrusive aura. The sect leader's countenance shifted in disbelief. How is this possible? My divine sense was repelled. He could hardly fathom that this 12-year-old child was capable of such a feat. You are the genius with the supreme golden spiritual root that the elders mentioned. The sect leader maintained an air of nonchalance. As if the earlier incident had never transpired, he presumed that Xiao Feng lacked the power to resist him. Attributing the anomaly to some hidden treasure instead to provoke such a talent over a trivial matter would be an unwise endeavor. Of course, Xiao Feng replied, a smile that lacked warmth gracing his lips. This sect had never been characterized by warmth or compassion, at the very least. During his previous life's regression, he had been callously cast aside by the sect. Such actions revealed the sect's cold-heartedness and its unwavering belief in the supremacy of strength. Perhaps in this ruthless world of cultivation, where the weak were devoured by the strong, such principles were not entirely misplaced. Yet Xiao Feng had never felt a sense of belonging within such a sect. His association with the Qingyun sect elder was merely a result of his inability to remain in the village beyond the age of 12.